Chapter 561 Erater. The two had already discussed it when Scarlet went to Glory Castle. Scarlet would tell the people in Glory Castle that Naxxramas, the city in the sky, was his private property. Without his permission, no one else could enter. This approach is because Leo does not want to waste time on Donna's and others. Since Scarlet has doubts about Donna's, Leo will naturally find a way to investigate him. He will not easily communicate with Donna's before the investigation is clear. Meeting? Because this can easily lead to preconceived notions and affect his judgment. There is no legal protection for private property in this world. But if you don't want to antagonize someone, don't touch it. Even if Danis and the officers of Honor Castle are very curious about Naxxramas, they will not stop because of this curiosity. They had trouble with Leo. After all, Leo was the marshal of the kingdom of Aratha. What's more, they also knew Leo's strength through magic images. No one wanted to provoke a strong man who could easily kill even the commander of the Abyss. As for warlocks, it's normal for them to be aloof and have quirks. This is how Donna's and others understood Leo's absence in Glory Castle. To Leo's surprise, Scarlet actually returned to Naxxramas after staying in the Glory Castle for most of the day. And the female knight even brought back an elf. This is Erater, son of General Turalian. Erater was born in the world of Draenor. His mother is the Ranger General Illyria Windrunner of Quel'Thalas, and his father is Turalian. So he is both humans and high elves flowing in his body. Of blood, he is a half-elf. The name Erater was given by Turayan, which means brave and loyal person. This is an extremely outstanding half-elf, because he is already a paladin at the age of 17. He became a paladin at the age of 17. With such a talent, it is no exaggeration to add the word genius to Erater. You must know that Scarlet also succeeded in becoming a paladin after 20 years of hard training. Turayan's son Scarlet's attitude towards him is naturally different from others. Of course, this is not the reason why the female knight brought him into Naxxramas. The reason why she brought Erater to the Sky City, it is also the reason for the half-high elf blood in him. It is the half-blood obtained from his mother Illyria that allows Erater, the half-elf, to have exactly the same appearance as the blood elf. When Leo saw Erater for the first time, he could tell from the clear eyes of the half-elf that he was a paladin with a pure heart. However, it seemed that because of the disappearance of his parents, there was a sadness surrounding Erater. Nice to meet you, Marshal Leo. He bowed properly to show his respect for the strong. From Erater, Leo saw the shadow of those noble elite children who had received a good education since childhood. The expeditionary force that Turayan brought to Draenor were all from the Alliance. The elites who can serve as officers in this army are all elite nobles with real talents and knowledge. Erater will not be any worse after being educated by these people since childhood. If Leo were a true nobleman, he would be very fond of people like Erater. But it's a pity that he is not. A handsome little elf boy. I think Liadrin will be very happy. Looking at Leo, who raised his eyebrows at him a little frivolously, Erater was at a loss. He had only been in contact with serious noble officers in the past. As his uncles, it was naturally impossible for these people to start a fight with Erater. Such a joke. So he has no experience in dealing with this kind of scene. Leo. Scarlet rolled her eyes at Leo, who was grinning strangely. Although Erater was very talented, he had not experienced any hardships. So even if he became a paladin, he was still immature. In him, Scarlet saw that he had just graduated from the Cathedral of the Holy Light. Due to her current self and the relationship with his father, the female knight naturally regarded him as her younger brother to protect her. Well, I won't tease him. Leo shrugged, and then extended his hand to Erater. Nice to meet you. I am Leo, a warlock. Faced with Leo's sudden transformation, Erater obviously didn't react. He stretched out his hand awkwardly and responded, I am Erater. I have just become a paladin. I am also very happy to meet you. After shaking hands with Erater, Leo, who had just become serious, patted Erater on the shoulder with a condescending expression, and said something that made the other party at a loss. Little handsome boy, I will introduce you to a beautiful elf later. I know. I think she will like you very much. So be prepared. Leo, stop teasing him. Scarlet slapped away Leo's hand on Erater's shoulder, and pulled the half-elf paladin behind him, who didn't know how to answer. He's still a child. Looking at Scarlet Leo, who was a little angry, he scratched his face, and said that Erater is a child, and we don't seem to be much older than him. But in fact, Leo and Scarlet are indeed much more mature than Erater. And the clear-eyed half-elf does look like a child in front of him. I'm not talking nonsense. Just wait and see the good show. Leo laughed strangely. Scarlet didn't know about the Blood Elves' plan to steal the Holy Light. So she didn't know the attraction of Erater, who has elven blood, to the Blood Elves. Leo, you're looking for me, eh? Liedrin appeared from the door. Ramath did not come with her. As soon as she entered the room, she found Erater standing behind Scarlet. The Countess of Blood Elf couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. Erater felt the power of the holy light in his body. Priest? Not like that. Have you ever seen a priest wearing heavy armor and carrying a big sword? Paladin is almost. Paladin. Liedrin's eyes were immediately attracted to Erater. A paladin of the elves. What was the concept? Although this paladin was weak in her eyes, the appearance of Erater represented a very significant significance. Hey, I said. Don't scare him. Leo laughed. His name is Erater, the child of Turan and Illyria, a 17-year-old paladin, and a young genius. It was indeed a paladin. Liedrin was overjoyed. But the shock in her heart had weakened a lot after she learned who Erater's parents were. Since her father was the human paladin Turalian, Erater was only a half-elf. Since he had human traits, bloodline, then the experience of becoming a paladin gained from him is not so useful to the Blood Elves. Of course. Even so, Liedrin showed her passion for Erater. Could it be that Liedrin liked Erater? Scarlet, who didn't know the truth, had a ridiculous feeling in her heart. Liedrin's passion for Erater reminded her of the word love at first sight. Okay, Liedrin, I came to you to hear Prince Kael'thas's plan, not to watch you fool the children, Leo said as he motioned to Scarlet. And the female knight pulled Erater behind her. Scarlet had already noticed from Leo's words that the reason why Liedrin was very passionate about Erater was because she had other purposes. How could Scarlet, who regarded Erater as her younger brother, let Erater and Erater be separated? Liedrin had too much contact? His Royal Highness means that no matter whether there is a war in the end, he will come to Naxxramas to talk to the Draenei. If the Blood Elves can get their own things without fighting, they will naturally not mind talking to the Draenei. Fighting will kill people. How many Blood Elves will die when attacking a place like Storm Fortress and encountering the desperate resistance of the Draenei? 100,000? 200,000? Or more? No one can say for sure. But there are certain casualties. Does this count as giving me face? Leo blinked. But he was also looking forward to the arrival of Kael'thas. The Blood Elf Prince still owed him 2 unique skills. If he mastered Mana Sucking and the Arcane Field, Leo would have 2 more unique skills. As the saying goes, there are many skills that are not overwhelming. Besides, Leo still has some plans that need to be cooperated with Kael'thas. Prince Kael'thas comes in person, and the Draenei must show their sincerity, Leo said and looked at Scarlet. The female knight pondered for a moment and said, I don't know much about this race that I have never been in contact with, but I will try my best. Scarlet understood that Kael'thas personally came forward for the Blood Elves, so the Draenei naturally had to let their leader come over. Otherwise the two sides would not sit at the negotiation table at all. But Scarlet didn't know whether the Draenei would agree or whether their leader would come to Naxxramas. So she wouldn't promise anything. We only need to tell the Draenei the news. We can't control how they will react. If a war really happens, we have done our best. Leo no longer cares too much about whether the Blood Elves and Draenei can fight each other. He might have been interested in the Naru before, but now the blood law alone is enough for him to ponder. And he can't chew more than he can chew. He still understands. I will contact the Draenei envoy, Erater. Scarlet was about to ask Erater to leave with her, but was stopped by Leo's eyes. Although she didn't know what Leo meant. Out of trust in him, the female knight changed her story. Liedrin is the Count of the Kingdom of Quel'Thalas. You should talk to her. This will help you understand your parents better. Erater was very moved. Although his mother Illyria gave him the feeling of being cold and aloof, and he did not receive much maternal love, this did not affect his curiosity about his mother's hometown. The half-elf paladin who is new to the world does not know that when he talks to Liedrin, he will soon be told all the secrets by the other party. Leo took out a book with the 4 words Book of the Dead engraved on the cover, and read it slowly. Liedrin knew that the reason why he did not leave was to tell him to ask Erater about how to become a paladin. Yes, but if you want to poach people, that's absolutely not possible. The kingdom of Arathar, Turayan's son, will not let him be fooled away. Chapter 562 Book of the Dead. Gastonus is very angry now. As an envoy sent by the Draenei to Glory Castle to discuss an alliance with humans, he came with good intentions. But what did humans do? They actually got involved with the Blood Elves, who had robbed the Draenei energy ship. Scarlet has already talked with Gastonus. with the human side acting as the intermediary, hoping that the Blood Elves and Draenei can resolve the conflict at the negotiation table. And the Blood Elves have shown their sincerity. But the problem is the reluctance of the Draenei, who have suffered the loss. I was beaten up, and my things were robbed by the other party. Then the third person said, "Come on. I will be the middleman, and you will negotiate." How many people are willing to do it? But Gastonus also knows the strength comparison between the Draenei and the Blood Elves. If the other side really wants to start a war, the Storm Fortress, the last bastion for the survival of the tribe, may not be able to hold it. Without the Storm Fortress tribe, where will the people go? As the weaker party, many times we have no choice but to knock out our teeth and swallow our blood. We have suffered too much. And ensuring the survival of our people is the most important thing. Remembering Leader Veland's warning to him, Gastonus told Scarlet that the Draenei had agreed to their request. Scarlet is very happy that the Draenei can agree to negotiate with the Blood Elves. She is willing to see that there will be no war between the two sides. The Blood Elves have an alliance with the Rother, and the Expeditionary Force has the intention to form an alliance with the Draenei. If two parties fight, it will be very difficult for humans to be caught in the middle. Scarlet in Glory Castle was happy, but Leo in Naxxramas was an accident. Don't get me wrong. Leo's accident had nothing to do with the negotiations between the Blood Elves and the Draenei. The reason why he fought with him, like this, it is inseparable from the Book of the Dead. During the battle at the Holy Lights Hope Chapel, Leo successfully killed the dread Lord Balnazar. It was at that time that he obtained the Book of the Dead. Leo did not let Goldfinger take this book that he thought was useless to him. It turns into energy because this is a magic book. As a necromancer, Leo doesn't think that a mere Book of the Dead will be of much help to him. At most, he can learn from some of the things recorded in it. When it comes to playing with skeletons, the necromancer himself, he is the unrivaled leader. But things are often unexpected. Otherwise, there would be no word accident, and there would be no surprises. I was casually flipping through books when I was bored, using the Book of the Dead that I had thrown in the corner to pass the time. Who would have thought that after flipping through it, I would find something extraordinary? All recorded in the Book of the Dead are methods of controlling and transforming low-level undead creatures such as skeletons. Valio only glanced at the control method. These were of no use to him with the ability of a necromancer. But the next transformation, the method for skeletons, is different. The skeletons of the necromancer are very strong but single. Except for the skeleton mage, who can attack from a distance. They are all melee fighters with bone knives. In the game, it is nothing. But in the real world, you will find that the monotony of the skeleton is very inconvenient. If the skeletons can be modified and some new arms such as skeleton archers are added, then with the cooperation of multiple arms, the skeleton army can truly be worthy of the word big army. Leo carefully read the contents of the Book of the Dead and secretly praised it in his heart. The methods recorded in this book are of great use to him. If he can successfully cooperate with multiple arms, the combat effectiveness of the skeleton army will increase exponentially, supplemented by machinery. The army itself is equivalent to having a legion that can be carried around and completely obey orders. The legion-level combat power that I once admired was so easily obtained, and I didn't feel much except for admiring it, which really made me feel sad. He gently closed the Book of the Dead. With Leo's current ability, he only needed to read the contents once to remember them. He closed his eyes and thought about it silently. After discovering that there were no omissions, he was about to take the book back and flash in his mind. After a thought, this thought made him suddenly open his eyes. Leo's actions attracted Liedron's attention. The Blood Elf Countess, who was talking to Eredar, easily gained the favor of the Half-Elf Paladin. With her skills, Eredar was quickly tricked out and became a paladin. The Half-Elf Paladin, who was asked a lot of key information, was still at a loss for everything he had experienced. Just as the two continued to chat, Liedron noticed something strange about Leo, especially the moment he opened his eyes. The Blood Elf Countess read something called shock. What was written in the Book of the Dead that could actually make Leo show such an expression? Liedron's curiosity was piqued. What did Leo think that shocked him? Is it the skeleton transformation method that he memorized with all his heart? The answer is no. As you can see that he reopened the Book of the Dead, but did not read the second half of the book that recorded the method of transforming the skeleton. Instead, he read the first half of the book that contained how to control the skeleton without listening. Previously, Leo didn't pay much attention to the method of controlling skeletons recorded in the Book of the Dead. But just now, he suddenly thought of a problem that he had ignored. And that was the reason why he didn't pay attention to these. Because he is already a powerful necromancer. But what if he removes this? Yes. If you take away the ability of the Necromancer and look at the contents recorded in this Book of the Dead, you will feel very amazing. Amazing? Yes. It's amazing. This Book of the Dead lists dozens of methods from easy to difficult to control skeletons to do things for themselves. Even a magic apprentice can become a strong person as long as he can read and have the patience to learn all the methods recorded in this book. If a person with normal intelligence can learn all the contents recorded above, it will not be difficult to have the combat power to match the masters of the legendary realm. In other words, if Leo uses this book as a textbook to cultivate talents, as long as the opponent does not cheat and cheat, he will have legendary level combat power after learning all the courses. If the Book of the Dead is included in the compulsory abilities of the Summoner Legion, the strength of the Summoner Legion will definitely increase significantly. Thinking of this, Leo became interested. This is indeed a good way to improve the strength of the Summoner Legion. But the problem is that controlling skeletons is opposed by most people. Not everyone has a golden finger like him and can summon them. The skeleton made a layer of metal vest. This problem made Leo scratch his head. But it didn't take him long to think of a solution. The reason for being able to control skeletons to do things for themselves is that although such low-level undead have no consciousness, their soul fire has not been extinguished. If these soul fires were captured and integrated into a metal body made of engineering, wouldn't it be no problem? The advantage of this is that it will not cause panic or disgust. And because the metal body is dissolved into the soul fire, it has the ability to repair itself, even if it is damaged in battle. As long as the soul fire has not been extinguished, it can be replenished. Magical means to help it repair itself. The disadvantage is that there will be 2 more procedures for capture and fusion, making things troublesome. Summoning and controlling a skeleton is different from a demon. If the mental power required to summon a skeleton and control it to do things for you is 1 point, then a demon requires 10 points. This demon is still a demon imp rather than a high-level demon such as the Hellfire Demon Guard. If the warlocks of the Summoner Legion can learn the methods in this book, the number of thugs they can summon when going into battle can be increased several times, becoming a group of veritable summoners. Leo spared no effort to enhance the strength of his men. After realizing how much the Book of the Dead could improve the Summoner Legion, he immediately informed Goddic. The Soul Reaper was also very interested when he heard that there was such a thing. Liadrin watched for a long time. She had already seen a lot from Leo's anomaly and the excitement expressed by Goddic, who took the Book of the Dead. The contents recorded in the Book of the Dead were quite extraordinary. Leo, the combat power he possesses will probably increase a lot as a result. As soon as Goddic left, Sinisarea slowly left the room. The Black Dragon Queen briefly glanced at Liadrin and Eritor before walking directly to Leo. The matter has been settled. Master, Anubarak is adapting to the new ability. But a strange thing happened in the meantime. The Black Dragon Queen stood behind Leo, communicating with Leo through the mental fluctuations between pets and masters. Communicated quietly. According to your instructions, Anubarak has successfully fused with the corpse of the Abyss Demon in a confinement circle in the Arthi Highlands. Just when the fusion was successful, and the confinement circle lost its effect, a very brief change occurred on the earth. Violent vibration. According to my perception, what was imprisoned was a powerful life. This life has not died for a long time. Now that the restriction is loosened, it has seen the hope of breaking out. That vibration is when it hits the restriction trigger. There is only one of the 4 major confinement circles left in the Arthi Highlands, and its effect will definitely be greatly weakened. It is not known when the Sealed Princess will escape. Leo frowned. As the fundamental kingdom of Arathar, there could be no trouble. If the princess who was sealed by the 4 confinement circles came out and said nothing, he would have to leave Delano temporarily. Seeing the cause of Leo's troubles, Sinisarea hurriedly said, Master, don't worry. I have already made arrangements when I discovered something strange, and the sealed life form will not be able to come out for a while. Hearing this, Leo breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, in addition to Dragonakos, the people sent to help Anubarak move the body this time were also Sinisarea. With the help of the Black Dragon Queen, there would be no problem. You did a great job. Go tell Anubarak and come to me after he is fully adapted to his new abilities. I will give him a test to see if he can withstand the inheritance of the painful demon Lord Duriel. Chapter 563 Grindthorn. On the training ground that had just been renovated in Naxxramas, an elf was training with a group of human soldiers. This elf was Eritor. Although Eritor has the appearance of an elf, his father is Turayan, the general of the Arathar Kingdom. It is very easy for him to be accepted by the warriors of the Arathar Kingdom. It's not like the Blood Elves haven't thought about poaching Eritor, But Leo paid close attention to it. And Lydron and the others have never been able to succeed. 17 or 18 is the age when you yearn for blood and passion. It is much more interesting to sweat with your father's kindred than to talk about obscure and boring magic with you. Lydron. You can't compete with me. Leo looked proud. And Lydron could only express annoyance at this. The Countess of Blood Elf had to admit her mistake. During this period, she specially sent many Blood Elves to contact Eredar. She thought that this would bring Eredar closer to the Blood Elves. But Lydron ignored one thing. The thing is that the magic has penetrated deeply into the Blood Elves' souls. The Blood Elves, who cannot do without magic, always unconsciously turn the topic to magic when talking. And Eredar is not interested in boring and difficult magic. So Eredar naturally does not want to talk about it all the time. The Blood Elves stayed together. And it was not Lydron's carelessness that made such a mistake. Things that were taken for granted were the hardest to detect. On the other hand, Leo was different. His method of treating Eredar was very simple. He directly asked Eredar to train with the soldiers, and let the energetic half-elf squander his energy on the training ground with the warriors of the kingdom. This suited Eredar just right. Thor's will. The young half-elf quickly integrated into this army that already had the prototype of a legion. Boom! A loud crashing sound was heard. Leo, who was standing on the high platform at the entrance to the training ground and was talking to Lydron, frowned and turned around to walk in the direction of the sound. Lydron followed closely behind. The soldier looked around strangely, and then suppressed his curiosity, and continued to do his own thing amidst the scoldings of the instructors. A rock giant that was almost as tall as a war fortress was struggling hard. The size of this rock giant showed that he was very powerful. It was not easy to control him. It would have been extremely troublesome for others to struggle against him. It was Polishan and Ektoz who had no choice but to take action. The rock giant's struggle was in vain. What happened? Leo felt very strange when he saw his two most powerful Dracolics capture a rock giant without saying a word. He had never given such an order. Master, Godok asked us to capture this stinky stone. He said it would be of great help to the Summoner Legion. The giants who are inherently hostile to the dragons will naturally not be liked by the dragons. Polishan cooperated with Ektoz to suppress the rock giant while answering Leo's questions. After carefully looking at the struggling rock giant, Leo really didn't see how much help this guy would have to the Summoner Legion. Fortunately, Godok arrived in a hurry at this time, and Leo's doubts were answered. Master, please wait a moment. Facing Leo's confused look, Godok took out his staff and fired 3 arcane missiles at the rock giant's body. Boom! The rock giant, whose body was partially knocked off by arcane missiles, struggled hard, but unfortunately his power was no match for Polishan and Ektoz, and he was still suppressed. A rock the size of a football fell to the ground. Godok used arcane missiles to force it down from the rock giant. At this time, something wonderful happened. The rock grew limbs the moment it was about to hit the ground, and a smaller version of the rock giant was born. Oh, that's amazing. Leo looked at the little rock giant with interest, and then his eyes changed. Huh? This little guy has no soul. As a powerful warlock, Leo is very sensitive to soul fluctuations. He can tell at a glance whether the small rock giants transformed from the rocks that fell off the big rock giant have souls. A soulless rock man. Leo rubbed his chin. He knew what Godok wanted to do. Is it strong enough? It was a confused question that Lydron couldn't understand. But Godok could understand. I have tried it. The material in this rock giant is comparable to fine iron. If you use them to replace metal puppets, it will not only save time and effort, but it is also very convenient. Leo reached out and grabbed the little rock giant with a death grip. The powerful magic restrained the poor little thing so that he couldn't move a finger. After touching the little rock giant's body with his own hands, Leo was very happy. He nodded with satisfaction, which was regarded as an affirmation of Godok. This little guy has the strength of a high-level warrior. Although he has no skills or combat experience, he has no problem defeating a mid-level warrior in a one-on-one challenge. Can he be manufactured in large quantities? The little rock giants split from the rock giant's body are unlikely to have combat skills and experience. They will only attack based on instinct. This makes it impossible for them to defeat the combatants of the same level, and can only bully opponents of a lower level than themselves. But these are not the key points. The key point is whether they can be mass-produced. Once many things reach a certain quantity and form a scale, they will undergo qualitative changes. Since the little rock giant has no soul, this body can be taken away by the soul, combined with the Book of the Dead that Leo gave to Godok before. The Soul Reaper has the intention of asking Polishan and Ektoz to take action. He wanted to use rock men to replace metal puppets to provide new summons for the warlocks of the Summoner Legion. There is no problem, as long as we prepare enough rocks. After losing part of the rock giant's body, it will not grow back on its own. It must take in rocks from the outside world to replenish it. In other words, as long as you don't kill the rock giant and provide him with enough rocks, you can knock as much gravel as you want on him. It's no problem to remove the block. How many of these rock giants are there? What Leo is concerned about is not the question of whether the rock giant is willing to use rocks to replenish its body after its body is knocked off, because this is a problem that Godok needs to solve. What he is concerned about now is the kind of thing that can produce soulless little rock men. If there is only one stone man, or the number is too small, the production of soulless rock men will be limited. Master, don't worry. These rock people exist as a group, Godok said, and took out a map, which was drawn by the Glory Castle Expeditionary Force. It contained information obtained from their years of exploration of the world. The rock people are distributed in the west of the Hellfire Peninsula, right at the junction of the Hellfire Peninsula and Zangermarsh. They usually feed on the land of the Hellfire Peninsula, and their number should be about 300. The land of Hellfire Peninsula, which still exists after the explosion of the world of Draenor, is as hard as magic iron. To be precise, it belongs to the range of stone. The rock giants chose to live in Hellfire Peninsula because they did not need to live here, worrying about food. No one usually bothers them. The life of these stone people is extremely nourishing. But they never expected that Leo would appear. 300 rock giants were quite a lot. Leo waved his hand to Godok and said, "Catch them all." As the saying goes, a common man is not guilty of his crime. But the rock giants who were originally living a happy life were targeted by Godok because of their ability to split the soulless rock people, dooming their family to a miserable life in the future. This is a world where the strong are respected, and the weak not only have no say, but their own safety is not guaranteed. Master, let me go! I promise to catch all these stinky rocks. Dragonakos stood up. The Twilight Dragon failed to take action in the battle that destroyed the Legion portal, but it suppressed him. Now there is a fight, and the object of the fight is a rock that is inherently incompatible with the dragon. Giant. He immediately came out to challenge. Yeah. Leo nodded slowly. He knew that the Twilight Dragon wanted to find someone to vent his fighting desire, but he alone couldn't catch all the 300 rocks. Especially these rocks. The giant must still live. Polition. Ektoz will bring some people to accompany Nakos, etc. At this moment, the rock giant who had been silent until now spoke. You actually know our language. Leo was shocked when Gryanthorn said this. And Liadrin was also very surprised. If this was a rock giant from the native plane, it would not be strange for him to understand the common language of humans. But this rock giant is Draenor. As a creature in the world, it is amazing that he can speak human language. Please don't be surprised. My tribe has had contact with you before. A human named Khadgar taught me your language in order to communicate with us. I see. Leo nodded, and then asked the rock giant, "What are you going to do when you stop me?" I am Gillian Thorn, the king of the rock giants. I know that you are very powerful, and it is impossible for my people to fight against you. But I don't want my people to perish because of this. So I want to exchange a secret with you. Gryanthorn is the king of the rock giants in the Hellfire Peninsula. He is the most powerful among the rock giants. But he didn't even have a chance to escape when faced with the attacks of Polition and Ektoz. After hearing Leo say that he would capture all his people, Gillian Thorn already knew that his people would not be able to resist him if he really let the opponent pass. As the king of a clan, could Gillian Thorn just watch his own clan be arrested like this? Between the survival of the group and a certain secret, the giant king of Hellfire Peninsula chose the former. So he called Leo out. Unexpectedly, he actually captured the king of a rock giant and came back. No wonder this big man was still able to struggle under the suppression of Polition and Ektoz. Leo held his chin. He was a little curious about the secrets in Gillian Thorn's mouth. Let's talk and see if you can change my mind. Chapter 564. Do you understand what I mean? Gryanthorn looked at Liadrin, and there was a look of hesitation on the giant king's face. Leo and Liadrin looked at each other, and doubts arose in their minds. Could this secret be related to elves? Human. Before I tell you this secret, you must promise me not to harm my people. Leo curled his lips after hearing Gillian Thorn's words. The king of giants seemed to still not understand the situation. Now I am fighting for the sword, and he is fighting for the flesh. How can the absolutely weak party have the right to make demands? Hey, Stinky Stone. What do you want my master to promise you? Polition cleverly slapped Grindthorn hard with the dragon's tail. The Dracolic asked in a disdainful tone, Do you have that qualification? As the giant king of the Hellfire Peninsula, Grindthorn never thought that he would suffer such an insult today. But he had to lower his head under the low eaves. Seeing that Leo did not stop Polition, he already understood that he was in the eyes of the other party. I really am not qualified to make demands on him. Okay, human. I know that the reason why you want to capture my people is because you are interested in our ability to split. Although I don't know what you want to use it for. What I want you to know is this ability. It's not something we're born with. It's given to us by a crystal. Leo's eyes suddenly lit up. He had never seen the crystal mentioned by Gillian Thorne and didn't know its use. But one thing he was sure of was that this crystal was a treasure. I'm very interested now. Let's talk about the specific situation. After hearing Leo's words, Gillian Thorne knew there was something going on. What he was afraid of was that Leo didn't care about it at all. This crystal was born in a mountain. It was originally a very ordinary mountain. But one day we found that a creature that looked very similar to her got a crystal from the devil. Gillian Thorne said, and looked at Adlin. The creature he said was similar to Liedrin was probably an elf. The Blood Elf Countess and Leo's eyes were full of curiosity. We hate the demons who made this world become like this. So we attacked that guy. Wait! Liedrin interrupted Gillian Thorne. She had something to ask the King of Giants. When did this happen? This question made Gillian Thorne ask. The rock giants have almost endless lives. And they have never cared about time. How can Liedrin get an answer when he asked this question? Seeing Gillian Thorne's troubled look, Liedrin knew that she couldn't ask for a specific answer. She gave Leo a questioning look. And the latter tilted his head and motioned for Goddic to come up. Giant, cooperate with me and recall the scene at that time. Gillian Thorne knew that he had no other choice but to cooperate with the other party. So he began to try to recall the scene at that time. The freedom of Goddic's magic is unique. He can obtain the image he wants through the fluctuation of the opponent's soul and display it. The image of a blood elf appeared in front of everyone. And Liedrin's face immediately darkened. He knew this blood elf. Not only did he know him, but he was also very familiar with it. In the image, a red-skinned Eridar demon gave a yellow-green crystal to the blood elf. And then the demon left with a group of fires under his men. Next, the rock giants beat the blood elf and the other party. In the scene of easily escaping, when the blood elf was fighting the rock giant, Leo discovered that the blood elf had deliberately dropped a small piece of crystal. And the crystal finally fell on a hill. Damn it. His Highness the Prince's trust turned out to be his betrayal. This was the first time that Leo saw such strong hatred on Liedrin's face. The identity of the blood elf who appeared in the image was not simple. He must be Liedrin and Kaeldats. People who value. Who is this guy? Passerian. A familiar name. Leo held his chin and recalled the name for a moment before he remembered the identity of the other party. Passerian the Calculator? Liedrin nodded and indicated that Leo's guess was correct. The blood elf was Passerin the Calculator, who had a very important position in the royal party and was Kaeldats' trusted advisor. He tilted his head and looked at Liedrin, whose face was full of anger. Leo knew why she was so angry. Although the blood elves had a period of allegiance to the demonic forces, they did not directly contact the demons of the Burning Legion. Instead, they chose to surrender to Illidan. After the Battle of the Frozen Throne, Illidan betrayed the Burning Legion and became incompatible with the demons. It stands to reason that Passerian would not have contact with the Eridar demon, the mid to high level commander of the Burning Legion. But now that this has happened, there is only one explanation for Passerian's defection behind Kaeldats' back. Burning Legion. No wonder Kil'jaeden found Kaeldats so coincidentally. It turned out that there was also a spy like Passerian. It seems that Kaeldats died unjustly. Leo shook his head and muttered quietly. Although he was just talking to himself. Who among them was mediocre? And how could anyone not hear him? Liedrin glared at Leo angrily, as if she would fall out if she disagreed with him. Leo, what did you just say? What did I say about me? Leo said, putting on a thoughtful expression. Under Liedrin's angry gaze, he shrugged and said indifferently, I seem to have said something about Kael'sa just now. She will die. Right? Yes, I said it. How dare you be disrespectful to His Highness the Prince? As a die-hard royalist, Liedrin would not allow anyone to ignore the majesty of Kaeldats, let alone say such curse words. Don't blame me. We are all familiar with each other. If you say this, I will still sue you for defamation. Leo curled his lips and shook his head innocently. Then his face suddenly became extremely serious. Liadrin, don't forget my identity. You have to understand that the person standing in front of you is a prophet. Liadrin's face lost all color in an instant. The Blood Elf Countess knew that although Leo would make some small calculations on certain things, he had a bottom line, such as the death of Kael'thas. He wouldn't joke about it. As a prophet, Leo has the ability to foresee the future. In other words, Leo saw the scene of Kael'thas' death. Leo, please speak clearly. After looking at Liad Delinleo carefully, he asked with an uncertain face, "Are you sure you want to know?" Liadrin nodded heavily and said with certainty, "I'm sure." Well, I can only say that what I saw is not necessarily correct. Everything depends on man-made things, and the foreseeable future may not necessarily happen, Leo said while winking at the others. Goddick and others were very surprised. Consciously dispersed to the periphery. Prince Kael'thas will become an evil elf controlled by the devil because of a piece of evil energy crystal. Just like the first Sitharbes, who became a being despised by the world. When she heard the crystal, Liadrin couldn't help but think of the yellow-green crystal that Passerion took from the Eridar demon. And the resentment in her eyes couldn't help but become stronger. I didn't know how this crystal got into the hands of Kael'thas originally. But now it seems that we have a clue. Calculator Passerion is the key to it. I have a hunch that this is very possible. It's related to the war in Storm Fortress. So I didn't object when Scarlet asked you to negotiate with the Draenei. You mean to prevent things from happening? We have to start by changing the Battle of Storm Fortress? Liadrin saw hope. It was indeed not easy to change the future. But she had to do it no matter what. Kael'thas was the only one left in the royal family of the kingdom of Quel'Thalas. If he died, the blood would be lost. Who will lead the elves? Shouldn't we call Lor'themar that indecisive and hypocritical guy? Liadrin didn't think the blood elves would have a bright future following the regent. Maybe. I said that the foreseeable future may not necessarily happen. But that doesn't mean it won't happen. Leo's tone was non-committal. He would not say anything to death. Anyway, it was about Kael'thas' life and death. I'm not afraid of Liadrin letting go. But I know that once the Battle of Storm Fortress occurs, the Blood Elves will inevitably suffer heavy casualties. Kael'thas will be worried about this. There is a Blood Elf he calls Tibu who will feel that he is not strong enough. In order to protect His Highness the Prince, Tibu turned into a sword. But this guy obviously became more and more helpful. His death not only made the prince depressed, but also left Kael'thas with a powerful magic sword. Tiblo's Fireleaf. Liadrin's heart was pounding. She knew who Leo was talking about. Although he was just a member of the Magister Legion, he was a good friend of Prince Kael'thas. And Liadlin also inadvertently knew the secret of Tiblo's. That is, he had secretly studied a magic, burning the fire of life in an instant to forge a magic sword that combined ice and flame. Liadrin learned this secret unexpectedly that even Prince Kael'thas didn't know about it. If Leo was making up lies, he wouldn't be so clear about it. From Liadrin's expression, Leo could see that the Countess of the Blood Elf had completely believed what he said. And Leo secretly laughed in his heart. How could he not know that Tibu's blazing sword was such a powerful thing? Rubbing her wrinkled brows, Liadrin said to Leo in distress, I understand. I will try my best to facilitate the negotiations with the Draenei this time. But Passerion is not very good. Yes, His Highness has great trust in him. Calculator Passerion? Just a dog of Kil'jaeden. Leo snorted coldly, showing great disdain for Passerion. When Prince Kael'thas arrives, you can paraphrase what I said. Give it to him. And I can work with him if Kael'thas is interested. By the way, there is something I have forgotten to tell you. Valjean and I are going to hunt down the blood god hacker. And our plan has been working well for the first half. And only the action part is left. For hacker's sake, Isolwajin wants to expand his tribe. And we are not interested in Haka's body. Do you understand what I mean? Chapter 565 Pink Crystal. In the west of the Hellfire Peninsula, past the Draenei's Talamat Temple and continuing towards Zangarmarsh, you will see the area designated by the Rock Giants as their ethnic group's territory. In this area, a small mountain appears. It's very special that it's pink. The land of the Hellfire Peninsula is as red as blood, and a pink hill is very conspicuous. Anyone who is not a fool can tell that there is something strange inside. Fortunately, this is the core circle of the Rock Giants' territory, and no one wants to mess with it. These are big guys, so the hill is not discovered by outsiders. According to Gillian Thorne, he and his Rock Giants can always possess the ability to split as long as they stay on the hill every once in a while. In order to find out this secret, Leo came here with him. Thorne, let your people dig up this mountain. After walking around the hill, Leo gave orders to the Giant King, who was following him step by step. Because of his arrival, hundreds of rock giants had gathered here. They seemed to be a powerful force. But Leo didn't take them seriously at all. Gryanthorn was mentally prepared for Leo's order. He shouted to his people, "Dig up this mountain." Even though Gillian Thorn was cautious in front of Leo. As the king of giants, he was the unequivocal leader among his own tribe. After he spoke out, the rock giants did not dare to hesitate, and a group of big men began to dig into the mountain. In fact, it's not that Gillian Thorn has no temper, but that he dare not have a temper in the face of the absolutely powerful Leo. Look at the sky above your head. Don't think it is empty. Gillian Thorn came with Leo. He knew that once he dissatisfied this human being, hundreds of skull dragons would be killed there at any time. I just hope that there is really something in this hill that interests this human being. Otherwise the fate of me and my people will be worrying. As the rock giant excavated the hill, the strange-colored hill gradually revealed its true face. Gillian Thorn kept praying. He did not want his tribe to be wiped out by this human being. A pink crystal that was 5 stories high came into Leo's field of vision. This was the reason why the hill turned pink. And it was also the reason why rock giants like Gillian Thorn could perform soulless splitting. It also gave the rock giants the chief culprit of disaster. "Stop!" Leo shouted, "Stop!" And the pink crystal that revealed its true face emitted bursts of strange energy. These energies dyed the rock giants near it pink. Leo, who felt something was wrong, quickly asked them to step aside. Click! Click! Although the rock giants had been asked to retreat, it was still too late. Bursts of shattering sounds came from the rock giants. All rocks dyed pink by crystals began to split. Hundreds of rock giants were crunching and brittle. The number doubled in the sound. But their body shapes did not change at all. Except that their bodies that were dyed pink changed back to their original color. Gillian Thorn was very surprised when he saw that there were twice as many tribesmen. He didn't expect such a treasure to be hidden in the hill. It was difficult to increase the number of creatures like rock giants. Gryanthorn, tell your people to be careful about those splinter groups. I feel something is wrong. Just when the king of giants was pleasantly surprised by the expansion of the group, Leo felt something bad in his heart. As soon as he finished speaking, the split rock giants started frantically attacking the same kind around him. Giants generally have bad tempers. After being beaten, the rock giants immediately started to fight back. 200 or so giants over 40 meters tall were fighting each other. The scene was really not ordinary. What was originally thought to be a good thing turned out to be like this. If the fight continued like this, many of his people would be killed or injured. And Gillian Thorn panicked. The giant king of the Hellfire Peninsula is also smart enough. He knows that even if he joins, it will not be of much use. At most, he will save a few of his people from dying. If he can get the human next to him to take action, it will be completely different. Human, Gryanthorn asks for your help. For the sake of his own people. Gryanthorn. He lowered his body and asked Leo for help. But it was not Leo who answered him, but Polition, who was standing behind Leo. My master has never promised to help you solve this kind of thing. If you want us to take action, you have to show sincerity. The sudden melee of rock giants is not a good thing for Gillian Thorn. But it is an opportunity for Leo, as the earliest dogleg, who has followed him to this day. Oh, no. It is a pet. Polition is very interested in this person. The master's thoughts are very clear. Leo doesn't need to wink at him to know what role he should play. Sincerity? Now that I have given you the biggest secret in my clan, what else can I come up with? Seeing that several rock giants had died in the melee, Gillian Thorn became anxious. So the giant king said without hesitation, "If you can help my people, I will promise you anything." This is what I was waiting for. Hearing what Gryanthorn said, Leo snapped his fingers. Polition laughed and restored the true form of the dragon. Hundreds of dragon liches hidden in the sky also appeared at the same time. The bone dragons, the force that covered the sky and covered the sun, fell down. Relying on being more numerous than their opponents, they used more to defeat fewer. Under the leadership of Polition and Ektoz, the bone dragon barbarically inserted into the battlefield of the rock giants. Ordinary Dracolics are evenly matched against rock giants. But Polition, Ektoz, and the 2 Twilight Bone Dragons who came with them are different. As the first bone dragons to follow Leo, the strength of these 4 guys with Leo's breakthroughs, he became stronger and stronger. Not to mention Polition and Ektoz, who had occupied the body of the Dream Guardian Green Dragon. The 2 Twilight Bone Dragons were already over 300 meters long. Dealing with a 40-meter rock giant is like playing for fun. And you can knock one down with just one paw. The 200 or so rock giants in the brawl were all knocked down in half a stick of incense. Although some diehards wanted to struggle, they were no match for the Dracolic guarding them. A fight between rock giants was solved so easily. It was too easy for Leo to solve a battle of this level. Stone, remember what you just said? Polition, who had transformed into a human again, clenched his fists and said to Gillian Thorne with a fierce expression, "From now on, you and your tribe are the master subordinates. You want me to take my own people and surrender to this human being?" Gillian Thorne was unwilling from the bottom of his heart. But looking at Polition, who was about to fall out if he disagreed with him, and then considering the overwhelming strength of the other party, the King of Giants in Hellfire Peninsula knew that he had no choice at all. If you agree to the other party's request, the extinction of the ethnic group is right in front of you. Grindthorn's silence made Polition look fierce. It was an honor for a group of stinky stones to become the master subordinates like him. Now he dared to hesitate. It was really disrespectful. What? You don't want to? No. 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 Gillian Thorne, who sensed the murderous aura from Polition and the Dracolics, waved his hands repeatedly. In the memory of the King of Giants, he had never been so embarrassed. If he was alone, Gillian Thorne will never give in. But there are hundreds of tribesmen behind him. For the sake of his tribe, he has to give in. I agree to your request. I only hope that you can treat my tribesmen well. Polition was very satisfied with the knowledge of giants. In other words, as a dragon that could not deal with giants, he felt very fulfilled when he could make a King of Giants surrender. This is just right. Don't worry. Follow the great Master Leo. It's very promising. Polition, who had taken down Grindthorne, was about to claim credit from Leo when he saw his master observing the huge pink crystal. So he quickly shut his mouth. Just when the rock giants started fighting each other, a voice sounded in Leo's head. The mysterious voice that called him the host. If you find unknown energy, do you want to absorb it? For Leo now, the energy needed for upgrading is what he needs most urgently. He has no obstacles in the perception of power. As long as he has enough energy, he can be promoted to legend or even reach the realm of demigods. But it is very difficult to obtain upgrade energy now. Take the battle that destroyed the Legion portal of the Burning Legion that just ended. The energy Leo gained after killing the Abyss Commander was far from being enough to level him up. According to the experience gained from killing the demon to estimate, Leo would not be able to advance to this level unless he killed millions of demons. There are millions of demons, let alone resistance. Even if they stand and let you kill them, they will tire you out. Of course, if you kill powerful demons like Commander Abyss, the number will drop sharply to less than 3 digits. But the problem is, how can there be so many powerful demons for Leo to kill? Even if Leo really did exist, he would not dare to risk being targeted by the Burning Legion's bosses to do this. Currently, he does not have the ability to challenge the Burning Legion. Absorb. After Leo confirmed the absorption, he waited quietly to see how much upgrade energy this pink crystal could bring to him. In Gillian Thorne's surprised eyes, the 5-story pink crystal was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was a phenomenon when the energy it contained was rapidly lost. Leo felt very happy when he saw that the energy gauge representing upgrades was rising. But his mind was not on this pink crystal. Leo had seen it before in Naxxramas. The reason why the pink crystal appeared here was because Passerion threw a small piece of crystal fragment. The size of this small fragment was less than yellow-green. 1% of the crystal. If you can get the crystal in the calculator's hand, it will not be a problem for Leo to become a legend. The Burning Legion wanted Passerion to use the Fel Crystal to induce Kael'thas to fall. This plan was very good. Unfortunately, it met me. I will let you know what it means to lose your wife and lose your troops. Chapter 566: The Arrival of Kael'thas. In Naxxramas, Liedrin is following an elf wearing a blood-red robe, holding a huge staff, and his body is surrounded by 3 green orbs, which can make the Countess of the Blood Elf walk behind him, except there will be no other Blood Elf Prince Kael'thas. Kael'thas' arrival was unlucky. When he arrived in Naxxramas, Leo happened to be out with the Dracolics. Of course, if you look at it from another perspective, this may be a deliberate move by the Blood Elf Prince. It is precisely because Leo is away that he has more time to observe Naxxramas and understand the owner of this city in the sky. Kael'thas was still in a good mood when he was teleported from the Void Storm. But after Liedrin had a private conversation with him, the Blood Elf Prince's face became very ugly. You sure? It wasn't that Kael'thas didn't believe what Liedrin said, but that he really didn't want to believe that someone he trusted would actually go behind his back to hook up with the demons of the Burning Legion. What made Kaldats even more angry was that he would die because of it, according to the words of the human prophet. Wasn't this saying that his trust was being used by the other party to harm him? Thinking of this, Kaldats was a little lucky. He had also seen the yellow-green crystal Lydron mentioned in Pizzarian. At that time, he was amazed by the huge energy contained in this crystal. Fortunately, at that time, he had to be busy attacking the energy ship, and had no time to take care of other things. Otherwise, the obviously problematic crystal would be studied by him as a treasure, and he might have fallen into the trap of the Burning Legion. Yes, Your Highness. I am sure. Lydron looked serious. She would not take risks even if there was only 1/10,000th chance of Prince Kaldats' life or death. As the saying goes, she would rather believe it than believe it. Kaldats took a deep breath, and the green spheres flying around him showed that the Blood Elf Prince was emotionally unstable. It seems that I have to have a good talk with the human named Leo. The person he trusted actually betrayed him. Kaldats realized that his control over the clan was not as strong as he thought before. In addition to the noisy opponents, there were other forces lurking on the sidelines. As long as if you are not careful, you will fall into a situation of eternal disaster. I devoted all my energy to matters within the clan, hoping to get the Sindorii out of their predicament. But I never expected that while I was working hard for the clan at the front, some people were hiding behind to enjoy everything I had won for them. At the same time, he was still plotting against me. Pizzarian, if you dare to betray me, I will make you regret it. The more Kaldats thought about it, the angrier he became. What he had paid so much for was betrayal, and no one else could bear it. Your Highness, there is one more thing I must ask you for advice. Even though she knew Kaldats was angry, and it was best for her to remain silent, there was something Lydron had to say. After calming down the anger in his chest, Kaldats calmed down his emotions and asked, "What's the matter?" There were very few people who Kaldats could still trust after learning that Pizzarian had betrayed him. Lydron happened to be one of them. The Blood Elf Countess was Kaldats' most trusted person. That's status in his heart is much higher than that of Pizzarian. Even the great Necromancer Solanlian cannot compare with him. Without her, how could Kaldats in Silvermoon City go to Draenor Outland with peace of mind? It was precisely because of his trust in Lydron that Kaldats only acted surprised after hearing what the Blood Elf Countess said, and did not disbelieve her. You're saying that humans and Darkspear trolls are targeting the Blood God hacker to kill the god? Do they have that ability? Kaldats pondered. He really didn't expect Leo and Vol'jin to be so bold. To hunt hacker was to kill the god. Why should they? Even if Haka is just a weak god, he is still a god after all. Is it possible for a mortal to kill a superior god? Your Highness, since I didn't ask for your opinion, I didn't have a detailed discussion with him. However, from my observation, Leo is not a reckless person. The fact that Vol'jin can develop the Darkspear tribe to this point also proves his ability. Outstanding. Killing a god with the power of a mortal is an impossible task. Anyone else, Lydron, would have regarded him as a madman. But Leo gave her the impression that he planned his plans and then acted. He was the kind of person who could achieve the impossible. As a person who made things possible, and with an unknown god standing behind him, killing hacker was very possible for Leo. Besides, Vol'jin, the leader of the Darkspear clan, is not a simple character. If he is not sure, will he accompany Leo to go crazy? In this way, the credibility is very high, and success is guaranteed. Hearing his subordinate's confidence in Leo from Lydron's words, Kaldats began to seriously consider this matter. He had to admit that the body of a god was very tempting to him, so much that it made his heart flutter. The strength of the gods is very strong, far beyond the comparison of mortals. This strength is not only reflected in his soul, but also in his body. The bodies of gods often contain huge energy. This energy Kaldats calls it divine power, and divine power can be transformed. It is this that makes Kaldats' heart move. If all the divine power contained in the corpse of a god is converted into pure energy, it can be used by the whole Blood Elves for at least 100 years. For the Blood Elves who are troubled by magic addiction and have just experienced the natural disaster invasion, time is what they are in urgent need of. No one would doubt that the Blood Elves, who had been buffering for hundreds of years, still could not find a solution to their magic addiction. Kaldats was moved by the thought of being able to solve the fundamental problem of magic addiction that plagued the Blood Elves. He admitted that he was tempted by Leo, and even though he knew that the other party wanted to use him as a thug, he was still tempted. You make arrangements. I want to talk to him. Kaldats made a decision. He wanted to meet Leo first. If the other party was really sure that he could kill Hacker, he wouldn't mind participating in this great cause of killing the gods. But if Leo couldn't tell him why, he would do it. I can only express regret. After all, no matter how tempting the god's body is, you have to kill him to get it. There's a saying that chow 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 has arrived. Kael'thas was asking Liedron to arrange for him to have a talk with Leo. The teleportation array in Naxxramas lit up. Leo had returned to this place that belonged to him. In the city in the sky, the Dracula carried about 400 rock giants to the Bone Dragon's lair through other passages. Leo didn't want everyone to know about conquering the rock giants in Hellfire Peninsula. For the sake of these rock giants, he resisted the temptation to upgrade his energy and stopped when the pink crystal still had 1/5 of its volume left. Goldfinger's absorption of its energy. If Leo completely absorbed the energy in this pink crystal, he could advance to a small level. However, in order to allow the rock giant to continue to retain the ability of soulless splitting, and to study the secret of the pink crystal, Leo gave up the opportunity to upgrade. Upgrading to a level is a very small improvement for Leo, because this is not a level that can cause qualitative changes. Unless he absorbs the pink crystal at level 79, and can be directly promoted to level 80 to become a legend. After learning that Leo had returned to Naxxramas, Liedron quickly led Kael'thas to find him. The Blood Elf Prince put aside the unhappiness caused by Passarion's betrayal, and paid tribute to this famous human being for a long time. Allies expressed his kindness. Hello. I'm Kael'thas. The characteristics of the Blood Elf Prince were very obvious. The large blood-red robe, the huge Sindori golden staff, and the floating green orb all showed his identity. Leo recognized him at a glance. Nice to meet you, Prince Kael'thas. The Blood Elf Prince was very friendly, and Leo was naturally not stingy with his smile. While chatting with Kael'thas, he asked someone to inform Scarlet that Kael'thas' arrival was a big event. Forget it. Now we know that Scarlet is bound to come. This is the first top-level meeting between the Kingdom of Arather and the Blood Elves after they regained their alliance with the Blood Elves. First conversation between. Scarlet didn't pause when she received the news that Kael'thas had arrived in Naxxramas. After sending a guard to inform the Draenei messenger Justinus, she hurried with Donna's and others. Farewell. Scarlet is very clear about the role that the Blood Elf ally can play in the rise of Arather. Look at the Summoner Legion. It is precisely because of those Blood Elf warlocks that it can develop so fast. Gaudy alone, how can Karenran be so busy? The meeting between Scarlet and Kael'thas, who was born in an orthodox noble family, was a social etiquette that made Leo doze off. The tedious process made Leo very bored. Who among the nobles of the Kingdom of Aratha would dare to play this with him? Hedging will definitely get Leo's thumbs down. Queen Scarlet. Before the Draenei envoy arrives, I think we should exchange opinions with each other. Neither I nor my people have any good feelings towards this race that has a deep connection with demons. So during the negotiation I won't give in. After the etiquette between nobles was completed, Kael'thas immediately entered the topic. The Blood Elf Prince did not beat around the bush, but directly stated his attitude. The Blood Elves must be tough when dealing with the Draenei. No matter how they conquer the territory, it's mine. And that energy ship Blood Elf won't let go. The Draenei would be very angry if they heard this. But the person sitting opposite Kael'thas now is Scarlet. Humans who did not participate in this war have no feelings about this. From an objective point of view, the Blood Elves are enough. They are strong and have the strength to capture the Draenei's storm fortress. It is normal that they are unwilling to return the energy ship. This world is full of fists. Whether it is a country or an individual, if they do not have strength, they are destined to be oppressed. We are just middlemen and will not interfere in specific matters. Scarlet expressed her attitude. The position of mankind is to let both parties sit at the negotiating table, and they will not care about more things. Kael'thas was relieved after confirming that humans would really not interfere. He knew that he had taken the initiative in the upcoming negotiations. Chapter 567, Change of Subject. Kael'thas and Liedron are discussing in Naxxramas, and Gastonus has informed the Draenei leader Velan in the Honor Keep. In the Storm Fortress, a Draenei sighed. His robe could not hide his strong body, and the golden light from his eyes was like a sharp sword. This Draenei was Velan, who once fought with Kill. Jareden and Archimonde are both prophets of the Eridar Triumvirate. After receiving the news from Gastonus, Velan knew that a difficult negotiation was about to begin. The Blood Elves naturally wanted to get benefits at the negotiating table when they agreed to the negotiation when they had the upper hand. And all Velan had to do was try his best, working around to reduce the losses of the Draenei. It is foreseeable that this is not easy to do. I can see that the trajectory of destiny has changed. Before Varen could speak, a huge luminous object suddenly moved and then spoke. The luminous object was shining with dazzling golden light, just like a big light bulb. But this was not an ordinary big light bulb. The dazzling golden light is holy light. The body of the big light bulb is completely made of holy light. The amount of energy it contains is staggering. The big light bulb is the Naru. It is an energy creature formed by the combination of various positive thoughts in the universe and the power of light. The Draenei met the Naru during their escape. With the help of the Naru, they were able to escape the burning the Legion's pursuit reaches the world of Draenor. Velen is a prophet who has the ability to foresee the future. But the Naru is not bad either. Hearing what the Naru said, Velen understood what he meant. Under the influence of unknown forces, the future they had foreseen changed, and things developed beyond the control of this Naru. Future changes may not be such a bad thing for the Draenei. As a prophet, Velen once predicted the future. In his prediction, the Draenei storm fortress would fall, and the Blood Elves would step on the corpses of countless Draenei to become the masters here. After defeat, they would have to go into exile again. Now that the future has changed, this means that there is a high possibility that the tragedy will not happen. As the leader of the clan, Velen is naturally happy. The future is in your hands. Varen, go ahead. Another big light bulb appears. This is another Naru in Stormkeep. This Naru was called Adal, and it was he and the previous Naru named Muru who rescued the Draenei from the Burning Legion and taught them how to use the holy light. Velen resigned and left. The Draenei leader was now focused on how to preserve more interests for his people in negotiations with the Blood Elves. He did not pay much attention to the situation of Adal and Muru. Adal, I originally saw my mission, but now it has disappeared in the long river of fate. Muru spoke again after Velen left. His voice had no cadence at all, and it was impossible to tell whether the Naru had any thoughts on the changes in the foreseeable future. There are too many uncertainties in the future, and the future we foresee may not necessarily happen. But the mission is the mission, and it will not change. Mulu, just wait with peace of mind. Adal's words were very, how should I put it? If Leo heard him, he would definitely curse him. But Muru really fell for him. So the big light bulb was silent, and the room in Storm Fortress returned to silence. Speaking of quiet, this word is not appropriate to use in Naxxramas, especially now after learning that Velen, the leader of the Draenei, has arrived. Everyone knows that with the arrival of Velen, a negotiation involving hundreds of thousands of lives will begin in Naxxramas. If the Blood Elves and Draenei cannot resolve the issue at the negotiating table, the two sides will have fierce battle breaks out in Stormkeep. Because the stakes were so high, Leo did not refuse the entry of the expeditionary force this time. Donna's Isidore and others followed Velen into the city in the sky. When they came to the negotiating table under the leadership of Polition, when they entered the meeting hall, they found that the Blood Elf Prince and his men had been waiting here for a long time. The proud Blood Elf Prince and the noble Queen Arathor seemed to be chatting very happily. Negotiation is nothing more than wrangling. Well, this is Leo's understanding. So he was bored and started to wander. Of course, this is not a meaningless daze, but an evaluation of Donna's. Darnath of the Trollbane family looks very upright, with a serious face and a pair of resolute eyes, which makes people feel that this person is trustworthy at a glance. Looking at his legendary experience from mercenary to kingdom general, you will find that this man is simply too perfect. So perfect that no one can find anything to criticize about him. Donna's, who was born as a mercenary, has nothing that the nobles dislike. Greedy, vulgar, and every nobleman who has come into contact with him will praise his courtesy and rigor. At first glance, he is a successful person who has emerged from the mud and is untainted. However, Leo does not believe that Dana has been in the mercenary circle since he was a child. This will be a wonderful flower that never dies while holding the green lotus. It was precisely because Donna's performed so perfectly that every nobleman who came into contact with him praised him, that Leo became suspicious. Everyone has their own way of doing things, which is destined to be a person who may be praised by the vast majority of people, but will never let everyone say that he is good. No matter how noble a person is, there will inevitably be comments. Envy, jealousy, and hatred. These 5 words have been with mankind since its birth. If a person is praised by everyone, either someone is wrong, or there is something wrong with that person. Considering the superiority of nobles over civilians in this world, would nobles hide their inner views from a mercenary who was born as a civilian? Don't be ridiculous. Do you think you can make those nobles shut their mouths just because you are strong? Leo, who has personally experienced this kind of thing, will tell you, absolutely impossible. In this way, the answer comes out. There is something wrong with Donna's. He is not as upright and selfless as the outside world spreads. This man who became a general from a mercenary is a guy who talks about people and ghosts. Nobles with different temperaments will behave differently to gain their favor. Of course, these are just Leo's views. Maybe Donna's is not as unbearable as he thought. But from Leo's point of view, since Scarlet has doubts about this man, Leo naturally looks at him. It's pleasing to the eye. Just like the war between races has nothing to do with justice or evil. The same person will have different views on the same thing with different positions. Leo silently recalled that Scarlet had told him that after learning about the grievance between her and Galen of the Trollbane family, Danaeus' performance was perfect. He just showed an upright king. The general was angry at the unworthy descendants, and said that because of Galen's incident, he no longer had the shame to stay in the position of commander of the Fort of Glory. Others might have been moved by Donna's upright and selfless performance. But Scarlet, who suspected that he was the murderer of Grand Duke Lothar, was not, with Leo's support behind her. Among the subjects of the entire kingdom of Arathor, Scarlet, who has a very high reputation, will not let Donna's continue to manage the Castle of Glory because it is the place that Donna's has been in charge of for many years. So those who want to see a show of generosity from a minister showing his loyalty to the monarch are bound to be disappointed. Scarlet took over the command of Lothar's son from Donna's. At that moment, the female knight read in Donna's eyes. There was a hint of surprise. Donna's is very experienced in dealing with the upright paladin. But Scarlet, a paladin, has changed a lot after being influenced by a dark warlock for a long time. It is not so easy for Donna's to get along as well as before. As for the question of whether Scarlet's deprivation of the position of commander of Donna's, when she first arrived at Fort Glory, would cause dissatisfaction among the soldiers, Leo said that this was a very easy solution. Less than half a minute after Darnaz was usurped as commander by Scarlet, the news about Galen of the Trollbane family colluding with the orcs and the scum of the syndicate to try to kill the only direct descendant of Grand Duke Lothar had spread throughout the Glory Castle. The soldiers of Lothar's sons did not believe it at first. However, the Arathor soldiers who entered the Glory Castle described the incident in a convincing way. Many people even swore that they had experienced it personally. Even if they believed in Donna's story, the soldiers couldn't help but become suspicious. After that, when Donna's and Scarlet appeared in front of the soldiers of Fort Glory, the soldiers who discovered that he had resigned as commander began to make assumptions in their hearts. At this time, the soldiers of Arathor knew very well. He cleverly brought up the matter that he had been discussing before, which made the soldiers of Lothar's son believe a little. If something hadn't happened, why would Donna's be deprived of the position of commander of Fort Glory? Scarlet, who had just arrived at the Fort of Glory, relied on the prestige of the Lothar family and her identity as Queen Arathor to easily win the loyalty of most of the soldiers in the Fort of Glory. There were only 300 to 400 loyal to him left around Donna's soldier. In fact, Scarlet's success in seizing power was not because Danaeus was stupid, but because he could do very little resistance in the face of royal power. The supremacy of the world's royal power in the era of feudal monarchs has long been rooted in everyone's heart. Even if Scarlet is unreasonable, the soldiers can only complain a few words about Her Majesty the Queen. It is absolutely impossible for them to clearly oppose Her Majesty the Queen. Maybe, not to mention that it was the Trollbane family of Danath who was at fault first, during the whole process of Scarlet seizing control of the Glory Castle. Although Isidore and others did not express their explicit support, they all cooperated in practical actions. These nobles of the Arathor kingdom will not be affected by their relationship with Donna's. They disobeyed the Queen's orders because of their personal relationship. They were able to avoid adding insult to injury, and were very worthy of the friendship they had gained over so many years. You must know that Donna's became a member of the royal family as a mercenary. Many mercenaries among them were envied and angered by many nobles. How could the nobles be happy if an inferior person climbed on top of him? Gently stroking the ring of forbidden evil words, Leo slowly brought his thoughts back. At this time, the negotiation between Kael'dats and Velan was still in progress, and it seemed that he didn't know how long it would last. It's time to act. Leo changed the gesture of stroking the ring of forbidden evil words. Kael'dats, who was negotiating with Velan, suddenly changed the subject when he saw this. Velan, there is no need to talk about the issue of energy ships. In fact, it is not me who is going to war with you. You have to know that for some reasons, my tribe and I can't help ourselves. The Blood Elf Prince, who had always been very strong in negotiations with him, suddenly said this, making Velan feel caught off guard. The prophet is not omniscient and omnipotent. He doesn't know much about Velan. The Blood Elf family, This Delaney, the human leaders only knew that these long-eared elves came to the world of Draenor with a demon named Illidan, who occupied the temple of Karabaer. Is there any hidden secret in this? Chapter 568, the so-called negotiation. Kael'thas's words silenced Velen. The Draenei seer didn't know the Blood Elf Prince's intentions, so he could only speculate based on limited intelligence. Velen remained silent. Kael'thas did not speak either, and the scene became cold for a moment. Ahem. Leo coughed and said after attracting everyone's attention to him. Prophet Velen may not know about Prince Kael'thas and their situation. Can you allow me to briefly introduce them? As he spoke, Leo's eyes moved on Kael'thas and Velen. The Blood Elf Prince nodded slightly in agreement. Velen would naturally not be able to object if he had the chance to understand the other party. So Leo spoke with the consent of both parties. The Blood Elves, like us humans, come from the world on the other side of the Dark Portal. Our homeland was once invaded by the Burning Legion, and Archimonde the Defiler and Molonos the Destroyer fell under our resistance. In the latest war with the Burning Legion, the Blood Elves suffered huge losses. The Scourge Legion affiliated with the Burning Legion, led by Nazul, brought huge harm to our world, and also plunged the Blood Elves into crisis. Hearing Leo say that Archimonde the Defiler had fallen in their world, Velen's expression was quite complicated, because they had only had tentative contact with humans before. The two sides didn't know each other well. The Draenei didn't know this news. It's hard to avoid being shocked to hear it now. However, the Draenei prophet was very curious about the world that could cause Archimonde's fall, and was more interested in forming an alliance with humans. They can kill Archimonde, and the elves are the most powerful among them. So we don't need to doubt them at all against the common enemy of the Burning Legion. Maybe you, Prophet Velen, are curious about why the Blood Elves are in league with Illidan. I can't go into too much detail on this matter. What I can tell you is that Illidan has what they need. Prince Kael'thas is not working for Illidan, but is being blackmailed. Leo stopped here, although he didn't continue. Varen already understood what he meant. The Blood Elves obeyed Illidan because Illidan, who occupied the Karabaer temple, had something they wanted. For this thing, Kael'thas would associate with Illidan. From their true heart, they were not voluntary. I understand. Prince Kael'thas means that it is Illidan's request for the Blood Elves to go to war with us. Velen did not ask Illidan why he wanted to launch a war against the Draenei. In fact, it is normal for the Draenei to be coveted as a race with technology far beyond this world. Whether it is energy ships, ecological ships, or storm fortresses, they are all weapons of war. Especially the storm fortress. This aerial fortress that can take root in the void storm is deceiving itself if it is not attractive to others. As you can imagine, the reason why I led my people to fight against you was because I was coerced by Illidan. The traitor did this not only to obtain the storm fortress that can travel through the twisted void, but also to expand his troops. Kael'thas took over the conversation. What he said made Velen a little strange. It was easy for Illidan to launch a war to seize storm fortress, but to expand his troops was a lot of thought. He was so sure. Make the defeated Draenei his army? Velen, don't be surprised. And don't question what I said. Under the current situation, as the Prince of the Blood Elves and the heir of the Sunstrider family, there is no need for me to lie to you. Kael'thas showed his appreciation for the situation at the right time. Velen suspected that he was dissatisfied. The reason why Illidan became the overlord of the world of Draenor was not only that he had enough and strong followers, but also three forces, namely my Blood Elves, Vashj Naga and Akama's Broken One. Vashji and I already have our own station, while Akama's Broken One is in the Dark Temple. Do you understand what I'm saying? What Kael'thas said was very straightforward. How could Velen not understand it? When attacked by the orcs controlled by the Burning Legion, the Draenei put up a heroic resistance. In that war, due to the demonic power of the orc warlocks, many Draenei were contaminated, and the Broken, who tended to become demonized, were born. The Akama mentioned in Kael'thas's words was the leader of the Broken Ones. Akama joined Illidan's camp when he attacked the former Black Temple of Karabaer, the Draenei's temple. When Velen heard Akama's name, he knew what Kael'thas said about Illidan's expansion of troops. The defeated and captured Draenei might not directly serve Illidan, but if they were arranged, this is not necessarily the case with Akama. The Great Sage will do his best to persuade them, rather than letting them be executed by Illidan in the end. In this way, the problem of Illidan letting Kael'thas lead the Blood Elves to attack the Draenei has been fully explained. After this war, Illidan's side will not only get a powerful aerial fortress, but also gain from the defeat. The captives can be supplemented with soldiers. And due to the grievances between these Draenei and Blood Elves, They can also act as a check and balance on Kaeldats. After figuring out the cause and effect, Velan understood why Kaeldats agreed to negotiate with him. The Blood Elves were not willing to work for Illidan. If Illidan didn't have what they needed, he wouldn't be able to instruct them. From this we can imagine that Kaeldats is very dissatisfied and even hostile to Illidan. Illidan must have noticed this. So he let the Blood Elves attack the Storm Fortress and do this thankless job. If there were no humans to intervene in the middle, maybe the current Storm Fortress would be littered with corpses and blood. And the Blood Elves of Kaeldats and his Velan tribe would have suffered countless casualties. But now things have obviously changed. And the variable is this: a human army came to Draenor from the world beyond the Dark Portal. Velan thought as his eyes kept wandering around Scarlet and Kaeldats. He felt that the other party's request for him to come to the city in the sky, which was no worse than Storm Fortress, was not as simple as a so-called negotiation. I think the wisdom of Prophet Velan has guessed our intentions. You are right. His Royal Highness Prince Kaeldats has given up this war that should not be carried out under the persuasion of His Majesty Scarlet. No one wanting to fight the wrong war at the wrong time with a race that is an instinctive ally. Seeing Velan's actions, Leo already knew that the Draenei prophet had doubts about this so-called negotiation. So he stood up at the right time and made it clear that there was no need to proceed with this negotiation. The Blood Elves had already "if you don't want to fight. Now it's up to you Draenei people." Velan is a smart man. And as a prophet, he is naturally outstanding. He heard that there was something in Leo's words. This human wanted to establish a three-way alliance. But the Blood Elves would not return the Draenei energy ship. If you want to form an alliance with Velan, you can't use this as an excuse. It is indeed a waste to form an alliance with someone who has robbed the energy ship. But does Velan still have a choice? If they don't agree to wait for them, it will be an impossible war to win. The Blood Elves of Kaeldats can get supplements from another world. But the Draenei only have one Storm Fortress. Even the trapped Blood Elves can trap them to death. I can agree to the alliance now. But what about after the alliance? Velan has a very thorough understanding of the current situation. He knows that the Draenei will definitely lose if they really fight. Agreeing to form an alliance is the only way out. However, Velan also knows that forming an alliance is not the point. The point is what they will face after the alliance is formed. Condition: the Blood Elves were originally sent by Illidan to rob the Draenei Storm Fortress and plunder their population. If they formed an alliance with the Draenei, it would be a blatant betrayal of Illidan. What the Blood Elves would have to face then would be Illidan's army. Will Kaeldats fight Illidan for the Draenei? You can even think about it with your toes and understand that this is impossible. Sure enough, after Velan asked, Kaeldats spoke. Our alliance will naturally be carried out in secret. No one else will know about it except us. I will try to delay the alliance after the alliance is formed. And all you have to do is to get something done during this time. Velan thought for a while, and he understood what Kaeldats meant. The Draenei prophet said, "You want me to persuade Akama? It's difficult. It's not difficult to let Akama be our internal agent." Kaeldats seemed very confident in Velan. More confident than Velan himself. "I know what you are worried about. Akama will indeed do it because of the Dark Temple. I have concerns about the people in the clan. And I also know that his soul has been imprisoned by Illidan. If he dares to openly betray Illidan, he will die immediately. But since I dare to do so, I am sure of it." Kaeldats smiled proudly when he said this. And his words contained merciless mockery of Illidan. "My people have taken control of the food supply, magic supplies, and demon management of the Dark Temple. If I cooperate with you, do you think Akama will agree?" Velan's eyes lit up when he heard Kaeldats' words. This Blood Elf prince seemed to have planned it for a long time. His power had penetrated very deeply into the Dark Temple. He was 80% sure that the Blood Elf would cooperate and persuade him. Akama. Velan lowered his head and thought, while Kaeldats secretly exchanged a look with Leo. Illidan's attack on the Black Temple was successful because of Akama's help. It was he who led the Broken Breakers with special invisibility abilities. Destroying the defensive energy generator of the Black Temple allowed Illidan to successfully attack. Having his breaker as an internal response was half the battle. If the Prophet Velan, the Blood Elves, and the Draenei attack the Black Temple as allies, we will not stand idly by. The Kingdom of Arathor has never lacked brave warriors. Scarlet added another weight at this time. The Outland Expeditionary Force had also attacked the Black Temple under the leadership of Tyrion. Her statement that she wanted to intervene in this matter did not arouse any objection. Human beings really need to participate. Velan nodded secretly. After Kaeldats said he would cooperate with them, he had already agreed in his heart. The reason why he continued to look like he was bowing his head and thinking was to let the third party force humans here express their attitude. We are very grateful to our human allies for helping us. I promised you to persuade Akuma. It's just that Prince Kaeldats just mentioned that Akuma's soul was imprisoned by Illidan. We must resolve this matter as soon as possible. It is no longer difficult for Velan to persuade Akuma, but Illidan imprisoned his soul in order to control Akuma, which makes Velan very uneasy, even though Akuma is not afraid of death. Without him, those who have escaped from the Draenei, who will manage the Broken Ones, who have lived for many years, I am in charge of the box that imprisons Akuma's soul. Kaeldats was very confident, since he had already prepared to betray Illidan. He had investigated many things very clearly. What about the Naga? It has to be said that Velan has many things to worry about. The Nagas of Zangarmarsh are also a strength that cannot be ignored. He does not want Vash's Nagas to suddenly come out when attacking the Black Temple. The Nagas are in charge of our kingdom of Arathar. Leo rubbed the ring of forbidden evil words with a weird smile on his face that made people shiver. Miss Vashti will like what I asked Sinestra to bring her. Gift. Chapter 569 about Gazrilla. Wayland is a man who knows the current affairs. You know, I'm really afraid that he won't agree. Kaeldats said to Leo in a joking tone. This was the day after Velan met with him. The Draenei prophet was a man of action and returned to Storm Fortress the same day the matter was settled. And Kaeldats thus stayed on to fulfill his promise to guide Leo's mana drain and arcane realms. There is no need to doubt the wisdom of Velan, who can become a prophet. The energy ship was captured by the Blood Elves at any cost. Naturally, it is impossible to give it up. He must have been prepared to suffer a loss before coming. As the leader of the clan, what he has to consider is how to let his race multiply and grow. Obviously, he has not suffered a loss this time. As long as he cooperates with us, not only the Storm Fortress will not be lost, but also the Broken Ones of Akuma can be integrated, which will not only preserve the breeding ground of the race, but also make it stronger. With his strength, I really can't think of any reason for him to refuse. Leo shrugged and controlled the 3 mana balls around him while talking to Kaeldats. This is a technique he learned from Kaeldats. This technique allows people to exercise their control of magic anytime and anywhere. And these 3 mana balls are also very useful when fighting against enemies. Allowing himself to inherit Crystal's Rune Master, obtain the blood law given by Golden Finger, and merge it with the Warlock's life extraction and magic absorption. Leo has no need for mana absorption at all. He uses the energy absorption created by the blood law as a double absorption of magic blood, which is much better than Kaeldats's mana absorption that simply draws the opponent's mana. In this way, Leo naturally did not need to ask Kaeldats to teach him this spell. The Blood Elf Prince was also very kind. After learning about Leo's situation, he took out another unique skill of his. So in a K, 2 people surrounded by mana balls appeared in Samus. Seeing Leo masterfully controlling the mana ball in less than a day, Kaeldats couldn't help but sigh that there really are people in this world who are more talented than himself. He thought that after he developed such a spellcasting technique, it took him so long to do so. It took a month of hard work to reach the point where Leo was like this. But thinking back to the news that Liadrin told him that Leo had touched the law, the Blood Elf Prince felt that it was normal again. Law, that is a higher level of power, is what the legendary peak powerhouses like Kaeldats long for. Geniuses like Kaeldats have been at the top of the legendary level many years ago. Over the years, there has been no qualitative change in his power level, and he can only continue to accumulate quantity. Although when it comes to the richness of his magic power, he is not worse than some powerful demigods. But in terms of realm, he has no choice but to he is always inferior to the other person. It's still the same metaphor. What Kael'thas is facing now is the same problem that Leo once had. The car with top configuration cannot perform as well as it should because the driver is an amateur driver. Leo, once you are promoted to legend, you will be qualified to attack demigods within 100 years. I really envy you. The Blood Elf Prince did not hide his feelings. Many times he was thinking that the other party could be as qualified as himself after practicing for thousands of years in just a few years. Is the talent of a natural awakener really so abnormal? Leo smiled proudly. Even Kaeldats himself admitted that he envied someone of him. So how could he be dissatisfied? There is a word called getting carried away. When someone is proud, some people will make oversteps. Leo put his hand on Kaeldats' shoulder and looked very familiar with the Blood Elf Prince. Look at you. We they are all ready to kill gods. So the demigod realm is no small matter. Leo, watch your behavior. Liadrin saw the scene and quickly stopped. Leo's behavior was already very rude. Leo curled his lips and ignored Liadrin. In his opinion, there were very few people who could allow him to make such an intimate move. The reason why he hooked up with Kaeldats was because he felt that this prince could have a close relationship. What's the saying? I hit you because I looked down on you. If I looked down on you, I wouldn't even bother to talk to you. The expression on Kaeldats' face showed that he was not used to such physical contact with people. But the Blood Elf Prince could feel Leo's kindness to him. So he stopped Liadrin. The demigod realm is not a big problem for you. But it is still far away for me. Speaking of the unusual helplessness of Kaeldats being promoted to demigod, he is not a person who Leo has not touched the law. I have been waiting for the final step for thousands of years. Leo, you can't understand the feeling of staying in a certain realm for thousands of years without being able to break through. If it weren't for my strong will, I think I would have gone crazy. Leo thought about it carefully and made a sympathetic expression to Kaeldats. Thousands of years are too long for him now. In such a long time. If he has been in the last step, he can get it. Leo felt that he would be even more depressed than Kaeldats when he was promoted but could not take the step. Okay, let's not talk about this. As if he found it very boring to talk about this, Leo began to change the topic. Kaeldats, what do you think of the demigod realm? Kaeldats shook his head. I have never been exposed to the law, and I don't know much about the strong people in the demigod realm. If you want to get experience from me, then I can only say sorry. Unless you face the strong people in the demigod realm in person. Otherwise, you won't know the difference between you and him. To face the demigods personally, Leo rubbed his chin with a thoughtful look in his eyes. The way his eyes flickered in Kaeldats' eyes shocked the Blood Elf Prince. This human wouldn't want to challenge a demigod. Leo, I admit that you are very strong. But demigods are completely different from legends. Don't judge demigods by my strength. The higher the level, the bigger the gap is with each major level. A demigod it's easy to kill a peak legend like me. Kaeldats valued Leo, an important human ally, very much. And he did not want to see Leo do stupid things. Leo blinked and replied with a strange look on his face. But the last time I saw a demigod didn't show much strength when facing a group of trolls who offended him. Did you see a demigod fighting a human? Kaeldats' interest arose. And the Blood Elf Prince didn't notice that Liadrin, who was following him, was constantly winking at him. Yes. In the desert of Tanaris, wasn't there the Sand Fury tribe sent by the original Troll Empire to monitor the beetle men? They enshrined a three-headed sea serpent in the pool of Zul'Farrak, which was said to have the strength of a demigod. Gazrilla, Valjean and I once worked together, and we happened to witness the battle between the Sand Fury trolls and Gazrilla. Kaeldats glanced at Leo meaningfully. Since Gazrilla is the demigod worshipped by the Sand Fury trolls, why would they fight with this three-headed sea serpent? He could only guess with his toes that he had to fight with Leo and Jean can't get away with it. However, the Blood Elf Prince would not pursue what they did in Zul'Farrak as long as the matter was of no concern to him. Liadrin shouted in her heart that something was wrong. She knew Leo well. She had been very alert since the arrival of Prince Kaeldats. The Countess of Blood Elf did not want to see her prince being deceived by someone. Things happen. Now that Leo mentioned Gazrilla, Liadrin became wary. It is a pity that Kaeldats did not notice the loyal Countess behind him. Otherwise he would have been more vigilant. Now the Blood Elf Prince's energy has been concentrated on another place. Leo, are you saying that Gazrilla, a water demigod, is currently in Zul'Farrak, deep in the Tanaris desert? Yes, what's the matter? Leo blinked blankly, looking very puzzled by the sudden excitement of the Blood Elf Prince beside him. It's unexpected that a water demigod would be in the depths of the desert. It's really unbelievable. Kaeldats said to Leo with excitement. Leo, you should understand that even demigods will be affected by the environment. Influence. As a water demigod, Gazrilla's strength is much stronger in places where the water element is active. But now that it is in the desert, this fool actually went to a desert where the water element is lacking. Its strength it will be greatly affected. I estimate that if 2 digits of legendary experts join forces, they can kill it as long as they cooperate tacitly. Seeing the excited Kaeldats, Liadrin having the urge to cover her face, the Blood Elf Countess sighed in her heart. Her prince, who didn't understand Leo, had fallen into someone's trap. Leo made it clear that he wanted to plot against Gazrilla, a demigod, but he was not strong enough, so he didn't take action. Seeing that Kaeldats, the legendary pinnacle of magic power comparable to that of a demigod, Leo didn't take action against him. It's a real weird thing. After scratching his face, Leo asked the excited Kaeldats with a strange look on his face, Your Highness Kaeldats, Gazrilla is still a demigod after all. even if it is a water demigod. Although the strength in the desert has declined, it is still very strong. What does this have to do with us? Seeing Leo's expression of how excited he was, Kael'thas explained to him carefully, a demigod is a demigod. Even a demigod whose strength has declined is still a demigod. If you can feel Gus head on, Rilla's power is a very rare opportunity for people like me who have been stuck at the top of the legend for a long time. I understand. You want to use the battle with Rilla to find an opportunity for a breakthrough. Leo nodded suddenly. Kael'thas had already reached the demigod realm in terms of accumulation of strength. Now he was just one step away from the enemy. He fought with opponents in the demigod realm and looked for opportunities to touch the law from the opponent's power. This was true. Is a good way. Yes. Kael'thas looked at Leo seriously. I think this can also be used as a run-in before we deal with Hacker. It would be a good idea to practice with Gazrilla before you kill the god. I'll let my people prepare. I'll inform Wajin directly when I get back. After patting Kael'thas on the shoulder, Leo turned and left. His Royal Highness Prince. Watching Leo go away, Liadrin hurriedly stepped forward. But before she could finish her words, Kael'thas waved her hand to stop her. I know what you are going to say. It is indeed wrong to rashly provoke a demigod. But I have stayed in this realm for too long. I have been suffering from not being able to take this step for thousands of years. Even if there is only a glimmer of a chance. You and I both know how much the emergence of a demigod in the clan will help the endangered Quel'Thalas. Although this human has some small thoughts, why don't we have more time to contact him than me? Do you think he is credible? Liadrin thought carefully before nodding and saying, it's credible. Then get ready. Chapter 570 Leaking the Water. Zul'Farrak, the Pearl of Tanaris in the mouth of the trolls. But as far as the current situation is concerned, this is just a beautiful memory that exists in the memory of the trolls. Now the ruins of Zul'Farrak that can be seen everywhere are no longer the grandeur of the past. If it weren't for the Sand Fury tribe still living here, it would have become a ruin and forgotten. Even though Zul'Farrak is now dilapidated, the city's water supply is only supported by 1 or 2 wells, and food is becoming increasingly difficult to obtain. The Sand Fury troll still has no intention of leaving. Everyone in the tribe guarded their homeland with all their heart. Anyone who dared to step into their territory would be mercilessly hunted by the Sand Fury trolls. Because of the existence of the Sand Fury troll, Zul'Farrak has become a forbidden land in this sand sea. No adventurers come here unless necessary. Zul'Farrak is both dangerous and unprofitable for adventurers who lick blood with their swords. There is really no need to come. But things have changed in Zul'Farrak in recent days. Hundreds of adventurers were running desperately, and behind them was a force of thousands of Sand Fury trolls. Apparently these adventurers had provoked the Sand Fury trolls and were being chased by the other party. If you don't want to die, run quickly. As long as we run through this sand dune, our mission will be completed. A burly human warrior cheered for his teammates while running. Racing against Sand Fury trolls in the desert under the cool sun was a dangerous physical activity. Even if all of the 100 or so people were strong, there are still some warriors who can't hold on. And those whose physical strength is almost exhausted account for 1/10 of the entire adventurer team. The words of the human warrior aroused the adventurer's desire to survive. Survival is the instinct of living things. When the instinct is stimulated, living things often explode. Those adventurers who could no longer run forced themselves to hold on for a breath and step forward again. As they started running, the Sand Fury troll behind them saw that they could catch up with their target. But they were once again pulled away and jumped in anger. However, the Sand Fury trolls could tell from those few people that the adventurers could not hold on for long. They only needed to catch up a little longer to kill these guys who had lost their physical strength. Thinking of this, they were far away from Brokenwood Post. The Sand Fury troll was still chasing closely. A flash bomb flickered into the sky, and groups of adventurers appeared out of nowhere. The Sand Fury trolls, who had just chased across the dunes, found themselves surrounded by the other party. This is a trap. The Sand Fury troll, who led the team, was shocked. He really didn't expect that these adventurers, who were usually driven around by them, would have the courage to attack the 1,000-man team he led. Since when did cowardly adventurers dare to deal with the warriors of the Sand Fury tribe? Do they think they can defeat us with more people? Out of their usual contempt for adventurers, the Sand Fury trolls did not choose to break out immediately, but launched an attack on the adventurers. A bloody fight was once again staged in the endless sand sea of Tanaris. The wages of avarice is death. In the sky above the battlefield where the adventurers and the Sand Fury trolls were fighting fiercely, someone let out a sigh. No one else in this world could say this except Leo. If someone has the ability to see through illusions, he will immediately fall into a sluggish state as long as he glances at the sky. Because the seemingly blue sky at this time is just an illusion. A skull dragon has already become the sky with the power to block out the sun. Dominator. Hearing Leo's emotion, everyone around him looked at him with strange eyes. Everyone else was qualified to say this, but he was the only one who didn't. If it hadn't been for the mission this guy had set up in Gadget-san, this would have happened. Seen? Many young people yearn for adventure and dream of becoming a great adventurer. But they don't know that a great adventurer steps on the bones of many ordinary adventurers, and how much blood, sweat and experience he has put into it. How many dangers, and so on are beyond the imagination of outsiders. 1,000 adventurers will have 1,000 different stories. No adventurer's adventure career is exactly the same. But all adventurers have one thing in common. That is, they must make money. Without money, you can't live. And naturally you can't continue to take risks. So gold coins are attractive enough to adventurers. And Dong Dong Leo, nicknamed Brother Kong Fong, has plenty of them. A living Sand Fury Troll costs 20 silver coins. If the body of the Sand Fury Troll is not damaged, the price will rise to 50 silver coins. If the Sand Fury Troll is strong and healthy, the price will be 30 more silver coins. The number of silver coins reached 80 silver coins. This was the price Leo gave. And it was also the reason why the adventurers of Tanaris formed a group to trouble the Sand Fury Troll. The adventurers who took on the mission and came for money made Zul'Farrak very upset during this period. In the eyes of these desperados who licked blood from their swords, the Sand Fury Trolls had turned into moving gold coins. Sneak attacks and traps, poisoning and other endless methods were used to accidentally attack the Sand Fury Trolls one after another. The first few teams to take action were said to have earned thousands of gold coins. Such news stimulated more adventurers, and the Sand Fury tribe was completely destroyed. Disturbed. After learning that those hateful adventurers were harassing their tribe again, the Sand Fury priests, who took power, were angry. They sent out teams one after another to continuously chase and kill outsiders who dared to enter their territory. How could they expect the adventurers' reaction to the trolls? As expected, one after another the Sand Fury troops who chased out fell into the ambush of the adventurers. Just like the battle taking place at Leo's feet. Don't look at me like that. Isn't my method efficient? Leo didn't feel uncomfortable at all under everyone's gaze. He shrugged and pointed to the battlefield at his feet. With our current status, we can solve it with money. None of the problems are a problem. With these adventurers, the Sand Fury Trolls in Zul'Farrak cannot cause any hindrance to our actions at all. In just a few days, the number of Sand Fury Trolls has been reduced by half. And we just spent tens of thousands of gold coins were lost. Does anyone here care about such a small number of gold coins? Tens of thousands of gold coins are an astronomical amount of wealth for ordinary adventurers. But Leo and the others are not even interested in taking a look at it. As Leo said when he completed the mission in Gadget-san, let the adventurer to deal with those Sand Fury Trolls so that they will not encounter additional resistance when dealing with Israel. And spend a small amount of money to do big things. Leo, your plan is indeed successful. When will we deal with Gazrilla? Valjean, who stood on Polition's back with Leo, didn't pay much attention to the war at his feet. The harvest in the past few days has exceeded the expectations of the leader of the Darkspear clan. The adventurer sent him to earn gold coins. There are already 30,000 Sand Fury Trolls, and all of them were handed over to Valjean by Leo. The leader of the Darkspear clan knew that as long as his tribe digested these Sand Fury Trolls, he would have enough strength to destroy Zarazan, kill this traitor, and take back the Echo Islands. Taking advantage of others and being soft-spoken, Valjean naturally had to do his best after taking advantage of Leo. When it came to dealing with Gazrilla, the Darkspear leader knew that he had to do his best to repay Leo's favor. If my estimate is correct, in one day at most the adventurers will unite to attack Brokenwood Post. And Zul'Farrak's Sand Fury Trolls will definitely come out in force by then. We will take action at that time. Attack Brokenwood Post. Are you sure these adventurers will do this regardless of casualties? Oh, you forgot to tell me if you didn't ask. I sent someone a new mission in Gadget-san. I asked for 20,000 gold coins to find someone to capture Brokenwood Post. Do you think anyone will do it? As Leo said, people die for money and birds die for food. The reward of 20,000 gold coins is a fortune large enough for adventurers to spend the rest of their lives comfortably. Even if this task is destined to be carried out only by after the team completes the task. Everyone will receive a huge amount of money. Who wouldn't be tempted? Things did not go beyond Leo's expectation. Under the doubts of the gold coins, the adventurer team launched an attack on the Shattered Wood Post. After receiving the news, Zulfaric Sand Fury trolls came out in full force, intending to give these foreigners a chance. A harsh lesson. Leo and the others' chance has come. The Sand Fury trolls would not have thought that the number of adventurers, as many as their entire tribe, was just bait deliberately spread by some people, and that the real mastermind behind the scenes had been watching their every move from the sky. A water demigod, who was enjoying the sea, actually ran into the depths of this endless sea of sand and hid in a small pool. This is so abnormal. Don't you think Gazrilla is a guy with a secret? In the environment created by the Dracolic, Kaeldats and Leo were chatting quietly. Below them was the pool where Gazrilla slept, because Gazrilla had a falling out with the Sand Fury trolls, and the trolls had no second water diviner who could communicate with them. This place had actually become a no man's land. Normally, there might be 1 or 2 trolls monitoring what's going on here, but now the Brokenwood Sentry is bustling with activity. Why would the Sand Fury trolls, who came out in large numbers, care about this place? The sacred pool was busy at this time, with thousands of spider monsters digging holes. It is not easy to dig a hole in the desert. Fortunately, Leo's requirements are not very high. As long as the spider monsters can quickly release the water from the sacred pool, it will be fine. With a high temperature of 10 eras during the day, once the sacred pool is, the water will evaporate quickly when it comes out. Without water, how much power can Gazrilla, a water demigod, exert in the desert? Half an hour later, with the efforts of the spider monster, a large drainage net, with the sacred pool as the center, was woven. The spider monster, which had completed its mission, disappeared in front of everyone. In front of the demigods, the spider monster's little strength was used as cannon fodder. They have no qualifications, and leaving them here will serve no purpose other than to die. The disappearance of the spider monster means that the battle is about to begin. Kaeldats, Valjean, Lyadrin, Scarlet, Passonia and other people present are preparing for the battle with serious faces. They know that a battle with representatives of mortals will take place. The battle of demigods at the pinnacle of world power is about to begin. Boom boom boom. The engineering bomb box placed by the spider monster next to the sacred pool exploded. Continuous explosions opened up the sacred pool. The water rushed out happily. The water level in the pool dropped rapidly. The massive loss of water elements alarmed the creatures hidden in the pool. A huge shadow reveals its true form from the depths of the sacred pool. Who disturbed Gazrilla? Who dared to offend a great demigod? Chapter 571: The Snipe and the Clam Fight. Although I really want to tell you that this is just a misunderstanding, and that it's okay, and you can continue sleeping. But obviously you won't believe it. Looking at Gazrilla, who was sleeping soundly, but was angry because someone had disturbed her sweet dream, Leo shrugged with a helpless tone. But now Gazrilla had no time to pay attention to him. Boom! The moment Gazrilla appeared, the earth trembled violently with a dull loud noise, as if someone had hit him hard on the back of the head with a sap, and his body shook softly and fell down. Like an unlucky man, the outer wall of the sacred pool collapsed with a bang, and a large amount of gravel poured into the pool, filling it to 7 or 8 points. Spider monsters don't just dig the surface. The nets laid by these burrowing masters, who can drill into the ground, are 3-dimensional. Under Leo's instructions, the spider monsters dug holes hundreds of meters deep, and placed them in the holes. Countless engineering bomb boxes were built. Just counting the weight of the gunpowder, Leo buried more than 60,000 kilograms of black powder this time. The number of engineering bomb boxes made from so much gunpowder was a terrifying number. It was not enough to blow up the outer wall of a pool. A sure thing? The sacred pool was filled with gravel, and most of Gazrilla's body was buried in it. The 3-headed sea snake that had just emerged found that its nest had been taken away before it could show off its power. This ignited the powder keg, and it became angry. Gazrilla, how about this meeting gift? Leo laughed, standing on top of Polition. He looked down at Gazrilla. His arrogant look made the demigod, the 3-headed sea serpent, want to tear him into pieces. But what makes Gazrilla helpless is that the distance between Leo and him is too far. When he blew up the sacred pool, he had already let the Dracolic quickly rise into the air. Now Leo is already 10,000 meters in the air. Gazrilla could only look at him and stare. What a demigod. Just an ugly reptile. Ignoring Gazrilla's murderous gaze, Leo continued his arrogance. When the 3-headed sea snake was weighing whether to spend a lot of mana to give this arrogant guy a hard blow, Pelisy was carrying Leo on suddenly flew away. Seeing that the human who had destroyed the pool where it lived wanted to leave Gazrilla, it naturally refused to agree. It followed him without thinking. But it didn't know that such a move would play into Leo's hands. A beast is a beast. Even if you become a demigod, you are still a beast. Impulsiveness, bloodthirsty, warlike, and irritable are your nature and your weaknesses. Gazrilla, Leo, Kale-that's-Woking and others exchanged glances, and a sense of pride that the plot had succeeded emerged from their hearts. During the flight, the Dragon Lich once again used the illusion dance to hide his body. However, Gazrilla is a demigod, and Polition and the others' illusion dance did not confuse the three-headed sea serpent at all. Function. But the purpose of the Dragon Lich is not to confuse it. Gazrilla, who easily broke the target's spell, followed closely. The three-headed sea snake, who originally suspected that the opponent had set a trap, was now sure that Leo was going to escape. The puny humans and bone dragons dare to disturb Lord Gazrilla's sleep, and they must not be let go. Gazrilla was determined to kill Leo and the others. As a demigod, the pressure could not tolerate anyone's provocation. As it chased Leo and the others on the ground, it did not realize that its rampage in Zul'Farrak had attracted the attention of others. The Sand Fury trolls, who stayed behind, were extremely frightened and furious when they discovered that this huge three-headed sea snake was charging towards the altar. The Sand Fury priests guarding the place reacted excessively. A beast demigod, who had recently become enemies with his tribe, was rushing toward the altar. Gazrilla would not show up at other times, but chose to come at this moment when the tribe was guarding the emptiness. The Sand Fury priests suddenly felt unhappy. They had a wonderful premonition, and they believed that Gazrilla wanted to take the opportunity to destroy the Sand Fury tribe that had angered him. You want to destroy the altar first, so that we can't summon the great spider god to come, and then massacre us wantonly. Gazrilla, you are thinking too simply. Indeed, you are a powerful demigod, and we can only look up to you. But this does not mean that we will willingly accept your slaughter. As believers of the spider god, the Sand Fury tribe is protected by the great Shadra. Thinking that they knew Gazrilla's sinister intentions, the Sand Fury priests rose up to resist. The altar was extremely sacred in the eyes of these priests, and Gazrilla could not be tolerated to destroy it. Therefore, in order to defend the sanctity in their hearts, the Sand Fury priests decided to sacrifice his life to summon Shadra, the spider god, to fight against Gazrilla. Polition carried Leo and the others flying very fast, in order not to be thrown off by the other party. Gazrilla naturally couldn't slow down. When the three-headed sea snake discovered that a tyrannical aura that was no weaker than itself suddenly appeared from the front, it was already unable to stop themselves. The Sand Fury priests sacrificed themselves to summon Shadra, the spider god they believed in, and succeeded. Shadra, who had just been summoned to Zul'Farrak by the Sand Fury priests, saw a huge three-headed sea serpent crashing towards her aggressively before she could figure out the situation. Such an action instantly aroused Shadra's hostility. You must know that the relationship between beast demigods is not friendly, because some beast demigods can gain strength by devouring others. In Shadra's view, Gazrilla is such a guy. Want to kill me? Let me tell you, I can also evolve through devouring. Let's see who of us can kill whom. A large dark green spider web in Shadra's bulging abdomen headed towards Gazrilla. Judging from the look in the spider web's eyes, one could tell that it was highly poisonous. Gazrilla was shocked and angry. He was tracking Leo, who was provoking him. But unexpectedly a big dark red spider suddenly appeared on the opposite side. Only then did the three-headed sea snake realize that he had run to the altar of the Sand Fury troll. This big spider, whose momentum was not weaker than his own, was summoned by the Sand Fury troll. Could this be the reason why the human dares to provoke me? Could he be working for this spider demigod? While she was wondering, Gazrilla saw the big spider on the opposite side cast a large web towards her, trying to trap herself in the web. Thinking that beasts and demigods could gain stronger strength by devouring each other, Gazrilla understood that the reason why that human being blew up the pool where he lived, and why he wanted to lure him here, was because of the instigation of the big spider opposite. After understanding the opponent's conspiracy, Gazrilla certainly would not hold back. The huge three-headed sea snake not only did not stop because of Shadra's appearance, but instead increased the force of the collision, trying to take advantage of Shadra's just being summoned. The timing of coming out before fully understanding the current situation will hit this opponent hard. Gazrilla had a good idea, but as a demigod of the same level, how could Shadra be injured so easily? The three-headed sea snake's 10,000-ton body hit the dark green spider web. The force was strong enough to kill a legendary warrior, but it failed to break the spider web. Although the front spider web hit Gazrilla, in an instant, it was stretched to the limit, and the tough spider silk also made a crashing sound, but it would not break. Gazrilla was secretly shocked when it failed to break through the spider web. It knew that it had met a powerful enemy this time. Gazrilla, who was facing off against Shadra, couldn't care less about Leo and the others. The spider was not physically as strong as it, but it was quite experienced in using poison and sneak attacks. If Gazrilla dared to tell the difference, even gods die without knowing how. Seeing that his opponent failed to break through his web, Shadra let out a triumphant hiss. The spider web covering Gazrilla began to tighten inward. Realizing that something was wrong, the three-headed sea snake struggled hard, and the dark green spider just like the strings being played by a musician. The chaotic and disturbing sound echoed between the two beast demigods. Shadra and Gazrilla were wrestling. Leo, Kael'thas and others walked around in a circle and then returned quietly. They happened to see the scene when they came back. There are actually two demigods here in Zul'Farrak, which is beyond my expectation. Kael'thas was very surprised that there were two beast demigods in a barren place like Zul'Farrak. He would not have believed it if he had not seen it with his own eyes. Your Highness Kael'thas, Chief Vol'jin and I once saw the spider demigod descending on the altar of Zul'Farrak with his thoughts. Originally, our plan was just to let Gazrilla and this one named Shadra. The spider demigod's mind was engaged in a battle to weaken it. But now it seems the plan has to change, Leo said as he pointed at the two beast demigods who were wrestling. There was a light called excitement shining in his eyes. If the plan could not keep up with the changes, this gifted opportunity must not be wasted. Let's not intervene now. Let these two guys fight and wait until they are exhausted before taking action. There is no chance that we can kill two beast demigods this time. Up to you. Vol'jin didn't care at all. Anyway, his goal had been accomplished ahead of schedule. The plan to capture and digest the Sand Fury Troll to strengthen the Darkspear tribe had nothing to do with the contest between the two beast demigods. He was just trying to repay what he owed Leo. Favors and a rehearsal for the hunt for Hacker had no bearing on his success. Good. Unlike Vol'jin, Kael'thas' attitude is very positive. The purpose of the Blood Elf Prince's coming is to fight with the demigods, so as to understand the law information contained in the demigods' power, and to seek the breakthrough that has not been achieved for thousands of years. Opportunity. These demigods are somewhat different from demigods trained by higher intelligent beings such as human elves, although it is much easier for them to break through the demigod realm from the legendary level than the latter. God is fair. These demigods can only be exposed to a single law. It is not like human elves and demigods, who can understand 2 or even 3 laws. Fighting against Gazrilla alone is very limiting. Having more Shadras will be of great benefit to Kael'thas. Having the opportunity to be exposed to 2 laws is higher than the chance of understanding only 1 law. Damn. How could the Blood Elf Prince be unwilling? Seeing that Vol'jin and Kael'thas both agreed that Leo would stop talking, he knew that all he had to do now was to wait patiently, waiting for the 2 beast demigods to beat each other half to death before fighting out. The snipe and the clam are competing for the fisherman's profit. I didn't expect that this time I would be so lucky that I could even get a buy one get one free deal. It seems that even God is helping me. As long as I can successfully hunt down Shadra and Gazrilla, I will have the confidence to face the Lich King's imminent revenge, and maybe even give the Lich King a big surprise. Chapter 572, Be Patient. Shadra and Gazrilla were wrestling. The 2 beast demigods did not know that they had been targeted by a group of people. But even if they knew, they would not care. As demigods, they have their own arrogance. The dark green spider web tried to tighten inward after its owner tried his best. But how could Gazrilla, who was covered by it, get what his opponent wanted? The 3-headed sea snake knew very well what would be waiting for it if it was really trapped in the net. How could it be willing to become someone else's prey and use its own flesh and blood soul as a stepping stone for Shadra to move forward? Relying on her stronger body and greater strength than her opponent, Gazrilla quickly stabilized her body. Although Shadra's spider web was tight, it could no longer pull it forward even a small step. At this time, the advantage of Gazrilla's 3-headed sea snake came into play. It used one head to command the remaining 2 heads of the body and began to cast spells. It saw that it continuously sprayed out water columns from its mouth, and these water columns held it just like the screeching sound of a moving train hitting Shadra directly. Just from the sound momentum, you can imagine the impact of the water jet spewed by Gazrilla. Boom! After a water column hit Shadra, it actually made the sound of a heavy hammer hitting an object. If this blow had hit someone else, even a legendary warrior would have been injured. However, Shadra and Gazrilla were both semi-human. In the divine realm, this big dark red spider continued to fiddle with its dark green spider web as if nothing happened. The ineffectiveness of a water jet attack did not affect Gazrilla. The water jets of the three-headed sea snakes were blasted out like a barrage of cannons. Shadra was reluctant to give up the spider web and had little room to dodge. However, in the blink of an eye, she was hit by hundreds of water jets. The loud banging sound echoed through Zulfaric's altar with increasing frequency. This is the strength of a demigod. Every seemingly random blow can severely damage or even kill a legendary strongman. No wonder after Arthas became a demigod with the power of Frostmourne. The expressions of the strongmen changed when they heard his name. The fact that Dela can survive such an attack shows how powerful it is. While Leo was amazed by the strength of the demigods, he was secretly grateful. Fortunately, he had spared Kel'Thuzad when he was attacked by Tyr. Otherwise, he would have been a corpse in the face of the Lich King's wrath. However, it was precisely because he recognized the power of demigods from Gazrilla and Shadra that Leo's heart was even more intense. Whether it was to deal with the Lich King's inevitable revenge or to add powerful thugs to himself, these two demigods all must be one. God has given him such a good opportunity. And if he still can't deal with these two demigods, he might as well buy a piece of tofu and kill them head-on. Thinking of this, Leo quietly made arrangements. Shadra and Gazrilla, who were fighting at the altar of Zulfaric, did not know that a human had regarded them as inevitable prey. The battle between the two beasts, the spider and the three-headed sea serpent, was ongoing. Facing the water jets like a cannon, Shadra tightened the web with all his strength while screaming sharply, despite its appearance of not paying attention to the water jets sprayed by Gazrilla. In fact, it is a spider demigod. In terms of physical quality, it can only be found in the lower reaches of the demigods. Shadra didn't care about the water magic contained in the water column sprayed by the three-headed sea snake. But the physical impact of the water column, when it hit, it made Shadra very uncomfortable. One collision with Shadra didn't make any difference, but 100 consecutive collisions with the spider demigod were a bit unbearable. Shadra's body had already suffered considerable shocks during the confrontation with Gazrilla using the spider web. In other words, the spider demigod was injured. Originally, as a demigod, it was not so easy to be injured. Although the water jet sprayed by Gazrilla was very fast, Shadra could easily avoid it. But the spider demigod didn't know what it was thinking. It just didn't want to give up. The dark green cobweb that covered Gazrilla had to stand still and compete with Gazrilla, using her own shortcomings to attack the enemy's strengths. Shadra couldn't do it without suffering a loss. That spider demigod would rather bear Gazrilla's attacks all the time than tighten the web. There must be something weird in this. Leo made eye contact with Kael'dats and others. As a demigod, Shadra shouldn't be so stupid. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that it doesn't have any advantage in competing with Gazrilla for strength. But the demigod kept insisting. Could it be that there was water in his brain? And the water in his head was still boiling water? Facts proved that Leo and the others were right. Shadra would not be stupid enough to use its own shortcomings to attack the enemy's strongpoints. It had a purpose to do so. With a banging sound, the water jets sprayed by Gazrilla kept beating Shadra. Under the constant attacks of the three-headed sea snakes, the body of the spider demigod finally began to tremble. This was due to the accumulated injuries on its body. At a certain point, it begins to show that it cannot withstand the opponent's attacks. Seeing that her opponent showed signs of being unable to hold on, Gazrilla let out a proud snake hiss. But the three-headed sea snake did not notice anything strange about her body. When Gazrilla was proud, traces of dark green were spreading on his body at an extremely fast speed. The white scales of the three-headed sea snakes were gradually turning into dark green under their infection. And the source of these dark greens was the spider web covering Gazrilla. Shadra is a spider demigod. The dark green spider webs it sprays at Gazrilla are obviously highly poisonous. The reason why it keeps resisting Gazrilla's attacks and does not let go even when it is injured is to let the toxins on the internet had enough time to accumulate and quickly erode Gazrilla's body. And now Shadra finally waited. When spiders hunt for food, they will first build a web. Once the prey falls into the web, they do not eat it directly. Instead, they inject toxins into the prey first. After the prey's body is unable to move due to the erosion of the toxins, they eat it one bite at a time. Enjoy a delicious meal. As a spider demigod, Shadra does not need to bite the target like an ordinary spider, and relies solely on spider webs to deliver poison. This ability is exactly the same as that of Maxner, who was frozen to death by the Ice King. But Shadra, the stronger it is, the more powerful its poison will be. Knowing that the other party is a demigod like himself, once it is given time to react, it will definitely prevent the spread of poison. So Chandra has been patient until all the poison accumulated in the body is injected into the spider web before taking action. So the dark green poison is in when Gazrilla spread. It was as violent as a flash flood. The dark green replaced the white on the scales of the three-headed sea snake with an unstoppable trend. By the time Gazrilla realized something was wrong, the poison was so deep that the three-headed sea snake had already there is no way to expel it. Feeling that her body was gradually becoming stiff under the erosion of toxins, Gazrilla felt uncontrollable panic in her heart. Compared with Chandra, Gazrilla's advantage lies in strength. If the body cannot move, there will naturally be no room for exerting strength. So how can Gazrilla beat Chandra? Realizing that the situation was extremely unfavorable to her, Gazrilla became crazy, and the snake head sprayed water jets a little faster. These water jets hit Chandra's body with a bang, and the spider demigod's body trembled even more violently. Chandra knew that this was Gazrilla's death struggle. As long as she pushed through it and waited until the poison completely took effect, her opponent could only watch her swallow it up. Thinking of the improvement in strength he would gain by devouring the three-headed sea snake, who was also a demigod, Chandra, whose spider eyes shone brightly, braced his body and gritted his teeth in the attack of water jets as dense as a torrential rain. With a shaky appearance, it makes people really worried that it will collapse in the next second. The contest between the two demigods has entered its most ferocious stage. Both sides are fighting for strength. Which one is Gazrilla, who is completely paralyzed by the poison first, or Chandra, who collapses first under the dense water column? The two beast demigods fought fiercely at the altar, and the audience hiding on the side became nervous. Everyone knew that if the fight continued like this, Chandra and Gazrilla would eventually lose both sides, and they wanted to win in the end. Come out at the right time and take advantage of the two beast demigods' reduced strength to get a huge advantage. Get ready to take action. Leo and the others looked at each other and nodded. Except for him. Kaldats, Valjean, and everyone else present began to accumulate energy and prepare to severely damage Chandra and Gazrilla as soon as they took action. The dark green poison spread rapidly in the body, and Gazrilla's body, which could not be suppressed, changed from white to dark green. As the scope of the body's ossification increased, Gazrilla could no longer maintain the previous intensive offensive and shot towards Chandra's water column slowly decreased at an alarming rate, and eventually disappeared completely. Seeing that Gazrilla, a powerful opponent, was completely controlled by his poison, Chandra knew that he had won the battle, and the spider demigod let out a triumphant scream. It doesn't matter if you are strong. In the end, you will be defeated at my feet. You actually want to plot against my great spider demigod Chandra. You brainless guy. Now use your body and soul as my further sacrifice. Taste it. Chandra rushed towards Gazrilla. In its eyes, the opponent restrained by poison was no longer a huge three-headed sea snake, but a tonic to enhance its strength. Of course, the spider demigod did not completely relax its vigilance. Its eyes were fixed on Gazrilla for a moment. If it found anything wrong with the other party, it would immediately retreat. It's time to take action. Leo, who was hiding aside, saw this and was about to give the signal to take action. But suddenly, there was a warning sign in his heart. The snake head in the middle of Gazrilla's three heads did not show a look of despair like the other two heads. From an angle that Chandra couldn't see, Gazrilla's head showed extremely viciousness. And this scene happened to fall into Leo's eyes. The three-headed sea serpent still has a trump card. Chandra failed to control it at all, and the spider demigod will suffer a loss. After making a calm gesture to the others and stopping everyone who was about to take action, Leo decided to wait and see what would happen. Chapter 573, The Fisherman Gains. Chandra rushed towards Gazrilla in order to enjoy a sumptuous meal. Due to the angle, the spider demigod could not see the vicious look on Gazrilla's middle head. Seeing that he had bitten the opponent, he stepped forward. Gazrilla was still unable to move, but Chandra was relieved. It believed that the three-headed sea snake had indeed lost its ability to resist under its own poison. Unfortunately, Chandra's luck was indeed not very good. Gazrilla's forbearance exceeded its expectations. The moment Chandra relaxed, a powerful magic power burst out from the three-headed sea snake, and the spider demigod she was shocked to find that her body was frozen by an exploding cold current, and the dark green color on Gazrilla's body was fading rapidly. When Chandra saw this, he didn't know that he had fallen into the opponent's plan. The three-headed sea snake, which seemed to have only brute strength, successfully made his opponent step into the trap it set. Knowing that he had been tricked by Gazrilla, Chandra struggled desperately. It was too dangerous for him to stand beside Gazrilla with his body frozen. In terms of body, it was worse than the three-headed sea snake. I don't know how many. The struggle was very effective. And the ice that sealed Shadra was filled with cracks and a burst of crackling sounds. But was it so easy to get rid of the trap that Gazrilla had laid to kill it? While clearing the toxins from her body, Gazrilla once again exploded her magic power and blasted an ice ring. Shadra, who had not yet escaped, could only watch the ice ring explode onto her body. And the ice layer sealing it was thickened. Well, Shadra's hard work just now was in vain. Although it is not unusual for water demigods to use ice magic, Gazrilla, a sea snake that is obviously a melee type, is too accomplished in ice magic. He exploded it at will while detoxifying. It's incredible that a ring of ice can seal Shadra, who is also a demigod. Seeing Shadra being frozen twice in a row by Gazrilla, Leo couldn't help but be surprised. Even some magical water demigods may not be able to freeze a demigod of the same level. Gazrilla not only did the hand-to-hand combat type do it, but he also did it with ease, which made people suspicious. This water demigod named Gazrilla doesn't stay in the sea, but instead runs to the desert where the water element is scarce. It really does have a secret. Kael'dat stared at Gazrilla with excitement. As a powerful mage with magic power comparable to that of a demigod, the Blood Elf Prince noticed something strange about Gazrilla. He was already sure that there was something strange about Gazrilla. Magic item. It was this magic item that gave the three-headed sea snake enough magic power to quickly remove toxins from the body and increase its magic ability, allowing Gazrilla to successfully come back against Shadra. A melee-type beast demigod can easily freeze a demigod of the same level with the help of that magic item. What will happen if this object falls into his hands? Thinking of this, Kael'dat looked at Gazrilla with even more intense eyes. Now he really wanted to rush forward and grab Gazrilla's head to make him hand over the magic item to him immediately. A series of strange sounds came from Gazrilla. The sound in Leo's ears made him think of the rising sea. At the same time, a powerful and unruly water magic emanated from Gazrilla. The desert, which was obviously an extremely deficient water element, was now transformed. The water magic power was so rich that it almost condensed into substance. Leo, who was hiding aside, had the illusion that his body was pushed by the power of the elements and wanted to fall. What is that snake head in the middle of Gazrilla holding in its mouth? Baljean was so sharp that he could even see a palm-sized stone hidden behind the fangs of Gazrilla. Leo and Kael'dat didn't realize that the three-headed sea serpent had an extra stone in its mouth without his warning. This is. Kael'dat had extensive knowledge and immediately recognized the stone in Gazrilla's mouth. The Tide Stone. No wonder Gazrilla, as a water demigod, ran to the desert instead of staying in the sea. Presumably, it was to keep the treasure of the Tide Stone. If you were in the sea, the surging magic power of the Tide Stone would not be hidden from the demigods. The strong ones might even attract Neptune when the time comes. When they meet the Tide Hunter Gazrilla, one of the four elemental lords, they won't be able to make any waves even if they risk their lives. Hearing Kael'dat's exclamation, Leo couldn't help but carefully look at the stone in Gazrilla's mouth. The palm-sized stone looked very inconspicuous. But if one knew how to borrow the magic power it contained, this stone it is comparable to a powerful artifact in the hands of a magician. Kael'dat, are you interested in it? Leo patted Kael'dat on the shoulder and said under the latter's unreasonable look. Such a treasure fell into Gazrilla's hands. It's really a waste of money. In order to prevent the treasure from becoming dusty, we have no choice but to kill this evil three-headed sea snake on behalf of heaven. Looking at Leo's righteous look, Kael'dat finally understood what it meant to be righteous. Even if he could kill people and steal treasures, he could say it so righteously that it wouldn't even make people dissatisfied. Do it now? Kael'dat looked at the place where the two demigods were fighting. At this time, Gazrilla had returned to her original white color. In the process, the three-headed sea snake that had successfully detoxified exploded 6 rings of ice to seal the struggling sand. Della, the spider demigod, who knew that he could not survive, showed a hint of ferocity in his desperate eyes. If you want the battle to be easy, the correct way is to wait until the winner between Shadra and Gazrilla is decided and one of them dies before taking action. But the question is, can Leo wait? Think about how much upgrade energy killing a demigod can provide Leo to know the answer. The poison that Shadra injected into his body was completely eliminated and Gazrilla regained his mobility. The first thing the three-headed sea snake did was to take revenge on Shadra, who wanted his own life. Boom! A violent collision that was enough to smash the legendary warrior into pieces. And the ice shards scattered like raindrops in the strong wind. Shadra finally got rid of the frozen state. But this was not done by its own strength. It was Gazrilla's powerful impact that shattered the ice on its body. This collision knocked Shadra down. His body was severely injured, with several horrific wounds opening on his body, and half of his legs were broken. With his body severely injured and half of his legs and feet broken, Shadra had no hope of making a comeback in front of Gazrilla. The spider demigod with half of his legs and feet had lost its advantageous speed, barely holding up his body to prevent himself from falling. Shadra's desperate eyes were full of madness when faced with Gazrilla's another collision. The spider demigod would rather have no bones left than become the opponent's way to improve his strength. The stepping stone. The aura it exudes is disordered and dangerous. Gazrilla laughed ferociously upon seeing this. And the three-headed sea serpent, who had long expected that the opponent would do this, activated the tide stone to freeze Shadra again. This time, the ice was different from just freezing the body before. The tide stone, driven by Gazrilla with all his strength, not only blocked Shadra's mobility, but also completely blocked the flow of its power. Unexpectedly, he couldn't even use self-destruction, and Shadra was completely desperate. Do it! At this moment, a loud shout came, and the fisherman, who was hiding aside, rushed out. Boom! One after another, thorns appeared from Shadra's abdomen close to the ground. If the spider god had not been injured, these thorns would not be able to hurt it at all. However, after being severely injured by Gazrilla, it is now at the end of its rope, and its own defense has been reduced to the lowest level. The opponent's point of attack was its most vulnerable part, causing Shad to inflict additional injuries. A Nubrocken emerged from the ground near Shadra. The large metal beetle sharpened its sharp mouth parts provocatively at the seriously injured spider demigod, completely attracting Shadra's attention to itself. Shadra was extremely angry when a guy he usually didn't like at all fell into trouble. His eyes were fixed on a Nubrocken. If his eyes could kill people, the Crypt Demon Commander would have been torn into pieces. Seeing that the other party had been fooled by a Nubrakan, there was a mocking look on his face. Shadra secretly thought that it was bad when he saw this, but now it realized that it was too late. The spider demigod felt a huge power coming from the ground. This power rushed it to the sky. While in midair, Shadra saw a familiar thing, which was half a dark red body. Isn't this my body? Such thoughts appeared in Shadra's mind. And then severe pain hit every nerve in it. Damn sneak attacker. My body was torn apart. My demigod body was actually torn apart by a single blow. Is there still a demigod hidden here? Shadra let out a hissing cry, and the opponent launched an attack from the ground. When its protective power dropped to the lowest point, it used its soft abdomen as a breakthrough point to tear it in half with one blow. Shadra knew that no one was spared this time, being torn in half alive. Shadra never thought that he would be in such a miserable situation. But it was the opponent's attack that shattered Gazrilla's ice that sealed it, allowing Shadra to call it again strength. Although the power I can mobilize after my body is torn apart is less than 1/5 of what it was at its peak, my self-destruction at this moment can still cause enough damage. Shadra's aura is crazy again. But today is destined to be its tragic day. And the spider demigod is destined to be a tragedy. Just when Shadra was about to self-destruct, 9 Thythic energy rays shot onto it, and the blood-red color made Shadra feel something bad. If you want to self-destruct? Even a fool like Gazrilla can stop you. Do you think you can succeed in front of me? Arrogant laughter came from one side, and a human man with black hair and black eyes entered Shadra's sight. The source of the 9 blood-red energy lines was him. The 9 blood-red energy lines that hit Shadra's body were squirming. Shadra was horrified to find that a large amount of his power was being lost. When it was attracted by the human's words, and turned its head to look at the opponent, it had already lost its power and self-destructed. Ability. Leo held a hollow staff with a thick rhombus and looked at Shadra. His gaze seemed to see a mountain of gold. The magical halo emitted by the pink and purple crystals on both ends of the staff made Shadra feel fear from the bottom of his heart. Spider demigod Shadra, give everything you have and become a stepping stone for my advancement. Chapter 574. Activating the Soul Stone. A small human being. A human being that he usually looked down upon at all. A human being that he could easily kill without even reaching the legendary level. Now he actually dared to shout that he wanted to kill himself, while he was seriously injured and dying. Shadra could only watch helplessly waiting for death to come, and Shadra was unwilling to do so. But no matter if he is unwilling, even the ability to self-destruct is taken away. Shadra can do nothing but express his hatred with his eyes, and this ability gradually disappears as his remaining strength is taken away. In the end, The spider demigod with only his upper body left fell to the ground with a bang, and stopped moving after raising a burst of gravel. Its eyes had completely lost their luster. Spider demigod Shadra has fallen. Kill Shadra. The voice in his head made Leo look forward to it. Killing a demigod across levels allowed him to experience the long-lost pleasure of upgrading. After the demigod died, a large amount of upgrade energy was extracted. Leo looked at the number representing his level. He soared to 79 and smiled so hard that his back teeth were exposed. After killing Shadra, Leo is only one step away from becoming a legend. With Leo's current strength, he could still be upgraded several levels in a row. It was an extremely exciting thing to say, but there was no joy on his face at this time. After receiving the tip from Goldfinger that he successfully killed Shadra, Leo was waiting to see what benefits he could gain from killing a demigod besides upgrading energy. Shadra is a demigod. A demigod who represents the top power in the mortal world. You can know the benefits of letting such a being fall by just thinking about it with your toes. But what makes Leo strange is that after Goldfinger informed him that he had successfully killed Shadra, there was no further information. Leo, who was looking forward to a big harvest, was extremely depressed. Isn't it true that you are such a toy person? Even golden fingers can make people appetizing. Isn't that unreasonable? He said that. But Leo felt very happy because he knew that once the golden finger appeared abnormal, it would be the beginning of benefits. And they were still great benefits. The soul of the demigod is extracted successfully, and the host obtains divinity. In a very short sentence, there is no additional equipment to obtain, and no new abilities are extracted. It only gives a thing with only 2 words, divinity. Divinity? Leo blinked. Although he didn't know what it was, it seemed to be quite powerful. He killed a demigod and got something called divinity. Leo wasn't sure if this was a big gain, but Goldfinger didn't whet his appetite this time and told Leo the host kindly. Got the answer. Do you want to consume divinity to activate the soul stone? Hiss. Taking a deep breath, Leo heard his heart pounding. The soul stone is what seals the 3 demon gods of H.L. activated. Before the thoughts in his mind were finished, Leo had already chosen to confirm the consumption. The soul stone is being activated, ability matching. Leo was waiting excitedly. But what did the so-called ability matching mean? He was confused but could only wait. Leo could do nothing until Goldfinger announced the answer. Insufficient divinity. Soul stone, blue spiritual skeleton activation failed. Soul stone, golden memory activation failed. Soul stone, red nightmare activation failed. It feels like falling from the clouds to the ground. Leo had the urge to swear and curse. What is this? Are you kidding me? Just like a book you like suddenly stops updating. After asking for updates for a month, you suddenly find that a new chapter has been released. Full of joy, you click on the page of the book and are about to go to the book review area to celebrate. But suddenly you find this so-called new chapter. It turned out to be the author's unique declaration. And now you have the desire to kill. Hundan, aren't you just kidding me? Leo was angry. But what could he do with the golden finger? Besides, getting angry wouldn't solve the problem. The reason why the soul stone cannot be activated is because of a lack of divinity. It is indeed true when you think about it. The 3 demon gods of hell are powerful at the level of demon gods. They can crush people like Shadra to death with just 1 finger. As the saying goes, a hair on your head is thicker than your waist. But just killing a Shadra and activating the soul stone that seals the 3 demon gods. How can it be so cheap? The divinity obtained by killing 1 demigod is not enough to activate the soul stone. So what about killing 2? If 2 are not enough, what about killing 3, 4, or even more? Leo thought this and turned his attention to Gazrilla. At this time, the 3-headed sea snake was fighting with Kale Scarlet and other legendary strongmen. The moment Leo shouted to take action, Gazrilla knew that something was wrong. The 3-headed sea snake was very vindictive. So Layat remembered very clearly the voice of the human who dared to laugh at it. When a group of legendary strongmen came out from the darkness, Gazrilla realized that she had been mistaken. These humans who disturbed her sleep were not doing things for Shadra, who was defeated by her. They were deliberately trying to destroy herself. He was brought here to deliberately provoke a fight between the 2 demigods. How dare these mortals scheme against demigods? How audacious these mortals are. Gazrilla was lucky to have the Tide Stone. Otherwise she would have fallen into the opponent's trap. Just imagine. After a fight between 2 beast demigods, 1 demigod was seriously injured, and the other was paralyzed by the opponent's poison and could not move. At this time, A group of mortals with legendary level combat power suddenly appeared. What would be the outcome? No more guessing. Although these mortals' calculations are good, they don't know that I have the treasure of Tide Stone, which is destined to cause them to suffer a painful failure today. Gazrilla was very proud that these mortals killed Shadra, which was just what he wanted. It saved him from having to worry about whether the big spider had any secret tricks. Anyway, after dealing with these mortals, he only had to swallow half of Shadra's body. God's body. Huh? When did corpse-eating bugs appear next to Shadra's body? Wait. Eat the corpse. Damn bugs. Put down that body. Some beasts and demigods can gain an increase in strength by devouring the body of another demigod. The demigod's body and the demigods can gain great benefits. Those beasts that have not reached the demigod level can have such opportunities and benefits. It is bigger. Gazrilla could see clearly that Shadra died at the hands of this big purple beetle with a white layer of ice on its body. The big purple beetle was also a strong man at the top of the legendary level. It had enough power to digest Shadra, the demigod body of Ra. Thinking that her prey was actually eaten by another person, Gazrilla was furious. At this moment, the big purple beetle that heard its roar turned around and smiled at it, full of provocation. Anavarak, go ahead and eat as much as you can. If you can't finish it, there's Brecken, Liu Chong said to the Crypt Lord, who was feasting on Shadra's corpse. Hearing these words completely added fuel to the fire in Gazrilla's ears. The fire in the heart of the three-headed sea snake was so intense that it screamed. Exuberant. The trophy that was originally hers was now being enjoyed by others. As a beast demigod, Gazrilla could never tolerate this happening, especially since this trophy was the body of a beast demigod that could enhance its strength. The three-headed sea serpent opened its big mouth, and 3 water jets hugged by several people sprayed head-on, with tens of thousands of tons of force towards Kaeldats and others who were blocking him. The water jets spewed out by Gazrilla in anger didn't look like anything special, but the physical impact contained in it is strong enough to smash a fully armed legendary warrior into a pulp. If you don't know how powerful it is and choose to force it, you can imagine the miserable ending. However, Kaeldats and others, who had watched it fight with Shadra, knew the attack power of the water column very well. No one was confused by the ordinary appearance of the water column. As early as the moment Gazrilla opened her mouth, they knew it. Stepped aside. When Leo was still dealing with Shadra's body, Kaeldats was the main force in intercepting Gazrilla. After discovering the Tide Stone in the mouth of the three-headed sea serpent, the Blood Elf Prince had changed his mind. There is no interest in the power of demigods, because the purpose of fighting demigods is to understand the laws contained in demigods' power and find a chance for a breakthrough for oneself. However, fighting against demigods is inherently very dangerous, and the probability of breakthrough is also abnormal. It's so small that even one of the 10,000 legendary peaks may not be able to achieve a breakthrough after fighting against the demigods. Kaeldats didn't dare to have high hopes for this, but it would be a big difference if he had the Tide Stone in hand. The Tide Stone is a treasure. Its origin is not clear to Kaeldats, but what the Blood Elf Prince knows is that this stone contains the power of a complete law. If you can understand it, let alone become a demigod. Even if you want to, it is not impossible to become a being like the 4 elemental lords. This is why the person who gets this stone is worried about the Tide Hunter Neptulin. Neptulin will never allow someone who can compete with him to appear. A strong person in the water system. There is only a small chance of a breakthrough against a demigod. But if one obtains the Tide Stone, a breakthrough is almost inevitable. Even a fool would know to choose the latter when faced with these two choices. Kaeldats did not believe that with his attainments and talent in magic, he would not be able to discover the secret of the Tide Stone. Although he was not good at water magic, he could solve all kinds of magic with one method. The Blood Elf Prince was confident that as long as he could be exposed to the power of a complete law, even just for a moment, can grasp the key to becoming a demigod. Gazrilla, if you want to go over there, go through me first. As Kaeldats spoke, the blood-red robe stirred up and powerful magic energy escaped, and the entire kilometer-wide area centered on him was shrouded in purple and white arcane light. Gazrilla's body felt like it was imprisoned, and the resistance in its movements was so great that it couldn't pick up the speed even if it wanted to launch a collision. Field? Elf? How long can you trap me? What Gazrilla said was inconsistent with its actual actions. The three-headed sea serpent approached Kaeldats with a solemn expression. It could cast a field covering a kilometer range, and Kaeldats was already comparable in mana. Demigod? Gazrilla couldn't help but be careless. Want to know how long I can trap you? Kaeldats stood there, Gazrilla's approach did not frighten the Blood Elf Prince in the slightest. A mocking smile appeared on his face that was no different from Leo's, and dozens of energy lines emanated from him. He shot Gazrilla at an extremely fast speed and activated his mana absorption. The three-headed sea snake only felt that its mana was being drawn out by the opponent. If it weren't for the Tide Stone that was constantly replenishing it, Gazrilla's little mana could last for 5 minutes at most. The magic power Kale that's consumed under the mana absorption was less than half of the magic power he absorbed from Gazrilla. The three-headed sea serpent did not know that as long as the Tide Stone continued to replenish its mana, Kale that's secret power was the field of magic can always exist. And he is not aware of being treated as a source of mana. It is no wonder that the Blood Elf Prince looks at Gazrilla as if he is a fool. Chapter 575 Shadra's Poison Sac. Leo has also experienced the shackles of the field. In the void field of Duchess Blomux. If it weren't for the anti-magic shield of the caster's nemesis, Leo, they would not be able to escape so easily. Now the one who is using the arcane field is stronger than Blau. Mux has strengthened Kale that's countless times. And this restraint is even more powerful. However, the enemy Kale that has to face is the beast demigod Gazrilla. And the arcane realm can only prevent this three-headed sea snake from running and collision, which does not have much restriction on it. What's even worse is that Kale that's arcane field can only cover a kilometer range, with a radius of only 500 meters. With Gazrilla's size, the distance of 500 meters is not much different from being next to it. Many times a huge size is very advantageous in battle. The existence of the arcane realm and the addition of mana absorption made Gazrilla feel the threat from Kale that's. The three-headed sea serpent was surprised to find that the elf mage holding the golden staff actually had mana comparable to that of a demigod. A man who is enough to threaten the existence that threatens his own life is naturally the target that Gazrilla wants to destroy first. The two snake heads on both sides of the three-headed sea serpent were like machine cannons with full firepower. Water jets hit Kale that's directly, while the snake head in the middle was looking for opportunities, trying to kill with one blow. Lift. With the strength of the Blood Elf Prince, if he were to face Gazrilla alone, he would not be his opponent. The gap between the legendary peak and the demigod cannot be made up by having strong manpower and outstanding skills, because the two are not at the same level in quality. Knowing that you can't beat your opponent and still going to play one-on-one is not called bravery but stupidity. As a wise prince and knowledgeable mage, Kale that's would not do such a thing. He brought helpers with him when he came to intercept Gazrilla. Quite a few. Monster, look at the sword. Gazrilla focused her energy on Kale that's, allowing Scarlet to find an opportunity, taking advantage of the fact that the three-headed sea serpent did not pay much attention to the others. The female knight swung the sword of Ashkandi and struck the Templar. The verdict struck Gazrilla heavily. The three-headed sea snake's scales were so hard that they could withstand a full blow from the legendary warrior without breaking. In front of the Ashkandi sword that ignored defense, it was no harder than a piece of tofu. Under the blazing holy light, all the blades of the great sword were slashed into Gazrilla's body, leaving only the hilt in the female knight's hand. Scarlet's wrist shook, and the sword that struck Gazrilla's body suddenly shot out a stream of golden arrows. The power of the holy light exploded in the body of the three-headed sea snake under the holy storm. The three-headed sea snake is also a snake, with the common characteristics of scaly animals. The scales on the surface of the body are extremely hard, but underneath the scales are soft and tender meat. Although it has consciously strengthened its body after becoming a demigod, its weakness is still a weakness after all. Bang! Blood and flesh spattered, and Scarlet's holy storm blasted a 2-meter-deep wound the size of a football on Gazrilla's body. Hiss! Gazrilla screamed in pain, and a snake head gave up attacking Kale that's and turned to Scarlet, trying to swallow the female knight alive. The snake head bites very quickly, but there is one person who is faster. Liadrin, who is standing in the distance, uses a leap of faith to pull Scarlet to her side, and Gazrilla is thrown away. Gazrilla didn't give up after missing the target in one blow. Its other two heads had already discovered Scarlet, and they would never let go of the three-headed sea snake, a female knight who had hurt her body. But does it still have time to chase Scarlet? When Gazrilla's snake head bit Scarlet failed in its attack. The height of its entire head dropped to the point where it was almost touching the ground. At this moment, the gravel lifted up, and a heavily armored troll broke through the sand. He roared and chopped off the heavy sword in his hand towards Gazrilla's head. Facing this troll's attack, the three-headed sea snake's eyes flashed with ridicule. Although it is a melee-type beast demigod and is not good at mental perception, it is a demigod after all. The troll hiding under the gravel has long been attacked by it. I discovered it. And now the other party jumps out and wants to sneak attack. Isn't this looking for death? Already prepared for the sneak attacker hiding under the gravel. Gazrilla's snake head, which failed to attack, changed its direction the moment the opponent jumped out. The huge snake mouth swallowed the heavily armored troll in one go, and its fearsome fangs were in the air. The moment the snake's mouth closed, it tore apart the troll's body. Yukozi, the king of the Sand Fury, failed in his sneak attack on Gazrilla and ended up being buried in the snake's mouth. After losing a legendary thug, Leo frowned. Demigods are indeed powerful. Legendary strongmen cannot hurt demigods without special equipment, and a single counterattack by demigods can kill legendary strongmen. However, Leo was not affected by this. Yukozi's death caused him to lose a subordinate and gave him a chance. Without any hesitation, Leo quickly pointed his finger, and the corpse exploded. Boom! The corpse explosion unleashed by Yukozi's corpse was comparable to the self-destruction of a legendary strongman. How could the tender flesh in Gazrilla's mouth with low protection withstand it? The head of the snake that swallowed Yukozi made a muffled sound, and large swaths of blood poured out of the snake's mouth amidst the shrill screams. At this moment, a figure flashed away, and before Gazrilla's injured snake's head was raised, he threw something into the mouth of the screaming snake. The figure was clearly Pasonia. A foreign object was thrown into the snake's mouth that was blown apart by the explosion. Gazrilla felt bad. These mortals were so cunning that in order to hurt themselves, they actually let a legendary warrior self-destruct in his mouth, in order to deduce that what they threw at it's definitely not a good product. Just as he was about to spit out the foreign object in his mouth, a familiar feeling of paralysis suddenly broke out. The snake head that Pasonia threw into the foreign object turned into dark green in the blink of an eye. And this dark green was using the snake head as a stronghold to attack the enemy. Zrilla's body spread. Damn humans. They actually threw that spider demigod's poisonous sac into my mouth. Gazrilla panicked in her heart. The familiar feeling of paralysis and the familiar dark green color were signs of the spider demigod Shadra toxin in her body. The three-headed sea serpent was right. What Pasonia threw into its mouth was Shadra's poison sac. The seriously injured spider demigod was torn in half by a Nubarak's sneak attack. The poison sac in its body was also exposed when the body was torn apart. A Nubarak consciously covered it when he devoured Shadra's body. Gazrilla's sight prevented the three-headed sea serpent from seeing the scene when Pasonia cut off Shadra's poison sac. If it saw it, it would definitely be wary. But unfortunately it didn't happen in reality. Knowing that she had been tricked by the other party, Gazrilla was so angry that she roared repeatedly. These despicable and cunning mortals are really hateful, and they have fallen into their trap. Now the snake head that has been thrown into Shadra's poison sac is completely paralyzed and cannot move. It is impossible to spit out the poison sac in its mouth. If there is no tide stone, using surging magic power to block toxins will quickly spread to every corner of your body. It's not easy even if he has the magic weapon Gazrilla in his mouth, due to the existence of Kael'thas's mana absorption and the limitations of the arcane field. Gazrilla cannot activate the magic power of the tide stone to expel the poison. Blocking it was already its limit, and one of Gazrilla's three snake heads had been destroyed. Looking at Gazrilla Leo, who had already lost one of his heads, he was squeaking. Pasonia was indeed amazing. Not only did she have the perfect timing, but she was also full of courage. What she threw into Gazrilla's mouth was a demigod's. The poisoned bag was a priceless treasure for a thief like her. But she threw it in without hesitation. How could an ordinary thief have such determination? With her eyes open in anger, with her 4 eyes open in anger, Gazrilla, who suffered a big loss at the hands of Pasonia, wanted to find out the traces of the former. However, Pasonia's sneaking ability is really good. Gazrilla couldn't find it even though a demigod whose strength far exceeded hers. Be careful. If we hit it, it won't feel anything. If we get hit by it once, we will be seriously injured even if we don't die. Seeing that one of Leo's trolls was killed, Kael'thas quickly reminded him that the Blood Elf Prince was using all his strength to absorb mana and the arcane domain to carefully maintain a distance from Gazrilla. If it weren't for his arcane domain, Pasonia will not be able to succeed easily after delaying Gazrilla's actions. So even though Kael'thas did not cause much damage to Gazrilla, in fact his role is the most important and cannot be ignored. A green vine surrounded by 10 people suddenly emerged from the ground. The poisonous flower vine twisted its body like a poisonous snake and wrapped around Gazrilla's tail. Before Gazrilla shook it off, the vine had already snaked its way out. Go up. The target is Gazrilla's head. If it weren't for Kael'thas's mana absorption, Gazrilla's strength and any concussion of mana would be able to knock the poisonous flower vine away. But now it can only get rid of it by twisting its body. Paying attention to the poisonous flower vine Gazrilla clinging to his body. The pressure on Kaledats was reduced a lot. And the Blood Elf Prince had time to catch his breath. Kaledats, who faced Gazrilla directly in this battle, was under the greatest pressure. In order to get rid of the mana absorption and the snake head between Gazrilla and the arcane realm, he had been looking for opportunities to kill him. And this the head, which is twice as big as the other two heads combined, is Gazrilla's most powerful weapon. 70% of its strength lies in this snake head. Kaledats, who has positioned himself as the main field controller in this battle, not only has to calculate the distance between the two sides, but also has to fight against the freezing spell cast by Gazrilla using the Tide Stone. And even more, he has to pay attention to the unpredictable stone, knowing when to bite the snake's head. He was the one who had the hardest time. About there. Leo, who had never really joined the battle, said this without thinking. Liadrin, who was standing next to him, looked thoughtfully at Shadra's body, but only saw an empty place. Have several beast pets under Leo devoured the corpse of the spider demigod? Liadrin was thinking about the clear and sweet sound of bells echoing over Zul'Farrak. The death knell ringing as the silver chain shook. Chapter 576, Only by giving up can you gain something. The bells of the death knell may sound pleasant to the ears of the uninformed, but to those in the know, it is the coming of a curse. Obviously, Gazrilla is the former, and Kaledats and others who besieged it together with Leo are the latter. Through the sound of bells, Leo casts multiple curses on Gazrilla in a very covert manner, such as aging, damage aggravation, and weakness. As a demigod, the three-headed sea snake has a very high resistance to curses. A single curse has a great impact on it. The impact was almost non-existent, but it could not withstand the ravages of multiple curses. Leo successfully reduced its strength by more than 10% without Gazrilla noticing. Don't underestimate this strength. With the power of a demigod, if this strength were placed on an ordinary person, it would be enough to make him a legendary powerhouse immediately. This shows that Leo's curse technique is really sharp. Gazrilla was very strange. It found that the elf mage's arcane domain had a greater impact on itself. Not only was it unable to charge, but it was even harder to walk. This made it feel secretly worried about Kalesaw. Gazrilla paid more and more attention to it, and the largest snake head among it could no longer restrain itself from launching an attack on Kaledats. A big hand with entangled roots stretched out from the ground. The big hand hit Gazrilla's wound cut by Scarlet with a bang. At the moment Gazrilla tried to shake the poisonous flower vines off her body, Luceb attacked it. The wound on her body was slapped, and Gazrilla, who felt the pain, turned her body sideways and pressed on it without thinking. Lotheb, who had just emerged, was crushed to pieces, leaving only broken lines on the ground. Roots, as Kaledats said, their attacks may not be effective if they hit Gazrilla, but if they are hit by Gazrilla, there is a high chance that they will be killed instantly by the opponent. Lotheb, the encounter with Yukozi confirmed this. Fortunately, Lotheb is different from Yukozi. After it dies, Leo can summon it again after a period of time, which does not affect his strength. It's just that Gazrilla didn't know about this. After seeing the three-headed sea snake killing a sneak attacker, it finally felt sulky. It couldn't help but feel a lot better. However, it didn't find that a colorful flower was growing and loose. The wound where Boo attacked is taking root. A flower of death that sucks flesh and blood to nourish itself. Let Lotheb sneak attack Gazrilla. Leo had already been mentally prepared for it to be killed by the three-headed sea snake. But as long as he could plant the flower of death on Gazrilla, his goal would have been achieved. Gazrilla is a melee beast demigod. Its strongest weapon is its powerful body, which is made of flesh, blood and bones. The flower of death absorbing Gazrilla's flesh and blood weakens its strongest weapon, although it is absorbed very slowly at the beginning due to its own weakness. As time goes by, the death flower gradually becomes stronger, and the absorption speed will become faster and faster. And because there is no feeling when being absorbed, as long as it is not seen, the absorption speed will increase. Gazrilla can't notice it at all, and it will weaken in a daze. Snap! The poisonous flower vine was finally thrown off by Gazrilla, and the three-headed sea snake ran over it before it could get into the ground. The connection between Leo and the poisonous flower vine disappeared. The poisonous flower vine that went to attract Gazrilla's attention to cover Lotheb was also killed. After killing two opponents in succession, Gazrilla screamed proudly. But its pride did not last long as two sturdy figures collided head-on with the roar of running. Because Kaledats' arcane domain delayed Gazrilla's movements, The three-headed sea serpent could not avoid it in time. With two muffled sounds of physical collision, the three figures collided together. The mammoth giant Gamok and the snowman Ice Roar are both huge and powerful land beasts. But their strength is not enough in front of the beast demigod Gazrilla. Originally, the two giant beasts were going to hit Gazrilla. But it turned out that after the collision, Gazrilla was fine. But the two of them were dizzy by the force of the backlash. The same route is taken to strengthen the body. But the gap between demigods and legends is really staggering. Just two legends actually want to knock me over. Do you know how to write the word death? Gazrilla grinned and sprayed out several jets of water. If the two giant beasts were hit in a daze, they would be seriously injured even if they didn't die. Several ice arrows struck through the air, and with a crackling sound, the water column spewed out by Gazrilla turned into icicles after being hit by the ice arrows. Although ice and water are the same substance, they have different forms. A slight difference can make a difference of 1,000 miles. The water column shot by the ice arrows all deviated from the direction, and Gazrilla's attack hit the empty space. In the distance of the battlefield, Larissa kept drawing her bow, and the frozen arrows rained down on Gazrilla, causing the water jets of the three-headed sea snakes to miss their target, and Gormok and Ice Roar were able to escape. Thessarian brought 4 fat blood maggots to protect Lylessa. It wasn't that he didn't want to go up and fight, but he knew that it would be useless if he rushed forward. Gazrilla's scales were too hard, and Thessarian the rune sword couldn't break it open at all. So it would be better to stay next to Lylessa and help her block Gazrilla's attack at the critical moment. With the help of Lylessa, Gamok and Ice Howl finally passed the crisis without any danger. However, these two giant land beasts seem to have never suffered such a big loss. After regaining consciousness, they not only did not retreat, but they stuck close to Gazrilla and attacked frantically. The sound of the punches hitting the flesh seemed very violent, but the actual effect was very limited. They couldn't even break Gazrilla's scales. When fighting a hand-to-hand demigod like Gazrilla, you have to flee immediately if you miss a hit. Otherwise you are seeking death. In view of the huge size of Gormok and Ice Roar, Kael'dat's arcane domain suppressed Gazrilla's speed, and the three-headed sea serpent could not crush it with its body like it could with poisonous flower vine and loatheb. On the other side, the water column attack was messed up by Lylessa's frozen arrows, resulting in a serious lack of accuracy. Gazrilla could only use her mouth to devour Gormok and Ice Roar. The shining fangs easily tore Gamok's neck open. The mammoth giant fell down after struggling for a few times. Another pet of Leo was killed. The death of the mammoth giant did not make Ice Roar retreat. The snowman was aroused by the death of his companion. He beat Gazrilla's body more and more crazily, and the scales on Gazrilla's chest amidst the banging sound of the punch. The slightest crack appeared, showing that Bingho's desperate efforts were effective. However, the strength gap between the two sides was too big. Ice Roar tried his best, and could only do this when Gazrilla, who had dealt with Gamok, turned around to attack it. The huge snowman also followed Gamok's footsteps. The fourth pet was killed, and Leo's expression did not change at all. It was impossible to kill a demigod head-on without paying the price. After realizing the power of Gazrilla through the death of Yukozi, Leo had already made a choice in his heart. If he wanted to defeat a beast demigod whose strength was almost undamaged, Leo and the others simply could not achieve a complete victory with their current strength. If you are willing to give up, you will gain something. Leo has given up now. So how can he get the victory he wants? After successfully performing a double kill, Gazrilla was extremely proud. After all, the hateful mortals were no match for this demigod, and they would be killed one by one. Leo waved the staff in his hand. Soul-devouring plague, sacrificial fire, corrosion, and curse of pain came out to interrupt Gazrilla's pride. The three-headed sea snake felt the pain, and it was dead. Staring at Leo, he showed fear of the staff in his hand. The staff in Leo's hand is naturally not an ordinary thing. It is the staff of disintegration that Leo rented from Kael'dat's in order to deal with the scourge. It is a staff higher than the legendary staff, second only to the artifact in epic proportions. It is also the highest quality staff that can be made in the mortal world. Gazrilla is also a demigod after all. Although it does not know the name of the disintegration staff, it can still feel the magic fluctuations emanating from this staff. The staff of disintegration is indeed a legendary staff that is more powerful than the epic. With it in hand, the effectiveness of my spells has more than doubled compared to before. Leo is 100% satisfied with the effectiveness of the disintegration staff, compared with the forbidden word sword tied to his waist. The disintegration staff, which is of a higher quality, has a stronger blessing effect on him. If it were not forbidden, the set effect of the Evil Whisper 3-piece set has the power to bless his pets. Leo didn't even bother to carry it with him. Being attacked by Leo's spell, Gazrilla became more and more murderous towards the guy who had provoked her from the beginning. But Leo never showed much threat, and didn't pay much attention to it. Watching from Gazrilla, he came here as a clown. And it would not be too late to trouble him after taking care of the elf mage and female paladin, who were the most threatening to him. It's a pity that Gazrilla doesn't understand the truth. People who look harmless and powerful people are easy to attract people's attention. But people who look a little threatening are the most ignored existences. Now Leo plays at such a character. Leo made a secret gesture to Kaeldats, and the Blood Elf Prince retreated in a certain direction knowingly. Gazrilla, who listed him as the first target to kill, immediately chased after him. Without noticing, the ice-roaring Gormok's body lay just on either side of his abdomen. Boom! Boom! Two loud noises were heard during the pursuit, and Gazrilla felt a powerful tearing force coming from both sides of her body, and severe pain attacked every nerve in her body. Two cracks several meters wide and 30 to 40 meters long appeared on Gazrilla's body. The blood in the three-headed sea snake splashed out like gushing spring water, covering 100 meters in radius with a layer of magnificent blood. Gazrilla was severely wounded. Leo waved his hand, and Nerelak, Gaelai, Flintag, Haraz, etc. all appeared, and several legendary warriors attacked the heavily injured Gazrilla aggressively. Your time has come, little reptile. Chapter 577. What is the dignity of a demigod? The severe pain in her body drove Gazrilla crazy. As a demigod, she was severely wounded by a group of mortals. What made her even more angry was that the person who attacked her was actually the human who had repeatedly provoked her. You are all going to die. Gazrilla's roar was loud. But what's the use of just roaring loudly? Nerelak rushed forward first, and the bearman's figure drew a straight line in the air. The bear's paw hit Gazrilla with huge impact, and two bangs were heard in front of Gazrilla. The scales broke into two halves. The power of the spirit bear priest was similar to that of Ice Roar, but due to his small size, his power was more concentrated when striking. But it was easier to break Gazrilla's body's surface protection. Gaelai Jejia smiled and flew above Gazrilla's head, with flames falling down. The Dragon Eagle sacrifice was like a red bomber with unlimited ammunition, constantly bombarding Gazrilla's body with flame bombs. Among the three priests, Haraz, who was good at finding the opponent's weaknesses and conducting sneak attacks, used his super speed to directly attack the wounds on Gazrilla's body. The wounds of the three-headed sea serpent were widened again when he stabbed the three-headed sea serpent with his saber. The injuries were getting worse, and Gazrilla couldn't help but let out a scream of pain. No matter how strong the demigod's body was, it could not withstand the constant attacks of the legendary strongman. But this is just the beginning. Flintag raised his scepter high, and the dazzling bright white lightning flashed, and the suffocating thunder and lightning struck one after another. The rumbling thunder filled the entire space, and even the earth seemed to be afraid of this power that symbolized the power of God. The thunderstorm of the Kobold Geomancer, Gaelai's flames, Flintag's thunderstorm, Naranak's savage sweep, Haraz's saber thrust. These four legendary strongmen are equivalent to Zulamon's four spirit priests fighting against Gazer Law performed a combined attack, which even as a demigod was too much to bear. Gazrilla obviously felt a little weaker after this attack. Injured again. Gazrilla was furious. It was abominable that a group of legends, who could easily be crushed to death by themselves, were repeatedly defeated by a demigod like himself. But before Gazrilla could show off her power, two large beetles, one purple and one gold, were killed. Anuvrican shook his body, and a little golden light shone directly into Gazrilla's eyes. The metal spikes came through the air with a sharp roar, and Gazrilla, who had been suffering from continuous losses at the opponent's hands, quickly turned her head to avoid it, closing her eyes just in case. Anuvrican was very proud to see this, and Gazrilla's reaction was exactly what it needed. Just when Gazrilla closed her eyes, Anuvrak emerged from its tail with a ferocious smile. The Crypt Lord sharpened his sharp mouthparts, and then bit him hard. Click! Anuvrak's sharp mouthparts cut Gazrilla's tail like sharp scissors, and the three-headed sea snake's scales lost their ability to resist after making a weak protest. Damn bugs! The pain from its tail let Gazrilla know that it was injured again. When it turned its head to look, it saw two incredibly thick arms stretched out from the front of Anuvrak. The muscles on those arms were larger than the ground. The Cave Lord's body is even thicker, and these two hands that look like they have huge strength are grabbing its injured tail. This scene made Gazrilla's eyes wide open. Before, it had seen with its own eyes that Shadra, who was also a demigod with itself, was torn into two pieces by these big hands. Asshole. Stop it! As Gazrilla roared in fright. Another act gave it a ferocious smile. And then the two arms grabbed Gazrilla's tail and pulled hard. Here it is. Ouch. The severe pain almost caused Gazrilla to faint. And it couldn't help but let out a painful wail when another act pulled her tail completely from her body. Gazrilla shivered in pain. Scarlet. Kaildats. Nerlac and others saw this rare opportunity and launched attacks one after another. A drowned snake. Blood splattered. Like the water jet from a high-pressure water gun. Starting from Gazrilla's severed tail and extending to 300 meters away. The three-headed sea snake's blood spurted out in a spectacular sight. The large amount of blood loss made Gazrilla weak. Originally, it relied on its body to feed itself. But now that its body is so weak, Gazrilla's attack and defense are greatly weakened. Some people have been waiting for this moment. Crunch. Crunch. There was a sound of chewing. And Gazrilla followed the sound and saw a Nubarak holding something in the shape of a strip and chewing it with relish. Isn't that my tail? Gazrilla was startled at first, and then became furious. After tearing off my tail, he actually dared to eat it in front of me. And he still showed such an expression. This was a provocation. And this was a slap in the face from Hongguogua. The angry Gazrilla has buried her reason with her anger. And she no longer cares about Kaildats. Now Gazrilla only has eyes for a Nubarak, who is holding its severed tail and gnawing on it. Snapped. Leo snapped his fingers, which was a new attack signal. A dark spear struck silently. Gazrilla felt a flash of black light coming, and instinctively closed its eyelids. Puff! Gazrilla, whose body was weak and had reduced protection, failed to block this attack. Its eyelids let it down, and the dark spear pierced it until it sank into the hilt. One eye was destroyed like this, and Gazrilla shook her head even more in pain. Valjean appeared quietly, and it was his shadow throw that severely injured Gazrilla just now. The Darkspear clan leader's attack heralds the beginning of a new round of offensive. Just as Gazrilla was rolling in pain, two figures came out from behind Leo and rushed towards Gazrilla, who was rolling in pain. At this time, Gazrilla was going crazy with pain and rolling around. Scarlet and others had already stepped aside in order not to be killed by the crazy three-headed sea snake. But these two people were not afraid of it. What a beast and demigod! In my eyes, you are just a reptile. Look at me killing you for my master. A purple-haired young man yelled and punched out, hitting Gazrilla's scales that had been shattered by Nerlac before. The white scales immediately cracked, and a bloody hole appeared in Gazrilla's body under the punch. The power of the purple-haired young man's punch was terrifying and shocking. One punch worked, and the purple-haired young man gained the upper hand. With a loud bang, he hit several more heavy punches, which hit Gazrilla's chest until it was bloody and bloody. Needless to say, this purple-haired young man is the Twilight Dragon Prince Dragonakos. Among Leo's many pets, his strength is second only to the Black Dragon Queen Zenitharea and the Crypt Lord who is fused with the Abyss Commander, Nubarak. Although it has not yet shown that it cannot fully display its true strength, it is not a problem to break Gazrilla's protection. The dragon is inherently powerful. Dragonakos' chest was severely wounded, and Gazrilla's injury was even more serious. The scales were broken and the flesh was torn. It was secondary. The key was the power of the Twilight Dragon's fist. Every time Neko's Gazrilla's body trembled when his fist hit it, and the force penetrated the flesh of the body and injured its internal organs. After being caught and beaten by Dragonakos, Gazrilla knew that he had no chance of winning in this battle, as he was seriously injured. Although his opponents were only a group of legendary-level warriors, the big purple beetle had a lot of magic power. The elf mage who is comparable to a demigod. The female paladin, who has a big sword that can easily break through her own defenses. And this purple-haired human, who can overwhelm her when she first appears. Gazrilla weighed the strength of the comparison. He had to admit that he was already at a disadvantage. And his opponent was powerful enough to threaten his life. Being able to become a demigod in the form of a beast. Gazrilla is naturally not that stupid low-level beast who only knows how to fight head-on with her opponents. If she feels that her life will be threatened and continues to fight, she will most likely fall into the hands of these mortals. At that time, Gazrilla was afraid, and he decided to give up his so-called dignity as a demigod and run away. The dignity of a demigod is nothing. It is nothing compared to his own life. With such an idea in his mind, Gazrilla was about to twist his body and escape from the battlefield desperately. But when he was about to put his idea into practice, he suddenly found that his body could not move. No. It's not that it can't move. A huge force suppresses it, making it unable to move its body. Reptiles are reptiles. And low-level beasts are also worthy of becoming demigods? A disdainful snort came, and Gazrilla was horrified to see a human woman with black hair and black eyes stepping on her back. The source of the huge force that prevented her from moving was precisely this person, which was no bigger than one of her own scales. Of human beings. This is impossible. How can you, a human, be so powerful? I am the powerful demigod Gazrilla. There is no way I can be suppressed by a human. Gazrilla couldn't believe his eyes at all. He was wondering if the other party had tampered with him to cause him to hallucinate. Idiot! Shina Soraya pointed at Gazrilla's body with a look of disdain. Looking in the direction she pointed, Gazrilla discovered that a colorful flower had bloomed on her body at some point. The flower shyly emerged from its torn wound, and it seemed that its roots had been deeply implanted in its body. There is my flesh and blood on it, and this flower is frantically absorbing my flesh and blood to support its growth. Seeing this flower, Gazrilla discovered a horrifying fact. The smaller half of its body had actually been sucked away by this colorful flower. And all this happened silently. If it weren't for Zinasara, you pointed out that it was still in the dark. No wonder my body weakened so quickly. No wonder even a human woman could suppress me with strength. It turned out that the culprit was this colorful flower. Gazrilla hated it so much that the more bright and dazzling the flowers were, the more blood dripped from her heart. Despicable mortals. You are so shameless. Gazrilla roared angrily. Its eyes became crazy, and its breath began to become disordered, which was a sign of self-destruction. He's going to blow himself up, Kaldats exclaimed when he saw this. But Leo didn't panic, and a charming voice sounded at this time. What a pitiful little snake. Sister, come and play with you. Snapped. The barbed bone whip struck Gazrilla's head with a whirring sound. The three-headed sea snake's consciousness gradually blurred, and Gazrilla vaguely saw a succubus. Chapter 578 Righteous Speech. As a demigod, even the melee-type beast demigod Gazrilla, who is not good at mental power, cannot shake the will of ordinary people. Even many demigods of the same level cannot do it through spells to make it unconscious. However, it is seriously injured now. The large amount of blood loss and the curse on its body have affected its will. At this time, it encounters a succubus who is good at manipulating spirits. And it is not an ordinary succubus. Gaz was deliberately attacked by the other party. Rila was immediately struck. Okay. The succubus let out a moan, and the barbed bone whip drew dozens of afterimages in the air. The crackling sound of whipping sounded above Gazrilla's head. The three-headed sea snake could resist the full blow of the legendary strongman. The scales melted away silently under the bone whip like snow that had been splashed with boiling water, revealing the muscles under the scales. The scene where the unprotected muscles met the bone whip could only be described in one word. To describe the horror. Wounds were ripped out of the body. But Gazrilla felt nothing at all. The three-headed sea snake's consciousness, which had not yet completely fallen, told it that it must quickly stop the succubus from harming itself. But a thick layer of sleep enveloped its body. But his body was too lazy to exert any strength. The remaining consciousness is telling me that my body is being hurt. But my body is being beaten, but I can't use any strength at all. It's terrifying to watch the wounds on my body getting more and more, but can't do anything. Zrilla's eyes revealed the panic and helplessness in its heart. But a demigod is a demigod after all. Even if he is seriously injured, he is still a demigod. Since the succubus has only legendary level strength, he can only charm it for a while. After some struggle, Gazrilla finally regained control of his body. It wanted to without thinking. He opened his mouth and bit into the succubus. Big guy. Help me block it. Facing Gazrilla's attack, the succubus did not dodge. She still quickly whipped Gazrilla with the bone whip, beating the three-headed sea snake until its flesh and blood flew everywhere. Ilsa, don't you even have the ability to fight on your own? A demon guard holding a blood-red sword rushed forward to meet the snake head that Gazrilla had bitten. The red sword was as wide as a door panel, and it weighed more than 1,000 kilograms. Holding such an eye-catching sword, this demon guard was not. Who is Talagaman the Hungry? Talagaman's strength is not weak, but he has to face a beast demigod. The demon guard's choice to face the enemy head-on seems very foolish, at least in Gazrilla's view. After all, the legendary powerhouses were one level below the demigods. They might be able to hurt the demigods through conspiracy, but a head-on confrontation would only lead to death. The fact is exactly as Gazrilla thought. Talagaman, who blocked the blow for Ilsa, was indeed unable to defend against its attack, and was instantly killed by it in one blow. However, Gazrilla did not feel proud after killing Taligaman, because Taligaman knew that he could not withstand a frontal attack from a demigod. So he did not choose a meaningless defense at all. Instead, he risked his life and gave Gazrilla a heavy blow. Puff! The sound of a sharp weapon cutting into flesh was heard at the same time as Taligaman died. The entire blade of the blood-red door panel slashed into Gazrilla's head, adding a streak of blood to the head of the three-headed sea snake. A trough that spurts blood. It stands to reason that with Taligaman's attack power, even if Gazrilla could break through its defense while it was seriously injured, it would still be impossible to cut such a deep wound. The mystery lies in the fact that Taligaman cut it. A sword is not a normal attack. Leo smacked his lips and whispered, "The ghost attack tastes good." Taligaman admires strength, but the potential of this demon guard is not great. Leo carefully weighed it, and gave this violent man who loves to slash people with door panels and swords the inheritance of corpse fire. The corpse's ability to generate fire can only be considered mediocre among the Hell Legion, but it can become a strong player in Hell, and naturally has its own unique skill, which is the ghost strike that can ignore the opponent's defense when attacking. Seeing that Gazrilla's movements were sluggish after being slashed by Taligaman, Leo saw the opportunity and fired a chaos arrow. The chaos arrow, which was so rich in magic that it was semi-liquefied, drew a green straight line in the air and reached the end. Rilla's snakehead, whose one eye was disabled by Vol'jin's shadow throw, no longer has to worry about becoming one-eyed, because now both of its eyes are disabled. One head has lost the ability to see, and the other head is stiff because Pasonia threw the poison sac of the spider demigod Shadra. Now Gazrilla has 3 heads, but only the middle one is intact. Fortunately, the heads on the left and right sides are assisting. The head in the middle is its most powerful weapon. Gazrilla has not completely lost the ability to resist. Just when Leo's chaos arrow hit Gazrilla's eyes, the three-headed sea snake suddenly felt a palpitation of its heart. Its soul was attacked, and an ice blast roared onto Gazrilla's head. The head in the middle was covered with a layer of white frost. And then Leo, Korok, Falto and Salian hit the cold touch. For cold winds blew through, and the frost turned into ice. Gazrilla's head moved slowly under the influence of the ice. Although the ice only lasted for less than 2 seconds, for some people, 2 seconds was enough. Boom! A figure jumped on top of Gazrilla's head. She kicked down hard with her legs, giving the three-headed sea snake a heavy kick. Boom! A muffled sound like a heavy hammer hitting the ground came from the top of Gazrilla's head. The three-headed sea snake felt a strong force coming from it. After a burst of bone cracking, its head smashed into the ground with a bang, and dozens of gravel flew into the air. A deep pit appeared. Sinusaria stood on Gazrilla's head, and the poor three-headed sea snake's head had been dented a lot. It was staring at stars for a long time, and could not raise its head. The Black Dragon Queen struck a fatal blow to Gazrilla. As the saying goes, taking advantage of his life to kill him. Gazrilla was too dizzy to get up, which gave the people who besieged her a chance. Everyone, including Kaeldats, rushed forward, grabbed Gazrilla and beat him hard. The three-headed sea snake was beaten with scars, and the injuries made the three-headed sea snake's resistance extremely weak. The death flower planted by Lotha bloomed more and more brightly on it. After hugging her, everyone noticed Gazrilla's weakness. Although the scales were still strong, the muscles hidden under them were no longer strong. Gazrilla, the beast demigod, was about to lose his ability. Everyone was overjoyed when they realized this. Demigods represent the pinnacle level of the mortal world. If they can kill a demigod, it will be of great benefit to everyone present. They who are at the legendary level are in a certain mood after winning this battle. If you can get a promotion, your own strength will be improved to the next level. Boom! Sinisarea raised her fist and punched it hard. There was no scene of scales breaking and blood and flesh splattering with this punch. It seemed to have no lethality. But if you take a second look, you will find that this punch adds more damage after the punch. Zarila's head was dented again. Sinisaraya's fist did not cause Gazrilla any superficial injuries, because the three-headed sea serpent suffered internal injuries. Regardless of the size of the power, the Black Dragon Queen's precise power control is far from Dragonako's. It can be compared now. And it's no wonder that among the legendary powerhouses under Leo, no one dares to question her position as the #1 person. Sinestra, just beat it until it can't move. Don't kill it. The flower of death hasn't bloomed to its most beautiful state yet. Seeing Sinisarea raising her fist to hit Leo again, she hurriedly stopped her. The flower of death parasitic on Gazrilla was still absorbing the flesh and blood of the beast demigod. This showed that it had not reached its limit yet and wanted to see the flower of death. To what extent can Leo reach a certain level? Naturally. Gazrilla cannot die prematurely. Despicable human being. You can't even hope for it. With his last breath, Gazrilla activated the Tide Stone in her mouth, trying to use the surging water magic power in it to heal her injuries in order to make her final resistance. Leo did not stop Gazrilla's actions. He just tilted his head and looked at the three-headed sea serpent with a funny face. As if in his eyes, this was not a beast demigod but a juggler clown. The surging water magic in the Tide Stone was activated, and something happened that shocked Gazrilla. After the water magic entered its body, it had no effect at all. How is this possible? Human. What conspiracy are you playing? Gazrilla let out a final roar at Leo in despair. In its opinion, Leo must have played tricks to cause such a situation. It has to be said that sometimes the beast's intuition is surprisingly accurate. The reason why the magic power of the Tide Stone cannot heal Gazrilla is indeed because of Leo. It's really bizarre that you still expect to be treated under my undead aura. Boom! Seeing that Gazrilla still had room to resist, Sinisarea punched it hard again. The three-headed sea snake completely lost its ability to move under this punch, spreading his hands at Gazrilla, who looked desperate. Leo gave Godok a wink, and the latter took out the Tide Stone from Gazrilla's mouth and gave it to Leo's hand. Just when Leo was about to take a closer look at this stone that contained a complete water law, he noticed the figure of Kale that's appearing next to him. The Blood Elf Prince looked at the Tide Stone with a burning face, and desperately restrained himself from grabbing it. The thought of coming over, pouring his lips in dissatisfaction, Leo pushed the Tide Stone into Kale that's hand with his backhand. An extremely rare dull expression appeared on the latter's face. Kale that's did not expect that Leo would do it so easily. Give him the Tide Stone. Take it. I know you need it now. If you can have one more demigod mage, your chances of winning against the Lich King or Illidan will be much greater. Leo put his hand on Kale that's shoulder in an inconspicuous manner, and his righteous expression made the Blood Elf Prince's face filled with gratitude. But who knew what was going on in his heart? Goldfinger cannot absorb the energy inside. To me, who possesses the blood law, the Tide Stone is just a useless broken stone. Chapter 579 I'm just a legend. As a demigod, Gazrilla is powerful. But unfortunately it was pitiful after being attacked by Leo, Kaeldats, Baljean, and other powerful men. It was beaten all over with bruises, not to mention having its tail docked. What's even more tragic is that after losing the last bit of resistance, it can't even decide whether to live or die by itself. It is extremely miserable for a demigod to be in this situation. The flower of death continued to absorb the nutrients composed of the flesh and blood of Gazrilla's body. Leo was observing from the side. He wanted to see if a demigod's body could push the flower of death to its limit. The majestic demigod actually became how miserable is Gazrilla. Someone's experimental subject. Baljean looked at Kaeldats who was studying the Tide Stone with a look of joy. The Darkspear clan leader's face was gloomy. Although he was now in a cooperative relationship with the Blood Elves, and they were all in the same tribal camp. The relationship between trolls and elves was how can the grievances between people be so easily resolved? Besides, Baljean also understood that if the Blood Elves had not been desperate, why would they have joined the Horde camp? Now that Silvermoon City and Stromgarde are on the line, the Blood Elves' presence in the tribe has become much stronger. But in fact, their relationship with the humans, who are the core of the alliance, has become closer again. This cannot help but worry Wajin. With his wisdom, he can completely see that Scarlet is not happy with the tribe. The hatred between the Lothar family and the Orcs determines the attitude of the female knight. If it were not for the stable development of the kingdom of Arathar, and Leo made peace in it, it is absolutely impossible for Scarlet and Wajin to work together. Wajin had seen Leo give the Tide Stone to Kaeldats without hesitation. The gratitude on the Blood Elf Prince's face was not fake. Silvermoon City and Stromgarde will definitely get closer in the future, which means Wajin knew very well what he was talking about. But once there was a new dispute between the two major camps of the Alliance and the Horde. The Blood Elves in Silvermoon City would not contribute to the Horde, and they would even turn against each other. While the leader of the Darkspear clan was collecting the scales on Gazrilla's body, he was thinking about how to get along with the Blood Elves in the future. With Kaeldats' strength, being promoted to demigod after obtaining the Tide Stone was not a problem. The problem was only with the Blood Elf Prince. How long does it take? Having a demigod sitting in charge of the Blood Elves is enough to make the world look at him. Scarlet stood beside Leo. In this battle, the female knight did not directly face the pressure of the demigods. In terms of her own strength, She was the weakest of all the people participating in this battle. If it weren't for the Sword of Ashkandi, is completely unable to hurt a demigod by an epic master like her. But when it comes to the gains from this battle, the person who has benefited the most besides Leo and Kale, that is none other than Scarlet. Participating in the battle against two demigods with epic level strength. Feeling the power of demigods personally during the battle. And winning the battle, Scarlet gained equality in both her perception of power level and her state of mind. With the improvement of the Lothar family's original secret method, her strength will immediately increase as soon as she reaches a certain level in the legendary realm. Moreover, this improvement is a complete improvement without any hidden dangers. There is no need to spend time to accumulate strength and consolidate the realm. Compared with before the battle, Scarlet's momentum now is completely different. The female knight has broken through the shackles of pseudo-legend. Having a good father is indeed different. This is indeed an era of fighting for fatherhood. Leo shook his head and sighed, expressing envy of Scarlet's improved strength. Master, the flowers are blooming. Sinisaria came to Leo holding a bright and colorful flower. This flower was the flower of death planted by Lotheb on Gazrilla. Facts have proved that the body of the demigod is indeed very good and powerful. The flower of death has become saturated after converting 1/3 of Gazrilla's body into its own nutrients. Seeing that it no longer grows, the Black Dragon Queen hurriedly picked it and presented it to Lei. Profound. As soon as Leo took the hand, he felt a very comfortable breath flow into his body from his hand. The flower of death lived up to its name of death. The flowers that bloomed after being absorbed by the host's flesh and blood as nutrients actually contained its death energy. To others, death energy is a terrifying poison. It will corrode your vitality and destroy your soul. But for Leo, a necromancer, it is a great tonic. And it is the highest quality. It's a pity that the flower of death can only be planted once for the same creature. Otherwise, you can really consider raising a demigod in captivity to grow flowers specifically. Thinking in his mind, Leo clicked a red energy line without hesitation to extract the energy from the flower of death. When the death energy entered his body, Leo felt as comfortable as eating a bucket of ice cream on a hot summer day. And then something that made him happy happened. Absorbing death energy, equipment is being activated. Death energy can actually activate equipment. This indeed surprised Leo. But considering that his equipment was the Necromancer's Tago suit, it was not surprising that the death energy could activate it. Tagio's incarnation suit, Leo only has the armor and helmet left unactivated. He doesn't know what Golden Finger can do for him this time. The energy is insufficient. Please replenish the death energy. Otherwise the activation will fail. Low energy again. Leo felt crazy. He had already played with Goldfinger once when he activated the Soul Stone. And now it's still here. Are you addicted? Some people say that you can't fall in the same pit twice. Naturally, Leo doesn't want to be played twice by Goldfinger for the same reason. To solve the problem of insufficient death energy, it must be replenished. But there is only one flower of death. Unless something can be found to replace the flower of death. Leo's eyes lit up as he thought about it. Instead of the flower of death, he had exactly two things on his body to supply death energy to Goldfinger's activated equipment, which were the Death Judgment and the Rule of the Dead obtained in the battle at the hand of Tyr. It's a good habit to do what comes to mind. Leo didn't care whether the death energy in these two jewelry with the power of death could meet Goldfinger's needs. He cast two energy lines and drew them up. Insufficient energy to activate the Chaos Armor. The host successfully activated the Skeleton Mask. Leo's heart felt cold when he heard the first half of the sentence. But the second half of the sentence gave him a surprise. Another piece of the Necromancer's exclusive suit was activated. And now only the Chaos Armor was left. Activating the Skeleton Mask is worth celebrating. But compared to finding a way to activate the equipment, the Skeleton Mask has to be put behind. Since enough death energy can allow Goldfinger to activate the Necromancer's exclusive suit. Should I think about it? How to collect more flowers of death? Leo lowered his head and pondered. He was thinking about where there were enough strong people to allow him to gather enough flowers of death in a short time. It should be noted that the flower of death is also a flower and cannot be preserved forever. The death energy inside will dissipate over time. Generally speaking, there will be no problem within 10 days. But if it exceeds 10 days, it will quickly wither. Killing a large number of strong men within 10 days naturally requires strong men to gather in this place. The place is not difficult to find, but it is a bit dangerous. Leo held his chin and weighed it carefully. It was impossible to get enough profit without taking risks. As long as he planned well, he could minimize the risk and maximize the profit. It seems that I have to go to the Molten Core. But I have to make preparations first. Leo was thinking of sending a message to Siniserea. The Black Dragon Queen bowed respectfully, and then took out a teleportation scroll and disappeared from everyone's sight. After receiving Leo's instructions, she wanted to use herself make arrangements in advance for your special status. Valjean and Lydron were full of questions about Siniserea's departure. Fortunately, they knew that this was not their business, so no one asked. After arranging Siniserea, Leo walked towards Gazrilla. The dying three-headed sea snake barely held up its eyelids and looked at Leo with eyes full of hatred. I'm sorry to tell you that you are no longer of use to me. Go on your way with peace of mind. Gazrilla. As soon as Leo finished speaking, Anubarak and Dragonakos delivered a fatal blow to Gazrilla's head. The eyes of the three-headed sea snake, which was holding on for its last breath, instantly dimmed. Kill Gazrilla. The host gains divinity. Gazrilla, the three-headed sea serpent in the demigod realm, fell. There is insufficient divinity in the activated soul stone. Activation failed. I failed again. How much divinity is required to activate the soul stone? Doesn't this force me to challenge the demigod? Leo scratched his face, feeling a little depressed. But the following news made him extremely happy. The host level is improved. Leo used to be at level 79, just one step away from the legend. But now this level has been improved. He has reached level 80, which means he has entered the legendary realm that countless people look up to. Legend? I finally stepped into the legend. What Leo achieved after entering the legendary realm was a qualitative change. Everyone present felt a powerful aura emanating from Leo, and a tyrannical thought enveloped the entire audience. Well, Leo has upgraded. At this moment, Lydron, Valjean, and Kael'dats all showed shock in their eyes. As legendary strongmen, they still didn't understand what happened. Leo, a human in his 20s, has advanced to the level of a legend and has become a strong man that countless people look up to. Kael'dats shook his head as if sighing. The speed at which Leo's strength improved was really shocking. And even he felt envious. Everyone present was shocked in their hearts. But no one made a sound. From the action of Leo closing his eyes, Kael'dats and others could tell that he was immersed in the thoughts of being promoted to legend. And they must not be disturbed at this time. It would have taken a long time for other people to realize the new power after being promoted to legend. But Leo has already mastered the power of higher level laws. And it only took him about 10 seconds to realize the legend level. With a gentle breath, Leo opened his eyes and smiled at everyone looking at him. Don't look at me like that. I'm just a legend. Chapter 580 Demon Slaying Canyon. Ashendale is a huge primeval forest. It is connected to the Dark Coast to the north and is an important passage to Nordrassil, where the Night Elves gather. It is connected to the Barrens to the south. It is an important hub for the tribe in Kalandor. Due to its geographical location, the war between the tribe and the Alliance has never stopped here. The most fierce one is the war between the Silver-Winged Sentinels and the Wusong clan over the ownership of the forest and the felling of trees. That is, the Wusong Canyon War. The Night Elves asked her the existence of Lana, and the Orcs Broken Wood post shows that neither the Alliance nor the Horde are willing to give up this strategic location. Of course, as a wise war chief, Thrall would not anger the Night Elves. If it weren't for the construction of Orgrimmar that requires trees, and if it weren't for the Wusong clan being a militant faction that doesn't compete well with rationalists like him, Thrall with the war in Wusong Canyon will not be allowed to continue forever. This huge primeval forest surrounds most of the northern region of Kalandor. The mysterious ruins in the dangerous primeval forest are full of opportunities, making Ashendale the most popular place for adventurers. Apart from Stranglethorn Vale, the vast size and natural diversity of Ashendale are completely unmatched by other places. It is also the place where the Night Elves were able to revive their homeland after the explosion of the Well of Eternity, which resisted the first invasion of the Burning Legion in ancient times. One of the first places to be rebuilt. In the sky, a green dragon is flying at the fastest speed. If this green dragon hadn't used the illusion dance technique to prevent others from seeing it, it would definitely cause a sensation with its 500 or 600 meter long body. Adventurers in the forest will discuss the topic of dragons very enthusiastically, looking at the vast forest at their feet. Scarlet and Passonia stood beside Leo on the left and right. They didn't make a sound. They just watched Leo checking the direction. After Zul'Farrak successfully killed the two beast demigods Shadra and Gazrilla, Leo, Kael'dats, and Valjean separated. The Blood Elf Prince naturally returned to Silvermoon City to solve the various problems that arose because he had been away for too long. Valjean returned to Sinjin village in the hope of absorbing the population as soon as possible to solve Zalazane's rebellion. As for Leo, where they were going was not told. Although the three parties cooperated perfectly when besieging the two beast demigods. In fact, their current relationship is not to the point of being heart-to-heart. It is like a party that comes together because of common interests. But under the big interests, they have their own small interests. And if they gather because of benefit, they will naturally disperse for benefit. This just proves that the bustle in the world is for benefit. And the hustle and bustle in the world is for benefit. This thing that needs to be done does not require help from others at all. Why should Leo share the benefits that he can enjoy alone with others? The Demon Slayer Canyon is just ahead. At Polition speed. We can reach it in half an hour. After carefully comparing the drawings in his hands, Leo determined the current location of the three of them. Pasonia didn't ask much about why Leo went to Demon Slayer Canyon. She was currently concerned about another thing. If this matter really came to pass, it would be a great guarantee for both Stromgarde and Leo himself. Leo, are you so sure that the three-headed sea snake can evolve into a demigod? You mean Triggery? Leo chuckled, his face full of confidence. Triggery's bloodline is stronger than Gazrilla's, and his potential is far less than Gazrilla's. It's just because he was born at a different time. It is not strong enough to grow up. But now it has Gazrilla's body for it to devour. It is not a problem at all to grow into a new generation of demigod level three-headed sea snake. All we have to do is wait for it to fully use the energy contained in the food for its own use. That's all. Leo, the spider demigod Shadra's body. Let several of his beast pets eat it, such as the Crypt Lord Anubarak, the Crypt Demon Leader Anubraken, the Lynx Priest Haraz, and the Giant Bear, sacrificed to Nerlak. Even the Kobold Flintag and Storcrow were all involved. If it weren't for the presence of Gailai, who had turned into a semi-energy creature, the Dragon Eagle sacrifice would also come up to have a meal. Although there are many pets that eat Shadra's body, Triggery is not included, because this blood-red three-headed sea serpent will exclusively enjoy the body of another beast demigod, Gazrilla. Now Triggery is staying in Leo's private space, enjoying the supreme delicacy bite after bite. When it appears next time, if the strength of Zinasaraya and others does not improve at all, this bloody three-headed snake, well, maybe she can successfully replace the Black Dragon Queen and become Leo's most powerful fighter. But this is just a hypothesis. Sister Pasonia, look at his proud look. Ignore him. Compared to Pasonia's hesitation, Scarlet seemed confident in Leo. Seeing how confident he was, the female knight was also looking forward to meeting in Stromgarde. There is a demigod guarding her. Although he is a beast and demigod, her next sentence revealed her dissatisfaction with Leo. He mysteriously dragged us to the Ashen Valley and didn't know what he was doing. But I heard that Sister Heather said that Thetis and Sylph were recalled to Darnassus and would probably go to Astrana in Ashendale to perform a certain mission. Someone must not have come here for this reason. Leo rolled his eyes. He could not fail to hear the sourness in Scarlet's words. My dear Her Majesty the Queen, what kind of jealousy are you having? Besides, you are actually related to Fucusel. How come I didn't know about it? Thetis and Sylph were sent to Ashendale without Leo's knowledge. He always thought that the two sisters would manage that strategic location in his home together with Fizzle. Wait, Thetis went to Darnassus. So what did she do with the skeletons I left for her? Leo suddenly thought of an extremely serious problem. The skeleton he left to Thetis seemed to be a mechanical puppet. But in fact it was an undead possessing soul fire. If this little girl took this in her eyes, the toy skeleton was brought to Darnassus, and the secret could no longer be kept. Leo is not trying to embolden others to destroy his own prestige. But if this novel gadget is seen by Tyrant Whisperwind, the High Priest of the Temple of the Moon, it will be impossible to keep it a secret. Although the Night Elf has been criticized by many people, but her strength is no joke. Although Tyrant usually stayed in the Temple of the Moon like an old housewife and didn't go out at all, every time she appeared it was an earth-shattering event. As the heroine who resisted the first invasion of the Burning Legion in the ancient times, the 6 words Tyrant the Wind Speaker represent a top powerhouse. And the strength of the Moon God Priest has been alive from the ancient times to this day. No one can guess how strong it is. Leo only knows that when the Horde camp has not yet been formed and the Alliance is still entangled in the grudges with the Orcs, it is Tyrant who leads the Night Elves to block the demons and undead natural disasters. What kind of strength is required to achieve this level? Although the outside world does not have an accurate positioning of Tyrant's rank, in the eyes of discerning people, the Moon God High Priest is already an existence that transcends legends. There is no way that a beast demigod of Gazrilla's level could be her. For the opponent, A falling star is guaranteed to smash the body of the three-headed sea snake and destroy it. It would be bad if Tyron was targeting her now. But with Forrestal around, she should have asked Thetis to keep all the skeletons. After all, in the eyes of the elves, the shape of those skeletons was too inconsistent. There will definitely be trouble in Darnassus. It's just that these things are no longer within Leo's control. He just got the news and tried to stop it. What should have happened has already happened. It is the right way to save energy to handle things in Demon Slayer Canyon. If Regret Hill in the Plague Lands is a place where Alliance warriors pay tribute to Lightbringer Uther, then Demon Slayer Canyon is where Horde warriors honor their hero Grum Hellscream. Just when Hellscream in Demon Slaughter Canyon unexpectedly killed the destroyer Manaroth. Although he himself also died in Manaroth's counterattack. It was the death of Manaroth that freed the orcs from the blood of demons. The control of the evil orcs changed back from the bloodthirsty and murderous evil orcs. In order to let the orc warriors always remember Grum, Thrall specially built a monument at the entrance of Demon Slayer Canyon. Every orc warrior passing by would put a bottle of wine under the monument to express their respect for the hero. However, the word hero is relative. From the perspective of the orc warriors, Grom is a hero. But from the perspective of the Alliance, Grom just drank the blood of demons because he could not stand the temptation and almost brought the Warsong clan and the orcs with him. The road to destruction is just atonement. Manaroth the Destroyer, the most powerful Abyss Lord in Anarland at the edge of the distant universe, possesses the powerful power to destroy all life. He is also the leader of the Abyss Demons who joined the Burning Legion. He is huge, has a body like a dragon, and has a pair of wings that are very similar to dragon wings. He is keen on killing and destroying, and his mind is filled with the desire to fight. This is the commonality of every Abyss Lord, and Manaroth is no exception. It was he who used his own blood to control the orcs in Draenor, making them cruel and easy to kill. As the head of the three lords of the Abyss Demons, and one of the highest-ranking leaders of the Burning Legion alongside Kil'jaeden and Archimonde, Manaroth, who has an innate strong desire for hatred and killing, is the first A-Lord-level demon who invaded this world. With the support of Tichondrius, the Lord of the Pit Lord and the Fear Lord, Grum and his Warsong clan killed the demigod Cenarius. It was this battle that made the relationship between Night Elves and Orcs non-existent. The possibility of complete peace talks. If not for Malfurion's suppression, if not for the common enemy of the Burning Legion, the Elves would have gone to war with the Orcs. Instead of having a small fight in Warsong Gulch, after Manaroth's death. Although Thrall brought Manaroth's remains back to Orgrimmar and placed it at the entrance to the Chief's Hall to inspire tribe members, it was only a small part of Manaroth's body, because it's too big. Today, most of the remains of Moronos and his weapon, a huge bloody double-headed spear, still remain in the demon-slaying canyon of Ashenvale, because they were contaminated by the demon blood that he shed when he died. There is no grass near the remains. Many demons left in this world were attracted by it, and gathered here, turning this place into a paradise for demons, which is Leo's real destination for coming to Demon Slayer Canyon this time. Hellfire Ridge. Chapter 581. Answer like this. Hellfire Ridge is a place where demons are rampant. Here you can see hellhounds, demon guards, doom guards, and other demons from the Burning Legion. They look scary. But in fact these demons are just the stragglers left behind after the Burning Legion failed to invade this world. The truly powerful demons are either hiding in some unknown corner and waiting for the opportunity to make a comeback, has been killed. It is for this reason that the Demon Slaughter Canyon with Netherfire Ridge as the center has become a place of trial for many warriors. Along the way from the entrance of Demon Slaughter Canyon, Leo saw a team of two-digit warriors fighting demons. Although their number was too small compared to the entire demon army, it was these warriors who appeared from time to time. The team of warriors is constantly reducing the number of demons. The demons that originally filled the Demon Slaughter Canyon have become much thinner than before during the trials of the warrior teams over the years. This place is positioned as a trial. The top officials of the various races in the Land of Refining are probably aiming to reduce the number of demons, so that they won't cause trouble. Leo ignored the trial team here. And these people couldn't see through Polition's illusion dance. They didn't know that a big change was about to happen in the demon-slaying canyon. What exactly do you want to do? When Polition arrived at Hellfire Ridge, Leo let it fly continuously around the wreckage of Manaroth. His behavior made Pasania and Scarlet speculate that this guy doesn't want to. I will resurrect Manaroth, Leo replied. Really? Although Pasania and Scarlet guessed the answer, they couldn't help but look shocked after Leo answered it himself. Although I know that there is a god behind Leo who gives him the ability to resurrect certain creatures, this ability actually depends on the person. The resurrection ability does not work at all for some powerful beings. Just like the Scourge Legion. Lich King. Have you ever seen him try to resurrect beings like Manaroth Archimonde or Malorn Cenarius? It's not that the Lich King doesn't want to. It's that he can't. Because the Lich King is not strong enough to resurrect a demigod-level powerhouse. Even the Black Dragon Queen Zenitharea may not be able to resurrect him successfully. In the eyes of many people, this is a sign of not having a backing. And the Lich King can only act arrogantly in the mortal world. Without the support of real gods, he cannot survive in many places. But Leo is obviously different. Scarlet Passonia and others all believe that there is an unknown god standing behind him. Otherwise, even if he is a genius who can naturally awaken, he would not be able to become a legend in such a short period of time. This is also the reason why people don't ask more questions about Leo's ability to resurrect a Nubarak, who is much stronger than him. However, being able to resurrect a Nubarak, who is stronger than himself, does not mean that he can resurrect Manaroth, who is also stronger than him. Although the Crypt Lord is stronger than Manaroth, he is not on the same level at all. As one of the 3 giants of the Burning Legion, Manaroth is no ordinary strongman. Alongside the Deceiver and the Defiler, the Destroyer is more powerful than some gods. Evil gods like the Blood God Hacker are not Manor at all. Ross's opponent, Archimonde the Defiler, who is also part of the Burning Triumvirate, broke the neck of Malorn, the White Deer God who watches over the road. Among the Burning Legion in terms of strength, Manaroth, who is tied with Archimonde, will not be much weaker even if he is a little weaker than the Defiler. What's more, is Manaroth really weaker than Archimonde? There is still a big question mark. Are you sure? When she heard Leo say that he wanted to resurrect Manaroth, even Scarlet, who had always had confidence in him, couldn't help but ask. It wasn't that she didn't believe Leo, but that this thing was too unbelievable. That was Manaroth, the resurrected destroyer, not a Nubarak, nor a Nubrakan, nor any other legendary strongman, but the strongest Abyss Lord who was powerful enough to kill a god. Before I came here, I was only 5 points sure. But now I am 7 points sure, Leo said and pointed at the Hellfire Ridge, standing on the head of the flying Dracolic. He looked down at Manaroth. The remains? It was no accident that the Orc warrior Grom Hellscream killed Manaroth. If you simply thought that this was the explosion of Grom's strength, you would be underestimating the destroyer. In fact, Manaroth had already was injured, and Grom's Gorehowl battle axe hit the old wound on his body. Otherwise, how could he kill the powerful Abyss Lord with one blow? If he broke out, he could defeat a powerful enemy like Destroyer Thrall. How could he be defeated so easily by Manaroth? I understand. Passonia nodded to indicate that she understood. In other words, Manaroth, who was resurrected by you, is actually flawed and is not a real destroyer. No, Passonia, you misunderstood. Manilos, after being resurrected by me, is the real destroyer. But his strength after resurrection is not complete. It can also be said that I resurrected Manilos, who was in a weak state. After all, my current abilities are limited. Thrall took away part of Manaroth's bones, and being able to successfully resurrect him with only part of the remains is my maximum limit. Hearing Passonia's understanding, Leo quickly waved his hand. Since he brought Scarlet and Passonia here, he had made up his mind, and was not going to hide the process of using their rebirth skills. From Passonia's point of view, he only had to see it with his own eyes. The abnormality that occurred when the rebirth skill was used made it clear that what she said before was actually wrong. Weak Manaroth. Passonia and Scarlet looked at each other, and both women noticed the twinkle in the other's eyes. Leo mentioned weakness, which means that Manaroth he resurrected can return to his strongest state. Because weakness can be restored. It is scary enough to think about it. Wait until Manaroth returns to his peak state, and has the ability to burn. Stromard, one of the 3 giants, is enough to become a force that changes the world. When she thought of this, Scarlet's eyes suddenly shone brightly. And Passonia also looked at Leo expectantly. The latter proudly squeezed his finger bones, and made a snapping sound. And then stretched out his right hand with a purple flame. It was generated in his palm. And the laws of heaven and earth trembled in an instant. Birth, aging, sickness and death are the eternal laws of life. Although it is easy to change life from birth to death, few people can do it in the opposite direction. Because going backwards in life and death is against the way of heaven. How many people can successfully go against heaven? Even the superior gods may not have the ability to bring people back to life. Not to mention that the person Leo is about to resurrect now is Manilos, an existence comparable to a god. The purple flame beat at an extremely slow speed. Every time it beat, Passonia and Scarlet, who were watching, would have a strange feeling, as if someone had hit their chests with a heavy hammer, causing them to there is an uncomfortable feeling of wanting to vomit blood, even though they knew that they could just close their eyes and not be troubled by this feeling. Passonia and Scarlet did not do that because they found that enduring such a blow that was like a blow to the soul had a great impact on their will. The good thing is that every beat of the purple flame makes them uncomfortable, but it also tempers their will and makes their thoughts more solid. At this time, the two women didn't know Leo's true intention of letting them watch the resurrection of Manaroth. As long as they could persist, their already firm spiritual will would become stronger, such as fear spells, illusion spells, and mental whipping. It is even more difficult for similar psychic spells to work on them. How can we not seize such an opportunity? With the continuous input of Leo's mana, the purple flame in his palm gradually beats faster. From the beginning, it only beat once in nearly 30 seconds to the frequency of a normal human heartbeat. In a trance, Passonia and Carrie saw that the laws of the entire world were distorted by the purple flame in the palm of Leo's right hand. Leo's unnatural move of resurrecting Manaroth by using Death Mage's rebirth was successful. Breathing heavily, Leo found that he hadn't experienced the fatigue of being sucked into a human for a long time. The price of resurrecting Manaroth, even if he resurrected an extremely weak Manaroth, was more expensive than resurrecting an extremely weak Manaroth. A Nubarak was 100 times more. When a Nubarak was resurrected, Leo only felt a little tired. But now, he is almost exhausted. You must know that Leo has now advanced to become a legendary powerhouse. In terms of the richness of his magic power, it is stronger than the resurrection. He was 10 times stronger when he was the Crypt Lord. Not to mention the improvement in mental strength, magic power, solidification and other aspects. Leo wiped the sweat from his forehead. He was very glad that he came to Demon Slayer Canyon after being promoted to legend. He was even more fortunate that the decision he made at the hands of Tyr became the inheritance of Crystal's rune control. Otherwise, he would not be so precise in the use of power, and would not have enough magic power to complete the rebirth spell to resurrect Manaroth. There was a muffled sound, and the earth was shaking. The dark fire ridge shook with an extremely powerful momentum, and soared into the sky, instantly covering the entire Demon Slaughter Canyon. The demons trembled and lay on the ground. Even if they were fighting in the trial battle, they would never fight back when the warrior team's attacks hit them. Such an abnormality made the warriors, who were testing here, feel very uneasy. Some warrior teams, who were quick to see the opportunity, immediately took out the positioning teleportation scroll and left this strange place. Of course, there are also some who are brave enough to go deep into the Demon Slayer Canyon and try to explore the secrets here. A huge palm broke out of the ground. As the palm appeared, the ground shook more and more. A huge thing in the earth was about to reappear. Polition. Fly higher. Leo found that although he underestimated the size of Manilos, compared to the Abyss Commander, the most powerful Abyss Lord's arms alone were thicker than the former's body, probably close to 1,000 meters in height, coupled with her terrifying length. Black Dragon Queen Zenisarea looks petite compared to him. Escape from the eternal place of death. Manaroth, will bring endless carnage to this world again. Chapter 582. You are qualified. The word Earth Dragon turned over was originally used to describe earthquakes, but in its superficial meaning it can be used in the Demon Slayer Canyon at this time. The hard ground was instantly filled with fine cracks. The violent vibrations of the earth caused these cracks to expand rapidly. However, in the blink of an eye, hundreds of cracks more than 10 meters wide appeared in the entire Demon Slaughter Canyon. And the source of these cracks was Demon Netherfire Ridge, the center of the Magic Canyon. The people who were still in Demon Slaughter Canyon felt extremely regretful. They have now realized that being too curious is not a good thing. If you don't have the corresponding strength, don't be so curious. Otherwise death will not be far away from you. But what's the use of waking up now? Those who stayed in Demon Slaughter Canyon could only pray silently that they could survive, and not fall into unknown deep underground cracks like their unlucky companions around them. Leo, who was carried by Polition to an altitude of 2,000 meters, saw a head larger than the gate of Stormwind City emerging from the ground, and two demonic curves that were thicker and longer than Polition's dragon tail. The horns were attached to both sides of the head, one on the left and the other on the right. The first thing the head, which was as big as a mountain, did after breaking through the ground was to roar to the sky. The huge roar made Leo's eyes dazzle. Boom, boom, boom. The earth continued to crack, and the giant body broke free from the shackles of the earth and stood on the surface again. A team of dragon-like demon wings that could cover the two collisions inside. 1,000-meter tall body. 400 with a body width of 1,500 meters, and a body length of 1,500 meters from chest and abdomen to tail, with sharp-edged muscles all over his body. This is Manaroth, the destroyer who ranks among the three burning giants alongside Kil'jaeden Archimonde, the strongest Abyss Lord in Anelin at the edge of the universe. Facing such a huge creature, Scarlet and Passonia unconsciously pressed their hands on the hilt of their swords. Even though Manalos did not show any hostility to them, Leo looked at Manaroth, who was roaring on the ground with an expressionless face. He was waiting to see what the Abyss Lord's attitude was towards him. If it dared to violate the power of the law and try to harm him, it would be necessary. Teach him a lesson. Manaroth salutes you, Master. A faint mental wave came over, and its source was the Lord of the Abyss. At this time, the largest creature Leo had ever seen besides Neltharion had calmed down the emotional wave of rebirth, and smoothly following the laws deep in the soul's origin. He sensed Leo's existence. You didn't choose to provoke me, but directly recognized me as your master. This really surprises me. Leo was a little surprised. Manaroth seemed to have less temper than the Black Dragon Queens in Isarea, who at least tried to be more powerful in front of him. Manaroth grinned and laughed a few times. Originally, it wanted to express goodwill, but with its dignity. Other than the ferocious Leo, there was really no goodwill in it. Beings like the Abyss Lord were born to be villains. Material. Master, I am not one of those mindless idiots. With my ability, I can perceive the laws imposed on the origin of my soul. Although I am not afraid of death, I am afraid of becoming a puppet whose consciousness has been wiped out. Manaroth revealed the truth about why he was so respectful to Leo. And Leo smiled appreciatively. I like smart subordinates. Manaroth, you are qualified. Before Leo was promoted to legend, he could only control the life and death of the person he resurrected using rebirth. But now, he can control the opponent's will. This is the ability after becoming a legend. Manaroth is not afraid of death, but he is afraid that Leo will erase his consciousness and turn him into a puppet who has the same intelligence but can only obey Leo's orders. For the Abyss Lord, provoking Leo is not a good idea. Smart move. Since you can use your power for the other party regardless of whether you surrender to him or not, then why not retain your own consciousness? It's better to control your own body. Hearing what Leo said, Manalos secretly breathed a sigh of relief. What he was afraid of was that Leo thought that he would disobey the rules and wipe out his consciousness regardless of the circumstances. His newly resurrected life was equivalent to being happy in vain. It's not terrible if a thing is just lost. What's terrible is that it is gained and lost again after it is lost. Manaroth will serve you to the best of his ability. Great Master. Leo nodded. He was very satisfied with the knowledge of the Lord of the Abyss. If Manaroth was unruly, he would have to deal with it. But in this way, although Manaroth would be used by him, he would never go further. The possibility. A subordinate without potential is not what Leo wants. Manolos, I heard that the Lord of the Abyss is also proficient in magic, Leo said, pointing at Manolos' body as huge as a mountain. Tilted his head and said, Do you understand what I mean? Master, please wait a moment. The Abyss Lord's hands rummaged on the ground, and a blood-colored double-headed spear that was as long as its height was forcibly pulled out from the ground. This was Manaroth's weapon. The Abyss Lord smiled with satisfaction after finding his weapon. He was very happy that the spear, which weighed 10,000 tons, had not been taken away. After waving the double-headed spear and dancing excitedly for a few times, a strong wind blew up in the demon-slaying canyon. Manaroth and his bloody double-headed spear lit up with the light of magic. The two of them shrank rapidly in the huge surge of magic power. And finally the mountain-like body of the destroyer disappeared. Leo looked closely, and saw a 3-meter-tall strongman standing on the ground, holding a 6-meter-long double-headed spear. Manaroth can actually take the form of a human. Leo was surprised. His original intention was to let the destroyer shrink in size, but he didn't expect that the other party actually gave him such a surprise. Being able to transform into a human form means that Leo can take Manaroth to attend many occasions openly. It also means that the destroyer can contribute to many things without hiding it. A thug who can take action frequently, and a thug who can only call out secretly. The help that the thugs can provide to Leo is completely different. After Polition lowered to the ground and picked up Manaroth on his back, the Dracolic that occupied the green dragon's body immediately turned, targeting Estrana, who was also in a Shinville. There was too much noise here in the Demon Slayer Canyon because of Manaroth's resurrection. It wouldn't be long before the strong men from the elves and orcs arrived. Leo didn't want to cause trouble, so he had to leave quickly. Standing on Polition's back, Manilos wisely kept his distance from Passonia and Scarlet. He could see that the two women standing side by side with Leo had a very close relationship with the latter, and they remained somewhat wary and hostile towards themselves. Manilos, how strong are you now? Leo asked the question he was most concerned about right now. He had put a lot of effort into resurrecting the destroyer. It would be too disappointing if Manaroth lacked strength because he was too weak. I am very weak now. Master, Manilos said first, then thought about it before continuing. My current strength is difficult for even demigods to kill. Listening to Manaroth's tone, talking about killing demigods all the time. It's really embarrassing. Fortunately, Leo got enough information from it. Manilos meant that he could not kill the demigod, which meant that he was still very confident in defeating the demigod. Of course, this does not mean that the destroyer can defeat all demigods. After all, the gap in strength between demigods is ridiculously large. Seeing Leo looking at him constantly, Manilos could only tell the truth reluctantly. The demigod I am talking about is a relatively weak beast demigod. That is almost as strong as the black dragon queens in Isarea. Leo knew in his heart that compared to Manaroth's heyday, he was extremely weak now. It was understandable that the saboteur was deliberately vague out of the pride of the strong. How do you restore your strength? Isn't it a matter of slowly cultivating it? As for Leo, he didn't want to hear a definite answer. If he had to wait for Manaroth to slowly cultivate and regain his strength, how long would it take? After I am resurrected by the Master, my strength will gradually recover. But this process will take thousands of years, which is too long for the Master, Manilos said, and saw that Leo's face had darkened. And he hurriedly another path was revealed. There is no way to speed up the recovery, provided that the blood of an Abyss Lord of the same level as me can be obtained. After hearing this, Leo's expression finally improved a lot. If it took 1,000 years for Manaroth's strength to return to its peak, the day lily would be cold by then. Besides, would Leo still need Manaroth after 1,000 years? Fighters of this level are still unknown. The blood of the Abyss Lord is easy to solve. As far as I know, it was imprisoned by Magtheridon and Illidan. The demon hunter is using its blood to create a tribe of evil orcs that serve him. Fighting against Illidan's Stormrage is a plan that Leo is already working on with Kael'dats and Velen. But whether to deal with the evil orcs first and steal the demon's blood to restore Manaroth's strength or to attack the Black Temple first, what about killing Illidan? Both approaches have their own pros and cons. The former will give you a powerful helper, but killing the evil orcs may alert Illidan. Alerting the enemy will add some variables to future actions, while the latter ensures the attack. The suddenness of the Dark Temple will result in the loss of a powerful combat force. After scratching his face, Leo decided to put this matter aside for the time being. The choice needed to be carefully weighed, and since it was a three-party cooperation, he had to discuss it with Velen and Kael'dats. This matter could only be discussed in the future. Mother Iden. Manaroth's eyes suddenly lit up. If he swallowed Magtheridon, who was also the Lord of the Abyss, his strength would be reduced to 70% to 80% even if it could not return to its peak. Compared with his current extremely weak state, a world of difference. Glancing at the excited destroyer, Leo poured cold water on him at the right time. Don't be happy yet. I have to discuss with others when to go to Magtheridon. Before that, we have some enemies that need to be dealt with. For example, the clone of Ragnaros, the Fire Lord in Molten Core. Chapter 583 Astrana. Astrana, a city established by the Night Elves in Ashenville, has the Silver-Winged Sentinels, who have been fighting against the Warsong clan all year round. Due to frequent wars, Astrana has gathered a large number of mercenaries. At the same time, adventurers also like to use this place as a place to stay. After all, the Night Elves will issue many tasks during the war. If the adventurers are skilled enough, they can win in one battle, earn enough gold coins for them to work normally for a whole year. The vast virgin forest of Ashenville is vast, and it is not unreasonable for the Night Elves to choose Astrana as their city instead of other places. First of all, the terrain here is unique. It is a huge island in the middle of a lake. The only way to attack here are the two long bridges built by the Night Elves. When defending, only a small number of troops can be deployed to block the enemy's army. As for water warfare, everyone knows that it is impossible. Those ancient war trees that are comparable to perpetually moving projection vehicles are enough to overturn your boat before you get close, and make you fall into the lake to feed the fish. This is what it means to be easy to defend and difficult to attack. The place, in addition to its defensive location, Astrana's location is also very advantageous. To the northwest is Dark Shore. To the northeast is Felwood. To the southeast is the Barrens. And to the east is Azhara. With the Dark Coast at its back and guarding the key area, the Night Elves have great ambitions to build a city here. Even if the Silver-Winged Sentinels retreat, they can still maintain control of 1/3 of Ashenville. Not to mention that the Warsong clan cannot suppress them. In fact, if it weren't for the bravery of the orcs of the Warsong clan and Malfurion's secret suppression in order to have more strength when the Burning Legion invaded again, the Silver-Winged Sentinels would have driven the orcs, who were far less powerful than them, out of Ashenville, as a gathering place for adventurers and mercenaries of the Ashenville Alliance. Astrana can often be seen with traces of various races from the Alliance. You can see humans, dwarves, and gnomes here. Although the Night Elves are very arrogant, arrogance does not mean stupidity. Since the superiors want to retain the power of the orcs as allies against the Burning Legion, it is meaningless for the elves to fight to the death with the militants of the Warsong clan. Naturally, it is meaningless and no one is willing to do it. So even though wars in Warsong Canyon are often fought, the number of Night Elves participating in the war has always been very limited. The killers on the battlefield are more servants attracted by money and the task rewards provided by the elves. Soldiers. They only sent out a small number of soldiers and used mercenaries as the main force to weaken the Warsong clan. The Night Elves' calculations were very clever. Although the mercenaries knew the intentions of the Night Elves, they could not withstand the temptation of money. Although the Warsong clan also knew that the real opponent of the Silver-Winged Sentinels had few casualties in fighting, but their own battle damage rate remained high. They also had to fight against the waves of mercenary orcs who came to invade for money. Leo agreed very much with what the Night Elves did. In the war between races, problems that can be solved with money are not problems. The Night Elves exchanged very few casualties for the Warsong clan's large casualties. And the initial war in Ashenville was the 1-to-1 strength comparison between the two sides at that time has turned into a huge disparity of nearly 20-to-1 now, which clearly shows the horror of the money offensive. However, this trick can only be used to bully orcs with poor resources. If it is used against humans, it will not work at all. But the problem is that the Night Elves and humans are allies. How can they start a war when they are both in the Alliance camp? Is this Astrana? It feels very comfortable. Standing at the bridge at the entrance to Astrana, Leo couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the building opposite. Unlike human cities, which are accustomed to using stone to repair buildings, the Night Elves use purely natural materials. Wood. These woods are not cut down specially, but are formed by the plants growing according to their requirements after the Night Elves communicate with them. What is a city? Harmony with nature. You will get the answer when you come to the Night Elf city. Looking at Astrana, who is almost integrated with nature, Leo felt a sense of intimacy in his heart. This feeling made him feel refreshed, and his mood naturally became excellent. Fortunately, Astrana's bridge is the channel that connects the city with the outside world. In order to facilitate the entry and exit of the ancient war trees, the Night Elves built this bridge very wide. It is enough for 15 carriages to pass by side by side. The 3 Leos standing at the bridge did not cause traffic jams. Just when Leo was lamenting the elven architecture of Astrana, one after another adventurer teams passed by them. The bloody plots in many YY novels did not appear. Although the mercenaries were surprised by Scarlet, he and Passonia were outstanding. But they only looked at her twice and left quickly. The mercenaries and adventurers who hang out in Astrana lead a life of knife-edge licking blood. Ashenville is a place where we must not only be wary of the dangers from the forest, but also be prepared for attacks from the Warsong orcs. And also beware of assassinations from other teams. Don't think that mercenaries from the same camp are not in danger. You have to know that primitive forests like Grey Valley are a good place to kill people, steal wealth, destroy corpses, and eliminate traces. It's impossible to hang around here without showing off your talents. Not to mention Leo and Passonia. Scarlet's extremely gorgeous knight armor alone is enough to prove her noble status. And the magic halo emanating from the armor is a reminder to others. The owner of the armor is very powerful. You must know that the more powerful the equipment is, the stronger the strength is required to wear it. Even the mercenary with low eyesight can infer that this female knight is at least a strong person in the legendary realm. And the smarter ones are more powerful. The identities of Leo and Scarlet were guessed from their eyes and hair color. Black hair, black eyes, purple hair and purple eyes. A man and a woman. Who are these Leo and Scarlet from the kingdom of Arathar? Why did these 2 big shots come to Astrana? Could it be because of that incident? A group of old mercenaries were winking at each other. They originally thought it was an ordinary task. But who would have thought that it would alarm these two big shots? It seems that this trip is very dangerous. Thinking of this, the mercenaries began to connect with each other. Originally, they thought that this was just an ordinary mission, so they would not wait for the Silver-Winged Sentinels troops and act alone. But now that they found Leo and Scarlet, they thought that something was wrong. They immediately changed their plans. The mercenaries notified their familiar friends to return to Astrana and wait for the Night Elves troops. It seems like there's going to be a big dispute here in Ashen Valley. An experienced old mercenary whispered to his companions. This old mercenary was one of the people who recognized the identities of Leo and Scarlet. That's right. The old mercenary's companion started chatting with him. Originally, I thought I was just going to destroy an outpost established by an orc. I have done this kind of task no less than 10 times. As long as there are enough manpower. It doesn't count. It's difficult. Now when these two masters come, I don't dare to go there first. If we join in a war involving strong men of this level, others will think that we are not qualified. That's right. Mercenaries like us can only make a living. Once I save enough money, I will go home and take care of myself. I won't run around like crazy and fight for my life. It would be better if I were 20 years younger. The third mercenary came up. It is not easy for old mercenaries to survive in a place like Ash Valley. When they were young, they relied on a lot of momentum, a little strength and good luck. But the older they get, the more they get older, the less courageous, and the mercenaries, who have been around for a long time, are more cautious. They don't have the impetus of young people who know that there are tigers in the mountains and tend to go to the Tiger Mountains. They only seek stability and stability in doing things. They foresee that big events will happen, which is not what they think. Just like how young people take risks to win wealth, but how to follow safely to gain benefits. Although many mercenaries deliberately avoided talking to each other at a distance. How could Leo and the three of them not hear it with their ears? Unexpectedly, these mercenaries misunderstood our arrival. It's really dumbfounding. Leo shook his head in amusement and saw a trace of hidden helplessness in the eyes of Scarlet and Passonia. They had been negligent when they came. Leo and Scarlet had such obvious features that they forgot to cover them up. It was normal for people to recognize him. And presumably this was because Manaroth, the destroyer who had been resurrected half a day ago, was too involved in their energy. Leo didn't care about the idea of mercenaries, but it would be bad if the Night Elves in Astrana misunderstood him. And Leo couldn't help but think about leaving. He came to Astrana just because he wanted to see if Thetis and Sylph were here. He had no other purpose. In Leo's mind, he took Scarlet and Passonia out for a stroll. There are many ingredients in it. If you cause trouble for yourself because of this, it is undoubtedly very worthless. But sometimes it just gives you whatever you're afraid of. When a group of Night Elf sentries from Astrana came to him and asked him to meet a certain Night Elf in a very polite tone, Leo knew he was in trouble. Already upper body. Hello, Queen of the Kingdom of Arather. I am Pilturas. This time I am in charge of leading the Silver-Winged Sentinels to the coast of Zoram to destroy the orcs' newly built outpost there. A Night Elf introduced his identity very politely, and Leo saw confusion on his face. In fact, it is normal to think about it. Anyone who finds that an ordinary task suddenly attracts two unusual people will have such a reaction. Leo originally wanted to explain to Pilturas, but he gave up the idea after hearing a familiar name in the other party's words. Is your target Zoram Post? Leo asked aloud, after receiving a positive reply from the other party. He couldn't help but remind him. If so, you must be careful. In Leo's memory, in the original trajectory of this world, the Orc Zoram outpost was successfully established. If the butterfly effect did not extend here, the troops led by Pilturas would have been doomed to fail. Watching Leo Pilturas think about it carefully, he didn't know whether Leo was testing him or he really didn't know. But the other party came at this time. Aslana thought that he had already confirmed the news. Thinking of this, Pilturas decided not to hide anything anymore. He lowered his voice and said to Leo, Queen Scarlet must have got the news when she came to Astrana at this time. So I won't waste everyone's time. Our goal this time is not the orc sentry on the coast of Zoram, but a temple that sank to the bottom of the sea in the explosion of the Well of Eternity. Chapter 584. The situation has changed. Zoram Coast is located in the northwest of Astrana. It is the only place where Ashenvale is connected to the Endless Sea. Geographically, this place is somewhat remote but very important, because if the orcs successfully establish an outpost here, it is like driving nails into Astrana's back, and it will threaten the connection between Astrana and Dark Shore. If Astrana is cut off from the Black Coast from behind during a war, Astrana will become an isolated city. the city will inevitably be in danger. But it is not easy for the orcs to successfully establish an outpost. Adventurers and mercenaries, who come for money. And the Silver Sentinels, who come to prevent the orcs from reversing the situation. These two will burn the orcs' hard work. At any other time, when the orcs set up sentries on the coast of Zoram, they would definitely be attacked by the Silver-Winged Sentinels at the first opportunity. But at this time, other situations occurred. The Silver-Winged Sentinels were more inclined to destroy the orc sentry posts. You explores the discovered temple, for it was once a place where elves worshipped the moon god Elun. Coincidentally, the temple that was discovered was also on the coast of Zoram, and the orcs happened to establish Zoram sentries at this time. Astrana's Silver-Winged Sentinels decided to act secretly under the pretext of dealing with the orcs. When Leo heard Pilturas talking about the sunken temple on the coast of Zoram, he knew where the Night Elves' destination was this time. The Dark Abyss. A once glorious temple. Unfortunately, in eternity the temple sank into the sea in the explosion at the well. Originally, the Night Elves did not know where this temple was located. After all, the big explosion of the Well of Eternity disrupted the entire world. The originally connected continent was blown into several pieces. This temple was therefore, he slept quietly for countless years. But just recently, 2 Night Elf sentries accidentally noticed something unusual on the coast of Zoram. And then, they discovered the temple that they thought had sunk to an unknown location. This was a big discovery. As soon as the news came back to Darnassus, it caused quite a shock. Even Tyrant, the high priest of the Temple of the Moon, was alarmed. However, what surprised Pilturas was that the Temple of the Moon did not send strong men to intervene in this matter. I don't understand this because Pilturas doesn't know the complex situation in the Dark Abyss. The dangerous sea creatures in this underwater temple are second to none. The key is that Naga has intervened, and there are more dangerous sea creatures in its depths. With the intervention of the Twilight Hammer, if the powerful men sent by the Moon Temple intervene, the possibility of a war between the two powerful forces is very high. Now that the Beetle people of the Yaki Empire have broken through the Beetle Wall, Tyrand and Malfurion really did not have the extra strength to go to war with these two major forces. So they could only choose to send limited middle and low-level forces within the clan. The 3 parties had a tacit understanding and did not publicize this matter. As the saying goes, arriving early is worse than arriving wisely. Leo, Scarlet and Passonia arrived at Astrana at this time. Pilturas, who was in charge of this operation, naturally misunderstood. Of course, neither Leo, Scarlet nor Passonia would explain to him that exploring the Temple of the Moon in ancient times was very tempting to them. And there was another reason why Leo couldn't refuse Piltura's invitation. It turned out that the 2 sentinels who discovered the Dark Abyss were sisters Thetis and Sylph. They only passed the news back, and they did not return. Pilturas Turaz's trip to the Dark Abyss this time also has the mission of finding them. When quietly exploring a place like the Dark Abyss, it was impossible for Leo not to worry about the safety of the 2 Thetis sisters. It was certainly impossible to ignore this matter if it had not happened before. Now it happened to happen. Queen Scarlet, I want to stay outside and lead the troops to attack the orc sentry posts. So I won't accompany you. Entering Zoram coast, Pilturas quietly walked up with 3 people to discuss with the 3 Leos. It was naturally impossible to bring too many people to an event like exploring the Dark Abyss that needed to be carried out secretly. It would be bad if someone accidentally leaked the news. Leo had already anticipated this situation. He knew that Pilturas wanted a few elite figures from the Night Elves to go with the 3 of him. Anyway, they were just going to explore, and not send a large army to occupy it. A few experts could definitely do that. Competent. This is Fran Silent Blade, Harm Heart of Oak, and Atian Wind of Flowers. Let them accompany you. Leo raised his eyebrows. Although the 3 Night Elves introduced by Pilturas seemed to be at the pseudo-legendary level, they were different from ordinary Night Elves because they had titles. Titles are not random things. Take the Lord of the Abyss as an example. Manaroth has the title of Destroyer, while Magtheridon, Brutalis, and Asdalor only have names. That is, this title. This shows Manaroth's status. To be able to win the title, either their strength and ability surpass Tongji, or they have great potential. It is obvious that Atian and the other 3 belong to the latter. Originally, Leo and the other 3 were involved in this matter unintentionally. Although they were strong, they knew the priority. This was the action of the Night Elves. They had no right to interfere with who they wanted to arrange. So they agreed without any objection. Come down. The adventurers and mercenaries, who accompanied the Silver-Winged Sentinel troops to fight against the Orc Zoram outpost, did not know that 6 people were missing from their team. And now these 6 people were walking in another direction, along the coastline. The location of the dark abyss, that has not been discovered by the night elves for many years, is undoubtedly very difficult to find. No one can imagine that its entrance is actually a 10-meter square pond connected to the sea in a dilapidated building on the seaside. Even if someone enters the pond, you will soon get lost among the ruins underwater. Fortunately, Leo is a warlock and can cast the magic breath technique to give the recipient the ability to breathe underwater. Otherwise, just going into the sea would be a hassle. After swimming in twists and turns for more than half an hour behind 3 night elves, a cave entrance slanting upward appears in front of Leo. Finding this large cave is half the battle in your search for the dark abyss. Entering the large cave from the dark seabed, you will find that there is a unique cave here. Because the cave is slanting upward, seawater cannot pour in. This situation makes Scarlet relieved. If she wants to fight in the sea, it will be very restrictive for her. Without mentioning the resistance of seawater, just saying that her feet were floating in the air made her very uncomfortable. On the contrary, as a warlock, Leo's combat effectiveness has not weakened much. And Passonia is not to mention it. It is too easy for a stalker of her level to adapt to the harsher environment and fight in the sea. The scream suddenly rang out. As soon as the 6 Leos landed ashore, a group of fishermen rushed out from inside the cave. Fortunately, they reacted in time. Leo waved his hand, and the fury of shadow exploded silently. The dark element used its power to the corrosive power instantly eroded the bodies of the fishermen, cut off their vitality, and killed all the noisy fishermen. The fishermen who were defending at the entrance of the cave were killed by the powerful intruders before they could alert their companions hiding in the depths. However, although Leo dealt with them easily, he had a bad feeling in his heart. According to the news obtained from Pelturas, this cave is not guarded by monsters. Nagas and twilight cultists who want to enter the temple are very relieved about this place. But now a fisherman appears. Could it be that Thetis and She-Earth was caught by them? Otherwise there would not be such a change. Such speculation made Leo anxious. Considering the relationship between Naga and the elves, would Thetis and Sylph be able to survive if they caught them? Things have changed, and we need to move faster. As Leo spoke, he summoned Faltola, Polician, and Ectorius, thinking that Thetis and Sylph might be in danger. He was unwilling to sneak in slowly as originally planned. When Fran and Etienne saw Leo suddenly summoning 3 powerful men with legendary strength, they couldn't help but look at Hom. This showed that the Night Elf Hom, who holds the title of Heart of Oak, was the real person in charge of this trip. Harm frowned and pondered. Oak means wisdom in the name of elves. The Heart of Oak shows that the male night elf named Harm has a wise mind. Before setting off, he had already traveled from Pilto. Lars learned that Thetis and Sylph had a close relationship with Leo. Seeing Leo's formation, he didn't know that the other party had the idea of breaking in because he was worried about the 2 sentries. The situation we are encountering now is inconsistent with the intelligence we received. It should be that the 2 sentries, who went deep into the temple to investigate, were discovered by them. If we want to save people, we can't waste time. In fact, it's not a big deal to break in. As long as let's do it more cleanly, and kill them all before they warn us. When Harm spoke, he glanced at the group of fishermen on the ground, who had been corroded by the dark element into a puddle of liquid. The so-called fame is not as good as meeting. Leo waved his hand, and used the fury of shadow to kill this group of hundreds of fishermen to let Harm know. The strength of this human warlock, who has recently made a name for himself, is even more powerful than what is described in the rumors. This person is not just a pseudo-legend as reported by the outside world, but a real legendary powerhouse. Thinking of this, Harm knew that his 3 fake legends alone could not stop the other party at all. Although the 3 of them were not mediocre, since they could not be dissuaded, they simply cooperated with the other party. Frank and Etienne would naturally not object to what Harm said. The people who are in danger now are their compatriots. It is impossible for Leo and the other 3 foreigners to be active while themselves, as fellow racers, are indifferent. Right? Seeing that the 3 night elves agreed, Leo didn't waste time. He snapped his fingers. A Nubrakan and the Lynx priest Jerez appeared quietly. The former quickly got into the wall of the cave while the latter entered. He entered the stealth state and quickly walked inward. Even if he had to force his way into Leo, he wouldn't rush in stupidly. Jerez and a Nubrakan were sent by him to explore the way ahead. Seeing Leo like this, Harm and the other 3 were even more relieved. Brecken and Jerez are faster than us. If there is any situation ahead, I will inform you in time. Let's go in now. Chapter 585. Your opponent is not me. The 2 legendary strongmen, a Nubrakan and Haraz are exploring the way ahead. Is this kind of treatment unfortunate or lucky for the fishermen defending the cave? The fishermen were so powerful that they could even defeat high-level warriors. It was really impressive to have two legendary powerhouses as pioneers. Along the way, Leo discovered that there were quite a lot of fishermen in this large cave. The number of corpses he extracted had reached 3,000. The three Homs who were traveling with Leo and the others were quite emotional. The marshal of the Arathar kingdom really had many powerful men under his command as rumored. But he was just dealing with a group of unworthy fishermen. In order to rush for time, the other party not only he hired two legendary strongmen as scouts, and also asked 3 other strongmen to act as thugs. When did the legendary strongmen become so worthless? Fran, Adrian, and Harm looked at each other speechlessly. As pseudo-legendary warriors, they have only been thinking about how to break through the shackles and enter the legendary realm for many years. But now they see that Leo can command 5 people with just a wave of his hand. The 3 Night Elves, a legendary powerhouse, felt very hurt. This is not the way to attack people. Do you know that this will make us heartbroken? That the goal we have worked hard for many years is actually our life? Ignoring the resentful looks of the 3 Night Elves, Leo wanted to keep a low profile. But many times you have to be high profile. If he doesn't show enough strength, how can he let Harm and the others down? Change long-established plans? Wait a minute. Leo raised his hand to signal, and everyone hurriedly stopped when they saw his action. I think we are already here. The location where Leo and the others are now is at a fork in the road. If the Nubrican hadn't accidentally drilled through a rock wall and saw traces of Naga somewhere, Leo and the others would have a high chance of taking the wrong path. Choosing the right path meant that Leo and the others entered the sunken temple of the moon, which also meant that they needed to face new opponents. The fishermen covered in sticky bodily fluids disappeared, replaced by a group of 3 or 4 meters long. There are many lobster men, and each lobster man is often accompanied by several SHL crabs as big as millstones. Lobsters, crabs, this is truly an underwater world. Forget those lobster people. Crustacean crabs the size of millstones are good things. They must have a lot of crab roe and crab meat in their bodies. Leo licked his lips. After spending too long in this world with a poor food culture, he suddenly found that he began to miss the delicious food on Earth. Kill all the lobster men and catch those crustaceans alive for me. Only with strength can you have confidence. If ordinary warriors don't have enough strength to protect themselves in the face of such a group of opponents, how can they think of anything else? What is cheating? Those who show off how powerful they are when they have nothing to do or just looking for money. Those who inadvertently perform actions that make people consciously agree with them are called cheating. Just like before Leo traveled through time. It was developed by a domestic company. When the software enters the United Nations procurement list, many media will vigorously advocate it. But when you turn on the computer and see that the systems used by the officials there are all provided by Microsoft, you are not surprised at all. You are used to it. What's this? This is the difference. Even dealing with these lobsters and crustaceans in the sea is not a problem, let alone on land now. Without Leo and the others taking action, it only took Polition, Ektoz, and Faltola a few seconds to deal with their opponents. If Leo hadn't said that the crustacean must be caught alive, the time would have been even shorter. Leo put away all the crustaceans under the strange looks of others. He was not prepared to explain to others. He couldn't say that he did it because of greed. I sensed the fluctuation of magic. Just as Leo was collecting crustacean crabs, Harm pointed at the lobster man and spoke. The night elf with the title of Heart of Oak smiled bitterly. Our opponents are very cautious. They put monitoring magic on these lobster people. Once the lobster people die, they will get the message. I think we have been discovered. Leo rubbed his chin. Being discovered was not good news. But this was not because they were careless. Who would have known that the lobster man had been cast with monitoring magic before? As a complete real world, there are countless types of magic here, faced with all kinds of strange magic methods. You can only be careful. Through the vision shared by Haraz and a Nubrican who were scouting the road ahead, Leo saw a large group of Nagas ready to ambush them. Nagas have the lower body of snakes and the upper body of elves. They are transformed from the men who follow as Hara among the upper elves. They usually have both arms. There is no obvious difference in appearance. While the women who follow as Hara among the upper elves often called Naga, their strength is easier to judge, because powerful Nagas often have a few extra arms. An ambush is about suddenness. If the opponent gets the information, the ambusher will become the target of a sneak attack, leading to a pool deep in the dark abyss. This pool is the only way to enter the temple. The Nagas believe that the dark waters thousands of meters deep are enough to hide their whereabouts. So a large group of Nagas hide here and wait, taking the bait. It's not that easy to sneak up on us while we're crossing the pond. Leo said that these Nagas were stupid and naive. Naga, who was watching the water and waiting for the target to arrive, did not notice a slight ripple in a corner of the water pool. Harm, Fran, Passonia and Leo had already dived into the water pool. Harm is a druid, and he can gain the ability to sneak when he becomes a cheetah. Fran, who has the title of Silent Blade, is a night elf thief. Not to mention Passonia. Leo also has it because of the golden finger, with the thieves' stealth skills. After learning about the Naga ambush, they deliberately slowed down Etienne and Scarlet, and the four took the opportunity to sneak up to the ambush Naga. After the four Leos figured out all the locations of the Nagas in the water pool, Scarlet and Etienne finally appeared at the water pool, with Faltola following closely behind them. Seeing their prey appearing, the Nagas couldn't help but clench their weapons, and launched their attacks as soon as the three people swam through the water. The Nagas were really not afraid of anyone when fighting in the water, even though the three Scarlets were much stronger than them. When seeing a pool of unknown depth in front of them, most people would stop and take a closer look. But what surprised Naga was that this did not happen to Scarlet and the others. The female knight walking in the front walked forward, as if what she saw in front of her was not a pool of water at all but flat ground. Does this paladin know how to levitate? The Nagas were confused. According to their knowledge, there were no mages in the night elves, and Etienne did not dress like a priest. As for Scarlet and Faltola, who were dressed in heavy suits, it was even less likely that they were mages and magicians. Priest. A piece of ice silently formed from the water surface, and Scarlet did not fall into the water due to the buoyancy of the ice. Although Faltola has the appearance of an elf, he is actually a death knight. How could he not be able to use the frost path? A skill that even ordinary death knights can use? They originally wanted to launch an attack when the target was swimming by, but unexpectedly there were death knights who knew the frost path. The Nagas couldn't stay still, just when Scarlet and the other three were 30 meters deep into the water pool. They swimming upwards quickly. The Nagas' attack begins. Here it is. A layer of network-shaped smoke suddenly muddied the entire water pool, and bright white electric light illuminated the water pool that had not enjoyed light for thousands of years. The Nagas did not expect this sudden change, and they focused their energy on sneak attacks on the three people walking on the road of frost on the water. Their own protection was reduced to the minimum. The raging current electrocuted the unsuspecting Nagas to a miserable state. What was the scene like when the fishing boat electrocuted the fisherman? What is the scene now in this pool in the dark abyss? Each Naga floated to the surface, like a dead fish with its belly turned upside down. The Naga who originally wanted to sneak attack others was now attacked by the other party, which is really tragic. They are just some weak-armed Nagas. It seems that they have just discovered this place not long ago. Bless the moon god. Etienne looked at the corpses floating up from the bottom of the pool, with a relaxed expression on his face. How could these Nagas, who might not even be able to defeat the mid-level warriors who came ashore, stop the three Leos from joining them? They think that this is all because of the blessing of the moon god. What does it have to do with the moon god alone? Human, you have to pay for your actions. A scream erupted from the bottom of the water, and a Naga with 4 arms appeared. She was swimming in the direction of Leo with murderous intent. The lightning raging in the pool could kill the Naga with 2 arms, but had no effect at all. To her, the sudden burst of electricity in the pool was Leo's masterpiece. The lightning wave spell he got when he killed the 4 green dragons in the dreamland in the Wailing Cave came in handy at this time. What a beautiful snake. But your opponent is not me. Leo shrugged. In his eyes, Naga is a beautiful snake. The lower body of a snake is the upper body of a female elf. If you don't look at the fish scales on their bodies, they are pleasing to the eye. Once they have fish scales, they are off-putting. The 2 daggers stabbed into Naga's back silently until they reached the handle. Passonia gave the 4-armed Naga a fatal blow with 2 back stabs. If the Naga's scales were not strong enough, the demonic blow would have pierced her heart. Someone poked 2 big holes in her vest, and Naga groaned in pain. Stimulated by the pain, she waved the weapon in her hand and struck back. Of course, the attack failed. Passonia had already twisted her arm. At that moment, he retreated into the distance. Despicable humans. Can you only do sneak attacks? The 4-armed Naga's expression was distorted, and blood was pouring from the 2 large holes in her back. Her beating heart could be seen through the wounds. If the devil's attack penetrated deeper, even half a finger could pierce her heart. After the door of H.L. is closed, this is a real close call, and Naga's heart is palpitating. All that is left in his mind is anger. Puff! Just when Naga focused her attention on Pasonia, a cheetah appeared behind her. Feeling the abnormality, she was about to react when the cheetah's claws penetrated along the wounds caused by Pasonia. Her body tore her heart into pieces. The druid who transforms into a cheetah is no less invisible than a rogue. Kill Salives. Listening to the golden finger prompt, Leo spread his hands towards Naga, who had lost his life. Sneak attacks are not the exclusive domain of us humans. Chapter 586. A group of turtles. Turtles are synonymous with slow movement and common sense. And turtles. Ahem. Okay. This is used to make fun of people. It seems far away, but in fact it can make so many irrelevant things appear in Leo's mind. The idea is entirely the work of a group of giant turtles. After successfully counterattacking the Naga and killing the four-armed Naga Salives, Leo and the others passed the water pool without any danger. Because all the nearby Nagas were killed in the battle at the water pool, they did not encounter any enemies on the road. And this situation continued until a group of millstone-sized snapjaw turtles came into their sight. On the worship platform surrounded by sea water lies a large green sea turtle that is half the size of a basketball court. The hard L on the back of this sea turtle bulges like a shield thorn. And the distinct water chestnuts are like clusters of gun heads, reminding this turtle is not easy to mess with when it comes to its enemies. Just by looking at the L, you will think that this big turtle is not easy to mess with. But when you look at its head, you will understand that it is really not easy to mess with. Because at first glance, the head of this big turtle looks very similar to the head of a giant dragon, which shows that it has the bloodline of a giant dragon. And this bloodline is not thin. Otherwise its bloodline characteristics would not be so obvious. Near this big turtle is a group of snap-mouthed turtles with anti-fangs like beasts. The color of these snap-mouthed turtles is different from that of the big turtles. Their bodies are reddish-brown. In terms of appearance, they are far inferior to the big turtle in the middle. One look at them, and you can tell that they are my little brother's destiny. Beasts have a strong sense of territory, and are extremely aggressive towards strange creatures that enter their territory. Therefore, after discovering that a group of strangers have arrived in their territory, the big turtle lying on the stage suddenly raised its head. Come! Two green eyes revealed a fierce light. Naturally, there was no way that the leader would not react when he touched his subordinates. The snap-jawed turtles around the platform turned their heads and showed their sharp teeth to Leo and the others. It seemed that as long as the big turtle on the platform gave an order, these snap-jawed turtles could be ordered. We'll swarm them. There are so many turtles here. Leo held his chin and looked at the fierce-looking turtle, which looked completely unstressed. Ever since the turtle showed hostility towards them, snapjaw turtles have been constantly emerging in the sea around the platform. Judging from the number, there are not even 1,000. There are also 800. Only with strength can you have confidence. If nearly 1,000 snapjaw turtles stared at them with unkind expressions, those without strength would have run away long ago. While those with strength, such as Leo and his group, looked relaxed. Master, let me try. Ektoz suddenly walked up. In the previous battle against the Nagas in the water pool, he and Polition were left behind by Leo to guard against possible attacks. The two Dracolics failed to do anything. Performance. Now that he sees this scene, he can still hold back. As a thug, Ektoz is very conscious. He must worry about Leo first, and then enjoy Leo's happiness. He charges into battle for his master, and sends away provocateurs who overestimate his capabilities. This is the most basic consciousness of a thug. Leo nodded and agreed to Ektoz's initiative to fight. What was the thug raised for? Aren't they just released to beat people when necessary? Wait a minute. Polition stopped Ektoz before he could step forward. As the first powerful fighter to follow Leo, the latter's status was naturally higher than Ektoz. Master, this turtle seems to have the blood of a green dragon. Why don't I and Ektoz help the master subdue it? That's a good idea. Regardless of the scary size of the big turtle on the stage, its strength is actually only at the legendary level. Leo would normally look down on such a beast. But in an environment like the Dark Abyss, the big turtle and its men snapjaw turtles are like local snakes, and subduing them will greatly help everyone's next actions. Seeing Leo nod, Polition and Ektoz cast dragon power on the big turtle on the stage. The big turtle was originally a descendant of an ordinary green dragon, and had no natural resistance to the real green dragon ability. Not to mention that it is now facing two powerful warrior-level green dragons. As soon as the dragon power of the two dragon liches emerged, the big turtle, who had been staring at everyone with an unkind expression just a moment ago, immediately became as pale as an eggplant beaten by frost. The fierce light in the green eyes was no longer replaced by fear and surrender. Seeing the big turtle surrendering, Polishin yelled at it twice. The latter's body trembled in fear twice, and then yelled at the Snapjaw turtle under his command. The boss said something, and the younger brother didn't dare not listen. The Snapjaw turtle, they shrank their necks and looked submissive. Can we communicate with them? Maybe they can provide us with a lot of information. Seeing Polishin and Ektoz conquering the turtle group, Harm couldn't help but look at the two Dracolics. This night elf druid is a smart man. From Polishin's words, he already knew where to stand. The two green-haired young men beside him were not humans, but two green dragons. The night elves are very friendly towards the green dragon. Don't you see that Malfurion Stormrage and many powerful druids have been sleeping in the Emerald Dream all year round? The Emerald Dream was created by Isra, queen of the green dragon. There was no problem in communicating with the big turtle. After all, it had the blood of the green dragon. Polishin retreated behind Leo, and Ektoz began to ask in dragon language, being questioned by a powerful green dragon warrior. The big turtle, who was a sub-dragon beast, felt very flattered. It shook out everything it knew like beans. The big turtle's name is Gamora, and he is the king of a group of Snapjaw turtles. He settled here after accidentally discovering it thousands of years ago. However, before their arrival, a group of fishmen had already occupied many places here. The occupied territory is enough for Gamora's group to survive and reproduce. So the turtles don't actually know much about the Dark Abyss. But according to it, they have seen a group of plesiosaurs when they were hunting. There wasn't much information that could be obtained from Gamora, and Ham was a little disappointed. Of course, Leo knew quite well what kind of existence there was in this sunken moon god temple. But he just didn't say anything. In addition to the Nagas and this group of turtles, the known forces here now include fishmen, plesiosaurs, and twilight cultists, who we don't know when we will encounter. We need to face a lot of obstacles if we want to explore here. Lay, after discussing with Harm for a while, Otto asked the question he was concerned about. Ektoz, ask it if there is any news about Thetis and Sylph. After all, Gamora and its group of turtles are local snakes. Even if they are just a group of home turtles, they are more familiar than Leo and the others who have just arrived. Facts have proved that local snakes are local snakes. Leo and the other dragons crossing the river are really not as well informed as them when it comes to information. Leo got the answer he wanted not long after Ektoz asked the question. Master, Gamora said that there was a battle deep in the temple 2 days ago. A night elf escaped, and she was hiding nearby. Fortunately, she did not invade Gamora's territory. The sea turtles did not attack her. A group of Nagas are searching for her traces. Only one night elf? The news about Gamora made Leo feel inexplicably irritable. If no other night elves entered the Dark Abyss, the one Gamora mentioned should undoubtedly be Sylph. Then where is Thetis? Could it be? Thinking that something might happen to Thetis, Leo quickly stopped the terrible thoughts in his mind. But he couldn't help but feel anxious. If there was nothing wrong with Thetis and Sylph's relationship, how could they be separated in a place like this? Moreover, Gamora also mentioned that a group of Nagas were searching for traces of Sylph. This clearly meant that she was defeated and hunted after being discovered. With Sylph's strength being so much weaker than Thetis' situation, it was still. Can it get better? Leo, who was anxious in his heart, did not want to waste time. Under his order, Ektoz asked Gamora to lead its Snapjaw turtles to start leading the way. They were going to rescue Sylph. The collective action of nearly 1,000 Snapjaw turtles quickly alerted the Nagas, who were ordered to search. As the dominant tyrants of the Dark Abyss, and there were no strong Nagas in the Dark Abyss, Gamora's tribe did not intend to provoke them. So they all moved aside. But the fact that the Nagas don't cause trouble doesn't mean that the Snapjaw turtle will settle down. Leo asked Ektoz to pass an order to Gamora. The big turtle with the blood of the green dragon immediately turned red, and it raised its head and roared. With a sound, the Snapjaw turtle's eyes immediately changed when he looked at Naga. The Nagas were surprised to find that the Snapjaw turtles, which they regarded as wild beasts, were viciously attacking them. Their eyes looked as if they were their sworn enemies. Extremely vicious. The Snapjaw turtle took the initiative to attack Naga, who was not good-tempered. Naturally, he could not tolerate it, and a small-scale melee began. On land, one Naga can deal with 3 to 4 Snapjaw turtles. But in the sea both sides are evenly matched. I don't know if the main force of Nagas were killed by Leo and the others at the waterhole before, and they joined after fighting the Snapjaw turtles. The total number of Nagas fighting was only 200 to 300. facing the Snapjaw turtle Nagas that were several times their size. They could not hold out for long before being defeated. Master, are you chasing me? The Nagas thought that it would be difficult for the Snapjaw turtles to pursue them after they fled, because the former were faster. So Leo waved his hand to indicate that he was not in the mood to pay attention to these little minions now. The melee between the Snapjaw turtle and the Naga subsided, and a night elf figure entered Leo's field of vision. It was the sylph he was looking for. It turned out that the Nagas who were looking for her traces had already locked the area, and Sylph's movement space was compressed to the limit by these former kin. If Leo and the others came half a day late, she would definitely be discovered. The reason why Sylph didn't show up before was because she was seriously injured. Leo and others hid among the turtles and didn't show up. She didn't dare to show up until all the Nagas were driven away and she saw a few figures. Knowing that Sylph was injured, Scarlet and Harm immediately cast spells to treat her. Under the simultaneous action of the druid's natural healing spell and the paladin's power of holy light, Sylph's injuries quickly healed for the most part. Where is Thetis now? When Leo asked about Thetis's whereabouts, Sylph had a strange expression on her face. A doting helplessness mixed with a bit of relief and a bit of headache. Don't worry about that little girl. She is very safe now. If you want to find her, you will have to work hard. Chapter 587: The Battle Between Fish and Turtle. The origin of fishmen is a mystery. This is not because the history is too long and many things have become unverifiable, but because the time they migrated from the deep sea to the land is too short. It is precisely because the fishmen have been in the sight of the intelligent races on land for too short a time, and everyone has no communication with this race, that they know too little about the fishmen. As a result, no one knows the real reason for the origin of the fishmen, as a kind of creature that lives near the coastline in the form of tribes and villages. Fishmen are not smart, but they are definitely not as stupid as some people think. If anyone had studied the expansion process of Murlocs to land territory, they would have discovered that these seemingly stupid amphibian creatures occupied the land in an orderly and stable manner, and they were highly coordinated and organized. No one can explain clearly why the fishmen expanded to land, but this ugly and disgusting amphibian creature is not liked by various land races, because their arrival has diluted the existence on land that is far less than in the ocean. Resources. So they are evil creatures. Since fishmen are unpleasant and are classified as evil beings, it is normal to shout and kill them. Driven by Leo, Gamora led its jawed turtles into the Murloc territory in a mighty manner. When they saw the Murlocs who came to stop them, they launched an attack without saying a word. In the eyes of the fishmen, the turtles that invade their territory are here to grab territory. As neighbors in the Dark Abyss, who have had a lot of friction, the fishmen have indeed gone to war with Gamora's tribe, but they usually invade each other on their territory. It was the first time that Gamora led the Snapjaw turtles to attack them. Unusual things are monsters. If a highly intelligent creature faced such a situation, it would definitely be more careful. However, the fishmen have limited wisdom. When they saw that the turtles who had been bullied by them all year round dared to provoke them, they all jumped out in anger. The gathered Murlocs quickly fought with the Snapjaw turtles. The battle takes place on land, which is also a common tactic used by the fish people. They have fought against the turtles many times, and have already figured out the weaknesses of their opponents. These guys wearing hard SHLs move ashore extremely slowly, much slower than those on the beach. The sea is much easier to deal with. In the past, as long as the battle was fought on land, the fishmen would quickly gain an advantage. But this time it was very strange. The fishmen used more force, but were defeated steadily. The snap-mouthed turtles were uncharacteristically different. Instead of slowing down when they landed on the shore, their speed increased a lot. Relying on their hard SHLs, they rushed through the crowd of fish. Thousands of snap-mouthed turtles were like a steamroller with full power. The fishmen were brutally run over, and the Snapjaw turtles, led by the leader of the group, Gamora, slaughtered the evil neighbors mercilessly. Leo and others hid behind and watched the battle ahead. The reason why Gamora's tribe had the advantage in the battle with the fishmen was naturally due to them. Auras that provide a wide range of blessings are a good thing. Leo's energy aura and blood-sucking aura allow the Snapjaw turtle driven by him to recover strength when hitting the enemy, while its speed is greatly increased. And it has become Hom, who sneaked into the battlefield as a cheetah, was no mediocre player. The leader of the druid's herd was nothing less than a stimulant to the beasts Snapjaw turtle and Gamora. With so many blessings, if Gamora still loses, it can only be because they are useless. The younger one came after beating the older one, seeing that his younger brother was beaten to a pulp by the Snapjaw turtles. The leader of the fish crowd couldn't sit still. A red murloc with purple fins and grass-green spots on its back held 2 swords. After being killed, its target was Gamora, the leader of the turtle group. It seemed that this red fishman was going to have a king-on-king battle. It's a bit clever, knowing that after killing Gamora, the turtle group will fall into a chaotic state of leaderless turtles. When the time comes, it can turn defeat into victory with a while of cover-up with its younger brother. The abacus is very good. But the question is, can you defeat Gamora? Leo could clearly see the plan of the red murloc. The strength of this murloc was on par with Gamora. Gamora was no match for it on land. But it was still unclear who would kill a deer under the sea. Come to think of it, this was also the reason why the fishmen, who clearly had the upper hand, never tried to destroy the turtles. If it weren't for Leo and the other secret help, Gamora would definitely be defeated if the red fishman found him at this time. But the reality is that there is no if. The red fishman doesn't know that someone in the turtle group is secretly helping. So it is doomed to be miserable. As soon as the 2 leaders fought against each other, the red murloc discovered that his opponent was very different from what he knew. Not only did Gamora move much faster, but his attack speed was also much faster than before. On land, it could actually perform with the same combat power as the seabed. The red fishman originally wanted to take advantage of its fast speed and flexible movements to find the opponent's weaknesses. But now its plan is completely useless. Without the speed advantage, the red murloc's only option is to fight Gamora head-on. Although it has 2 swords in its hands, Gamora's hard SHL is not a decoration. Even the fragile body of the big turtle with the blood of the green dragon is covered with a layer of hard scales. Even if the red fishman's knife occasionally hits its body, it will only leave a very shallow white mark. On the other hand, Gamora's attack was very powerful and heavy. As long as the red fishman was hit, he would be injured. His attacks were tantamount to tickling the opponent. But he couldn't afford the opponent's attacks. The red murloc quickly fell into a disadvantage. And not long after, he was chased by Gamora and fled in embarrassment. The leader's incompetence made the murlocs, who were already beaten miserably by their opponents, even more miserable. The oppressed Snapjaw turtles made a comeback. After paying the price of the death of 100 companions, the Snapjaw turtles killed them. Killed 3 times the number of murlocs as our own. Seeing that the situation was not going well, the red murloc ran away. Only 1/10 of his opponent died, but nearly 70% of his own men were killed. The defeat was already decided, and it would not act like a hero. Want to run? Leo curled his lips, with them watching in secret. How could the fishman leader possibly escape? In a panic, the red fishman fell into a crack with 1 foot, and its leg was stuck. I didn't see any cracks here before I ran over. The red murloc, whose leg was stuck by a sudden crack, was shocked and angry. This crack came too strangely, and the timing of its appearance was also terrible. Its appearance caused the red murloc to lose the chance to escape, because Gamora caught up. Bang! Gamora's huge body hit the red murloc like an out-of-control heavy truck, and its huge body ran over it into Murloc's horrified eyes. Crush! With a scream, Leo received another notification from Goldfinger. The fishman leader named Gryhast had died. After killing the 1,000-year-old enemy Gamora, he was in a good mood. The dragon-headed turtle couldn't help roaring with triumph. The victorious Snapjaw turtles also joined in the fun. Their voices spread far away, breaking the silence of the dark abyss. Harm frowned. He was a little dissatisfied with Gamora for making such a big noise. Unfortunately, the dragon-headed turtle wouldn't listen to him at all. But Leo strangely didn't stop him. He couldn't figure out what the other party was going to do. Harm can only choose to wait and see what happens. The roars of the turtles attracted the attention of certain creatures hidden in the depths of the dark abyss. A group of humanoid monsters with horns on their heads were attracted. Seeing the true faces of these monsters, Harm and 4 other night elves suddenly appeared on their faces. A look of disgust. I didn't expect there was a Sartre hiding here. We can't let these disgusting guys go. The 4 night elves were filled with murderous intent. The night elves had always killed creatures like Satyr without mercy. If that bastard Harvey's hadn't lured the wolf into the house, there would have been no invasion of the Burning Legion. And how would the Well of Eternity have exploded? And Harvey's was the first Satyr. And the Satyr race was created by him after he corrupted certain creatures. It appears there's more going on here than we knew. Leo was completely indifferent to the behavior of several night elves who wanted to kill all the Satyrs. But he held Scarlet, who subconsciously wanted to do something when she saw evil creatures. These Satyrs are not even in the legendary realm. So why do they need Scarlet to take action? And and the 4 night elves were enough to kill them all. I still don't know if the Dark Abyss is any different from what I remember. After all, there are too many variables that may occur in the real world. The night elves have the talent of shadow escape and can run away at any time. But Scarlet can't. What the female paladin has to do now, just hide your whereabouts and be prepared for sudden changes. When the satyrs, who are the strongest but not the high-level warriors, meet 3 pseudo-legends with outstanding strength and a leader in the epic realm, the outcome is already doomed before the night elves take action. The cold blade, the roaring hurricane, the power of the shining stars. The 4 night elves will be killed if they don't take action. Sartre, who was attracted by the movement of the turtles, was summoned by death. Under the attack of Sylph and the 4 of them, they fell in groups. The huge gap in strength could not be made up by the number of people. This was not a battle. Instead, it was a massacre. The 4 night elves were like the reapers of death, killing all the satyrs they saw. Night elves are really ruthless when dealing with their enemies. Facing the corpses of Sartre on the ground, Leo scratched his face, thinking that the elves he met after traveling through time were still stupid and naive even if they had lived for thousands of years. In the world he was in, both night elves and high elves were the same. What about very strong and violent beings? But this is a real world. In order to prevent the satyr corpses from being placed there and unsightly, Leo activated the Golden Finger's ability to absorb corpses, and each of the satyr corpses turned into crystal particles. Leo was in a good mood when he saw the number of corpses rising. But this good mood did not last long. A feeling of being spied on arose in his heart, and Leo couldn't help but shudder. What happened? Unknown energy discovered, absorbing, the host obtains, Moonstone. Chapter 588 Temple Statue. There is a saying that one gains wisdom after one encounter. If one encounters a loss, one should have a longer memory. Don't fall into the same pit twice. But some people just don't think so. After suffering a loss, they will do it again immediately. After falling once, they will fall again in a fight. Such people usually have the infamous nickname Bongchuate that everyone likes to hear. If you encounter a stick, you will be killed severely. But the problem is that it depends on who the stick is and whether you can offend her. Leo was very troubled now because he met a stick he couldn't afford to offend. The strange energy's first attempt to spy on him ended in failure. But it didn't give up. Before Leo could react, the feeling of being spied on appeared again in his heart. Goldfinger didn't wait for his confirmation and took it out again. After absorbing it for the 3rd time, then the 4th time, until after the 9th time, the feeling finally stopped appearing. And the number of moonstones Leo obtained also became 9. It's not that Leo is timid, but that this fact is too sinister. What kind of place is the Dark Abyss? This is the former temple of the moon god, and the energy that peeks at him is attached to the moonstone. Can Leo not be suspicious? Silently checking the 9 meniscus-shaped stones exuding pure aura. They were now lying quietly in his private space. Leo didn't know if he had attracted the attention of some great god, but he understood this time's trip to the Dark Abyss had some unexpected factors. Just when Leo was stunned, the night elves' killing of the satyrs had ended. All the satyrs who entered Sylph's field of vision were turned into corpses, and no one was left alive. The large number of satyrs' deaths made it easier for Leo and the others to take their next actions. They did not encounter a single monster until the temple's main hall came into view. Seeing the temple hall means that this trip to the Dark Abyss is coming to an end, because Sylph told Leo that this temple hall that is not yet sunk to the bottom of the sea contains what the night elves need. That is, the things that have been destroyed by countless people. A statue of the moon god worshipped by elves. Leo didn't understand why the night elves wanted to obtain the moon god statue here. Things related to the gods were always mysterious. But he knew one thing. That is, it was not easy to obtain the moon god statue. The main hall of the temple must pass through the territory of a group of plesiosaurs. The plesiosaur looks like a snake passing through a turtle SHL, with a small head, a long neck, a turtle-like torso, and a short tail. Although the head is small, the mouth is very large. There are many slender cone-shaped teeth in the mouth. The body is about 10 meters long, and some powerful ones can grow up to 20 meters. These plesiosaurs just blocked the only passage into the main hall of the Moon Temple. Leo and the others had to pass through the water area where the plesiosaurs lived if they wanted to enter the main hall. Of course, it wasn't the plesiosaur that was in trouble. What really worried them was whether fighting the plesiosaur would alert the Twilight's hammer cultists occupying the hall. Leo waved his hand. Ektaraz roared, and Gamora led the jawed turtles under his men to kill them in a swagger. The turtles put on a posture of "I'm here" to seize the territory. The menacing turtle group immediately aroused the hostility of the plesiosaurs. One by one, the plesiosaurs swam over. By the time Gamora led the turtle group into the water, nearly 50 plesiosaurs were waiting for them. Let's go! Leo was not interested in the battle between the plesiosaurs and Gamora at all. The purpose of sending the turtles out was to attract the attention of the plesiosaurs so that they could dive through the water. Gamora and his little brother had successfully transferred. When will the side of the plesiosaur stay at this time? The most troublesome one among the group of people to sneak in is Scarlet. Everyone else has the ability to hide their body, but she does not. But who is Scarlet? She is the queen of the kingdom of Arather. Invisibility potions, and the like. Will there still be a shortage? The plesiosaurs fighting with the snap-mouthed turtles led by Gamora did not notice that there were a few slight ripples in a corner of the water, and some uninvited guests invaded their territory while they were defending against foreign enemies. The commotion caused by the fierce battle between the plesiosaur and the snap-jawed turtle in the waters attracted the attention of the Twilight cultists. But after seeing that it was the beasts in the sea fighting for territory, they did not take any action, and just looked indifferent. He was paying close attention to the development of the situation to prevent these wild beasts from running into the hall and attacking the hall. It seems that the cultists of the Twilight's hammer are the final enemies we face in the dark abyss. The people who were walking carefully in the water were hiding their whereabouts while preparing for the upcoming attack. The Twilight's hammer cultists blocked the entrance to the hall, and they had no other choice but to fight their way in. What happened? Just as Leo and the others were approaching the entrance of the hall, an orc carrying a staff walked out of the hall. From the reactions of the surrounding Twilight cultists, who saluted him, it could be seen that this orc's identity was not simple. Lord Karis. There was a fight between the Snapjaw turtle and the plesiosaurus living here. A Twilight cultist answered the orc's question. This orc was Kellis the Sleepwalker, the leader of the Twilight Hammer here. Oh! Kellis looked out in confusion, and the scene of a group of snap-jawed turtles fighting a plesiosaur in the water came into his sight. The orc's expression changed a few times, and then he yelled at his men. Be careful. Maybe those damn night elves are causing trouble. After hearing the leader's reprimand, the Twilight cultists became nervous. It was not that Karis was suspicious, but that the druids did have the ability to communicate with animals. Things going on in the hall had reached a critical juncture. But now a snap-jawed turtle happened. He couldn't help but be nervous about competing for territory with the plesiosaur. Kellis's hair stood up when he thought about the consequences of the failure of this operation. Even though he was the leader here, there were actually countless people like him in the Twilight's Hammer. He was a small leader at best. If this person were to, if something goes wrong and the higher-ups blame him, his fate will definitely be miserable. Watching the movements of the Twilight cultists in the dark, Leo shook his head disapprovingly. This orc named Kelris was indeed cautious. But what's the use? The huge gap in strength cannot be bridged by caution. Leo snapped his fingers, and everyone appeared and went straight to the temple hall guarded by the Twilight cultists. Enemy attack. The Twilight cultists, who reacted quickly when they saw the sudden appearance of several figures, shouted. Leo fired out a ray of shadow fury and knocked out all the Twilight cultists at the entrance of the hall. He took this opportunity to kill Scarlet, Sylph, and Frank. The sword of Ashcandy swept out from the female paladin's hand, and several Twilight cultists settled their accounts. The figures of Sylph and Fran passed by, and a blood mark appeared on the necks of several Twilight cultists. The throat had been slit with a sharp blade. When Kelris got rid of the influence of the Shadow Fury, more than 30 corpses of Twilight cultists had fallen at the entrance of the hall, and the number was still increasing rapidly. Humans and night elves. The Sleepwalker ran away without saying a word. The intruders were too powerful, and he was no match for them. The only way to stop them was to activate the thing in advance. Kelris ran away very neatly. Leo didn't expect that this orc didn't even have the courage to attack. After being stunned for a moment, he was about to use his death grip to capture him. Kelris had already turned around the corner and disappeared from his sight. Middle. Catch him. Don't let him get away. Of course, it was impossible for Leo to chase Kelris himself. So Faltola and the two Dracolic chased him immediately. Leo had already observed that Kelris's strength was only in the epic realm. Faltola and the others could kill him by just one of them, let alone 3 of them together. Humans, elves, none of you can escape. The vicious cry of Karis came from the Luna Hall. And then Leo got a tip from Goldfinger that the Sleepwalker Karis was dead. Master, that orc committed suicide, and we had no time to stop him. Faltola and the other 3 looked embarrassed. They didn't expect that Kelris would actually commit suicide. His previous behavior of rubbing oil on his soles when the situation was bad didn't look like someone with such courage. It also takes courage to commit suicide. Leo didn't care. Kelrus could just die. Anyway, his purpose in coming to the Dark Abyss was to protect Thetis and Sylph. Why did the Twilight Hammer want to interfere with this moon god temple? He didn't bother. Thinking about it, it's not his turn to worry about the Night Elves. Oh, goddess of the moon. What have the cultists of the Twilight's Hammer done? The exclamations of several Night Elves reached Leo's ears. While he was talking to Faltola, Sylph, who had killed the Twilight cultist guarding the entrance, and the others had entered the hall. The scene in the hall made Faith Moon the god's Night Elves were furious. The temple of the moon god was originally a place where the Night Elves worshipped the moon god and expressed their devotion to Elun. The statue of Elun was enshrined in the hall. But what Leo saw was the statue of a beautiful four-armed snake. The giant sculpture is a real beauty snake instead of a naga that looks like a beauty snake. This obviously cannot be the moon god Elun. To do so is a serious sacrilege. What does the Twilight's Hammer want to do? Isn't it forcing the Night Elves to go to war with them? Leo was very surprised. What kind of trouble was Deathwing, who is controlling the Twilight Hammer behind the scenes, trying to make? That statue is moving. Be careful. Is the statue moving? Yes, you read that right. Just when the four Night Elves were about to destroy the statue of the four-armed beauty snake, the statue suddenly came to life. She shook the four Night Elves away with a slight swing of her four arms. Go. What's the situation? When Leo saw this, he was on full alert. He was afraid that the Twilight Hammer would cause some trouble here. But he didn't expect that this would happen. The power of the moon god? It was made by those cultists using the statue of the moon god. The souls of Twilight's Hammer dare to blaspheme the great moon god. The moon goddess cannot spare them. The so-called expert can tell if there is one as soon as he takes action. The source of her power is exposed as soon as the beautiful snake statue is taken. Harm is so angry that he almost wants to kill someone. Use your divine power. Doesn't it mean that this beautiful snake is very difficult to deal with? Leo rolled his eyes, not expecting to encounter such a strong opponent at the last moment. Foolish mortal. Feel the wrath of Uritek. Chapter 589, Go to H.L. Uritek. In ancient times, there were many powerful creatures in this world. These creatures were of various types, ranging from violent and gentle elements to various ferocious beasts. Some of them were as powerful as demigods, and some were even stronger than demigods. Gods are even more powerful, and the ancient gods were born from the latter. In the heyday of the Troll Empire, the snake god Uritek was one of the ancient gods worshipped by them. However, with the invasion of the Burning Legion, many ancient gods fell in the war, and Uritek seemed to be among them. The basis is that the world has not heard news about her for too long. Now the beautiful snake statue calls itself Uritek and calls Leo and the others mortals. This shows that the will of Uritek, the snake god among the ancient gods, has arrived here. It appears we have inadvertently sabotaged one of the Twilight's Hammer's larger plans. Leo shrugged with an indifferent expression. It was incredible that he didn't feel nervous at all when facing Uritek, who could use the power of the moon stored in the statue of the moon. It was incredible, at least in the eyes of Harm and others. What we are facing now is the descending will of an ancient god. This human named Leo is too calm. The four Night Elves, including Sylph, couldn't help but look at him with suspicion. Hey, what is Leo doing? The Night Elf who turned his attention to Leo found that Leo had put his hands behind his back while speaking. And with the help of his body's cover, a red energy line penetrated into the ground without Uritek noticing. Scarlet and Passonia saw it in their eyes. There was a flash of brilliance. Although Uritek saw everyone's reaction, she did not alert her. The reason why the snake goddess thought that these mortals had surprised expressions on their faces was because they found that in front of them was a powerful person, caused by ancient gods. Mortal, offer your faith to the great snake goddess Uritek, and you will have my help as long as you fight for me. It was completely different from his attitude towards the four Night Elves. After seeing Leo and Passonia, Uritek's tone was still as condescending as when facing ants, but it was less hostile and more tempting. As for Paladin Scarlet, Uritek had no intention of making her his disciple. The power of the holy light that represented light and hope in the female paladin made gods, like her, disgusted from the bottom of their hearts. If an ordinary person received help personally promised by a god, he would immediately give up his faith and respect Uritek as his god without thinking about anything. But are Leo and Passonia ordinary people? It seems that Uritek has really fallen. With the arrogance of the gods, mortals will not be taken seriously by them. Even if they want you to believe, They will only use a tone of charity instead of this kind of seductive tone. The wrong words of Uritek indicate that she has fallen. Are believers needed now to gather divine power to reshape the body? The threat of a god who has lost his body is much worse. The expressions on the faces of Harm and others became much more relaxed. They now understood why Leo was not too nervous. This human warlock must have known about the death of Uritek a long time ago. Uritek, the god of poisonous snakes? Leo looked at the beautiful snake statue with a joking look on his face. His behavior was completely devoid of the humble attitude that a mortal would have when facing a god. There was even a hint of a clown in his eyes. This scene was very strange in the eyes of others. Although I don't know how the Twilight Hammer got you here. I do know that your power is reduced every time you use it. Moon God, since no one has worshipped the statue for tens of thousands of years. Most of its divine power has been lost. How much is left? And how many times can you attack it? 10 or 20 times. Mortal, do you want to try? Uritek's stern scolding after Leo revealed his true situation seemed to others to be a bit stern and remorseful. Rather than saying that the snake god was scolding Leo, it was better to say that she was using this to cover up her own panic. Uritek is very uneasy now. She didn't expect that Leo, a mere mortal, would be so calm after knowing that he was a god. However, in just a few words, he had already seen through his reality. What happened today may not be possible. Well, there isn't much divine power stored in this statue. And the one that knocked back the 4 night elves before can only support her to launch 6 attacks. In other words, if Uritek takes action against Leo and the others, he can only have 5 attacks. Given this opportunity to take action, due to his limited strength, it's no wonder that Uritek didn't speak forcefully enough. This world has big fists. If you want me to believe in you, you have to show enough strength. Uritek. Before Leo finished speaking, Uritek's expression suddenly changed. One of the snake goddess's hands slammed upwards. The Lynx priest Haraz was hit by this blow, and his figure appeared. Gods are gods after all. And it is impossible for Haraz to succeed in a sneak attack on Uritek. She only hit the Lynx priest with a light blow and broke his bones and muscles, and fell to the ground unable to move at all. Bang bang. Leo clapped his hands, as if applauding Uritek's strength. Unfortunately, the snake goddess was not in the mood to appreciate this. Since the other party had already attacked her, it meant that the other party had seen through her weakness. Foolish mortals. The great Uritek will kill you all. Although there are only 4 chances to take action, Uritek is confident. The anger of the gods is beyond the imagination of these mortals. Now she will kill all those who dare to offend her. Seeing that Uritek was about to attack, everyone present became nervous. Even if Uritek was a fallen god. Even if this fallen god had just awakened. And even though the power that the snake goddess could use was very limited, she was still a god after all. A god who is aloof to all living beings in the world. A god that people can only look up to. Who dares to be careless when facing her wrath? God's wrath? Leo curled his lips in disdain. And the joking look on his face became more intense. It really scares me. Does this guy think he didn't die quickly enough? Now he still dares to provoke Uritek. Besides, if you want to provoke, just do it. Didn't you see that the opponent is about to take action? Why is he not even in a fighting state? Is he really tired of living? Can't? Leo's posture made others present puzzled. But what made them even more puzzled was yet to come. Faced with another provocation from a mortal, Uritek, who had previously said he was going to take action, actually endured it. Scarlet and others, who were prepared to resist the attack of the snake god, were surprised. Mortal, it is not too late to offer your faith to Uritek. Uritek tried to recruit Leo again. When did she become so talkative? Does Leo have anything to worry about? I'm really flattered to be valued so much by an ancient god, Leo said, curling his lips disdainfully. But he didn't feel flattered at all. Uritek had a very bad premonition in his heart. It's just that I rejected you. What can you do to me? Lord Uritek, the god of poisonous snakes, can't even move. It turns out it's you. Damn mortal. Uritek's voice was full of resentment. Just as Leo said, she really had no ability to move now. When Haraz was seriously injured, Uritek had already discovered that the divine power that could still support her to launch several attacks was unknowingly. Time passed by, which was why she failed to kill the Lynx priest. Although it's rude to speak to a lady like this, I still have to say it, Leo said with murderous intent on his face. The disintegration staff appeared in his hand. Chaos Arrow, Shadow Arrow Rain, Molten Rock and several other spells. He hit the statue of the beautiful snake head on. Without any mercy. Go to HL. Ulitek. Leo took action. Naturally, Scarlet and Passonia would not stay aside to watch the show. The Ashcandy Sword and Devil Strike attacked the statue of the beautiful snake under the wave of their respective masters. Sylph and 4 other Night Elves seeing this. He did not lag behind. The Thieves' sharp blades and the Druid's natural spells were also activated at the same time. The beautiful snake statue transformed from the statue of the moon god was not much harder than a rock after losing its divine power. Facing the attacks of several strong men, it cracked into hundreds of pieces of rubble without even a chance to make a clanging sound. Despicable mortals. I will not let you go. A miniature version of the beautiful snake statue that was only the size of a palm quickly flew out of the hall, and Leo realized that it contained an extremely powerful soul. Oh my god! This is Uritek's soul box. It contains the godhead. Etienne couldn't help but exclaim when he saw this miniature version of the beautiful snake. Godhead. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this, including Scarlet and Passonia, who had burning heat in their eyes. It is almost impossible for mortals to cultivate godhood. At most, reaching the demigod realm is already their limit. Becoming a god is out of reach even for many strong men in the demigod realm, because it not only requires to have strength is to have incredible luck. Otherwise, beings like Archimonde and Kil'jaeden would have become gods long ago. Of course, this is also related to the fact that the two of them have too high vision. They look down upon the godhead of the little god, who is not their opponent. And the owner of the godhead they are interested in is not something they can deal with. Kil'jaeden and Archimonde, the gods of Uritek, are looked down upon. But the problem is that not everyone is as selective as these two bosses of the Burning Legion, possessing godhead and gathering divine power, shaping the divine body and igniting the divine fire. The most difficult of the 4 necessary steps for a mortal to become a god is to possess the divine personality. As the saying goes, it is difficult to have the divine personality at the beginning of everything. The next 3 steps are relatively simple. Everyone shouted and rushed towards the miniature version of the beautiful snake statue at an almost crazy speed. Unfortunately, their movements were a beat too slow. Ulitek's soul flew to the entrance of the hall. Once she flew out of the hall, it was like a trapped dragon ascending to the sky. It is extremely difficult to intercept it. Stop her! As Leo shouted, a huge metal beetle burst out of the wall, blocking Uritek. The crypt demon leader Anubrican came out at the critical moment and successfully stopped the poisonous snake goddess Uritek with his huge body. Chapter 590. Nothing is impossible. Seeing that she was inside of escaping, but was intercepted at the last moment, Ulitek felt extremely depressed. If she had the ability now, Anubrican would have to be cut into pieces by her. However, a fallen phoenix is no better than a chicken and has lost its power. The gods are no different from the bereaved dogs. Uritek had no choice but to hold back this tone and find another way out. Fortunately, the door of the temple hall was high and wide enough, and Anubrican could only seal a small part. Uritek quickly flew upwards, and the crypt demon commander could only stare. However, after Anubrican blocked Leo and the others, they had already reacted. Under the hood of a large net with flashing lightning, Uritek had to lower his height. Scarlet, Passonia, Sylph and Fran, who rushed up as soon as their height dropped, were immediately put to use. The weapons of the night and the 3 thieves brought out after images in the air, and Ulitek had to dodge in the shadow of the sword. As a powerful ancient god, Ulitek has never been in such a mess as today. A group of mortals who are just ants in her eyes are actually chasing her, but she can only dodge in embarrassment. Is this still the life of the poisonous snake god? A few mortals are chasing after an ancient god to kill them. Where is the justice? Uritek felt so aggrieved that he couldn't bring himself to mention it. Leo winked at Flintag next to him, and the Kobold Geomancer immediately lowered the scepter he was holding. As it moved, the power grid in the air also slowly lowered, and Ulitek activity space is being compressed. Master, let us come on. Polishan and Ektoz appeared next to Leo. The 2 Dracolics clenched their fists and were eager to give it a try. Who doesn't like beating a drowned dog? Especially when the person being beaten is a powerful ancient god. Adding insult to injury can be a wholesome activity. Leo nodded slightly and agreed to the request of the 2 Dracolics. Polishan and Ektoz cheered and joined the ranks of the besiegers. The addition of 2 more enemies, Uritek, who besieged him, was even more obvious. Embarrassed, Valtola stood quietly behind Leo. Although he was eager to join the battle ahead, he did not dare to act without permission without Leo speaking. After observing for a while, Leo waved his hand to let the Blood Elf Death Knight get out of the boring onlooker state when he saw that Yulitek really had no backup skills. Faltola, use the death grip to grab it over to me. By your will, my lord. Faltola bowed slightly, and then stretched out his hand to hold it in vain. Yulitek, who was dodging awkwardly while being chased by Scarlet and others, felt a force coming to pull him away. What kind of spell is this? An ancient god like Yulitek, who has fallen long ago, has no idea what the Lich King is, and what a Death Knight is. Naturally, he does not understand that he has been hit by the Death Grip spell unique to the Death Knight. However, although the name of the spell is unclear, its effect is Yulitek, but it knew it. So it struggled hard. Oh, how pitiful. Leo shook his head and said with pity, is this the death struggle of an ancient god? Despicable mortal. How dare you treat me like this? Yulitek screamed in anger. Damn it for a mere ant-like mortal to speak to her in such a tone. Despicable? Leo snorted coldly. The reason why he taunted Yulitek just now was because of these two words spoken by the snake god. Just as he said when persuading Jindu. He never thought that in his heart you should be inferior to others. The god should be superior. And we mortals can only be called humble? Yulitek, you think too highly of yourself. I will let you see today how the humble mortals in your mouth are slaughtered. A god? Slay god? Just you? Yulitek sneered disdainfully. And the words of the serpent god were full of disdain. Yes, just me, Leo said as he stretched out his right hand. Yulitek felt that the force pulling him suddenly increased several times, and it could not resist flying towards Leo involuntarily. Faltola's death grip cannot pull Yulitek's soul box. But Leo is completely different. After being promoted to legend, his strength is many times stronger than Faltola. When he takes action, he uses Yulitek. The remaining strength is completely impossible to resist. Seeing the miniature version of the beautiful snake statue containing the soul of Yulitek flying towards Leo, Sylph and Frank chased after him. A sword burning with golden holy light blocked their way, and Scarlet stood between them, between a night elf rogue and Yulitek's soul box. Finding that the female paladin was blocking them, Sylph and Frank didn't know what the other party was going to do. The two night elf thieves were about to break in, but found that Pesonia's figure had disappeared. This discovery made them very vigilant. The foot that originally stepped out immediately retracted. Money moves people's hearts, but money kills people. These two sentences exemplify the charm of money. For all the strongmen present, the temptation of having a godhead and taking the first step to become a god makes them more excited than money. But think about it. To become a god, you have to live. Neither Sylph nor Frank are stupid people. They understand that in order to let Leo get the godhead, Scarlet and Pasonia are not afraid of falling out with the night elves. If they dared to make any move, what greeted them was the attack of Ashkandi's sword and demon strike. Greedy humans. Sylph and Fran were secretly angry, but they had to stop all movements and did not even dare to enter the stealth state. As thieves, they had already sensed that they were locked by Pasonia and Scarlet. Before successfully entering the stealth state, the skills will be broken by these two human women. A word of advice to you. Don't try to compete with respected Master Leo for the soul box. Polition and Ectoraz revealed their true forms, and the two dragons, which were 500 to 600 meters long, roared at Harm and Etienne. And the night elf druid quickly stopped his movements. They were actually warrior-level green dragons. How did Leo subdue them? Originally, Harm thought that Polition and Ectoraz were just ordinary green dragons. Who would have thought that these two were actually powerful green dragon warriors? The night elves were very surprised and made no move. Just when Harm and the four were blocked, Leo had already grabbed Yulitek's soul box in his hand. Harm smiled bitterly when he saw this. When he looked at Etienne, he found that the other person had the same unwillingness in his eyes. If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have let these three humans come here. Harm felt very regretful. He should not have agreed when Pilturus proposed it. And he should not have only thought about using the power of these three humans. Otherwise, this would not have happened. In fact, Harm also knew in his heart that without Leo, their trip would not have gone so smoothly, and they would not have been able to successfully block Yulitek's soul box. But watching a godhead fall into the hands of others, his heart was broken. The idea is very unreasonable. Human, you can't do anything to me. Seeing that there was no hope of her escape, Yulitek stopped struggling and no longer thought about escaping. She changed her previous embarrassed look and put on an extremely arrogant look. It seemed that she was sure that Leo could not do anything to her. Oh, the prisoner below is so arrogant. If I don't let you learn a lesson, you won't know why Lord Ma has 3 eyes. Leo curled his lips, and he tried to extract the soul from the miniature version of the beautiful snake statue in his hand. But his spell was like a mud cow entering the sea. And there was no reaction at all. Uritek burst out laughing when he saw this. And heard the snake god say, "Despicable mortal. You want to extract my soul. I tell you, you will never be able to do it." Seeing Uritek who keeps yelling, he has the urge to beat someone up. It's like you have the ability to beat up a person you don't like. But he just hides in the turtle sh. Ellen won't come out, leaving you helpless. You got him, but he kept shouting at you. "Come and hit me. Come and hit me." Think about how depressed you would feel when you met such a bitch. And you can understand what Leo is feeling now. In the mood. Leo, if you want to destroy the soul box of the gods, only the power of the gods can do it. Just when Leo was at a loss, Passonia reminded him that the female thief, like everyone else, had misunderstood Leo and believed that he had the support of gods behind him. Passonia's words gave Leo an idea. Leo obviously didn't have the support of the gods, but he did have the power of the gods. This power was the power of the moon god that he quietly absorbed before fighting Uritek. It was obviously not enough to break through the protection of Uritek's soul box with just that little divine power. But Leo was not panicked. He did not rush to take action, but raised his hand to Uritek with a playful look on his face. And the 9 crystal clear the moon stone appeared in his palm. What pure power of the moon god! Harm and Etienne couldn't help but admire. They had only seen a moon stone with such pure moon power from the high priest of the moon. Tyrant. If they wanted to get such a moon stone, even Tyrant would also pray devoutly for a whole year. But Leo actually took out 9 of them. Where did he get them? This is impossible. Seeing that the moonstone Uritek in Leo's hand looked like a rooster whose throat was cut while it was crowing, she had a look of fear on her face. Who had been screaming at Leo before? Nothing is impossible. Who told you to occupy the statue of Elen before? These 9 moonstones are specially prepared for you, Leo said, as he crushed the moonstone in his hand and guided the moon god's power to attack Uritek's soul box. How could you? A human Elen? No. Stop it! Uritek screamed before she could finish her words. Her soul box was shattered under the impact of the moon god's power, and her soul lost its protection. I told you. Nothing is impossible. Leo grabbed it with his right hand, and Uritek's soul screamed and turned into a flow of energy and was sucked into his body, leaving only a sparkling crystal floating in the air. Uritek's Godhead. Chapter 591 Red Nightmare. No matter how destitute Uritek is, he is still an ancient god. The energy contained in its soul is more than the total energy that Leo has absorbed before. From the outside, it seems to outsiders that Leo only used less than a day to absorb it into his body. A second. But in Leo's opinion, this second was longer than 10 years. As Uritek's soul entered his body, the vast and abundant energy impacted his body like a sea tide. The violent energy slammed into Leo's soul, with the potential to destroy everything. Although Leo is not weak. Although Leo has been prepared. And although Leo has persisted with all his strength, Uritek's soul energy is too much and too strong. Far beyond what he can bear now. With a mortal body, he wants to kill a person, turning the soul of a god into his own use. Not to mention that Leo is only at the legendary level now. Even if he succeeds in advancing to the level of demigod, it is impossible for him to do it. Without external assistance, Leo would only end up with 2 ends. One is that his soul is scattered by the violent energy and sinks to the bottom. And the other is that he cannot withstand the massive amount of energy entering his body, and his body self-destructs, leaving only a mutilated soul. These 2 results are none of this was acceptable to Leo. Fortunately, the argument that there is no external force is not true at all. The reason why Leo dared to so boldly absorb Uritek's soul into his body was not because of stupidity, but because he had something to rely on. This reliance was the mysterious existence that called him the host. But what surprised Leo was that when his soul was about to be crushed by the violent energy, Golden Finger still didn't make any movement. Instead, another force protected him. This power is peaceful and quiet. It resists Uritek's violent soul energy, while slowly sorting out Leo's already somewhat scattered mind. Leo, who is on the verge of collapse, only feels a warm flow into his body. Under the impact of the violent energy, some of the damaged parts of the body are gradually recovering, and the pain from the impact has completely disappeared. It's the power of the moon god Elen among the 9 moon stones. Leo suddenly realized that Goldfinger was really stingy. As long as there was any possibility of laziness, it would not take action. Even if Leo suffered from it, it would still ignore it. He scolded Leo in his heart, but he didn't complain at all, because he found that after all this torment, his soul had nearly doubled in solidification. The solidification of the soul represented the growth of soul power, and also represented the advancement of spiritual power. As a spellcaster, what Leo values most now is mental power. As a warlock, he is not worried about the lack of magic power. Mental power is the only constraint on the growth of his strength. As the saying goes, you are what you eat. What Leo absorbed was Uritek's soul energy. After the moon god's power repaired his injuries, the supplement provided by these energies was naturally Leo's soul. As the energy gradually absorbed itself, Leo discovered that his soul was with rapid growth. His mental strength also increased. There is a saying that describes the realm like this: when you look at a mountain, it is a mountain. When you look at water, it is water. When you look at a mountain, it is not a mountain. When you look at water, it is not water. When you look at a mountain, it is still a mountain. And when you look at water, it is still water. These three realms can be explained in one word when combined, returning to his original nature. This is how Leo feels now, as all of Uritek's soul energy was absorbed by him. After excluding the magazine and refining the soul essence of the serpent god, Leo felt that he had a new understanding of the use of power, and a new understanding of the law. And in addition to the blood law, he also vaguely touched the power of a new law. Unfortunately, his current level is not enough. This new law can only be vaguely perceived, and his true face cannot be glimpsed. The world is so clear. With an inexplicable sigh, Leo reached out and held Uritek's godhead with his index finger and thumb, put it in front of his eyes, and looked at it carefully. But it's something the size of a fingernail and very brittle. This is the godhead. The godhead that can drive countless strong men crazy. But what's the use to me? With an inexplicable smile on Leo's lips, he tried to call Goldfinger. Absorbing divinity, the soul stone is being activated. By the way, Goldfinger is also very busy. Well, Leo admitted that he really ignored the divinity when he was attracted by it. The divinity contained in the complete soul of an ancient god is many times stronger than that of demigods, like Gazrilla and Shadra. Can Goldfinger successfully activate the soul stone that seals the three demon gods of H.L. with it? Leo waited with an uneasy heart. Although Uritek was a poor ancient god, she was a real god after all. And all she lost was her divine body. And her soul was not damaged at all. In other words, she, the divinity of Goldfinger, is complete. And the amount of divinity that Goldfinger has absorbed now is not much different from the amount of divinity that an ancient god at his peak had absorbed. Like a prisoner waiting for the final sentence, Leo's heartbeat was approaching the limit of his endurance. Failed to activate Soul Stone, Golden Memory. Failed to activate Blue Soul Stone. Failure. Failure. Failure again. Unexpectedly, even absorbing the divinity of an ancient god like Uritek cannot successfully activate the soul stone that seals the three demon gods of H.L. Is it really that difficult to unseal a demon god? Thinking of this, Leo felt a little complaining, a little depressed, and a little anxious. If he wanted to unlock the soul stone, wouldn't he have to continue to challenge demigods or even gods? Don't always set such high goals. Okay. It's a lot of pressure. Some people say that happiness falls from the sky. Leo didn't believe this before. In his opinion, what falls from the sky may be bird excrement. Or it may be a plane crash that will make you a member of the plane crash. Plane. But now whether others believe it or not, he believes it anyway. Because Goldfinger gave the third hint. Activate the soul stone, Red Nightmare successfully. Success? Leo blinked vigorously, then shook his head vigorously. Finally, after confirming that he was not hallucinating, he waved his fist vigorously, with a flush of excitement appearing on his face. Scarlet and Passonia, who had never seen Leo be so glum, looked at him with strange expressions. They didn't know how much benefit Leo had received, which made him behave like this when he was already expressionless. Come! Ha ha ha! It worked! Silly girl! Passonia! I succeeded! Someone's laughter echoed in the hall, and Leo was in an extremely good mood. Although he hadn't had time to check the successfully activated Red Nightmare, Leo knew that its existence would definitely increase his fraud level by several levels. For Night Elves, including Harm and Sylph, stood aside and looked at Leo, who was a little giddy with joy. Except for Sylph, who was still indifferent. The expressions on the faces of the other three Night Elves were very strange. They saw clearly just now that Leo took out 9 precious moonstones when he broke through Uritek's soul box. The moonstones are precious not only because of their rarity, but also because their preservation time is very short. Only 1 day. After a day, no matter where you place the moonstone, Unless the moon god Alun personally casts a spell, the most essential energy in the moon stone will disappear without a trace. At this time, the crystal clear light of the moon stone will disappear. It will dim and eventually turn into a secondary moonstone, a green stone with a natural flavor. Before entering the dark abyss, Leo and the three set out from Astrana with the silver-winged sentinels led by Pilturas. Although the march was very fast due to the help of magic, it also took a whole day. 2 days. Which meant that Leo's moon stone couldn't have been prepared before. And even if he wanted to prepare it, he couldn't get it. Then the only explanation why Leo could take out the moon stone is that he got it after entering the sunken moon god temple. But after entering here, everyone acted together. Harm and the others did not see Leo. I have touched something special. So where did those 9 moon stones come from? If Harm and the others thought about this question alone, they would be scratching their heads. But when combined with what Leo said, the correct answer seemed to come out. What Leo said before destroying Yuletech's soul box clearly expressed the following meaning. The 9 moon stones were specially used against the snake god Yuletech because he dared to occupy the statue of the moon god Alun, inflicting punishment. In order to punish Yuletech for occupying the statue of the moon god, and to give him 9 moon stones, they thought that there would be no one else in harm except the moon god Alun himself. Thinking of this, several night elves are very uneasy. Why would the moon god Alun give the moon stone to a human? We night elves are her believers. Okay? Is Leo a special being who is favored by the moon god? This thought, together with the thoughts of the other 3 night elves except Sylph, were completely unintelligible. The moon god actually favored a warlock who used dark power. The thoughts of the gods were indeed elusive. But since Leo was favored by the moon god, his admiration for him could remain. But there was no need to retain jealousy and hatred. Leo didn't know that the attitude of the 3 night elves towards him had changed very complicatedly. He was now worried about how to deal with Yuletech. Triggery, who is absorbing the energy of Gazrilla's demigod body, is very greedy for the godhead of the serpent god. However, he has only absorbed less than 1/5 of the blood power, and is unable to continue. What should he do with the remaining godhead? For Scarlet, Yuletech is an evil and wild god, and the power of the holy light of the paladin is mutually exclusive, and Scarlet cannot absorb it at all. To Pasonia? This girl was very rude and stopped after a third of it. In Pasonia's opinion, as long as she is something like the godhead, she can find a way to increase the rest. If she sucks too much, she will be easily affected by Ula. The influence of Tektronix's power system is very detrimental to future development. For myself? Leo shook his head. It was completely unnecessary. So what to do with the rest? After dividing the remaining godhead into 2 pieces, Leo walked to Sylph and handed one of the pieces over. He looked into the eyes of the night elf thief and said seriously, I never thought that my life was only worth 2 ice plants. Cover with grass. Chapter 592 Accumul. For many confident and strong people, only 1 fragment of the godhead is enough. Because of their self-confidence, these people do not want to have too many other people's godhead to affect their own development. They firmly believe that they can perfect themselves with incomplete fragments of the godhead. The power system has found its own way. Hom and the others knew this very well. In fact, they would do the same if they had the chance. Just like Pasonia, they would only take a small piece and dissolve it into their body. But no matter what, it is still a godhead. The godhead of an ancient god. The ranking of the poisonous snake god Yuletech is also relatively high among the ancient gods. Now Leo is holding his godhead and dividing it among his pets like a cake. Share 1 share with your partner. Keep 1 share for yourself. And give another share to Sylph. Harm and the others saw it in their eyes and felt depressed in their hearts. This is too stimulating. At least think about our feelings. Looking at the godhead fragment that Leo handed over, Sylph did not reach out to take it. The night elf thief snorted coldly and said, I made it very clear at that time that the deal was fair. Is this rejection? Hom, who was standing aside, was very uneasy. With a fragment of his godhead placed in front of him, Sylph refused Leo's kindness without even thinking. What on earth was she going to do? Does she know what the thing she refuses to accept is? It is a fragment of the godhead. Look at my mouth shape. God. Grid. Even if you want to beat Sundra, you still have to figure out who the target is. That's it. Leo scratched his face with a depressed look. Sylph indeed had a personality, and was worthy of being a savior. However, he couldn't take back what he had said. You have to do it if you don't like it. Thetis thinks about it. If the priests of the Moon Temple are willing to purify the evil power in this fragment, it will have an immeasurable effect on Thetis' future. Maybe it didn't matter to her. Sylph. But it was different when it came to Thetis. Her crimson eyes flashed with complex emotions, and then she put away the fragment of the godhead handed over by Leo. Seeing that Sylph had accepted the fragment of the godhead, Leo was about to say something. But suddenly a sharp hiss sounded at this moment. Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw a moon-white three-headed sea snake coming from behind. Another aspect of the hall swam quickly. The 6 eyes on the 3 snake heads were staring at the small fragment of godhead in Leo's hand. The hissing sound that everyone heard was exactly what it made when it swallowed the snake letter. Hair. Another beast demigod? Scarlet and Passonia were shocked when they saw this. What on earth is going on in this world? Gazrilla is a snake. Uritek is also a snake. And the moon-white three-headed sea snake that appears now is still a snake. Could it be that snakes are the chances of becoming demigods and gods much greater than other species? Facing the moon-white three-headed sea serpent, Leo was not under any pressure at all. He threw the godhead fragment over, and the head in the middle of the sea serpent raised its head and swallowed it into its belly. You are a Kumiel. Where is Thetis? The moon-white three-headed sea serpent attracted by Uritek's godhead fragment is none other than Akumail. It's said that he can take advantage of others and eat them with a short mouth. Even Akumail couldn't get rid of the godhead fragment of the poisonous snake god thrown by Leo out of its demigod heirs. It actually had a very human expression of helplessness on its face when Leo asked. Why did Leo feel that this guy looked like a child who had been wronged? A beast demigod would actually show such an expression. Could it be that the little girl Thetis bullied it? Right? Leo felt a little confused in his mind. Even a little girl like Thetis could be knocked over several times by Akumail's sneezes. Could she bully this beastly demigod? Akumail, where have you been? Come back and play with me, ah! A familiar figure hurriedly ran out from the back hall. From the dissatisfied expression on her face, it could be seen that she was in a very unhappy mood. If anyone provoked her, she would definitely hit the muzzle. This figure is none other than Thetis. Thetis. Leo waved his hand to the little girl, who looked at Leo in surprise, and a smile gradually appeared on her face. Brother Leo. Thetis smiled and rushed forward, hanging on Leo like a koala. Akumail breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. Leo diverted the attention of this over-energetic little girl, and he was relieved. He ruffled Thetis's hair vigorously. When the little girl looked angry, Leo pointed at Akumail and asked, Thetis, what's going on? Akumail is the pet given to Thetis by the moon god. It is very powerful. When Leo asked this question, Thetis raised her little head proudly, with an expression like a child presenting a treasure to an adult. But her mouth pursed as she spoke. It's just a bit boring and not fun at all. Hearing Thetis say this about herself, Akumail, is depressing and not fun at all. I am a beast and demigod, and I have lived for tens of thousands of years. How can you ask me to play with those children? Game? Goddess of the moon. Why did you give your favorite pet to such an unreliable little girl? If I had known that this was the case, I would have gone out with a priest named Tyrant. Now this is considered a moon. Is God punishing me for being picky? The three-headed sea serpent Akumail was said to have been a pet raised by the moon god Alun. His task was to guard the garden behind the main hall of the moon god temple. However, the explosion in the Well of Eternity caused the moon god temple to sink. For a moment, it was unemployed. With Akumail's bloodline ability, it would be extremely difficult for it to become a demigod. If it weren't for the grace of the moon god Alun, this sea snake would either become food for a powerful beast, or it would still be struggling in the legendary realm. So even though Alun's temple has sunk for tens of thousands of years, it still hasn't left, hoping to receive Alun's oracle one day. Yudao is that Emperor Tion has paid off his hard work. Akumail's long wait has finally come to fruition. For the first time, a moon god priest named Tyron found him according to the guidance of the moon god. However, the three-headed sea snake is very sensitive. He discovered that Tyrant had made pacts with other beast demigods, but he refused out of demigod pride. When two sisters, Thetis and Sylph, came to the door, Akumail fell in love with Thetis, who was favored by the moon god. At a glance, the little girl's pure heart made Akumail feel close to her. Under the oracle of the moon god, he concluded a contract with Thetis without any hesitation. But once he made a mistake and became an eternal hatred. Akumail never imagined how full of energy a little girl, who was not yet underage, could have, and how high her pestering index was. So the three-headed sea snake naturally became a big cups. After understanding what happened to Akumail, Leo could only sympathize with the beast demigod. In fact, following Thetis was better than following Tyrant. Although the little girl was having fun, she had a good heart. If she followed, Tyron might have rotted the bones of the three-headed sea serpents. Because Tyron came to the door, just in time for the second invasion of the Burning Legion. If Akumil came out, he would probably end up with the wild boar demigod Aga. Like Magon, he was sent to fight against the bosses of the Burning Legion and died in battle. Even if he had gone out with Tyrant, he would have died in the battle instead of Cenarius but Akumair. After learning from Akumil that Tyrant had been to the Dark Abyss, Leo finally understood the real reason why the Moon Temple in Darnassus did not send any sacrifices after discovering the original Moon God Temple. Because there was something truly valuable here. The things had been taken away by Tyrant a long time ago. And the remaining statue of the Moon God was used to plot against the snake god Uritek. Yes, you read that right. Leo has figured out the joints of things. The real value in the Dark Abyss is the statue of the Moon God, which has little power left, as the only true god-level existence born in this world. Alun does not believe that she will allow the Twilight Hammer to desecrate her statue. She is so most of what she did was to kill Uritek in an honest way so that Akumail, who was loyal to her, could grow up. When Sylph and the others killed the satyr, he felt like he was being spied on. Leo originally thought that Tyrant was causing trouble, but when he held Uritek's soul box, he was reminded by Pasonia. After Leo had to use the power of the gods to break the soul box of the gods, he already understood that the power was not Tyrant but Alun. Otherwise, the Moonstone would not have appeared so coincidentally. Thinking about it, if he hadn't appeared, when Harm and the others sneaked into the Dark Abyss to find Thetis, Akumail, who had been adopted as a pet by the little girl, would have become the main force in destroying the Twilight Hammer. The ending of the Sleepwalker Kelris before the favored beast demigod and the poisonous snake demigod Uritek, who fell into the trap, will not be different from now. But at this time, the problem arises again. When Goldfinger absorbs other energy, it is converted into upgrade energy for Leo to improve his strength. Why did he convert it into Moonstones after meeting Alun? And these Moonstones happen to be used against Uritek. Is there a coincidence or another connection between the two? Leo couldn't figure it out. But he understood that it was because of the arrival of his variable that Alun's plan to enhance Gazrilla's strength changed. Akumail, the god of poisonous snakes, Uritek, only got part of it but not all of it. The real benefit was that Leo's side got the big win. No one can have too many benefits. But not all benefits can be taken. And some things will be very hot to handle. Leo suddenly had a headache after figuring out the cause of the Dark Abyss incident. It seemed that he had taken advantage this time. But he actually caused a lot of trouble. Alun must have noticed this anomaly in him. And he didn't know what she would do next. What action will be taken next? Fortunately, judging from the current situation, the Moon Goddess's attitude towards him is not bad. She seems to have acquiesced in her practice of sharing the benefits that belong to Akumail. From this matter, Leo came to the conclusion, Alun has no ill intentions towards him for the time being. There is a word called knowledge and interest. Although Alun has a tacit attitude towards sharing the benefits that belong to Akumail, this does not mean that Leo can ignore this matter. I will repay you in return. With Lee, certain expressions must be made, such as showing goodwill to the Night Elves. Thetis, nothing happens here. Let's go back. Leo ruffled the little girl's hair again, pinched her nose regardless of Thetis's protest, and successfully transferred before the little girl bared her teeth and wanted to retaliate. He caught her attention and asked, "Won't you invite me to go to Darnassus for a walk?" Chapter 593 Moon Temple. Darnassus, the Night Elf city, is located at the foot of Nordrassil, the World Tree. As a city that is integrated with nature, Darnassus can be seen everywhere in the Night Elves' carefully carved wooden houses and pleasant groves. When you walk in this city, you will find that the ground is everywhere. It is a soft carpet of grass covered with a layer of fallen leaves. The will of nature seems to come alive in this city. It takes care of every creature living in Darnassus all the time. Tall temples, elegant bridges, crystal-like rivers, and lakes flow in the city. You can never see the scene in human cities. It's so beautiful here. Being in this city, Leo admired its beauty, which was natural beauty, and completely different from the man-made cities, like Stormwind City and Stromgard. Thetis was jumping happily around Leo, with a look of excessive energy that made Akumail feel helpless for a while. At this time, the three-headed sea snake had shrunk its body, and now it was only the size of a palm. Not bad. Against the moon-white scales, not only does it lack the sturdiness and ferocity common to beast demigods, it actually looks a bit cute. Brother Leo, that's the Temple of the Moon over there. Thetis likes to stay there the most. The little girl pointed to the southern end of the city, where the Temple of the Moon the tallest and largest building in Darnassus, stood opposite to the direction of the Temple of the Moon. The Cenarian Circle is located to the north of the city. Groups of night elves riding night sabers are patrolling. The person who is currently in charge of things there is Archdruid Fandral Staghelm. However, Staghelm's temper was somewhat short-tempered. And in Thetis' eyes, the Archdruid Staghelm was a very annoying uncle. The warrior area to the east of Darnassus is where the regular night elves gather. They guard the gate of the city. Any enemy who wants to invade must pass through their level. To the west is the teleportation area where the teleportation circle is located. Thetis was very happy to hear Leo praising Darnassus. This is the place where she grew up, and she preferred Darnassus to Silvermoon City. Scarlet and Passonia walked side by side with Leo. Unlike Leo, they were not here for the first time. They had already marveled at the amazing scenery, so they seemed very calm. But sometimes you can't just be calm if you want to be. Just when Thetis was leading Leo to wander in Darnassus, a night elf riding a night saber found them. Guests of the human race. The High Priest of Tyrande invites you to visit the Temple of the Moon. Tyrande is both the High Priest of the Temple of the Moon and the leader of the Night Elves. Not everyone can get her invitation. Not to mention Scarlet. Even Passonia has not been able to meet her. Leo has just arrived. Why is it not surprising that Nasus was invited by her? Sure enough, it came. Leo was not surprised. He already knew that Tyrande would definitely meet him before coming to Darnassus. But he did not expect that the High Priest of the Moon Temple would be so anxious. It's an honor to be invited by the High Priest, because he was mentally prepared. Leo agreed very quickly. He had already answered as soon as the Night Elf who came to deliver the message finished speaking. In fact, there is really no one Tyrande wants to see in Darnassus. This is her territory after all. Even if Leo doesn't want to meet her, it's not okay. Let alone someone who actively asked to come to Darnassus. Leo still has his own agenda. The Temple of the Moon, now the place where the Night Elves worship the Moon God, shines like a huge lighthouse on Darnassus. In the center of the Temple of the Moon, the statue of Elun holds a silver plate. Endless holy water pours down from the silver plate and flows into the pool at the foot of the statue. The splashes of water are like crystal jade beads, exuding a charming brilliance. Standing in front of the statue of Elun, a sense of tranquility arises from the soul. Brother Leo, what's wrong with you? Thetis looked at Leo with a strange expression. Her brother Leo had been looking at the statue of Elun without saying a word since he entered the Temple of the Moon. No one knew what he was thinking. Only Acumel seemed to notice something. And the snake's eyes shone with doubt. If he was not mistaken that the great moon god Elun was talking to Leo with his spiritual thoughts. This human being could be so valued by the moon god. What is his origin? Acumel's 3 heads were spinning with various thoughts. He found that the situation after he chose to become Thetis' pet did not seem so bad. The relationship between Thetis and Leo was not simple. And Leo is valued by the moon god again. His future should be very bright, right? If this little girl Thetis could be more mature. Nothing. Leo waved his hand. But among everyone present, only Thetis believed this. Akumi was right. After Leo entered the Temple of the Moon, Elun did convey a message to him through his divine mind. However, this message was very simple. So simple that there were no words and only a friendly feeling. This is enough for Leo, because it has shown the attitude of the moon god Elun towards Leo. The reason why Leo looked at Elun's statue in a daze was not because of Elun's divine will, but because he discovered something strange. That is, Goldfinger did not respond to Elun's divine will. Under normal circumstances, this would be impossible. You must know that spiritual thoughts are also a type of energy, with Goldfinger's personality of absorbing energy when it encounters it. How could it not react? The so-called unusual thing is a monster. Leo understood that there must be a secret that he didn't know. And this secret was of great importance. Maybe it was because he was not strong enough now. Or maybe it was because of other reasons that he had no way of knowing. Things related to gods are troublesome and mysterious. Don't you know this is a waste of brain cells? Leo scratched his face. After clarifying Elun's attitude towards him, a big stone fell in his heart. It was obvious that he had come into the true god's sight. If she had malicious intentions, Leo really couldn't come up with any effective countermeasures. After all, not to mention Elun herself taking action. Even the night elves who believed in her could do it. Powerful enough to crush Leo. Fortunately, the fastest expected situation did not really happen. Welcome to Darnassus. A female night elf wearing a moon-white sacrificial robe, a mitre on her head, and holding a small hardwood bow walked out from the depths of the moon temple. Seeing her appearance, the night elves around them all saluted. even those who were always flying and jumping. Thetis also became more behaved. From the reactions of others, we can deduce the identity of this female night elf. She is the leader of the Night Sentinels, the leader of the Night Elves, the high priest of the Temple of the Moon, and the strongest priest, Tyron the Windspeaker. It's an honor to receive your invitation, High Priest of Tyrant. Leo bowed slightly. He didn't act too unruly or humble as he would when meeting a stronger person. He just bowed to a lady naturally. That's all. He has seen many familiar heroes in this world, and his heart has long been so calm that it can no longer be calm. So there will be no disturbances caused by this. Thank you very much for your help. May the moon god bless you. Tyrant had already turned her attention to Thetis as she spoke. She was very concerned about this little girl, who was not yet a minor according to elven standards. Because the other party, like myself, is a person favored by the moon god. I am very happy that you can be recognized by Acumail. I hope you can treat him well. Thetis. Yeah, I will. Thetis answered obediently and nodded vigorously. As for whether she could do it, only God knows. Anyway, looking at Acumail's expression, this unlucky beast demigod didn't believe it. Although he very much hoped that Thetis could do it. Tissy can walk the talk. After talking to Thetis for a few words, Tyron turned his attention back to Leo and the three of them. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that the high priest of the Temple of the Moon was interested in only Leo, Scarlet, who is Queen Arather, and Passonia, who controls the strongest assassin organization in the Kingdom of Stormwind, are nothing special in her eyes. This is not because Tyrant is pretending to be arrogant, but because of her status and strength. This is natural, reveal rather than being artificial. If the moon god she believed in hadn't given her an oracle, it would have been impossible for Leo to get her invitation. Some changes in Demon Slayer Canyon have caused panic among the orcs, but I have already sent someone to inform Thrall about this. Tyrant's seemingly clueless words were conveying a message to Leo. I have solved the trouble you caused for you. Leo smiled at the right time. Leo was not surprised that Tyrant knew about his resurrection of Manaroth. With a true god paying attention to him, it was impossible to keep many secrets. Especially the Goldfinger and Elu he relied on. There are still some unclear secrets between them. Although I dislike the orcs who came to Kalandor, defending this world requires borrowing their power. So proper communication with Thrall is inevitable. Tyrant seemed to be explaining why the Night Elves were able to contact Thrall in Orgrimmar. But Passonia and Leo didn't think so. The High Priest of the Moon God is indeed not a fuel-efficient lamp. It seems that she does not intend to reveal the fact that the demigod Cenarius was killed by Hellscream. Leo and Passonia made eye contact for a moment, and both of them saw what the other meant. Listen to Tyrant's words. The orcs she refers to are the thrall who came to Kalandor, and those who are not in Kalandor are naturally not included, since there is no need to borrow the power of these orcs, and the orcs don't like it. So isn't it natural to get rid of them? Is this Tyrant's real purpose for coming to the Temple of the Moon? If you encounter ignorant orcs, just deal with them. Anyway, these guys will not be helpful to the Night Elves. Just go ahead and do it. If you do well, the Night Elves will support Riptide. Fort. Leo rubbed his chin habitually. An idea suddenly popped up in his mind. But it would take some time before this idea could be implemented. Before that, he had to confirm something for Scarlet. Chapter 594 Treating the Symptoms and Root Causes. There is a large mountain standing between the burning plains and the searing gorge. This is the famous Blackstone Mountain. The formation of this mountain is said to have occurred when Emperor Thorison of the Dark Iron Dwarves tried to summon elemental creatures when he was about to be defeated. However, he summoned Ragnaros the Balrog. The Balrog's power was too powerful, causing huge changes in the terrain. As a result, a towering mountain rose up to form the current Black Rock Mountain. If you only think of Blackstone Mountain as a big mountain because of its name, you are totally wrong. This mountain is far bigger than most people imagine. It is not so much a big mountain as it is a mountain with only one peak. Due to the fire demon Ragnaros, the fire element in Blackrock Mountain is abnormally abundant. The flowing lava is so high that ordinary people cannot bear the temperature, making this place a gathering place for certain creatures, such as the fire element creatures under the Balrog and those located in the Black Wings nest of Black Dragon. One mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. The Black Dragon and the fire element are both the boss and the second child. It is not easy for them to settle in Blackstone Mountain at the same time and not start a fight. Just because Nefarian is worried about Ragnaros and the clone of the Balrog, and they can only move in the molten core. So there has never been a real war between the Black Dragon Legion and the Balrog's elemental servants. It's just their vassal forces attacking each other. Speaking of the vassal force, the Black Dragon's subordinates are of course the orcs from Blackrock Tower. And the Balrog's subordinates are naturally the Dark Iron Dwarves, who were enslaved by it. The Blackstone Tower is a masterpiece carefully designed by the dwarf architect Frank Rohn. As a symbol of black iron, it has always been the fortress of the Dark Iron Dwarves until the invasion of Nefarian, the Black Dragon Prince, and the son of Deathwing. The powerful Black Dragon Legion occupied the upper level of Blackstone Tower, and used it as a stronghold to attack the Dark Iron Dwarves in the lower levels. Although he knew that the real master behind the Dark Iron Dwarves was Ragnaros, the proud Black Dragon Prince did not retreat because of this. Be the true master of Blackstone Mountain. Due to the entanglement of the two forces, Blackstone Tower was artificially divided into upper and lower floors. The lower floor contains several clans from the two major races of orcs and trolls that have not submitted to the tribe. The upper floor is controlled by the Black Dragon. On the top of the Blackstone Tower is the Black Dragon, in the Blackwing Lair where their dragon beasts are located. Due to the strength of the Black Dragon Legion, the Blackstone Dwarves have retreated to the lowest level of the Blackstone Abyss, no matter how the battles are fought in Blackrock Tower. For humans, these are internal disputes between enemies. Humans are happy to see the battle between the Black Dragon and Ragnaros' elemental servants. The Kingdom of Stormwind, which borders the Burning Plains, is only in the plains and Blackstone. A sentry post was set up at the junction of the mountains. The biggest role of this place, known as Morgan's Sentry Post, is to monitor the movements of Blackstone Mountain. Its existence shows that the attitude of the Kingdom of Stormwind is to sit on the mountain and watch the fight between tigers and tigers. It's just that Morgan's outpost has encountered trouble recently. And this trouble has also affected the nerves of King Varian, who has recently returned to the Kingdom of Stormwind. The Blackstone Orcs are declaring war on us. They dare to build castles and camps on the kingdom's territory. We must not sit idly by. Your Majesty, send troops. In the palace meeting hall of Stormwind Fortress, Windsor is asking Varian for a battle. Due to the storm caused by Leo's butterfly, Varian's early return has greatly changed the situation in the entire Stormwind Kingdom. The nobles of Stormwind Kingdom turned a blind eye to the Blackrock Orcs building a stone castle and setting up a camp in Blackrock Mountain. If it weren't for their inaction, the situation in Stormwind Kingdom would not have deteriorated to this point. However, Varian was different. The Blackrock Orcs were a threat. He would never allow it in the kingdom's territory in the Redridge Mountains. Although the current situation in the Kingdom of Stormwind has improved, it is still very dangerous. Although the Defias bandits in the western wilderness of the kingdom's granary have been wiped out, control of the land has returned to the hands of the kingdom, threatening the werewolves of Dusk Forest and Crow Ridge. The undead have also been wiped out. But 3 feet of ice does not freeze in a day. It will take time for these two lands to recover. During this period, apart from the rich Elwyn Forest, the only thing supporting the kingdom is the Redridge Mountains territory. As a lakeside town controlled by the Kingdom of Stormwind in the Redridge Mountains, it is not only rich in aquatic resources, but also controls several mineral veins. It is the main source of the kingdom's mineral deposits. If this place is threatened, the weapons and equipment of the kingdom's army will have big problems. This is the case for any what the king would not tolerate. Are the people who were in charge of these things in the past all pig-minded? They actually watched the Blackstone Orcs threaten Lakeside Town and ignored them. These guys who were just eating corpses should bear the main responsibility for the kingdom to be in such a dangerous situation today. Varian glanced at Countess Presto and snorted secretly. If he hadn't been concerned about the feelings of Bolvar and young Enjuin, if this woman hadn't been so powerful, and if she hadn't been really good at government affairs, Varian would have dismissed her long ago. And how could he have allowed her to continue in the kingdom? The core power levels are messing around. I agree with Marshal Windsor's suggestion, but sending troops just to drive away an army of Blackstone Orcs threatening Lakeside Town is too trivial. The Black Dragon Princess Onyxia, whose alias was Caslana Presto, spoke. She seemed to be opposed to Windsor's request for war. Varian's face flashed when he heard what she said. A hint of anger. Ms. Castellana, the kingdom's territory is being threatened. Is this your attitude? Windsor asked loudly. The marshal was extremely disgusted with the decadent aristocratic forces in the kingdom. As the leader of this group of aristocrats, Onyxia would not be polite just because the other party was a lady. He was disgusted with someone he hated. It is impossible for a woman to talk about the so-called gentlemanly behavior with Windsor's temper. When Windsor loudly questioned Onyxia, she chuckled and shook her head as if she was unaware. It was as if the object of Windsor's questioning had nothing to do with her. Onyxia's indifferent attitude, Shia's behavior, was so revealing that Windsor felt frustrated for a while. Dear Your Majesty the King, Lakeside Town is related to the kingdom's control of Redridge Mountain. Any enemies that threaten it must be eliminated. However, it is not enough to destroy the orc army in Stone Castle. Blackstone Mountain is the root of everything. To truly remove the threat from Lakeside Town, we must deal a heavy blow to the Black Hand clan. What Onyxia said surprised everyone in the hall, including Varian. They originally thought that the Countess would try her best to hinder the dispatch of troops, but they did not expect that she not only agreed, but also advocated making the matter bigger. If you want to inflict heavy damage to the Black Hand clan, you must send troops into Blackstone Mountain. But is that place easily accessible? This woman has given me a big problem. Varian frowned and sat on the throne. Sending troops to exterminate the Blackrock orcs who invaded Redridge Mountain and attacking the Black Hand clan in Blackrock Mountain were completely different concepts. The former required less than 1/10 of the troops and material resources consumed by the latter. Considering the current dangerous situation in the Kingdom of Stormwind, if you want stability, you should naturally choose the former. But Kaslana's words are not unreasonable. If the orcs in Blackstone Mountain are not taught a lesson, they will not stop harassing the kingdom. Whether to treat the symptoms or the root cause is a question worth considering. Ms. Castellana, what you said makes sense, but it is too risky to attack Blackstone Mountain in the current situation of the kingdom. Windsor's tone calmed down. The Marshal is a pragmatic person. He rarely gets involved in personal emotions in official matters. After thinking about it seriously, he admitted that Onyxia's words were indeed correct. But he wanted to. It is very difficult to do. Windsor's concerns were also Varian's concerns. As a king, he wanted to hate the Blackstone orcs who violated his territorial interests more than anyone else. But the current situation of the kingdom did not allow it. Onyxia had already thought of Varian's concerns before speaking out. She dared to say that teaching the Blackrock orcs a lesson was not just an empty talk, but had already been made. Yes, the current situation in the kingdom is indeed not optimistic. We cannot attack Blackstone Mountain alone. But don't forget that the kingdom has allies. As part of the alliance, the dwarves, gnomes, and night elves are all forces we can rely on. And even if we also have powerful allies among our own kind. And I believe Queen Scarlet of Arathor will be happy to join forces with us to attack the orcs in Blackstone Mountain. Onyxia's words made Varian think deeply. The Black Dragon Princess was right. The Kingdom of Stormwind can borrow the power of other allies who are also in the Alliance camp. But the question is, can it be borrowed? Attacking the Black Hand clan in Blackstone Mountain is not a piece of cake. If you don't do anything right, you will have to face the attack of the Black Dragon. Besides, this battle is obviously to solve the dilemma for the Stormwind Kingdom. The dwarfs and dwarves are currently busy with Gnomerigan, and the Night Elves are. Varian never liked to meddle in other people's business. So Varian naturally put aside the idea of asking other people for help before the discussion. Strength Castle will send troops to help us for the sake of our kin. But Ironforge and Darnassus, Varian said and shook his head. He was really not optimistic about it. Onyxia smiled like a fox that had stolen a chicken. And Varian was surprised by this expression. Could this woman Presto really have a solution? King Varian should know about a major event that happened in Ironforge recently. The dwarf princess disappeared. And coincidentally, someone saw her in the Searing Gorge. At that time, she was heading towards Blackstone Mountain. Varian's eyes narrowed. Is this news accurate? Absolutely correct. The smile on Onyxia's face became even brighter. If there is no accident, Magni Bronzebeard has received the news by now. Very good. Varian greatly appreciated it. In this way, it was more certain to persuade Ironforge to send troops. And once the dwarves took action, it was impossible for the dwarves not to help. In addition, the Kingdom of Arathor, even without the help of the Night Elves, it would be difficult to attack Blackstone Mountain. Reduced by more than half, a difficult problem was solved. Despite his admiration, Varian also felt a sense of fear in his heart. This woman, Presto, had calculated that she would be involved in the Redridge Mountains and had made arrangements in advance. She made plans before taking action. She was indeed not simple. Chapter 595 Decisive Sissy. Two women with black hair and black eyes were discussing something in the hall of Countess Prester's mansion in Stormwind City. Surrounding the hall were powerful guards. Their presence made it difficult for anyone who wanted to sneak into the hall. They all had to feel helpless. Is the matter done? One of the black-haired women asked another person standing next to her. The woman in question was Cassandra Presto, the owner of the Earl's Palace, also known as the Black Dragon Princess Onyxia. Yes, Varian has decided to attack Blackrock Tower. The envoys from the Kingdom of Stormwind are on their way to Ironforge and Darnassus at this time. As for Stromgarde, Varian will personally contact them. The respectful look on Onyxia's face could make her so careful. The identity of the other woman in the hall has been determined. She is the Black Dragon Queen Zenitharea. Well done. Zenitharea had an indifferent face even when she was praising others. Onyxia could not see her thoughts, and could only deal with them carefully. One of them had an indifferent face, and the other a cautious face. If she didn't know their relationship doesn't even tell that they are mother and daughter. Ever since Neltharion went crazy, the atmosphere in the entire Black Dragon clan has become very strange. Onyxia has long been used to this way of getting along. Tell Neltharion to prepare well, and not to mess this up. After coldly saying a word, Zenitharaya's figure disappeared. Seeing the Black Dragon Queen leave Onyxia, she breathed a long sigh of relief. Zenitharaya's departure made her feel extremely relaxed. The Black Dragon Queen Onyxia, who has accumulated power for many years, feels very uncomfortable when facing her. Every time she sees her, the Black Dragon Princess feels like she is walking on thin ice. If the plan goes ahead, the Blackstone orcs who are attached to the Black Dragon will be in bad luck. But in the eyes of the Black Dragon, these orcs are just dogs under their command, and their lives are worthless at all. In this chaotic world, the least valuable thing is human life, and the most valuable thing is human life. The only difference lies in whether you are strong or not. Therefore, Leo has never stopped trying to become stronger. He wants to control his destiny in his own hands instead of relying on others' charity to survive. Being a strong person may lead to a miserable death, but being a weak person will definitely lead a difficult life. Either of the two will not lead to a happy death, but it will make you more popular. Leo was lying on the golden recliner that had become his special seat, playing with a red crystal in his hand, looking like he was talking to himself. Behind him, Manaroth and Dragonakos couldn't help but look at him, looking at this stone that he called the Red Nightmare. Shinasaraya, who had just returned from Stormwind City, walked up. She looked at Manaroth, who had turned into a human form, with a bit of surprise in his eyes. The latter also looked at Shinasaraya with a scrutinizing expression. This is the first meeting between Leo's two strongest subordinates at this stage. Master, things are going very smoothly. After a vague contest with Manaroth, Shinasaraya walked behind Leo. Although the Black Dragon Queen had a slight advantage this time, she knew that the opponent had just been resurrected and was still at his weakest period. After a while, he was no longer his opponent. Manaroth the Destroyer is indeed powerful. Shinasaraya couldn't help but worry. As a master, Leo not only became stronger and stronger, but also had more and more talented people under his command. Now she could still be ranked first. But what about in the future? If a person has no long-term worries, he must have immediate worries. The worries in her heart did not prevent Shinasaraya from doing her job. She reached out and gently massaged Leo's shoulders. Manilos couldn't help but roll his eyes when he saw this. This woman seems to have a complicated relationship with her master. I heard that human beings are very possessive of beautiful people of the opposite sex. The Abyss Lord is very confused. Born in the world of Anelin that is full of killing and destruction, creatures like the Abyss Demon know nothing about the so-called love. Leo closed his eyes and looked like he was enjoying himself. He was very satisfied with Shinasaraya's service. As he advanced, it was said that Zafuyu's servants might disobey orders, and he became stronger quickly. It also shocked all the subordinates, including Shinasaraya, and this shock quickly turned into surrender in their hearts. Complete surrender. Sinestra, can you see any difference in this stone? Leo threw away the Red Nightmare in his hand and used his magic power to make it float in the air. This crystal red stone exuded a blood-like luster under the influence of magic power, making those who saw it feel uncontrollable in their hearts. Fear, even as strong as Shinasaraya and Manaroth. It reminds me of facing Deathwing. Master, what is it? The Red Nightmare aroused the fear in Shinasaraya's heart. After holding back the discomfort in her heart and insisting on looking at it, she finally couldn't help but look away. In addition to Shinasaraya, Manaroth and Dragonakos also looked at Leo with a look of curiosity. That red stone was so evil. A strong man of their level could actually see it under its light. It won't last long. So why don't people wonder about its origin? There are 3 demon gods in the age, El world full of killing, destruction and fear of death. The smallest of the 3 demon gods is Diavolo, the Lord of Terror who relies on fear to gain power, and his original imprint is now sealed in this soul. In the stone, Leo's erratic words contain shocking content. There is a demon god sealed in that red crystal. Even powerful people like Zenitharea and Manilos, who have seen the big world, are no longer calm. If Leo was right, and he didn't have auditory hallucinations just now, this should be the case. After the shock, there is heat. The heat of thirst for power. The eyes of Zenitharea, Manaroth, and Dragonakos, when they looked at the red nightmare, changed and became extremely hot. In the face of the desire for power, they abandoned the fear in their hearts and stared at the floating sky. The red crystal in Leo's palm. Demon God. That's the demon God. An existence that even powerful men like Manolo Zenitharea can't compete with. Even some deified gods will be crushed to death by the most powerful ones. Now, with the origin mark of a demon god placed within his reach, how could Zenitharea and the others be able to calm down? Master, if you absorb the devil's origin in this crystal stone and use your ability to become a god, it won't be a problem at all. Taking a deep breath, Zenitharea was the first to get rid of the shock caused by the red nightmare. After she woke up, her first reaction was to let Leo absorb the origin of the devil inside. Because as the master, Lay the stronger O is, the greater the abilities of his servants will be improved. And in Zenitharaya's understanding, it is best to absorb the origin of a demon by herself. Although she is extremely jealous, she does not dare to do anything wrong. Thoughts. Absorb? Leo patted Zenitharaya's hand, and the Black Dragon Queen realized that she had kept her hand on Leo's shoulder and had not taken it back because she was too shocked by the previous news. Diablo's origin mark is indeed a good thing. If you absorb it and become a demon god, it will not be a problem as long as you are not lazy. However, the path I want to take is very different from him. Absorbing his origin mark will affect my life. Develop. After speaking, he waved his hand, and a look of depression appeared on Leo's face. If he could directly absorb it, he would have done so long ago. Why would he wait until now? It is true that the original mark of a demon is very attractive, and the benefits that Leo can get from absorbing it are also amazing. However, after all, the path taken by the Lord of Terror is different from Leo. If you get strength from fear, then the source of Leo's power is death and destruction. If you want to forcibly merge the strengths of both sides, it will be detrimental to Leo's development. Only with a long-term vision can you achieve higher achievements. Don't let the small profits in front of you blind your wise eyes. Countless facts are warning people that it is not necessary to do things first before talking about them. Impulsiveness is a devil. Zenitharea, I can still use this piece of red nightmare for the time being, Leo said, taking back the red crystal in his hand, and then whispered in a low voice, keep it for now. Manilos and Dragonakos looked at Zenitharea with envy. How could they not understand the meaning of Leo's words? The stone that sealed the mark of the devil's origin had already been destined for Zenitharea, which means that the Black Dragon Queen is destined to become a demon-level powerhouse. Do good things for me, and I won't treat you badly. A successful leader is a person who knows how to use both kindness and power. Although Leo knows that his orders will be carried out to the letter by Zenitharea and others, but passively obeying the orders and actively completing the things he assigned will be very efficient in terms of efficiency. The big difference sometimes even determines the success or failure of things. Since Leo doesn't want his subordinates to fall off the chain at critical moments, he naturally has to fully mobilize their enthusiasm. Sentimental for your generosity. Great master. Zenitharea was very excited. Based on her understanding of her master, she knew that Leo was definitely not joking when he said he wanted to give her the red nightmare. She could get the original mark of a demon god with her ability. As long as she had enough time to become a demon-level being is not a big problem. In the past, she could not imagine that such a good thing would happen to her. Thank you for my generosity? Leo scratched his face and said. Does he follow the trend and decisively turn the big pineapple into a girl by choosing the red nightmare for Zenitharea? But in terms of ability, Zenitharea is indeed very suitable to inherit Diablo's power. Oh, sissy. Leo shook his head in a funny way. It doesn't matter what he does. As a pragmatist, just do whatever suits you best. There is no need to worry too much. After adjusting his clothes, Leo stood up, now that Zenitharea is back. Let's go find Scarlet now. She must have received Varian's request to send troops. In the past, the Kingdom of Arathar needed Stormwind City's assistance. And now it's time for the Kingdom of Stormwind to ask for help from Strongguard. 30 years to the east of the river. 30 years to the west of the river. Feng Shui will take turns. Chapter 596 Magical Weapon. It is a very cumbersome matter for a kingdom to send troops, especially this time when sending troops into the territory of another country to cooperate with the armies of other forces which requires time to prepare. Scarlet could not refuse Varian's request to send troops. The Kingdom of Arather was the first to agree to send troops to help the Kingdom of Stormwind attack Blackstone Mountain. Even so, they had been preparing for about half a month. It took so long because of this once Scarlet adopted Leo's suggestion and sent out an army composed entirely of new recruits. According to Leo, this attack on Blackstone Mountain is entirely to help Varian, and the main force that Stromgarde can mobilize has followed Naxxramas to the world of Draenor. Although some elites have been left behind, but those soldiers were to guard Stromgarde. In view of the uncertainty of traveling between the two worlds, and Leo was not prepared to recall Draenor's army, sending new troops became the only option. Don't worry. These new troops, from the leading generals to the sergeants, are all veterans with many years of experience. With these people commanding us and us on duty, there won't be any problems. Besides, the quality of these soldiers is not bad. I believe they will be able to attack during the attack. After the battle at Blackstone Mountain, Arather will add another elite force. Standing next to the teleportation array in Lakeside Town, Leo stroked Scarlet's hair and comforted the female knight. Scarlet was very worried about his army, which had not been baptized by war at all. The reason for this was entirely because this army was related to unlike ordinary recruits. They are equipped with a lot of firearms. Well, these are not ordinary firearms, but long-range weapons that use magic. Firearms are commonly used long-range attack weapons by dwarves. For example, the famous dwarf musketeers, dwarf artillerymen, and other troops use firearms. However, the dwarves use pure firearms, which are purely physical offensive weapons that rely on gunpowder to propel bullets and SHLs to explode. However, the long-range weapons equipped by Leo to equip the new army of the Kingdom of Arather do not require gunpowder. Their attack power comes from a magic circle burned into the weapon. This ability to burn magic arrays into weapons, so that the weapons have magic attacks, is not Leo's first. Dwarves, gnomes, and even goblins have already had applications. The reason why it has not been scaled up is because the cost is too high. After all, burning magic arrays is a delicate matter. There is nothing wrong with asking magicians to do one thing every once in a while. But if you let them do it all the time, it will be impossible. It's not that no one has thought about using replicators, but the cost is too high based on the damage rate of replicators that break after working for a few days. The cost of making such a weapon is less than that spent on replicators. The material cost of the weapon itself is several times higher. But Leo was different. After fusing the replicators with the skeleton, he didn't have to worry about the damage to the replicators at all. With just one command, the replicators, which had expanded to 300,000, would work day and night. In other words, Leo, to make a magic weapon, you only need to pay the cost price of the materials, and there is no need to consider any labor costs. In this way, what is the problem for the army of the Kingdom of Arather to equip the army with magic weapons on a large scale? This is an opportunity to test new weapons and new tactics. We should have confidence in the soldiers. Anyway, even if it doesn't work, it won't cost much. Besides, except for magic weapons, not all soldiers are equipped with melee weapons according to the previous standards. And protective armor? Don't worry. Leo has full confidence in magic weapons. But this does not mean that others are the same. The worry on Scarlet's face still exists, and he has to continue to comfort the female knight. You must know that this large-scale use of magic weapons is the first this time. If it can be paired, it will have an immeasurable effect on the rise of the Kingdom of Arather. After all, even magic weapons can be used by non-war warriors. In this way, the scope of Arather's recruitment can be expanded at least 10 times. Queen Scarlet, Marshal Leo, thank you very much for coming. The person in charge of this battle in the Kingdom of Stormwind is the Grand Duke of Bolvar, but he has now led his army to Morgan's Post in the Burning Plains. At this time, it is Windsor, Bolvar's deputy, who comes to greet Scarlet and Leo. Marshal, the Kingdom of Stormwind attaches great importance to the reinforcements of the Kingdom of Aratha. This is the first allied army to arrive, and they come very quickly. It was less than 3 days after the army of Stormwind City captured the stone castle and camp established by the Blackrock Orcs in Ridge Mountains. They have already arrived, which shows how much Arather values the alliance with the Kingdom of Stormwind. Even a fool knows what attitude to use towards such a staunch ally. Marshal Windsor, you are too polite. We are sorry that we did not catch up with the previous battle. Just like a relationship requires two people to work hard, the relationship between allies must also be maintained by both parties. Windsor greeted Leo and Scarlet with a smile and naturally gave him face. and their attitudes were quite polite. Windsor was an old soldier, and he soon discovered that the equipment of Arathar's army was different. Each of these soldiers was carrying a magic weapon. What's more, he also saw some strong soldiers carrying a magic weapon. The marshal was shocked by the discovery of something similar to a goblin mortar. Are these magical weapons bought by the Arathar kingdom or made by them themselves? If it's the former, it doesn't matter. This only shows that they have more money. If it's the latter, it will have a greater impact on the world structure. What's wrong, Marshal? Windsor was a man who showed his thoughts easily. His unblinking gaze at the equipment on the Arathar soldiers was tantamount to telling Leo that he was attracted by those magical weapons. When asked by Leo, Windsor did not hide his thoughts. While looking at the Arathar soldiers walking out of the teleportation array, he sighed, "Marshal Leo, this is the first time I have seen the use of magic weapons as a routine. The equipped troops. Arathar's capabilities are truly amazing. The manufacturing of magic weapons is indeed much more complicated than swords. I have been trying for more than half a year, and can only improve some of the processes. Fortunately, it can meet the equipment needs of our country's soldiers." Leo had a very dissatisfied tone when he spoke, but his inadvertent smile revealed his true thoughts. Windsor was stunned when he heard what he said. Hearing Leo's words, the reason why magic weapons can be equipped in large quantities is all due to him. Then Windsor became dissatisfied again. "I said, what else are you dissatisfied with?" "Yeah. Do you know how much financial resources many races have spent on making magic weapons popular on a large scale? And how many geniuses have failed on this? It only took you less than a year to get the results. What qualifications do you have to be dissatisfied?" Scarlet rolled her eyes at Leo. This boy's expression was so fake, and only an honest person like Windsor couldn't see that proud look. "Marshal Windsor, I believe these magical weapons will be helpful in attacking Blackstone Mountain this time." Scarlet acted confident in front of outsiders, although she was not too sure in her heart. After all, magical weapons had only appeared on a small scale or even in single combat. Such weapons were directly used between armies. This is the first time in the war. Seeing Scarlet acting so confidently, even if there were any doubts in Windsor's mind, they would be dispelled. In the mind of the Marshal of the Kingdom of Stormwind, Scarlet is both the Queen of the Kingdom of Arathar and a Paladin of the Lothar family. There is no need to doubt her credibility. She dares to say that, and she must be well aware of the power of magic weapons. But Windsor didn't know that Scarlet didn't know the actual strength of the magic weapon. The reason why she agreed to let the soldiers of the Arathar Kingdom use it as regular equipment was all because of Leo. Unlike Scarlet and others who are accustomed to hand-to-hand warfare in the cold weapon age, Leo is very optimistic about the prospect of large-scale use of guns and artillery weapons, although the latter are far less useful than a strong man in individual and small-scale battles. But the role they can play in large-scale wars is immeasurable. Even in this world with gods and powerful individuals, guns cannot reach the same height as they did on Earth. There is a saying that goes well: practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Leo believes that after experiencing actual practice, Scarlet will understand where her confidence comes from. Thinking of this, Leo felt that he had to fight a battle to let Scarlet see the truth in order to dispel her worries. However, he was now in the territory of the Kingdom of Storm. It was not Leo's final decision to find a partner to start training with, and he did not want to cause any trouble. What a misunderstanding. They say the war is raging, now that Duke Bolvar has led his army to Morgan's Post. We, as allies, can't stay in the rear. Without further ado, I suggest that Arathar's army immediately march to the Burning Plains. After all, it's too far there. Chaos! We must clear the obstacles before attacking Blackstone Mountain. Leo is telling the truth. Both the Burning Plains and the Searing Canyon are unregulated and chaotic places. There are many powerful indigenous creatures living in these two lands. These indigenous creatures are full of hostility to outsiders and do not clear the roads. A large army will be attacked when it advances. The Searing Gorge belongs to the sphere of influence of the Dark Iron Dwarves, and the Burning Plains is an area controlled by the Black Dragon and the Blackstone Orcs. It just so happens that we are going to attack the Blackhand clan in Blackstone Mountain. It would be good to practice with the opponent's peripheral forces before the big battle. According to the original plan of the Kingdom of Stormwind, the task of clearing the road should not be left to the allies. The allies who came from all over the country only needed to participate in the final attack on Blackstone Mountain, and they did not need to worry about other trivial matters. Windsor was about to speak after hearing Leo's plan, but Leo, who had already made up his mind, added another sentence. Seeing his resolute attitude, the marshal could only swallow his words. As an ally, the kingdom of Arather is very enthusiastic to help you. The kingdom of Stormwind cannot pour cold water on others. Seeing that Windsor acquiesced, Leo turned his attention to Scarlet. The clearing of the road into Blackstone Mountain was just in time to test the effect of large-scale use of magical weapons. The female knight would naturally have no objection to his proposal. The matter is settled. After entering the burning plains, Arather's army will not go to Morgan's Post, but will march directly to Blackstone Mountain. Marshal Windsor, please tell Duke Bolvar that Queen Scarlet and I will be at Blackstone Mountain. Meet him at the entrance. Chapter 597 Training Object. Due to volcanic activity and lava flows, the burning plains is dry and hot all year round. Those who can survive in this place are races with very strong endurance. And the Blackstone Orcs are the best among them. The Blackrock Orcs are more bloodthirsty and violent than the Orcs under the leadership of Thrall on the Kalandor continent. They always settle near volcanoes, and use the ores there to build weapons and armor. Far away from the main road, they are always wary of attacks from the Alliance. Attack. The reason why the Alliance army can openly attack them without fear of falling out with the Horde is because these Orcs sneer at the truce agreement between Thrall and the Alliance. If they do not accept Thrall's leadership, they naturally do not belong to the Horde. They are not the Horde. Naturally, I have no worries about killing. Since you are unwilling to cease the war, we will give you a war. If you want to fight, I will fight with you and see who dies. This is the Alliance's attitude towards the Blackstone Orcs. Thrall was beyond his reach, and the Blackrock Orcs did not recognize his leadership, and he would not put his hot face on the other side's cold ass. It was these Blackstone Orcs that Leo and Scarlet used to train their soldiers after they led their troops into the burning plains. Prepare. Release. Under the command of a human officer, the banging gunfire became the main theme of the battlefield. A row of human soldiers half kneeling on the ground aimed forward and pulled the trigger. The magic weapons in their hands, that looked like matchlocks, shot out fingers one after another. After pulling the trigger, they quickly stood up and retreated to the back row, while their colleagues immediately took over their positions and fired a second volley under the command of the officer. Bang bang. The sound of gunshots continued. Since the human soldiers used magic weapons, they had to wait 3 seconds after firing a shot before firing the second shot. There was no need for a special loader, so the composition of the entire army was very simple. Except for the gunners. The entire army was divided into 3 columns. After each column fired, the next column took over. The volleys appeared at a frequency of once per second. This ensured the continuity of the attack while ensuring the attack was orderly, making it impossible for their enemies to get close. Can only fall on the road of charge one after another. After all, it is a tactic that has been tested in wars. This 3-stage shooting may seem simple, but the actual effect is impressive. This is the magic pistol. Although the rate of fire is very slow, the bullets are unlimited. Once it reaches a large scale, even the wolf cavalry of the Blackstone Orcs will have a hard time breaking through their blockade. This weapon is suitable for group operations of the army, and has limited effect in small-scale battles. Standing behind the first 3 columns of soldiers, Leo was analyzing the advantages and disadvantages of weapons to Scarlet. Now they were facing a war cavalry force of 3,000 Blackstone Orcs, which were all the cavalry of the Orcs in the camp here. In the past, these wolf cavalry were the pride of the Blackstone Orcs. They would defeat the enemy every time they went to battle. But now, when facing the army of the Kingdom of Arather, these wolf cavalry can only be slaughtered. The charge they launched with the determination to die unexpectedly, they couldn't even get within 200 steps of their opponent. What was even more tragic was that Aratho's army did not achieve this by relying on large numbers of people, because they only sent out 3,000 people. Scarlet nodded repeatedly. This was the first battle in the Arather Kingdom to use magic weapons on a large scale. Scarlet was originally a little worried about magic weapons, but it turned out that her worries were unnecessary. Magical weapons are not necessarily very powerful when taken individually, but once their number reaches a certain scale, their terror is revealed. Ordinary soldiers who know nothing about magic can turn into a mage in an instant. Think of Thousands of Mage, the scene where they all cast spells, and attack shows just how powerful it is. The only regret is that neither the magic pistol nor the magic hand cannon is far inferior to a real mage in terms of attack power and range. Their flexibility and accuracy are even less comparable to magic. Moreover, the Night Elves sentries, and Silvermoon City's rangers, he also has the ability to restrain them. Leo was quite sorry when he said this. The magic weapons he made could only allow the shooter to aim with the naked eye. They were not at the same level as the long-distance supervisual combat before the time travel. However, even this was enough to make Carry and the officers of Eretho were shocked. The large-scale popularization of magic weapons is enough to change the way of fighting in the past. If the tactics are right, an army composed of ordinary people can also cause heavy death to a legion. It has the power to change war. Scarlet sighed with emotion. It was unimaginable in the past that an army composed of ordinary people would cause a large number of casualties to a legion. But the large number of magical weapons made it possible. Scarlet believed that this would definitely happen. The only difference lies in when it happens, and which legion will be unlucky enough to enter into a battle destined to be written into the history books. After sighing with emotion, Scarlet felt excited again. The emergence of this change was very beneficial to the rise of the kingdom of Arather, because only Leo knew how to mass-produce magic weapons. With Leo's current strength, others wanted to. It's almost impossible to get this kind of technology from him. In this way, the main force of the armies of other forces can still only be composed of warriors. But the kingdom of Arather can recruit ordinary people. Considering that the number of ordinary people in this world is hundreds of times greater than the number of warriors, the recruitment scope of the kingdom of Arather is much larger than that of warriors. Other kingdoms, you are just too easily satisfied. I think there is room for improvement in magic weapons, and their role on the battlefield will become more and more important. Leo, who has learned about modern warfare from various channels, is not satisfied with the current magic pistol that is similar to the weapon used during World War I. However, he, a master of pseudo-engineering, has no way to change and can only wait for space. The research progress of the two dwarf subordinates. Scarlet was non-committal about Leo's dissatisfaction. She only needed to know that Leo was to help her restore the glory of the kingdom of Arather. As the Orc-Wolf cavalry fell in pieces under the shooting of the magic musketeers, the offensive force of the Orc camp in front of them has been completely destroyed. And what awaits them will be the attack of Arather's soldiers. Attack the Orc camp. Following Scarlet's order, 5,000 soldiers carrying magic hand cannons that looked like goblin mortars replaced the musketeers and stood at the forefront of the team. Their appearance caused a stir in the already surrounded Orc camp. There was a commotion. Even a fool could tell in this situation that the humans outside were about to launch an attack on the camp. The Orcs were ready to die in the face of the human army with strange weapons. If you are an enemy of the Alliance, you will be prepared to be exterminated by us. Kill them all. An officer from Arather issued an order to attack. This officer was missing an arm. It was the work of an Orc warrior. So he hated the Orcs deeply. If you ask him to issue an order to attack the Orcs, can you still expect him to leave any survivors alive? There are many officers in the Alliance army who cannot let go of their hatred for the Orcs. After all, the Orcs have killed many humans as accomplices of the Burning Legion. The hatred between the races has been sown and cannot be resolved by a few words from the top officials of the kingdom. Besides, with the exception of Jaina of Theramore, who maintains an ambiguous neutral attitude, neither variant of the kingdom of Stormwind nor Scarlet of Arather have a favorable impression of the Orcs. As the saying goes, what goes above leads to what follows. Their thinking has naturally affected them. A large group of people below. As a member of the human race, you naturally have to consider issues from a human perspective. The Orcs' mass killing of humans has inspired hatred between races. As a member of the human race, Leo naturally cannot speak for the Orcs on this issue. This is true even if he admires Sal's wisdom. The former is an attitude towards the world, while the latter is just a personal feeling. The importance of public and private must be clearly distinguished. The sound of gunfire replaced the sound of gunfire. The soldiers holding magic hand cannons were all low-level combatants. Their physical fitness was much stronger than ordinary people. They could use a hand cannon weighing more than 100 kilograms with one hand. The magic pistol is only equivalent to the attack of a low-level mage, while the magic hand cannon can withstand a blow from a high-level mage. One cannon fired by each of 5,000 warriors is equivalent to the attack of 5,000 high-level mage. It's not that the magic hand cannon's attack interval is as long as 5 minutes, which is enough to make most of the military mages feel laid off. The Blackstone Orcs camp is made of hard stones. These stones were not made by the Orcs themselves. They came from the dilapidated castles on the territory that originally belonged to humans. In fact, this camp was once a human, the fortress, but its original owner no longer knows where to go. If other troops were to attack the Orc camp, many soldiers would have to be sacrificed. However, the army of the kingdom of Arather is now equipped with 5,000 magic hand cannons. The stone fortress without magic blessing has lost its due role in front of them. After a round of Sh. Ling, The wall of the stone castle that the Blackstone orcs relied on for defense was blown into a pile of rubble. The orc warriors standing on the wall also disappeared. If you insist on tracing their whereabouts, search carefully among the rubble. Well, I believe you will find something. But you have to be mentally prepared to vomit. The actual combat effectiveness of the magic pistol and magic hand cannon has been tested. Now push the tube cannon up. Leo waved his hand, and a group of soldiers pushed out 10 strange war machines. For Leo, magic pistols, magic hand cannons, and the like are just clouds. The first two are just the most primitive weapon models. They will definitely be greatly modified in the future. But this is not the case now. Leo's expectations for it's not a big deal. He and his 2 dwarfs spent a lot of time on the birth of this thing. Scarlet saw these 10 war machines appear, and she knew the main show was coming. To say that the appearance of these 10 war machines is indeed strange. They are simply a large square iron box installed on the back of the mechanical chariot. There are 9 bowl-sized holes on the iron box. These holes are unknown to others. Scarlet understood that they were actually made based on the manufacturing principles of magic cannons. One of its attacks was equivalent to a salvo of 9 magic cannons. And this salvo could be fired 3 times in a row. Pipe cannon, hundreds of tigers running together. This is what Leo calls it. In fact, it is a magical version of Kadusha. Don't let me down, Leo muttered softly, then pointed at the Black Hand Orc camp. Blow it to the ground for me. Chapter 598, Power Makes People Confused. In the continuous sound of firecrackers, magic light bombs the size of basketballs blasted into the enemy's camp, exploding into balls of dazzling brilliance, bringing a bright scene to this dark night, making the world colors are no longer monotonous. Arathar's soldiers waited in neat lines, and once the enemy came within range, it was time for them to open fire. The destructive power of pipe artillery is very strong. They had already seen this when they attacked the Blackstone Orcs' fortress 2 days ago. After 3 rounds of volleys, the Blackstone Orcs' camp was riddled with holes. You can't find anything if you look at it. A building with a height of more than 2 meters. Those Blackstone Orcs who wanted to rely on the buildings in the camp for their final resistance were killed or wounded, as many as 70%. And the rest were all injured. A battle that would have cost many casualties became extremely easy because of the presence of pipe artillery. Arathar's soldiers wiped out all the Blackstone Orcs in a camp at the cost of less than 10 minor injuries. This was something that was unthinkable in the past. It is precisely because of this that the attitude of the entire army, from Scarlet down to the ordinary soldiers, towards magic weapons has changed tremendously. The doubts in their hearts have been put before their eyes, eliminated by the fact. This round of bombardment will not be easy even for the dragon people. Leo sighed loudly, while his gaze kept staring ahead. Following his gaze, he could see dozens of falling corpses. After 3 rounds of bombardment, only a few dozen enemies were killed, which was nothing remarkable in terms of numbers. But if the true identities of these enemies were carefully distinguished, no one would think so. The body is covered with a layer of black scales. The lower body is like the body of a giant dragon, and the upper body is like a standing humanoid lizard. That appearance is as ugly as possible in human aesthetics. This is the so-called Black Dragon Man. In fact, in Leo's eyes, people with this appearance are not dragons at all. They can only be said to be intelligent dragon beasts. They are difficult to defeat in the eyes of ordinary people. But in the eyes of black dragons, they are just lowly existences like cannon fodder. Just seeing that they were not able to enter Blackstone Mountain at all, but were driven to settle on the outskirts of Blackstone Mountain is enough to explain everything. However, even if the Black Dragon looks down on them, the strength of these black dragons cannot be underestimated. It is difficult for ordinary high-level warriors to kill a black dragon without a team that cooperates with each other. Being able to kill dozens of black dragon men with a shot is already an amazing achievement. Amidst the banging gunshots and the sound of hand cannons, the Black Dragon Man lay down again with dozens of corpses. Before he could get close to the opponent, he died. 100 of his companions had never encountered such a situation. The Black Dragon Man's heart a surge of anger arose. It was not like they had never fought against human armies before, and this was the first time they encountered such an aggrieved situation. The Black Dragon men were not slow when charging. They relied on their thick skin and thick flesh to charge forward. At this time, the shortcomings of the magic pistol's insufficient attack power were revealed. 10 rounds of volleys only killed less than 10 Black Dragon men. Such a few casualties could not affect the overall charge of the Black Dragon people. They successfully rushed in front of the human soldiers. In the end, the outcome of the battle will be determined by fighting closely. Leo knew that magic weapons were not omnipotent. and they could only cause some trouble to the opponent in the early stages of the battle. So he was not surprised at all that the battle developed into the current situation. The original prototype of a magical weapon was unlikely to be perfect. The Black Dragon men who rushed in front of the human soldiers were immediately blocked by the human soldiers. 2 rows of Arathar's soldiers holding large steel shields stopped the Black Dragon men from advancing. The presence of these soldiers caused great harm to the Black Dragon men. Trouble. The Black Dragon man waved the weapon in his hand and struck at the human soldier. The human soldier protected himself with a shield. The sound of metal colliding with metal sounded, and the first intimate contact between the Black Dragon man and the human soldier was completed with sparks flying. Compared with human soldiers, the Black Dragons are born with stronger bodies, but their crudely refined weapons are really not that good. The Black Dragon's full-strength slash only left a line on the steel shields of the human soldiers. It's just a shallow trace. If they weren't powerful enough, they might be killed by human warriors. The advantage of the Black Dragon people lies in their powerful bodies, while the strength of the human soldiers lies in their sophisticated equipment. The acquired weapons and equipment can make up for the innate disadvantages. A group of fully armed soldiers can also compete with the Black Dragons, whose physical fitness is several times stronger than theirs. The dragons fought without a clear winner. Leo stood behind and watched the kingdom soldiers fight with the Black Dragon men. Leo did not take any action. It seemed that he was planning to use these Black Dragon men to train his soldiers and let them grow in the battle. Despicable humans. How dare you offend Tagner Bloodthroat? I will turn you all into my food. A real dragon man holding a long-handled sword appeared. This dragon man was 6 meters tall. Different from the Black Dragon man, who was regarded as a dragon beast by Leo. The real dragon man did not have that bloated rear body. He was a tall, strong humanoid monster with a dragon head. This dragon man was very powerful. He held a long-handled sword weighing about 200 kilograms with one hand and danced it very fast, as if it was light and weightless. Several human soldiers were killed with their shields amidst the sound of strong wind. Was knocked to the ground. There are actually real draconians out patrolling. Didn't Nefarian concentrate all his efforts on attacking the Molten Core? Leo frowned. He had previously asked Onyxia to send an order to Nefarian through Sinisarea, asking the Black Dragon Prince to lead the Black Dragon army to attack the Molten Core. And the name was to find Sander, the imprisoned Wind Prince, Land's head of the Wind Chaser. Originally, Leo thought that Nefarian did not dare to disobey Sinisaraya's orders. Now it seems that the Black Dragon Prince is no longer the immature one who only obeys Sinisaraya's orders after taking charge of the Black Dragon Legion. The prince, after tasting the sweetness of power, his ambition gradually sprouted. Seeing a real dragonman appear, Scarlet, knowing that ordinary soldiers could not resist, reached for the Ashkandi's sword on her back. Just as her hand touched the hilt of the sword, Leo stretched out his hand to stop her. Don't worry, Scarlet. It's just a dragon man. There's no need for you or me to take action. Leo was talking about someone who couldn't stand the dragon man's arrogance and took the initiative to pick up this troublesome guy. Dragon, my great axe is thirsty. A sturdy Tauren rushed forward with an indomitable momentum. The battle axe in the Tauren's hand, which was heavier than the dragon's long-handled sword, broke through the resistance of the air and struck the dragon's chest. There are actually Tauren in the human army. The dragon man was stunned for a moment by this unnatural situation. But his reaction was not slow. He swung the long-handled sword in a semicircle and then slashed at the axe that the Tauren was attacking. The dragon man deliberately wanted to test the Tauren's power. How? Kung! The sound of gold and iron clashing came from the collision point between the big axe and the long-handled sword. Neither the Tauren nor the dragon man could overwhelm the other. It's just a Tauren. But I can't suppress him with my strength. The dragon man was frightened and angry. After striking the battle axe with the powerful long-handled sword in his hand, he did not move away along with the force of the counterattack, but continued to put pressure on the tomahawk. Seeing that the dragon man wanted to compete in terms of strength, this move was in line with the Tauren's wishes. As for strength, having inherited the Tauren bloodline from his father, he asked himself that he was not inferior to the other party. The dragon man increased his strength and he followed suit, intending to do so. Let the other party see how powerful you are in terms of strength. A dragon and a Tauren competed for strength, and the soldiers on the side were astonished by the rock-like muscles on their bodies, which were as thick as the veins of earthworms. Gamer? I forgot about him. Scarlet loosened her grip on the hilt of the sword, and her attitude towards Gamer, the half-Tauren Scarlet, who had initially mastered the power of the holy light, had changed from the initial indifference to the current friendliness. As a Tauren, He embarked on the path of pursuing the power of the holy light. Gamer even wanted to prevent Scarlet, a paladin, from changing her attitude towards him. The dragon man named Tagner Bloodmaw was blocked by Gamer, and the human soldier's defense line was in great trouble. The Black Dragon men were not as powerful as Tagner, and they were completely unable to break through in front of the opponent's steel shield. Master, there is news from Bolvar in the Kingdom of Stormwind. Zenitharea walked to Leo's side. The Black Dragon Queen glanced at the dragon man Tagner, who was competing with Gamer. His face was so gloomy that he was about to burst out of water. Leo naturally thought of Zenitharea. Thinking of it, she was very angry at the Black Dragon Prince Nefarian, who dared to disobey her order. Nefarian. Power makes people lose their minds. Are you a fool already lost in the pathetic power? Don't forget that strength is the foundation of everything in this world. Oh! Leo and Scarlet looked at each other, and then turned their attention to Zenitharea. What happened? The Black Dragon Queen, who was asked about it, calmed down and reported the news she got truthfully. Barber led the army of Stormwind City to attack the Great Mall Rock Mountain, where the Firebelly ogres were entrenched. When I received the news, they had already completed the attack. Regarding the occupation there, according to the clues provided by the kingdom's informants, there are at least 2 mineral veins in the giant Hammerstone Mountain. If ordinary people heard this news, they would jump to their feet and curse. It would be unkind to lead the army here to clean the road to Blackstone Mountain as the initiator of the Stormwind Kingdom to grab the mineral veins. But this was not the case for Leo and Scarlet, who instantly understood Balver's true intentions. The Great Mall Stone Mountain, where the Firebelly ogres are entrenched. Leo rubbed his chin and said to himself in an uncertain tone, I heard that there are many magic-associated mines hidden there. Varian really knows how to do it. Abacus, is he going to use those magic companion mines as a reward for our reinforcements? Occupying the Great Mall Stone, which is far away from Morgan's post, and annihilating the fire-bellied ogres there not only eliminated the security risks of Morgan's post, but also got rewards for allies. Varian of the Kingdom of Stormwind is also a man who knows how to live. Man. Chapter 599 The Sun Shines. The soldiers at the front are fighting fiercely with the Black Dragon Nin. Arathar's army is well equipped, and has 30 times the number of Black Dragon Nin. Leo and the others don't need to worry about this battle at all, so they can calmly talk about the battle in the rear. Other things besides. The plan cannot keep up with the changes. It seems that Nefarian will not act according to our script. Leo and Zenitharea secretly communicated through mental fluctuations. Scarlet only knew part of the entire plan to attack Blackstone Mountain. Leo was preparing to use the Black Dragon Legion and Zenitharia's true identity as a female knight. It's not clear. Zenitharea was very ashamed when Leo mentioned this matter. In the whole plan, the place where she thought it was least likely to go wrong happened to have a side issue. Nefarian actually had the courage to disobey her order. This is something the Black Dragon Queen never expected. Thought of. Master, please forgive me. I didn't expect Nefarian to be so stupid. Madness? Yes, it is stupid. This is not flattering, Leo. In Zenitharia's opinion, Nefarian's approach is truly stupid to the extreme. After the Black Dragon Prince tasted the sweetness of power and became accustomed to his unparalleled status within the Black Dragon clan, he developed ambitions that were inconsistent with his own strength. If he hadn't been worried about the exposure of his identity, it would stimulate the death wing of Zenitharea. The Blackwing Laird dislodged Nefarian from the Black Dragon throne, without strong enough strength to back him up. The power that Nefarian currently holds is as ridiculous as the flower in the water, and the moon in the mirror in the eyes of Zenitharea. However, the Black Dragon Prince still regards it as a treasure, which is neither stupid nor stupid. What? It doesn't matter. Ambition is a very strong motivation. It's better for Nefarian to have desires. Nefarian can discount Zenitharia's orders, but he does not dare to openly confront the Black Dragon Queen. So the plan to use the Black Dragon Legion to attack the Molten Core will not change much. The only difference is that Nefarian Lian was planning for himself. He was looking for the imprisoned head of the Wind Chaser, which contained the essence of Wind Prince Sanglan, and would not give it to the Black Dragon Queen. For Leo, no matter what Nefarian's purpose is, as long as he leads the Black Dragon Legion to find trouble in the Molten Core, Nefarian will definitely be more active because it is for his own benefit. Hearing what Leo said, Zenitharea could only hold back. Originally, she planned to go to the Blackwing Lair and kill the Black Dragon Prince, who dared not obey orders if Leo was dissatisfied with Nefarian's actions. But now it seems that there is no need to do this. However, Zenitharea will not let Nefarian go. Just because he doesn't have a chance to take action now doesn't mean he won't in the future. Since the Black Dragon Prince has the guts to disobey her orders, he must be mentally prepared to be dealt with. Just as Leo and Cinesaria were communicating quietly, a dazzling light suddenly appeared on the battlefield ahead. The dark battlefield was illuminated. With the existence of this light, human soldiers did not need to use magic lighting. You could also see your surroundings clearly. It's Gamer. Leo and Scarlet soon discovered the source of the light, which was the half-Tauren Gamer who was fighting against the Dragon Man Tagner. When did Gamer have such a powerful power of holy light? No! Scarlet was surprised at first. Even she could make her body emit such a bright holy light during the battle. How could it be possible with Gamor's strength? After being surprised, Scarlet soon discovered that the holy light on Gamer was different from her own. The power of the holy light is still very weak, and a holy knight in the human legendary realm has stronger holy light than him. It seems that the secret of why Gamer's holy light is so bright lies in his power attribute. As a paladin, Scarlet quickly figured out the root cause of such strange phenomena when Gamer used the power of the holy light to fight. In a broad sense, powerful warriors who use the power of holy light to fight are paladins. In the eyes of outsiders, there is not much difference between paladins. But for real paladins, the difference is huge, since the power of the paladins comes from the belief in light in their hearts. And everyone's understanding of light cannot be exactly the same. So the power of the holy light of each paladin will be different. And the difference only lies in the size of this difference. Take Scarlet and Fording as examples. Scarlet's power of holy light is dazzling and hot, and people with insufficient willpower simply dare not look directly at it. However, Fording's power of holy light is soft and tolerant, making people feel at ease. The thought of closeness arises in my heart when I see you. This is the difference. This is true for both humans. Not to mention that Gamer is also a Tauren. Different races have different beliefs. As the first Tauren to embark on the path of pursuing the power of the holy light, Gamer's understanding of the power of the holy light is naturally very different from Scarlet's. In Scarlet's opinion, it is extremely difficult to do so. It was easy for Gamel to get there, but Gamer could not do what Scarlet could easily do. The sun shines between the night and the rising sun. May Ancha's power dispel this boundless darkness. Gamer's loud shouts came from the front, and the half-Tauren fighting Tagner found that the situation on the battlefield was gradually becoming unfavorable to Arathar's soldiers, because the Black Dragons had the ability to see at night, but the human soldiers did not. When fighting in the dark night, if you don't have night vision, you can't see clearly the surrounding situation. If you can't see the surrounding situation clearly, you can easily be killed by the opponent's sneak attack. Even with the light provided by magic lighting, many human soldiers will still die as a result. Although he is not a human being, Gamor has lived in Strongguard for a long time. He has already regarded himself as one of them. He is extremely anxious when he sees his own soldiers suffering losses. Every time he sees a soldier of Arathar killed in battle, Gamor, there will be a sadness in his heart, and this sadness turns into a wish as the battle progresses. He hopes that there will be a power that can illuminate the entire battlefield, so that the Black Dragon people cannot borrow the power of the night to sneak attack and fight alongside him. Human soldier. In most cases, the reason why a wish is called a wish is because it is impossible to come true. Only a very few lucky people can turn their wishes into reality. Perhaps it was Gamer's luck, or perhaps some other reason, that this half-Tauren became the lucky one to encounter the latter situation. Just when Gamer couldn't stop praying to the sun god, whom the Tauren believed in, the power of holy light in his body underwent a qualitative change. The faint holy light that was originally just the most common became intense. Encircled by this holy light, Gamer emitted a sun-like light. This light tore through the dark night and spread light to the world. Just as Gamer hoped, the entire battlefield was illuminated, and Arathar's soldiers no longer had to worry about being plotted by the Black Dragon, because they could not see clearly their surroundings. The sun god Ancha responded to me. Gamer was overjoyed. He never expected that his fight with Tagner would allow him to find his own path to power. This discovery made him overjoyed. The Sunwalker who believes in the sun god Ancha finally appears, looking at Gamorleo, who looked like a super bright light bulb in front of him. His face was full of smiles. Gamer successfully found a way for the Tauren to master the power of the holy light, and gave him a big surprise. He was born in the kingdom of Arathar. The fact that he had the first Sunwalker was of great significance, as it showed that in addition to dwarves, Tauren could also be converted under the light of the holy light. Dewalker? Scarlet repeated in a low voice, and the female knight seemed to understand something. Gamer's success means that Tauren can also become paladins. The Tauren who gained the power of the holy light through their faith in the sun god Ansha will later be called Sunwalkers. And as the first Sunwalker, the kingdom of Arather and Scarlet herself, who as a human paladin teaches Gamer the way of the holy light, will naturally gain a high reputation among the Sunwalkers. Through these Sunwalkers, Scarlet's influence will expand to the entire Tauren clan, and it is not a problem at all to connect with the Behemoth Cenarian Circle through the Tauren Arather kingdom. She didn't expect that Gamer could have such a big effect. Scarlet was frightened by her speculation, and she was also delighted by Leo's vision. Who would have thought that a man hiding in a corner in the hotel in Orgrimmar, how could the half-Tauren in this movie be so widely involved? Leo happened to think of it. There was unstoppable horror in Zenithsaraya's eyes. She had heard the news that Leo had taken in a half-Tauren before, but she didn't take it to heart because Gamer had neither strength nor background. Is that kind of worthless person in her eyes. But now she realizes that she was completely wrong. With this half-Tauren named Gamor as a link, Leo can infiltrate the influence of the kingdom of Arather into Thunder Bluff, and can also connect with the Cenarian Council hidden in the Cenarian Council. The Arcane Council has influenced the Night Elves, and as a result, the influence of the kingdom of Arather has risen to several levels. When people mention the human power, they no longer only think of Varian's kingdom of Stormwind, and the Flow Castle is no longer in a corner. It is not a regional force, but a large force that can influence the entire world pattern. Master, your skills are really wonderful. Zenithsaraya sincerely admired that in addition to hard power, a country's influence is equally important. Without strength, everything is empty talk. And if your influence is not enough, others will ignore you. If you lack either strength or influence, you will become a country. Not even those powerful enough to influence the world structure. Leo accepted all the praises for Zenithsaraya. He took Gamel in and taught him to study the power of the holy light. It was just because he had a bad taste. So Leo would not tell anyone else. Zenithsaraya spread the news that Gamer has become a day walker with the power of the holy light. I want to see Kane's reaction. If possible, Leo would like to know the attitude of the Temple of the Moon. But unfortunately, there is no soil for spies to survive in a place like Darnassus. Leo looked at the night sky studded with countless stars with an inquiring look. Will the moon god alone react to this? Chapter 600. Surrounded on all sides. A Tauren understood his own way of the holy light and became a Sunwalker. The impact of this event was far-reaching and extraordinary. But this impact took time to ferment. Dragonman Tagner Bloodthroat is fortunate enough to be one of those destined to be written down in the history books. Because this Dragonman was the first sacrifice after Gamor became a Sunwalker. You can imagine the bard singing when it comes to the birth of the first Sunwalker. Tagner is inevitably mentioned. But this Draconian is a tragic villain. Tagner wouldn't want to know he'd be the villain to serve as a foil to Gamer. But do the bards need to consider the idea of a Draconian who's already been killed? Obviously. This is impossible. In a world where entertainment is extremely scarce, the plot of a brave man suddenly breaking out in a battle against evil and becoming a respected hero can attract public attention no matter how vulgar it is. When it comes to the word attention, we have to mention the changes that have occurred in the past few days. It has been 3 full days since Gamor became a day walker. In the battle that did not involve Leo and Scarlet, the Dragonman Tagner, he was eventually killed by Gamer, who became the Sunwalker, and his head became Gamer's trophy. Through this battle, Arather's army shocked the Blackstone Orcs and Black Dragon men. Pay attention to the Blackstone Orcs and Black Dragons in that battle. Knowing that they could not stop this human army, people retreated one after another. Arather's soldiers spent the calmest 3 days since arriving in the Burning Plains. The retreat of the Blackstone Orcs and Black Dragon men is a good thing in the eyes of ordinary soldiers. Doesn't this mean that they are afraid? But in the eyes of Scarlet and Leo, this was the calm before the storm. The Blackstone Orcs and Black Dragon men retreated not because they were afraid but to gather their forces. A fierce battle was waiting for them before entering Blackstone Mountain. It turns out that Leo and Scarlet were right. When they arrived at the entrance of Blackstone Mountain without any danger, the Blackstone Orcs had already built several defenses on the lava bridge. The Lava Crossing Bridge is an outstanding building. This stone bridge, which is large enough for 300 carriages to drive side by side without feeling crowded, runs through the entire Blackrock Mountain. It is this miraculous building that connects the Searing Gorge and the Burning Plains. If you want to enter the interior of Blackstone Mountain, this is the only way. Except of course the boiling magma zone that stretches for hundreds of miles. Seeing the fortifications built by the Blackstone Orcs on the lava bridge, the entire team's atmosphere became solemn. Everyone knew that it would be impossible for them to enter Blackstone Mountain unless they killed the Blackstone Orcs blocking the way. But could the Blackstone orcs, who had been well prepared, be defeated so easily? The other side has a good location and a smaller number of people than us. This battle will not be easy to win. The officers in the army came to this conclusion after carefully observing the opponent's situation. The Blackstone orcs' recent move to shrink their forces has worked. Not only have they avoided the danger of being defeated by Rother's army, they have also built simple fortifications at the entrance of Blackstone Mountain to take advantage of the location, and even assembled a large army, with an army of 50,000, facing the Rother soldiers of only 30,000. The Blackstone orcs had the upper hand. If it was just like this, it wouldn't be a big deal. Leo would be able to knock off the Blackstone orcs' defense line by sending 40 or 50 swift bone dragons to lead the charge. But now Rother's army has to face more than just the lava bridge. The Blackrock orcs. Just when Rother's soldiers stopped, tens of thousands of beasts blocked their retreat. The appearance of this beast force composed of scorpions, spiders, and wargs living in the burning plains caused a commotion in the team. Fortunately, the officers responded quickly. They stopped the whispering movements of the soldiers in time and quickly adjusted their formation to defend against attacks from the rear. Humans, this is your burial place. On my command? Osana, the death throat will tear you into pieces. Shouts of triumph came from the group of beasts. A female orc with dark purple hair was shouting loudly while riding a warg. It looked like she was very proud of cutting off the retreat of Rother's army. Death Throat is the name of the female orc's mount. The name sounds majestic, but in reality, it is only a few points larger than an ordinary warg. It is far worse than the 2 warg leaders in Leo's memory in the Blackstone Tower. There are 50,000 Blackstone orcs waiting in the front, and the back road is cut off by tens of thousands of beasts driven by Osana. Although the situation is not good for Leo and the others, they may not be defeated in a real fight. If the Blackstone orcs only have this little trick, Leo will really he wanted to despise them. But it was a pity that the other party obviously would not give him such a chance. Shortly after the retreat was cut off by the herd of beasts, Arother's soldiers discovered that an enemy army also appeared on their right. Hundreds of Blackstone orc warlocks appeared with a group of flame imps under the protection of 2,000 elemental creatures. Arother's soldiers found themselves surrounded on 3 sides. The bad situation made some soldiers look anxious on their faces. Fortunately, they experienced several battles after entering the burning plains, so there was no chaos. If they had just entered the burning plains and encountered this kind of situation, these strict meanings would be soldiers who appear to be just newbies will inevitably break up without a fight. There's a saying that there is no worst, only worse. What is worse than being surrounded on 3 sides is being surrounded on 4 sides. 2 black dragons appeared from the left of Arother's army, with a group of flame dragons and black dragon men. The appearance of the black dragons was completed. The siege of human armies. The power of the 2 black dragons, and the discovery that they were completely trapped by each other caused chaos among a small number of unsteady soldiers. However, these soldiers were quickly beaten by the sergeant's whips and fists, and did not dare to say a word. They looked at their companions with that contemptuous look in his eyes. The soldier whose face was bruised could not help but lower his head in shame. After all, they are new recruits. They are far worse than an army composed of veterans. Leo has been watching the soldiers' chaos. It's not that he doesn't care about the army, but he wants to see the capabilities of the officers and what level these soldiers have reached. In the previous battles, there were many because of their absolute advantage. The problem couldn't be seen. Now is a good time to test it. And the results of the test made him a little disappointed. Go and tell Amern to write down the soldiers who caused the riot before. After this battle, if they have not grown up, they will be transferred to the farms in Earthy Highlands to guard the gates. Leo gave instructions to Sinisarea. There is a saying that goes well. If you are not afraid of opponents who are like gods, you should be afraid of teammates who are like pigs. A strong opponent is not scary. What is scary is the soldier lay who messes up his position and causes chaos before fighting. Oak didn't dare to let them stay in the army. If these people slipped up at the critical moment and led to the defeat of Arother, the losses would be great. It would be better to transfer them early. Scarlet has a tacit attitude towards Leo's actions. When it comes to military capabilities, the female knight is stronger than Leo. She is more aware of the harm of such soldiers to an army. They are like time bombs. People are willing to carry such dangerous items with them. The soldiers who were lining up to face the enemy under the command of officers did not know that the life trajectories of some of them had changed. From then on, some of them were able to have a wonderful life, while some of them could only be ordinary soldiers. The Japanese guard a limited piece of land until retirement. Destiny always changes unexpectedly. Master, let me kill these two minions. Sinisaria looked at the two black dragons, who led a group of flame dragons and black dragon men to kill, with a hint of killing intent in their eyes. Now the most troublesome enemies that the soldiers of the Arather kingdom have to face are these two black dragons. The dragon's power suppressed the soldiers greatly. Don't think that since Sinisaria is the Black Dragon Queen, she won't kill the Black Dragon. There is no one like her who can control a clan and silence other clansmen without blood on her hands. She doesn't need to show her majesty with iron-blooded killings, and doesn't need to use cold and ruthless methods to scare other tribesmen. Can Sinisaria secure her position as queen in the Black Dragon clan, where strength is respected? What's more, she is no longer the Black Dragon Queen, but Leo's subordinate. Leo waved his hand to indicate that Sinisaria did not need to take action. They are just two trash fish. They are not worthy of your action. Let Polition deal with them. Calling two adult black dragons with a length of more than 200 meters as trash fish. Leo's words are really not an ordinary cheat. However, pretending to be cheating with strength is cheating. And cheating without strength is stupid cheating. And Leo is exactly the former. He has the strength to despise the two black dragons. Menoias and Hermetis are two adult black dragons, but their strength is not outstanding. Otherwise Nefarian would not have arranged them to patrol the outskirts of Blackstone Mountain. Although the two dragons had strong objections to the job arranged by the Black Dragon Prince, they did not dare to show it at all. Fortunately, these two things, which were not ranked high in the Black Dragon Legion, could not be compared to the Blackstone Orcs and Black Dragon Men. The powerful existence of confrontation. With these guys serving Menoias and Hermetis, they lived a good life. But the leisurely days would not last forever. The human army led by Leo and Scarlet broke the lives of the two black dragons. The black dragons were already hostile to humans, and now the other side came and took the initiative to stir up trouble and killed many of their subordinates. Menoias and Hermetis were naturally not happy. But due to the inertia of the two black dragons and the desire to annihilate all three, the two black dragons of Juan's Arather army decided on a strategy to annihilate each other at the entrance to Blackstone Mountain they were guarding. So this time, they were encircled on all sides. Menoias and Hermetis were very satisfied with the development of the situation. The human army was surrounded by groups, and it was time for them to go on a killing spree to show these weak humans how powerful the Black Dragon was. The two black dragons thought well, but they overestimated their own strength. Just when they were secretly proud, a green dragon that was bigger than them together suddenly appeared. Two trash fish. Come here and die. Chapter 601 Hysteria. Green Dragon. Hermetis and Menoias were shocked. How could a warrior-level green dragon with a body length of 500 to 600 meters appear here? A green dragon warrior. Not to mention Hermetis and Menoias, the two adult black dragons with the lowest strength. Even other black dragons that are several times more powerful than them cannot defeat each other. Unexpectedly, these humans are actually related to a green dragon warrior. And now they are having fun. Knowing that they were no match for collision together, Hermetis and Menoias turned around and flew towards Blackstone Mountain almost at the same time. I'll leave this to you. I'll inform Prince Nefarian where to go. Hermetis and Menoias were indeed of the same race. Not only did they move in unison, they even spoke in unison. It's really rare to see such a consistent escape, seeing that their companions had the same intention as their own and even said the same words. A trace of surprise flashed in the eyes of Hermetis and Menoias, but they did not slow down their speed because of this. Sinisaria was speechless. It was really embarrassing for the two black dragons to flee without a fight. She, who was also a black dragon, also had a shameful face. There was a trace of disdain on Polition's face. Hermetis and Menoias' behavior of escaping without a fight made him, who was also a dragon, look down upon these two guys. Is there any use in escaping in front of Lord Polition? A portal was created out of thin air in front of Polition, and the green dragon dived in. Then Hermetis and Menoias found that the green dragon was blocking their way. Boom! Polition gave Hermetis a giant dragon tail swing. The dragon's tail was like a giant battering ram and hit the black dragon's face. The huge force directly ripped open Hermetis' skin and flesh, and almost the black dragon's skull was broken. After being beaten to pieces, he couldn't help but stagger to the ground. His heavy body crushed several black dragon men who couldn't escape. While Hermetis was stunned with a tail, Polition did not let go of Menoias. He only saw his dragon claws shooting out, hitting Menoias' neck with a bang, and the head was hit with a clicking sound. The unfortunate black dragon's neck was twisted at an abnormal angle. Polition had already broken Menoias' neck bone with one blow. However, in one breath, The two black dragons were stunned and seriously injured. There was a huge gap in strength. Hermetis and Minoias only wanted to escape. In addition, Polition appeared suddenly. These three combined together, they achieved the glorious results of Dragon Lich. Before the battle officially started, the two black dragons, our most powerful force, were beaten half to death by others. The morale of the Blackstone Orcs and the Black Dragon Man suddenly dropped. They no longer had the confidence to win and wanted to annihilate each other. Momentum. On the other hand, the soldiers of the Kingdom of Aratho had high morale. Polition's performance greatly encouraged them, making them feel that their opponents were not as powerful as they thought. With this green dragon, it was no problem to defeat them. Regardless of how many of you there are, it would be a dream to defeat us. Prepare. Release. The officers gave the order to attack in a timely manner, and the banging gunshots kicked off the battle. Boom! Boom! The sound of heavy objects falling to the ground was heard. Polition grabbed Hermetis and Minoias, who had been beaten half to death, one by one to Leo's side. Seeing that the two black dragons seemed to be trying to struggle, he was facing heavily. After a slap on the ground and two muffled sounds, the two black dragons became completely obedient. Master, what should we do with these two guys? Leo stretched out his hand to grab it, and two purple mana lines shot out from his hand and went straight into the bodies of Hermetis and Minoias. The bodies of the two black dragons suddenly shook like chaff. Although the two dragon souls tried their best, he struggled but was still pulled out of his body. Soul extraction. Leo answered Polition's question with action. I think it was time-consuming and laborious when Leo extracted the soul of Ectorals. But now, he easily extracted the souls of two black dragons that were stronger than Ectorals at that time. From this comparison, we can see that the improvement in strength is staggering. Pulling out the souls of the two black dragons, Leo activated the mana. The souls of Hermetis and Minoias suddenly turned into two pure energy and were sucked into his body, allowing Leo's soul energy to gain a small increase. The soul of the black dragon, which was limited in strength, gave Leo very little help. But he didn't care. If you don't accumulate steps, you can't reach 1,000 miles. If you don't accumulate small streams, you can't become a river. The Great Wall is also built up of bricks, and strength is accumulated bit by bit. Leo will not give up any opportunity to increase his strength. The souls were extracted, and Leo did not intend to waste the bodies of Minoias and Hermetis. The bodies of these two black dragons could just take over the dragon blood production machine that originally belonged to Ectoras. Seeing Leo taking the bodies of the two soulless dragons into his private space, Sinisarea and Polition, who had already guessed his plan, showed expressions of relief on their faces. With Hermetis and Minoias, these two unlucky guys were finally free from the vat-topping problem. It would be difficult for them to have their turn again in the bloodletting job in the future. Just as Polition was about to speak, the bombardment of the magic hand cannon rang out. When the soldiers from afar saw that the magic pistol had little effect on the elemental creatures on the right, they immediately changed their weapons. 5,000 magic hand cannons. The effect of blasting at the 2,000 elemental creatures was immediate. As the light of magic faded, the number of elemental creatures was reduced by nearly half. Attracted by the sound made when the magic hand cannon was bombarded, Leo couldn't help but turn his eyes. The Blackstone Orcs can actually control elemental creatures. It seems that Nefarian's erosion of Ragnaros's elemental servants has begun to bear fruit. I'm very curious about how he did it, Leo said as he winked at Sinisarea, who nodded knowingly. If you want to understand how to gain control of elemental creatures from Ragnaros, how can you save time and effort by doing your own research instead of directly grabbing other people's achievements? As the saying goes, what's yours is mine, and what's mine is still mine. If you use it as a doctrine, how can you say that what happens to scholars is robbery? It's just a reference. It's hard to say to what extent it is a reference. It may be 100% or the proportion may be a little less. Someone was having thoughts in his mind, but nothing could be seen on his face. He was now concentrating on watching how his soldiers dealt with the Blackstone Orcs and Black Dragon men who were encircling them from all sides. 10 tube cannons were pushed out, and the muzzles of each tube gun shone with a faint magical light. This was a phenomenon that only occurred when magic power was gathered. It is better to cut off one of his fingers than to injure 10 of them. Omran, who is commanding the army, understands this truth. So the bombardment target of the pipe cannon is still the enemy attacking from the right. The elemental creatures enslaved by the Blackstone Orcs and the hundreds of Blackstone Warlocks. The roaring sound of artillery fire sounded. The lethality of the tube cannon was unmatched by the magic hand cannon. Only a few people could still stand after the 10 tube cannons were fired. The 2,000 elemental creatures and hundreds of Blackstone warlocks were left. The number is less than 10%. And the side surrounded on all sides has been declared broken. Such a situation greatly inspired the soldiers of Arather Kingdom. And the Blackstone orcs and Black Dragon men, whose morale was already low, were hit again. Regardless of the situation on the field and just looking at the momentum, anyone would think that Arather's soldiers were besieging each other. A feeling of, damn it, how could this happen? Osana, who was riding the death throat, pulled her hair hard. She couldn't believe what she saw. It was obvious that they surrounded the human army. Why did the opponent gain the advantage in the battle? This doesn't make sense. Come on. Come on. Tear those humans apart. Osana could not accept this reality. It was completely opposite to the high-spirited appearance when she first appeared. However, within 2 or 3 minutes, the Blackstone orc who drove the beast became furious. The sight of this made Arather's soldiers relieved for a while. Aren't you capable of driving wild beasts? Aren't you cutting off our retreat? Aren't you arrogant? Look at what you look like now. Bah! Do you know that we followed Marshal Leo into the battle? Do you know that we have a magic weapon made by Marshal Leo? Do you know how to write the word death? It's ridiculous that you don't know anything and want to defeat us. Arather's soldiers laughed contemptuously at the furious Osana. Facing the charging beasts, they pulled the trigger. The 3-stage shooting of the magic pistol revealed its ferocious fangs to the beasts in the burning plains. The Blackstone orcs and Black Dragon men were first deprived of their momentum by Polition's record of easily killing Minoias and Hermatus, and then were dispelled by the magic weapons. They lost both momentum and will to fight. How could it be possible to defeat Arather's powerful army? Seeing this, Leo already knew that the balance of the war was tilted towards his side. What he had to worry about now was not whether he could win, but how to win. How much it will cost to win this battle is a question that Amaran, who is commanding the army, needs to consider. Leo will not interfere. It's just that sometimes fate often plays tricks on you. Many times, the more determined you are about something, the easier it is for things to go wrong. The Blackstone orcs and Black Dragon men attacked forward several times, but under the volleys of magic pistols, all these rounds of attacks failed. Apart from leaving thousands of corpses, they got nothing. Instead, they got nothing because of the deaths and injuries of their companions. Morale fell even further, and anyone with a discerning eye could tell at a glance that a rout would occur if they didn't make changes. It was originally a trap to encircle and annihilate the army of the Kingdom of Arather. Who would have thought that the army would be lost and the generals would be destroyed? But they could not do anything to defeat the enemy. The besiegers suffered numerous casualties, but only a few people were killed. No matter who stood there, the Blackstone orcs and Black Dragon men would be confused about their position. If you can't figure it out, you don't have clear thoughts. Once you don't have clear thoughts, you will do some crazy things. Akumi, Glucklash, what are you waiting for? Do you want to watch us fail? Release that big guy quickly. Osana screamed because her mount, Deadmaw, had been killed after being hit by dozens of magic pistols. She had entered a state of hysteria after losing her beloved mount. Are you going to release that guy? After Hermatus and Minoias were captured by Polition, Akumi and Glucklash, who lost the command, hesitated. It would be extremely dangerous to release the big guy. If it hadn't been seriously injured, who could have done it? Catch him? But do we still have a choice now? Akumi and Glucklash looked at each other for a few moments and nodded. They had made a decision to save the war. Release Helmundus. Chapter 602 Helmundus. Being sure of victory does not mean that you will definitely be able to defeat your opponent. Otherwise, there would be no such thing as surprise. Only the one who laughs to the end can taste the sweetness of the fruits of victory. Arather's soldiers originally thought that there would be no suspense after the battle ended like this. The Blackstone orcs and Black Dragon men, who had laid traps to annihilate them, were about to suffer a disastrous defeat. With Leo and Scarlet on hand holding magical weapons, they were about to suffer a disastrous defeat. The smallest casualties lead to the greatest victory. But things did not develop as they thought. Maybe the god of destiny felt that this battle was not exciting. Or maybe he wanted to give Leo a surprise. So the Blackstone orcs had an extra card in their hands that they thought was enough. The trump card that turns the tide of battle. Now, under the shouts of the hysterical Osana, Akumi and Glucklash played the card. Boom! Boom! A huge sound came from inside Black Rock Mountain, as if something was running toward the battlefield at high speed. Arather's soldiers were surprised to find that the Blackstone orcs and Black Dragon men turned around eagerly and fled in a hurry like bereaved dogs that had been held down and beaten up. These guys just ran away, because the victory came so quickly. The entire Aratha army, from Amran down to the ordinary soldiers, was stunned for several seconds. Although the balance of the war has inevitably tilted towards our own side, the army composed of Blackstone Orcs and Black Dragon men still has some combat effectiveness. And they have not reached the level of collective defeat. Could it be a fraud? Because there was some doubt in her heart. Amran chose to deal with it cautiously, and she did not send troops to attack. In the current situation, Aratho's army does have an advantage, but the opponent is not without the ability to fight back. Their combined number is 7 or 8 times that of our own. If they pursue hastily, they will be able to win if they turn around and kill them. The loss is not small either. Amran did not take credit when she had already picked the fruits of victory. She chose to defend where she was. This scene fell in Scarlet's eyes, and she was greatly praised. However, Leo, who was standing next to Scarlet, had a surprised look on his face. There was a bit of a weird look on his face. This was not because he had any objection to Amaran's choice, but because he had already seen the trump card played by the Blackstone Orcs in an attempt to make a comeback. The sound of rumbling and rumbling was getting closer and closer, and a huge prison car rushed out of Blackstone Mountain as the earth trembled. Since the lava bridge extended from the foot of the mountain into the heart of Blackstone Mountain, a slope was inevitably formed. Now the prison truck is rushing towards the entrance of Blackstone Mountain along the lava bridge. Judging from the speed, this large prison truck is clearly out of control. The Blackstone Orcs and Black Dragon men have already turned around and run away, and now no one is coming to stop it. Rushing wildly, this prison car will inevitably break through the fortifications built by the Blackstone Orcs and hit the Aratha soldiers on the head. What a big prison van! The first reaction of the human soldiers, when they saw the out-of-control prison car rushing out of Blackstone Mountain, was to admire its size. It was a square prison car, regardless of its length. It was larger than any other in terms of width and height alone. Most people imagined that before seeing it. Human soldiers had never imagined that there would be such a large prison vehicle in the world that could drive 300 carriages side by side without being too crowded. It occupied a full 4/5 of the lava bridge width, and its height is exactly twice its width. After admiring the size of the prison car, the soldiers had a second reaction. Holy light! It's coming towards us! Chaos inevitably occurred. This time, not only the ordinary soldiers, but also some experienced officers on the battlefield were a little panicked. Such a large prison car crashed into it at such a high speed that it was out of control. So one person knew that it would be impossible to stop it. Although the huge prison car that was out of control was terrifying, what was even more terrifying was the behemoth in the prison car. An abyss demon that filled the prison car to the brim. A 3-meter-tall bald man carrying a double-headed war spear appeared behind Leo. Seeing the bald man appear, Hina Saraya moved a little to make room for him. The one on the right is standing behind Leo. He could make the Black Dragon Queen take the initiative to make room for him. Who could this bald man be if he wasn't Manaroth? Dear Master Leo, you summoned me. Huh? Manilos was about to salute Leo when he spotted the large, out-of-control prison car, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Hermundus, praise you, great master. Manaroth looked at the prison van. No, to be precise, he looked at the abyss demon trapped in the prison van. His eyes shone like a traveler who was about to die of thirst in the desert when he discovered an oasis. The abyss demon in the prison car actually has a name. Leo was quite surprised. Capturing an abyss demon with the capabilities of the Blackstone Orc and the Black Dragon man was beyond their capabilities. Who would have thought that this abyss demon was also a lord? The abyss lord Helmondas. After careful inspection, Leo discovered the mystery. The biggest reason why the abyss lord named Helmondas in the prison car was imprisoned by the Blackstone Orcs and Black Dragon men was that he himself, the abyss lord, was under the influence of the Blackstone Orcs and the Black Dragon men, seriously injured and poisoned by voodoo. Voodoo? Yes, it's voodoo. The abyss lord's resistance to poison is frighteningly strong. Their bodies are filled with flames and venom. Poisoning is a rare thing for them. But this does not mean that poison cannot be used to deal with them. It is true that ordinary toxins cannot affect the abyss lord, but it is difficult to tell if voodoo has mutated under the influence of evil magic, because the power of some evil magic is added to things like voodoo. It can no longer be regarded as a pure poison, but a kind of magic. It is not an unacceptable strange thing for an abyss lord to be injured by magic. Ha 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 ha. Osana's triumphant laughter sounded in the distance. This female orc who was killed by human soldiers while riding the death throat had entered a semi-mad state. The Blackstone Orcs and Black Dragons wanted to escape as far away as possible, And now she actually going against the trend is really surprising. Humans, you all have to die here today. Enjoy the death that Helmondas has brought to you. As Osana spoke, she directed the remaining beasts to attack the somewhat confused Arather army. The unintelligent beasts had no idea what was happening. They howled and performed their duties as cannon fodder. Arather's army stopped the chaos in time under Amaran's order. Amidst the banging gunshots, the soldiers kept shooting at the approaching beasts. But most of their attention was still focused on the approaching beasts. The big prison van. If Scarlet and Leo hadn't looked so calm and composed, how could they have thought about fighting at this time? Leo curled his lips with disdain. He really didn't know what to say to Osana, who was in a semi-crazy state. Just because an Abyss Lord, who was seriously injured and poisoned by voodoo, wanted to defeat the army under his command. What on earth was this female orc thinking? The toads at the bottom of the well always see only a patch of sky as big as a palm. They think that it is only that small. And they have no idea how ridiculous their idea is. Leo tilted his head towards the prison van that rushed across the lava bridge. And Leo snorted coldly. Manolos, I leave that guy to you. Don't expose your identity. At your will. Great Master. Manaroth, who had long been unable to restrain himself, finally received Leo's order to take action. The saboteur took a double-headed war spear and ran towards the large prison car carrying Helmondas. Who is this bald guy, and can he make that car stop? Except for Leo and Scarlet. No one in Arather's army knew the identity of Manolos. Manolos had never appeared before, so he saw him running towards Helmondas' prison car. At that time, everyone including Amaran had a big question mark in their hearts. But soon they had no time to think about Manaroth's identity, because Osana commanded tens of thousands of beasts to launch the final madness. And Arather's soldiers had to focus on how to deal with the attack of these beasts. Leo and Scarlet's eyes never moved for a moment. The attacking beasts had to be dealt with by the soldiers under the command of Amaran. They were watching Manaroth's first performance after becoming Leo's subordinate. Drink. Manaroth's speed was not slow. And the prison car carrying Helmondas was even more speeding. And the two soon collided, facing the huge prison car that collided with him. Manolos shouted loudly. His shoulders sank, and they collided with each other straight away. Manolos, who had transformed into a human form, was a 3-meter strong man. This size was very conspicuous among humans. But in front of the prison van carrying Helmondas, he was like an ant standing in front of an elephant. In fact, too small. Such a tiny ant ran straight into the mad elephant that was running wildly. The disparity in size made this scene particularly shocking. Ha ha ha. Stupid human. Do you know what you are doing? Osana was about to laugh at Manaroth when she saw this. In the eyes of the female orc, this overestimating human would be crushed into a pile of mud. But the fact slapped her loudly. Boom! With a crash that shook the earth. Manolos smashed the prison van into pieces. And the ants knocked over the running elephant. Oh my god! Screams resounded throughout the battlefield. This is impossible. Osana pulled her hair fiercely. She couldn't believe the scene in front of her. She couldn't accept this reality. Nothing is impossible for me. Leo snorted and reached out to scratch. Osana, who was pulling her hair and screaming, felt an irresistible force squeezing her body. The shadow of death fell on her head, and she struggled wildly. You are too noisy. Please calm down. How can you make an enemy who is in a semi-crazy state calm down as you wish? It's very simple. Just kill her. Leo pulled his fingers inward slightly, and Osana's struggle stopped instantly. Chapter 603, Becoming Stronger is Risky. Killing Osana is just a trivial matter for Leo now. A female orc with no strength dares to make noises in front of him again and again. What else is it if she is not seeking death? If you want to die, I will make it happen. There is no need to be grateful or say thank you. And there is no need to feel embarrassed, because helping others is the foundation of happiness. Leo let go of his hand with an indifferent expression, and Osana's body fell to the ground with a thud. When the female orc Osana died, the group of beasts driven by her immediately became chaotic. Many of the tens of thousands of beasts were born enemies. If Osana hadn't been suppressing them, they would have been killed. Now there is no way to suppress the beasts. How can one not have a chaotic temper? The beasts were killing each other. The pressure on the soldiers of the Arather kingdom dropped sharply. But Amaran did not intend to let them go. The banging gunfire never stopped, and the beasts fell to the guns of the human soldiers one by one. Although the fight between the soldiers and the beasts was lively, it was not the focus of this battle. The real focus of the battle that took place at the entrance to Blackstone Mountain was Manaroth and Helmondas. The prison car was smashed by Manaroth's shoulder, and Helmundus broke out of the confinement. The Abyss Lord's aura enveloped the whole place, and he did not let go of the human standing in front of him, who smashed the prison truck and escaped. In his heart, the prison car was specially prepared to deal with him. When he was imprisoned in it, the terrible voodoo was eroding him all the time. Now that the voodoo was broken out, it was like the magic that had been broken and disappeared in an instant, without the trouble of voodoo. Even if he was seriously injured, Helmundus didn't think that a human could do anything to him. The power of the Abyss Lord was not something that weak creatures, like humans, could resist. To thank you for letting me out of that little cage, I'll give you a nice treat. In the concept of Abyss Lords, there is no such thing as repaying a favor. Chaotic evil is their essence, and killing and fighting is their hobby. In the opinion of Helmundus, the human in front of him can die happily. That is already a great gift. Manolo's mood was really complicated when a former horse boy of his actually dared to talk so brazenly that he wanted to give him a happy life. He looked at Helmundus, who was feeling good about himself, and said with contempt, "You are still so worthless." Helmundus, dare you say I'm worthless? Helmundus was angry. As a powerful Abyss Lord in the world of Anelin, human beings were as weak as ants to him. He could blow many of them to death with just a breath. But now this kind of creature is as weak as an ant. How dare a weak creature call him worthless? Human, you must understand that you are standing in front of an Abyss Lord. And I, Helmundus, will grant you a painful death. Feeling that his dignity as a strong man had been challenged, Helmundus secretly decided in his heart that he would torture this human being and let him die in pain and wails. The dignity of the Abyss Lord was not something that weak creatures, like humans, could challenge. If you want to fight, fight. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Leo curled his lips, feeling dissatisfied with Manaroth and Helmundus' waste of time. His mood was conveyed to Manaroth, and the destroyer knew that his master was impatient. Helmundus, you idiot. Open your eyes and see clearly who is standing in front of you. Who is giving pain to whom is death? Manaroth laughed ferociously, which was a sign that he was about to take action. At this time, the double-headed war spear in his hand revealed its true colors, and the two ends of the war spear glowed with blood-red light. The bloody double-headed spear looked so familiar. Helmundus was stunned for a moment, and then a look of disbelief appeared on his face, because he felt a familiar aura from Manaroth. A familiar aura that made him tremble. This is the aura of Lord Manaroth. Helmundus was stunned. He shook his head in disbelief, as if he wanted to use this action to get rid of the absurd thoughts in his mind. How is it possible that Manaroth, the most powerful Lord of the Abyss, could turn into a weak creature like a human? But if it weren't for Master Manaroth, how could he have that aura on him? And how could that bloody double-headed war spear be used by him? Could it be that the person standing in front of him was really Manaroth? Helmundus was entangled, and in his entanglement he forgot one thing. That is, Manaroth and him were in a hostile position, and the latter had already launched an attack on Helmundus. Puff! The bloody double-headed war spear ignored Helmundus' defense and pierced into his body. Manaroth looked at the wide-eyed Helmundus with a ferocious look on his face, with a terrifying cruelty on his face. Expression. Manaroth attacked me. Helmundus' only thought was to escape, facing the most powerful Abyss Lord Manaroth. He had no courage to fight him. But this idea only lasted for a moment. A new discovery made Helmundus ecstatic. It's great that your power has weakened to this point. It turned out that Helmundus realized that Manaroth's blow did not seriously hurt his thick skin. So he understood that Manaroth, the once most powerful Lord of the Abyss, was definitely in a state at this time. His extremely weak state was a good opportunity to kill him. As long as I kill Manaroth and drain his blood, my strength, as the Lord of the Abyss, will definitely increase a lot. The title of Destroyer needs to be changed to another owner. As an Abyss Lord, Helmundus was very ambitious. When he encountered such a rare opportunity, he decided to give it a try and strive for an infinitely bright future for himself. A great future is achieved by fighting. This view of Helmundus is correct. But since the word fight is used, it naturally means that this kind of behavior is dangerous, and there may be both success and failure. However, compared with success, few people would think about the tragic end after a huge harvest failed. Helmundus, who was in ecstasy when he discovered Manaroth's weakness, ignored one thing. That is, since Manaroth dared to attack him, he would be sure to kill him. Or in other words, Helmundus thought of the possibility of killing him, but he automatically ignored it. When he saw that Helmundus not only did not run away after recognizing Manaroth's identity, but instead launched a counterattack with clenched fists, Leo said with emotion. Becoming stronger is risky. So you need to be careful when taking action. As soon as Leo said this, Helmondas, who attacked Manaroth, felt a sharp pain in his body, and the tip of a bloody spear shyly emerged from his vest. What a fool! Manaroth made no secret of his disdain for his compatriot. He had never set his sights on someone like Helmondas. As the strongest Abyss Lord in Anorland, Manaroth's vision was extraordinary. Hi! His eyes widened, and Helmundas's face was full of unwillingness. At this moment, he realized that he had overlooked an issue. The prototype of Manaroth's bloody double-headed war spear was not as small as it appeared now. The original form is more than a kilometer long. As the owner of the bloody double-headed war spear, Manaroth only needs a thought to control its size. Although he realized where he was defeated, Helmondas knew that it was too late. He was blinded by greed, and did not give in time after Manaroth's bloody double-headed war spear penetrated his body. Opportunity for the opponent. If I were clear-headed, Manaroth might not be my opponent in his current state. I hate him so much. Helmondas's body twitched feebly, and finally fell to the ground with a bang. After falling to the ground, its body quickly withered like a deflated balloon. And soon only one person was left. There was an empty SH.L. while Manaroth stood there with an excited look on his face, holding a bright red blood-colored double-headed war spear. A large part of the power of the Abyss Lords is contained in their blood. It is for this reason that when the Burning Legion corrupted the orcs, Manaroth would give them his blood in order to gain powerful power, to lure them into corruption. Absorbing the opponent's blood to strengthen oneself is one of the most common attack methods in the world of Anelin, the homeland of the Abyss Demon. As Manaroth's weapon, the bloody double-headed war spear naturally has this function, and Manaroth uses it. Absorb all the blood in Helmundas's body. After sucking the blood of Helmondas, who was also the Lord of the Abyss, Manaroth laughed wildly. He felt that the feeling of weakness that had been lingering in his body was fading away. If before absorbing the blood of Helmondas, he is extremely weak, so now the word extreme can be removed. Zenitharea showed a disapproving expression. From the perspective of the Black Dragon Queen, although Manaroth's strength had increased, the increase was very limited, and was far from being able to suppress herself. Who is that bald man? He actually killed the Abyss Demon. Completely opposite to Zenitharaya's disapproval, the soldiers of the Kingdom of Aratha were shocked. Manaroth, who was holding a double-headed war spear, was incredibly powerful in their eyes. They had never thought of being like Helmondas. The behemoth can actually be killed with one blow. Master, Helmondas is too weak, and he was seriously injured before. Sucking his blood only allowed me to regain 40% of the strength I had at my peak. Manaroth, who had returned from killing Helmondas, immediately told Leo his situation when he looked at Leo's questioning gaze. It was no wonder that Helmondas only regained a little strength after absorbing the blood from Helmundas's body. The gap between the two Abyss Lords cannot be calculated in Manaroth's eyes. This guy is just an unexpected surprise. Magtheridon is our target. Leo had an indifferent expression on his face. The appearance of Helmondas could only be regarded as a small surprise. Leo, the Abyss Lord who could be captured by the Blackstone Orcs and Black Dragon Men, never expected to be so strong. Manaroth has returned to its heyday, and killing Magtheridon is the focus. Master, what should I do with the body of Helmondas? Zenitharea asked a question at this time. Helmondas was also an Abyss Lord after all, and Leo resurrected him to become a powerful thug. With a mysterious smile, Leo put away the body of Helmondas. No one knew whether he was going to find a deserted place to use the Necromancer's rebirth on the unlucky Abyss Lord. Chapter 604. The weak should not enter. As the saying goes, don't reciprocate. The other party set up a trap for him at the entrance of Blackstone Mountain and gave him such a big gift. Leo felt that if he didn't give them a gift in return, he would not let the Blackstone Orcs get away with it. And the Black Dragon people think they don't understand etiquette? However, Leo would not take the initiative to find trouble with the Blackstone Orcs. It's not that he doesn't have the ability, but that he thinks it is too troublesome. He doesn't care about small characters like the Blackstone Orcs at all. So he wastes his time on these guys. The time is not worth it. Of course, not taking action personally does not mean that Leo will not take action. Smart people talk and fools take action. So a piece of news spread about Blackhand Red, the chief of the Blackstone Orcs, who had a red dragon mount that was just underage. Not only that, there is a rather strange description about Blackhand Red's red dragon mount. That is, this underage red dragon knows nothing about his own race. It does not have the pride and wisdom of a giant dragon, And it has nothing to do with a giant dragon. There is not much difference between high-level beasts that have been raised and domesticated since childhood. This news is of little value in the eyes of ordinary people. Since the red dragon is the mount of an orc, can it still be said to be proud and wise? But it is a different concept when it falls on the ears of those who are interested. Red dragons are different from black dragons, although they are both giant dragons. The leader of the red dragon tribe is Alexa, the red dragon queen and life giver. Therefore, the red dragons do not lay a nest full of eggs like the black dragon, but they do not pay much attention to it. These dragon eggs and red dragons are the most closely protected. And so far there are almost 0 red dragon eggs lost outside. Why do we say it is almost 0 instead of just saying it is 0? The reason lies in something that makes the entire red dragon clan ashamed. This thing is that the red dragon queen Alexa was once controlled by the orcs of the Dragon Maw clan with the artifact demon soul. During this period, in the day, the Dragon Maw orcs not only forced the red dragon to do things for them, but also obtained enough dragon eggs for Alexa to mate with his own compatriots. Although no one dared to mention this matter after deliberately downplaying it, and the latecomers did not know the secret. But after all, this was the heart problem of the red dragon. A little blackhand reed actually has a red dragon mount. Is it normal? Hearing this news, it is difficult not to remind insiders of the strange origin of this red dragon. And the scars of the red dragon clan will be revealed again. After learning the news, even a fool can guess how Red Dragon would react in order to prevent the scandal from being mentioned. Red Hand Blackhand and his Blackrock orcs are in trouble. Without Deathwing and Zenithorleia, can the Black Dragon army led by Nefarian stop the angry Red Dragon? Leo, who was the initiator of this problem, expressed that he was very interested. Maybe the Black Dragon Prince would explode. Anyway, the Blackstone orcs would not be in trouble. To cause trouble for the Blackstone orcs, you don't have to do it yourself. You only need to send out a message to put them in danger of annihilation. Leo uses some of the secrets he knows, but he enters the molten core to help Scarlet find possible existences. The source of order cannot be used by others. He must accompany the female paladin in, and he must keep it secret from others until the matter is clear. Speaking of the molten core located deep in the dark abyss of Blackrock Mountain, we have to mention the War of the Three Hammers of the Dwarves. The leader of the Dark Iron clan, Emperor Thorison, was defeated and was attacked by the Bronzebeard dwarves and Wildhammer dwarves. In order to reverse the situation of the battle, he planned to summon alien creatures to help him deal with the enemy. The summons was successful, and the summoned creatures also had the effect of reversing the situation of the battle. But Thorison was not happy because the summoned creature, this guy is no ordinary being. The Fire Elemental Lord Ragnaros, the Fire Demon, once accompanied the ancient gods to fight the Titans, and was exiled back to the Elemental Void. With the strength of the Fire Demon Ragnaros, it is impossible for Thorison to control it. The leader of the Dark Iron Dwarves can only watch as it breaks its own magic and brings back the fire element that is in the same time and space with it. This world, the mountains rose due to the power of the Balrog, and towering black stone mountains were formed, while transforming Blackrock Mountain and the surrounding area into an active volcanic environment. Ragnaros also killed Thorison. As for the coalition of Bronzebeard dwarves and Wildhammer dwarves, anyone with a brain would run away if they suddenly saw such a powerful fire elemental creature rushing out of the mountains. The Bronzebeard dwarves returned home to repair Ironforge. The Wildhammer dwarves who lost Grim Battle moved to Eagle's Nest Mountain. And the miserable Dark Iron dwarves became Ragnaros' errand boy in this world, enslaved by the elemental servants of the devil, because the magic power of the summoning circle activated by Thorison was not strong enough. Ragnaros returned to this world from Saffron Fortress in the Elemental Void and quickly fell into a deep sleep. But he also used the special terrain of Blackstone Mountain to open a gap, enough for it to teleport a clone into the molten core. Don't think that everything is fine just because Ragnaros is sleeping. The Fire Walkers led by the Fire Demon Exodus and Magamanda, Gar, Get On, and Gulegman took over the management of the molten core. He became the agent of Balrog in this world. For most people in this world, entering the molten core is a very dangerous act. The elemental slaves there may not be very strong elsewhere, but under the special environment of the molten core, they will become a dangerous killer. The molten core is located deep in the dark abyss. To enter the molten core, you must first enter the dark abyss. Only by passing through the area controlled by the outer Dark Iron dwarves can you step into the place where the Balrog's elemental servants are. It is difficult for others to avoid the eyes and ears of the Dark Iron dwarves, but it is not impossible for Leo and Scarlet. With an army of monsters and enough invisibility potions, It would be no problem for them to sneak into the dark abyss without being noticed by the Dark Iron Dwarves. Normally, Leo and Scarlet would have some trouble sneaking into the dark abyss. But now is a special period. The Drekadremons and Blackstone Orcs under the control of Nefarian are launching an attack on the dark abyss. And the Black Iron Dwarves are using all their energy, with all the focus on dealing with these old opponents. How can we guard against those who have already planned it? Let Zinasarea send a message to Nefarian through Onyxia, ordering the Black Dragon Prince to lead the Black Dragon Legion to attack the Molten Core. Wasn't Leo doing this to attract the elemental servants of the Dark Iron Dwarves and the Balrog? Attention? Is it okay to let Amaran lead the army and wait for Balver's arrival? With the help of the invisibility potion and Leo, the entrance to the Molten Core was in sight. Scarlet began to worry about the Arathar army staying at the entrance of Blackstone Mountain. Although the Blackstone Orcs and Black Dragon men were defeated, who could guarantee that they would not come back? But she and Leo left the army at this time and threw the responsibility to Amaran. It would be a lie to say that she was not worried. Leo waved his hand, confident in the comfort of the Arathar army stationed at the entrance to Blackstone Mountain. If everything goes well, we won't be gone for more than a day. With Amaran's ability, it's impossible for anything to go wrong in such a short time. Even if the Blackstone Orcs and the Black Dragon men regroup to launch a counterattack, won't they still have the helpers I left behind? Poisonous Flower Vine and Loatheb are plant-based creatures. In the Molten Core, they can exert less than 30% of their usual strength. Moreover, the elemental servants of the Balrog are fire-type creatures that can restrain them. Instead of letting them rather than being two burdens that can do nothing, it would be better to leave them to Amaran's stable army. With these two legendary combat forces present, even if the Blackstone Orcs and Black Dragon men were determined to kill Amaran again, they could handle it calmly. Not to mention that Leo and Scarlet had already received the news when they left, and the fire was cleared. The Stormwind Kingdom army led by Lord Bolvar, who is full of ogres, is rushing towards Blackstone Mountain. They can reach it in one day at most. In terms of danger, Scarlet should not be worried about Amaran and the 30,000 soldiers of the Kingdom of Arathar at the entrance to Blackstone Mountain. What is really worrying is Leo and herself, who are sneaking into the Dark Abyss to enter the Molten Core. Compared with the Blackstone Orcs and the Black Dragon men, the elemental servants of Ragnaros, the Fire Lord, are obviously far more dangerous than the former. In the eyes of outsiders, the Blackstone Abyss, where the Dark Iron Dwarves live, is an unbearable melting pot. But compared with the Molten Core, the former is too childish. The place where the Dark Iron Dwarves live is hot and hot, but it is lava that has cooled into rock. But what does the Molten Core look like? Lava flows flowing everywhere. Manic fire elements. Flame element creatures wandering around in disorder. Lava giants strolling in the lava flows. Groups of flame imps. And those who roll and bathe in the lava flows from time to time. Lava dogs, etc. are all telling outsiders who set foot here a message of danger. Even just hearing about the Molten Core is enough to make most adventurers fearful, let alone actually entering it. All that is needed here is to erect a stone tablet at the door, saying, "The weak are not allowed to enter." After entering the Molten Core, a Nubricon and a Noxa Tower spider monster army will not be able to drill underground to dig a passage for Scarlet and Leo, because there is magma everywhere, and you can't even dig through the rock if you want. No matter how careful you are, you will fall headlong into the lava flow. It is impossible not to alert the elemental slaves inside. Do we have to fight all the way in? Hidden in the darkness at the entrance to the Molten Core, Scarlet was worried. There was still a long way to go between her and Leo's strength in breaking into the Molten Core. Trouble. The real version of the Molten Core is very different from the game. The concentration of elemental slaves here is beyond Leo's imagination. There are about 50 figures wandering around at the door alone, and they are still visible. Those hidden in the magma flow are not included. Leo hesitated. There were lava dogs trying to sneak in quietly. It was impossible to hide these beasts regardless of stealth or invisibility. So, is it a failure or a forced breakthrough? Chapter 605. God doesn't follow people's wishes. Leo admitted that he was impatient this time. If he could wait a little longer and wait until Nefarian led the Black Dragon Legion to attack the Molten Core before taking action, he would not be in the current situation, with the Black Dragon Legion to attract the attention of Balrog's elemental servants. The difficulty for him and Scarlet to sneak into the Molten Core would be reduced by half. However, there is no medicine for regret in the world. Instead of feeling regretful, it is better to find a way to solve the current predicament. After observing for a while, Leo found that it was too difficult to sneak in from the ground. not to mention the dense fire elemental creatures in the molten heart. The lava flow flowing around and spewing out from time to time was enough to deter people. Such a situation, all we have to do is place our hopes in the air. But it's not as easy as you think to get through the air. There are no flying fire elemental creatures in the molten heart. But just because they can't fly doesn't mean they can't detect infiltrators flying in the air. The illusion of the Dracolic is so powerful. It's awesome. But how much space is there for you to move around in the heart of this mountain? Even if there is enough space. Those lava dogs are not vegetarians. They can break through stealth and sneaking. Who dares to say that they can't break through the illusion dance of the Dragon Lich? Leo was very depressed because of the existence of the lava dog. No wonder Ragnaros could go to bed with peace of mind. Who told him to raise a vicious dog? When faced with a soul like Ragnaros who indulges evil dogs, people who are afraid of dogs say they can't afford to hurt him. Leo scratched his face depressedly, while Scarlet, who was worrying about how to sneak into the molten core, became excited at this moment. I feel it. It's inside. The source of order is calling me. The female knight's voice had an uncontrollable tremor. If her reason hadn't reminded her not to be impulsive, Scarlet would have rushed out long ago. Leo put his arms around Scarlet's waist. The female knight's performance made him very worried. He was most afraid that this stupid girl would kill her if she couldn't control herself. At that time, the situation would be called passive, as long as the source of order is inside. Can you accurately sense its location? In order to prevent Scarlet from doing something stupid, Leo began to distract her. While talking, his thoughts were racing in his mind, thinking about what to do. Scarlet looked at the molten core as if looking for something. After hearing Leo's question, she replied, I can feel the source of order calling me, but it's strange that its location is somewhere else. Stop changing. Constantly changing means that the position is uncertain. Leo couldn't help but frown when he heard this. What's going on? I feel that the source of order is coming towards us. Just when Leo felt strange, Scarlet suddenly spoke, and her eyes quickly fell on a lava dog coming from inside the molten core. It is not accurate to say yes. It is more appropriate to use the word bin. Following Scarlet's gaze, Leo also spotted the lava dog running straight towards their location. The source of order lies in it. Before Scarlet finished speaking, the lava dog suddenly accelerated its speed. If it was running before, it was running wildly now. Running like crazy. Not good. A warning sign flashed in Leo's heart. The abnormal behavior of this lava dog has attracted the attention of many elemental slaves in the molten core. Judging from this posture, once it approaches, Leo and Scarlet's positions will definitely be exposed. The lava dog's abnormal behavior must be caused by the source of order in it. This situation has both advantages and disadvantages for Leo and Scarlet. The advantage was that it came to their door proactively, saving them the trouble of sneaking into the molten core to find it. The disadvantage was that the lava dog exposed their location. Strike first to gain strength and strike later to suffer disaster. Leo knew that this was not the time to hesitate. Killing the crazed lava dog and taking back the source of order was the most important thing. So he took action. In a special environment like the molten core, a lava dog is definitely capable of defeating an adult dragon. It is absolutely impossible to kill it in front of the Balrog's elemental servants and take away the source of order. It was easy. Fortunately, Leo came with Scarlet. It would have been impossible for anyone else. Prepare to take away the source of order, and leave the rest to me, Leo shouted. Stopped Scarlet's desire to take action, and then launched an attack on the lava dog that was running towards her. Oh! A pair of demon wings unfolded from Leo's back, and the dark aura enveloped the entrance to the molten core. Leo directly started the demon transformation. The lion and the rabbit also used their full strength, in order to ensure a one-hit kill, and kill the lava dog carrying the source of order before the other elemental slaves could react. Leo made his killing move as soon as he took action. I saw his right hand stretch forward with 5 fingers to grasp the charging lava dog inward. The running lava dog whined, and its whole body became unnaturally distorted. The invisible magic hand pinched its body and squeezed it inward, trying to crush it completely. After receiving this blow, the lava dog still had the strength to run wildly, but its previous speed was too fast. Even if it stopped running, its entire body would still crash into the direction of Leo and Scarlet under the action of inertia. Huh? Leo was a little surprised that the Legion's grip didn't crush the lava dog to death. He didn't expect the lava dog's vitality to be so tenacious. Fortunately, this was just a small accident that would not have any impact on the outcome. Clang! The death bell made a crisp impact, and the damage-increasing curse was applied to the lava dog's head. The lava dog possessed by the curse could no longer withstand Leo's attack, and its entire body exploded with a pop. Just like the SHL of a crushed egg. The egg white and yolk inside will fly out in all directions. However, the lava dog's belly is filled with magma that can melt gold and iron. When these things splash out, it can be said to be extremely dangerous. An environment like molten core is really a blessing to fire elemental creatures. Leo, who squeezed the lava dog to death, threw away his hand with a solemn expression on his face. In the special environment of the molten core, the fire element creature is equivalent to having a buff spell that increases its strength by 30 to 40%. In such a situation, it is indeed difficult to fight them in this environment. It is no wonder that the Black Dragon Legion led by Nefarian has never gained the right to rule Blackstone Mountain, being able to create such a special place by himself. The strength of Ragnaros, the fire demon, not only amazed Leo, but also gave him a warning that his actual strength was far from enough. The lava dog's body was crushed to pieces by Leo. When the magma in its body splashed out, something was also brought out. A golden code exuding light was ejected from the body of the lava dog along with the splashing lava flow. The light energy was so rich that it turned into substance and was daunting. Although this was just a book without any offensive ability, it was Leo, who used demon transformation when facing it, still couldn't help but feel a tremor. A dead thing actually scares me? Leo's eyes widened, and he doubted whether he was dreaming. He was afraid that these two people were already very far away to him. He couldn't remember the last time he felt afraid. But when facing order, he couldn't remember. When reading the source code, he actually tasted this strange feeling. On the contrary, Leo was afraid of the source of order and wanted to stay away from it. As a paladin, Scarlet had an extremely warm feeling in her heart the moment the code of the source of order appeared. The feeling was like seeing her own relatives. Scarlet couldn't help but approach it. Leo had a feeling that the source of order was the code of light left by the Titan. In his current state, if he tried to touch this code, something would definitely happen. So Leo did not dare to use the death grip to grab the source of order. It was shouting to Scarlet, "Put it away." The source of order is a dangerous item for Leo, but it is extremely safe for Scarlet. Paladins who use the power of light and have firm faith will only be blessed by the light instead of harmed. In fact, there was no need for him to remind Scarlet, who had been preparing for this moment when Leo took action, and she had already rushed out. The female knight activated the holy shield and rushed towards the source of order against the magma splashing in the lava dog's body. Between the two, the distance is shrinking rapidly. Roar! Roar! Angry roars resounded in the molten heart. Due to the sudden change, the Balrog's elemental servants just reacted at this moment. Seeing their companions being killed by Leo, they roared angrily at Scarlet and Leo attacks. Stirring a hornet's nest is a situation that Leo and Scarlet encountered now. The anger of the elemental slaves was conveyed through the roar. There seemed to be only dozens of fire elemental creatures at the entrance to the molten core. But after their roar, the number suddenly increased more than 10 times. Numerous elemental servants that made people go numb emerged from the boiling magma flow. Lava dogs, Fire Lord, Molten Destroyer, and other creatures. Now we are in big trouble. I didn't expect so many elemental slaves hidden in the magma. Leo was also startled by the sudden emergence of fire elemental creatures. In a place like the molten core, even he was not confident that he could survive being surrounded by hundreds of Balrog's elemental servants. Fortunately, there is no need to fight with these elemental slaves. Leo will protect Scarlet and leave as soon as she seizes the source of order. Because it was activated early, Scarlet was already close to the source of order when the elemental slaves launched their attack. If it had not been hindered by the flow of magma shooting out of the body of the dead lava dog, the female knight would have already snatched the code exuding light power. Seeing that Scarlet was about to succeed, Leo had already reached out and was about to use the death grip to pull the female knight back to him when something unexpected happened. Amidst the roaring sound, the rock wall near the source of order suddenly fell off, and several rock figures about 40 meters high were revealed. They were lava runners composed of cooled magma. Leo's heart suddenly sank when he saw this. Boom! Scarlet's running figure was forcibly stopped by several lava rushers that hit her. The Holy Shield spell prevented the female knight from being injured, but could not eliminate the successive impacts. She was less than 100 meters away from the source of order. Carrie is stopped by 4 lava runners. Damn lava runner. Damn charge. Leo gritted his teeth bitterly. Scarlet's obstruction meant that their plan to seize the source of order in the shortest possible time and escape immediately was shattered. God does not follow human wishes. Chapter 606 Death Feast. The death bell jingled as the silver chain shook. The clear and melodious sound of the bell covered up the obscure mana fluctuations of the curse spell. The strength of all the elemental slaves who heard the bell was unknowingly weakened. A ranged curse spell was cast, and Leo was about to take action. Don't worry about those 4 little guys. Scarlet being blocked by 4 lava runners is not what Leo wants to see. In his eyes, they are just 4 minions, and they are not qualified to do bad things. The lava runner who could fight an adult dragon in a special environment like the molten core was not taken seriously by Leo at all. This was not because he was blindly arrogant, but because he had the confidence and enough strength to despise the lava runner. Confidence. The little minions want to ruin my business. How can it happen? Leo flicked his wrist, and the death grip that originally intended to pull the female knight back to him after Scarlet seized the source of order changed its target, and a lava runner became his new target. After using the demon transformation, Leo's strength increased several times. The strength of the lava runner is similar to that of the lava dog. Facing Leo's death grip, it has no ability to resist. Especially the curse spell spread by the death bell, while also its strength was weakened a lot. And the 40-meter-high rock body was just grabbed and pulled by Leo from the air. One less of the 4 lava runners standing between Scarlet and the source of order was lost, before the remaining 3 lava runners launched an attack on Scarlet. 2 more death grips were struck. The Blood Elf Death Knight Faltola and the Orc Death Knight Korok appeared behind Leo. They fought for Scarlet. Ray cleared an obstacle. 1? That's right. There's only 1. Faltola and Korok are no better than Leo. The latter can make the lava rusher lose the ability to resist with one hand, but the former 2 can only do it together. 2 of the lava runners blocking her were eliminated, and Scarlet found that the road between herself and the source of order was much wider. It happened that Leo's words came to her ears at this time, and the female knight stepped forward without thinking. Rushing forward again, she ignored the other 2 lava runners out of trust in Leo. Amidst the roaring sound, almost at the same time Scarlet took steps forward. A large net flashing with electric light covered the lava runner closest to Scarlet. Ray's seizure of the codex. The source of order once again cleared an obstacle. Quack! Quack! The strong wind blew up with a deafening cry, and the 5 surrounding winds swept up the 4th lava runner, under the full force of the storm crow. Although the surrounding winds could not blow away the lava runner, but this 40-meter-tall rock giant could only spin in place, posing no obstacle to Scarlet, who rushed past him. With Leo's efforts, the 4 blockers were eliminated. There's a saying that when it is too late, it will be soon. The whole process from Scarlet being blocked by the lava runner to Leo finishing these 4 guys only lasted 2 or 3 seconds. The other elemental servants of the molten core only rushed over at this time due to the distance. Facing hundreds of elemental slaves, Leo didn't show any panic on his face. Even though in the special environment of the molten core, each of the Balrog's elemental slaves had the strength to challenge the adult dragon, he wanted to make Leo panic. Just that they are still far away. I didn't expect to have to use it so soon. As he spoke, Leo squeezed his right hand hard, and the lava rusher captured by the death grip turned into a pile of rocks on the ground. After using the demon transformation, Leo's strength was so powerful that Faltola and Korok were like this. All the strong men are afraid. Seeing another companion killed by this human, the elemental slaves became even more angry. Fire-type creatures originally had bad tempers, and Leo killed their companions one after another. How could they remain calm? Come on. The more you come, the more you will die. The corners of his mouth curved up, and a murderous sneer appeared on Leo's face. If someone who was familiar with Leo saw this expression on his face, they would definitely sound the alarm in their hearts. Unfortunately, the elemental servant of the Balrog was a stranger to him, and had no consciousness at all. The danger is approaching. A huge creature suddenly appeared in front of Leo, and the elemental slaves tens of meters tall in front of him were like a newborn baby. If this creature were alive, the elemental slave rushing towards Leo would still be wary. But it happened to be dead. It turns out that the behemoth that suddenly appeared was the body of the Abyss Lord Helmundus. A dead thing trying to scare us? What a joke. This human being is clearly provoking us. The feeling of being despised and ridiculed came from the hearts of the elemental slaves. Although they were not flesh and blood creatures, they were also intelligent beings. How could they tolerate such an unbridled enemy? Leo's move was equivalent to a halo of ridicule, and some of them were originally running away. The elemental servant, who followed Scarlet, immediately changed his target and headed towards Leo. Servants of Ragnaros, enjoy the feast of death I grant. Leo said, as he stretched out his finger, and the corpse exploded. Boom! The earth shook. The real earth is shaking. Using the corpse of an Abyss Lord as a prop for casting spells, the entire dark abyss trembled under Leo's corpse explosion. The body of Abyss Lord Helmundus exploded, and the powerful death energy eroded everything. The entrance to the molten core was covered by death energy. The fire element that originally ruled here was lost in the face of the death energy that exploded like a landslide and tsunami. Their original irritability turned, and they hid in the corner and kept moaning. The hundreds of elemental slaves who came to kill Leo became history, and the entrance to the molten core was empty. Leo forcibly opened a small world in the molten heart created by Ragnaros. A small world of death energy. There is no hot and violent fire element here. Only the cold and dark shadow of death. Too strong. Valtola and Korok's throats trembled. The two Death Knights could not find suitable words to express their inner shock at this moment. Leo pointed out the huge amount of death energy filled here. As Death Knights, they feeling it more deeply than others. This power is enough to open up a realm of death that they can only look up to and pursue now. The power of one finger is so powerful. The elemental servants of the fire demon Ragnaros actually dared to attack the great master Leo, and their fate was to be wiped out in ashes. Ragnaros, the fire element lord, is nothing. When his master grows up, he will still beat him to submission. With such a master, you don't have to worry about whether your future will be bright. What you should care about most is whether your own strength can keep up the master's progress. Leo let out a heavy breath. It was not easy for him to point out that finger after he used the demon transformation. The sudden burst of energy after pointing out the corpse explosion was even more controllable by Leo's current mental strength. The unstoppable feeling. After all, Helmundus is a powerful Abyss Lord. Even though it seemed easy for Manaroth to kill him, that was because of the saboteur's tricks. It is not easy to kill him if he loses his fighting spirit and is not blinded by greed. Master, are you okay? Valtola and Krok saw that Leo seemed to have something wrong and hurriedly asked. The latter waved his hands to indicate that he was okay. The moment just now was just a mental shock. And after he recovered, there was no obstruction. Kill those three guys, and don't leave them here to be an eyesore. Glancing at the three surviving lava runners, Leo gave an order to his subordinates. The corpse explosion just now was because he was afraid of hurting Scarlet, so he did not direct the energy in the direction of the lava rushers. This allowed the three lava rushers to survive, but the three of them were better than their companions. They can't live much longer in this field filled with death energy. Valtola and Korok, as Death Knights, are at ease. Their strength has increased by more than 30%, while the strength of the three lava runners has dropped significantly. The strength gap between the one rising and the falling was widened enough to end the battle quickly. When Leo cleared out the hundreds of elemental slaves, Scarlet had already rushed to the source of order, facing this code of light that terrified Leo. The golden holy light on the female knight burned blazingly, and she opened her arms. He fiercely hugged the source of order in his arms. Weird way of charging. Leo, who turned his head to check on Scarlet, happened to see the scene. Before he could finish the thought, a strange scene happened. The codex of the source of order, held in Scarlet's arms, slowly shrank, and finally turned into this small pocket book the size of a finger got into Scarlet's chest, disappeared into the female knight's body. The code of the source of order, which represents hope and light left by the Titans, was successfully collected by Scarlet. After carefully sensing Scarlet's aura, Leo found that the female knight did not change at all after receiving the source of order code. As if that was not the case at all, he couldn't help but feel a little strange. If you want to borrow power from the code of the source of order, you can't do it without legendary level strength. Seeing Leo's doubts, Scarlet, who had returned to him, began to explain. In other words, if you don't become the legendary powerful source of order, you will never be your master. It is indeed a product of Titan, and the minimum usage limit is so high. Leo shrugged, with a rather disapproving look on his face. But he actually understood that the things that can be used after entering the legendary realm are already very low for Titans, who allows all Titans to have power comparable to gods. Never judge them with mortal eyes. Let's go! The source of order code has been obtained, and the purpose of coming to the molten core this time has been achieved. Naturally, Scarlet is unwilling to continue to stay in this dangerous place. Where is the molten core? How can Leo just walk away when he makes such a big noise? Who is it? How dare you invade the territory of the Lord of Fire? One large, two small, and 3 fire demons were running from the depths of the molten core with a large group of elemental slaves. It was obvious that Leo's corpse explosion just now had alarmed the monsters deep in the molten core. Chapter 607 Luciferon. Luciferon. Seeing the group of monsters rushing out of the molten core, Leo's eyes naturally fell on the big fire monster rushing at the front, the 2 little fire monsters behind him, and others such as the Flame Imp, the Flame King, etc. The monsters didn't attract Leo's attention at all. There are 10 strong men sitting in the molten heart established by the fire demon Ragnaros. The strongest one here is naturally a clone left by Ragnaros. The other 9 strong men except the fire demon leader and manager Echo Sotus, the leader of the molten giants, Gragman the incinerator, the leader of the lava stone men, Gar, the leader of the fire element, Baron Gedon, as well as Ragnaros' pet dog, the dog king Magamanda, and 4 other fire warriors, the demon strong Saffron Herald, Giknaz, Shaslar, Luciferon, as the leader of the fire demon army. Exodus plays the role of steward in the molten core, because Ragnaros' clone is usually asleep unless there is a major change in the molten core or Exodus take the initiative to wake him up. Otherwise no one can see the figure of this master. It can be said that the fire demon controls the molten core. Seeing Luciferon's appearance, Leo's mind was racing with thoughts. Scarlet, who was going to pull him away immediately, stopped talking when she saw this. The female knight saw Leo's eyes flashing, and knew that he must want to got an idea. Don't take action later. You must not expose your identity as a paladin. Leo leaned into Scarlet's ear, and whispered that the female knight had restrained her power, after receiving the code of the source of order. If she remained silent, it would be difficult for others to see her occupation. Although she didn't know what Leo wanted to do. Scarlet nodded and agreed. From the mysterious smile on Leo's face, the female knight had already smelled a hint of conspiracy. She knew that someone was going to be unlucky. Every time this guy smiles like that, something bad is going to happen. I wonder how much bad water he has in his belly. Rolling her eyes at Leo, Scarlet calmed down and stood beside him, looking like she was waiting for a good show. As the saying goes, those who are close to pigs will be fat, and those who are close to ink will be black. After being in contact with Leo for a long time, the upright female paladin also has a few friends. Points, well, how should I put it? Cunning! Leo, who was as thick-skinned as Leo, didn't realize it after receiving a glare from Scarlet. Under the gaze of the female knight, he took a deep breath and yelled at Luciferon, "Get out of Blackstone Mountain, Ragnaros' minions. Otherwise the powerful Black Dragon army will kill you all. Just like now." After saying that, Leo pointed to the entrance to the molten core that had been cleared away, where there were still traces of the death of the elemental slaves. Luciferon immediately became angry when he heard this. As Ragnaros' slave, Luciferon had a special dislike for the Black Dragon Legion. If they hadn't shouldered the important task of guarding the molten core, they would have killed them. In his eyes, the Black Dragon Legion cannot be our opponent at all. It's okay that the Black Dragon Legion has been causing trouble in recent times. Those dark iron dwarves are all lowly slaves anyway. It doesn't matter how many they die. But it's too much for the Black Dragon Legion to actually come to the molten core. Such an approach not only despises the combat effectiveness of their elemental slaves, but also despises the majesty of Ragnaros, the Lord of Fire. Of course, Luciferon didn't just believe whatever Leo said. This powerful fire demon still kept an eye on him. "Boy, I will chop your body into pieces and burn your soul in the flames." Luciferon was very fast, and he rushed over in just a few words. Seeing that Leo had entered his attack range, the 60-meter-tall fire demon powerhouse immediately waved the weapon in his hand and struck him. "Passed?" Leo smiled. Just as Luciferon rushed over, he smiled. It was a calculating smile. Luciferon is one of the 10 strong men guarding the molten core. His strength cannot be compared with those of the elemental slaves. After Leo said those words, Luciferon accelerated and rushed forward, because he was so powerful that those elemental slaves couldn't keep up with his speed. As soon as he rushed, he was immediately out of touch with his younger brother. "Idiot. You want to challenge me?" Contempt. Undisguised contempt. Although Luciferon knew that this was his opponent's way of irritating him, he couldn't help but feel angry. Fire creatures are not good at controlling their temper. Leo saw this very clearly. He was not worried about Luciferon knowing his intentions, because he knew that Luciferon would still be angry even if he saw it. What he was playing was an upright conspiracy. Because of the anger provoked by Leo, Luciferon increased the force on his hand. The blow was faster and more lethal. A sharp whistling sound sounded, and the air screamed under the powerful and heavy blow. While grabbing the weapon struck by Luciferon with his right hand, Leo opened his mouth slightly, and a dark red flame spurted out. And the air was distorted with the sound of burning flames. Shadow flame. Luciferon was shocked. The dark red flames that were sprayed at him contained two elements, fire and darkness. If it were only the former, Luciferon, as a fire demon, wouldn't care. But with the latter, he would have to deal with it forcefully. You have to think about it for a while. Not to mention that Leo opens his mouth and spits out the shadow flames, which makes Luciferon have some associations. If this isn't the posture of the dragon when it spits out dragon flames, what is it? There is a word called preconception. Leo's previous words had an effect. Luciferon thought that Leo was a giant dragon that had turned into a human form. He did not want to meet the dragon's flames, so he twisted his body to the side. Dodge. The same shadow flame, cast by a human warlock, is far less threatening than a black dragon that transforms into a human form. Is this the so-called deterrence? This guy was indeed fooled. A joking look flashed in Leo's eyes. Luciferon was misled by him, thinking that he was a black dragon. In fact, he was a genuine human being. Luciferon, who was standing opposite Leo, had a clear view of his expression, and saw the playful fire demon flashing in his eyes, and felt something bad in his heart. Just as Luciferon dodged to the side, a staff appeared in Leo's left hand, one of the few legendary weapons in the world, the disintegration staff. Luciferon was very knowledgeable, and he recognized the extraordinariness of the disintegration staff at a glance. At this time, he began to regret that he had rushed forward alone to have a legendary staff. You can imagine that the opponent in front of him was not easy. Things like regret medicine have always had a price but no market. No matter how high you pay, you can't buy it. It's not that money can't move people's hearts, but because it's out of stock. The magic crystals at both ends of the disintegrating staff emitted beautiful magic halos, and a layer of frost climbed onto Luciferon's body, making his movements pause. In a place where the fire element ruled all year round, there was actually a layer of ice that could freeze such as. The thrust of a strong man like Luciferon can only be described as a miracle. As the subject of the spell, Luciferon does not want this kind of miracle to happen, because he understands that he can cast ice magic in places like the molten core and still have his actions affected. What does this mean? The black-haired, black-eyed opponent in front of him was powerful enough to kill Luciferon. Wait, he is so accomplished in ice magic. Doesn't it mean that the real identity of this black-haired and black-eyed human is not the black dragon he mentioned before? This guy pretends to be a black dragon to start a war between Blackwing Lair and Molten Core. Who is he? Les Frost Whisper's ice spells are really powerful, and even Luciferon was not immune to the freezing spell obtained from him using Goldfinger. Leo originally wanted to slow down his opponent's actions, but his spell was much more powerful than he expected. This made him overjoyed. 4 figures rushed out from behind Leo at the moment the freezing spell took effect. These 4 people appeared very suddenly, but Luciferon had no time to think about this problem. Fire demon, suffer death. The 2 green-haired youths punched Luciferon's body. Luciferon had the urge to curse when he saw this. If it was a human fist, he could bear it at his own expense. But these 2 green-haired youths' hand actually turned into a huge dragon claw in the middle of the blow. This scene made the fire demon feel so uncomfortable that he wanted to cry. Puff! Puff! It's not pleasant to be touched by the dragon's claws, especially when the 2 dragons in human form are about the same breadth as me. Although the scales on the fire demon's body were very defensive, they could not withstand the opponent's powerful attack. 2 big holes were ripped out of Luciferon's body after 2 claws passed by. Boom! Before the fire demon could complain, a young man with purple hair and blue eyes rushed over. This man followed suit and gave Luciferon a heavy blow in the same way as the 2 green-haired young men. The body after being grabbed by the dragon's claws was no longer as simple as multiple large holes. The purple-haired young man's grasp tore off nearly a quarter of Luciferon's waist, causing the fire demon to scream in agony. Luciferon wanted to fight back, but the ice that froze his front body was too hard, and Leo kept casting spells to strengthen the ice, so he couldn't break free in a short time. At this time, Luciferon saw the last figure rushing out from behind Leo. This was a human woman with the same black hair and eyes as Leo. Seeing this human woman, the fire demon's heart trembled, and his pupils, he shrank suddenly because Luciferon felt a fatal danger from this woman. You are not qualified to fight against our Black Dragon clan. The cold tone of the human woman with black eyes and black hair made Luciferon disregard the so-called dignity of the strong. He endured the pain, and was about to turn around and run away. Luciferon didn't know the identity of his opponent, but he knew that these people had a conspiracy. Yes, he couldn't let the other party succeed. It's a pity that the opponent didn't give him a chance. In fact, Leo wouldn't let him turn around. Otherwise the scene of Luciferon's front body being frozen would be seen by the elemental slaves coming here. It's great to be like this now. Those elemental slaves don't know that Luciferon has been frozen. And Leo's drama will not go wrong. Two huge dragon claws grabbed Luciferon. And Zenitharea revealed her true form. In the hands of the Black Dragon Queen. Luciferon looked like a pulled earthworm. Zenitharea pulled with a little force. It broke. A portal appeared in front of him. And Leo pulled Scarlet, and stepped into it. He disappeared before the angry elemental servants rushed over. Only his wild laughter remained in the molten heart. This is the result of opposing the Black Dragon Legion. Chapter 608 Looking for Trouble. Luciferon is a cup. A huge cup. With his strength. Even if he encounters the Black Dragon Prince Nefarian, he can escape unscathed as long as he is careful. But who can let him come to fight Leo single-handedly? Let alone Polition. Ektoz and Dragonakos takes action. And even Zenitharea alone is enough to kill him. As soon as I mentioned the Black Dragon Legion Luciferon, I couldn't wait to rush forward. It seems that impulsiveness is indeed the devil. After all, Luciferon was one of the most powerful among the fire demons. He was so miserable that he was ridiculed even after his death. He was taken advantage of, and acted like a good boy. He was talking about people like Leo. Scarlet is now very curious about the identity of Zenitharea. There are only a handful of black dragons that are powerful enough to kill Luciferon instantly. The female knight cannot help but not explore it. Furthermore, Zenitharea has the same characteristics as Leo. This is what attracts her attention. I am a real human being. Leo winked at Scarlet. In order to dispel the female knight's doubts. He explained in Scarlet's ear. As for Sinestra's identity, think about Grimbato will know. After Leo said this, Scarlet immediately confirmed the identity of Zenitharea. She knew that Leo had been to grim battle in the wetlands during the time when he was serving in the Storm Crusade. And that there were two at the burial place of the dragon. Scarlet was not surprised when she saw Leo resurrecting Manaroth, that he could resurrect the two dragons. It turns out that Sinestra is the Black Dragon Queen Zenitharea. So Nakos is the Twilight Dragon Dragonakos. Scarlet secretly said. So that's it. With these two giant dragons protecting him. It's no wonder Leo looks confident in everything he does. Should we consider withdrawing the army from Blackstone Mountain now? Leo nuzzled at Scarlet. And then the female knight thought of the problem. Indeed, they made such a big fuss in the Molten Core. Not only did they kill hundreds of the Balrog's elemental slaves, but they also killed Luciferon, the strong fire demon who guarded the Molten Core. In the end, they were also framed. If someone messes with the Black Dragon Legion, the fire demon will definitely take revenge. No one can predict what kind of fierce battle will break out this time between the Molten Core and Blackwing Lair, the two major forces of Blackstone Mountain. If you don't want to suffer from such a dangerous place like Chiyu, it's better to leave as soon as possible. Amryn hurried over. And Scarlet and Leo appeared suddenly. She was commanding the army to prepare to build a camp at the entrance of Blackstone Mountain. The two masters appeared in the army. Her Majesty the Queen, Lord Marshal. The army led by Archduke Bolvar is attacking Blackstone Fortress, and is expected to arrive in 5 days. In addition, news has come from Ironforge. Magni is gathering the army. The dwarves will officially send troops in 10 days. Amryn reported the information obtained to Leo and Scarlet as quickly as possible. The Blackstone Fortress is not far from Blackstone Mountain. It is the largest stronghold established by the Blackstone Orcs in the Burning Plains. Even with Bolvar sitting in charge of the Kingdom of Stormwind, it will take some time for the army to conquer there. Leo and Scarlet are not too concerned about when the dwarf armies will arrive. This is a problem that the Kingdom of Stormwind needs to consider. Scarlet nodded and signaled to Amryn that she knew before she gave the order. Amryn, lead the army to retreat as quickly as possible. Of course, the sooner we leave the land of right and wrong, the better. Scarlet is still waiting to see the Balrog's elemental servants fight against the Black Dragon Legion. Who doesn't like sitting on a mountain and watching tigers fight? Amryn was puzzled when she heard this strange order. But she did not question Scarlet's order. Who knows what Leo and Scarlet did while they were away? Anyway, they just obeyed the order. Good. Amryn's knowledge satisfied the two of them. As a subordinate in the army, obeying orders is the key. If you can't do this, no matter how talented you are, it's useless. To withdraw the troops? To where and how far? Is a test of the commander's ability. Leo and Scarlet did not interfere with the Marin's arrangements for the army. After ordering Amaran to lead the army to evacuate, they began to communicate on their own. Coordinating with the Stormwind Kingdom's army to attack the Blackstone Orcs is just a trivial matter for Leo and Scarlet. The Blackstone Orcs have little combat power and cannot be recognized by the two of them. In fact, without the support of the Black Dragon Legion, Black and Red would not be able to attack. Blackstone Mountain stood firm. The real thing to consider in this battle is Nefarian's Black Dragon army and the group of Balrog's elemental servants in Molten Core. After the previous battle at the entrance to the Molten Core, the Black Dragon Legion was framed by Leo. Even if Exodus lost his temper, he could not turn a blind eye to Lucifron's death. Besides, he could become how could the leader of the fire demons, Balrog, and the butler in the Molten Core be a weakling who can't fight back or scold him. When the war between Molten Core and Blackwing Lair begins, we must think carefully about how to profit from it. Using your brain to scheme against people is mental work, but beating people up is physical work. The direction Amaran chose to withdraw was Blackstone Fortress, where the Stormwind Kingdom army led by Archduke Bolvar was attacking. It seemed that the commander of the Kingdom of Arather was worried about being stationed in the wild. She didn't know what Leo and Scarlet were doing. What happened? Judging from the fact that the two of them immediately issued an order for her to lead her troops to evacuate Blackstone Mountain after they returned, it seemed that Amaran had guessed that something big was going to happen. At this time, multiple allies came together to fight with the nearby Stormwind Kingdom army. Rendezvous is a very good choice, since Amaran had a fight with Duke Bolvar on the way. The arrival of Arathar's army had no impact on the Stormwind Kingdom soldiers who were attacking the city. From the perspective of a bystander, Leo watched the offensive and defensive battle of Blackstone Fortress. Outside the city, the troops of the Stormwind Kingdom were launching an attack in an orderly manner. Wave after wave of offensives were like a continuous wave. Relying on the sophisticated equipment and the strength of the sergeants did not allow the Blackstone Orcs to take advantage at all. The most obvious evidence is that the number of human soldiers killed in battle was less than half that of the Blackstone Orcs defending the city. The number of those who attacked the city was less than the number of those who defended the city. The Blackstone Orcs, who occupied the advantageous position, were actually beaten to such a level by the Stormwind Kingdom's army. There is no longer any doubt about the outcome of this battle. No matter how hard the Blackstone Orcs resisted, it can last for 2 days at most. Archduke Bolvar told Amaran that they would meet Arathar's army at the entrance of Blackstone Mountain in 5 days, which was a very cautious statement. The arrival of Arathar's army brought support to the siege of Stormwind Kingdom. Armed with magical weapons, they stood behind the siege army and launched an attack on Blackstone Fortress. With magic weapons in hand, Arathar's army has all transformed into long-range attack units. All he needs to do is stay in the safe rear and help his allies. Who wouldn't want to do this kind of thing that is risk-free and can win the favor of allies? I think Amaran had already considered this when he led the army towards the Blackstone Fortress. Scarlet looked in the direction of Blackstone Mountain with a look of regret on her face. The incident of framing the Black Dragon Legion this time was too sudden. If she had a careful plan, she would definitely be able to take this opportunity to severely damage the Black Dragon Legion and the Balrog's elemental servants. If this could be done, it would be better if the two forces that are hostile to human beings are completely eliminated. Unfortunately, 9 out of 10 things go wrong all the time. Who would have thought that such a good opportunity would appear before this? A war breaks out between the Black Dragon Legion and the elemental slaves. Who could predict this? Thinking of the prophet, Scarlet couldn't help but turn to look at Leo, who was watching the offensive and defensive battle of Blackstone Fortress and didn't notice the strange look of the female knight. Or in fact, Leo knew that the female knight was looking at him, but he entered the cheating mode. Just pretend not to notice. With 30,000 reinforcements from Arather, the soldiers of Stormwind Kingdom found that the resistance they encountered during the siege was much lessened. The orc soldiers standing on the wall of the fortress were named one by one amid the continuous bangs of gunfire. Any orc who dares to take the lead will be the target of attack by Arathar's soldiers. The defending orc soldiers were beaten by Arathar's army and did not dare to take the lead. Of course, the soldiers of the Stormwind Kingdom would feel that the pressure was relieved. Archduke Bolvar saw a rare opportunity and immediately asked Windsor to lead the army without waiting for the Blackstone Orcs in the fortress to react. A general offensive was launched. In terms of personal combat power, Blackstone Orcs are no worse than human soldiers. But in terms of equipment, the former and the latter are like beggars and rich men. Most Blackstone Orcs only have one crudely crafted weapon in their hands. and only a few strong ones have one. Armor. On the other hand, even ordinary soldiers in the human army wear full armor. So the gap in combat power is widened by the equipment. Equipment is part of strength. And it is a very important part. This is clearly reflected in the performance of the war between orcs and humans. The combat power of orcs is often higher than that of humans. But in actual battles between humans and orcs, it is difficult to say who will win. The reason for this is that the human army is better equipped than the orcs. Seeing Scarlet's thoughts, Leo stroked the female knight's purple hair amusingly and said softly, "Being able to get the code back is already a huge reward. Silly girl. Don't be dissatisfied. The rewards of retrieving the code of source of order are immeasurable. Scarlet can use the power of this code of light to fight through the advanced legend. Leo has a hunch that this silly girl will be very strong and perverted with the blessing of the code of source of order. Powerful. It's me who's greedy." Scarlet leaned on Leo to retrieve the source of order code and hoped to destroy the two evil forces in Blackstone Mountain. She admitted that she was greedy. Silly girl. Don't be embarrassed. Human beings are always surrounded by all kinds of desires. No one can avoid greed. It's just that the greed of ordinary people is money. The greed of nobles is power. And the greed of the strong is its power. And you? The Holy Knight. Leo paused for a moment, deliberately weighing the female knight's appetite before continuing. Justice. Is my greed righteous? Is being obsessed with justice also a kind of greed? Scarlet frowned and pondered. Leo's words sounded ridiculous at first, but they made sense after thinking about it carefully. So the female knight was confused. Is justice really a kind of greed? Why do you think so much? Human paladins love to cause trouble for themselves. This is what a certain Twilight Dragon said. If he wiped his mouth before speaking and swallowed the body of the fire demon named Lucifron that was used as food before speaking, he might still be a little more convincing. Force. Chapter 609. State your position. Capturing the Blackstone Fortress was not difficult at all for the combined armies of Arather and the Kingdom of Stormwind. The former carried out long-range suppression from a safe rear, while the latter worked hard to kill the recalcitrant Blackstone orcs with the assistance of their allies in front. Kill. To the Blackstone orcs, the battle at Blackstone Fortress was a big deal. But to Bolvar, Scarlet and Leo, it was just a small matter. The gap in strength determines the differences between the two sides. It is not wise to provoke an enemy that is far more powerful than oneself. Not everyone has the ability to defeat the strong with the weak. Fighting is a small matter, but the problems that need to be faced after the war are a big deal. Bolvar was puzzled as to why Leo and the others had to withdraw when they had clearly established a foothold at the entrance to Blackstone Mountain, in order to clear up the doubts of the Grand Duke of the Stormwind Kingdom, and to better cooperate in the next actions. Scarlet told Bolvar the news that the elemental servants of the Balrog in Blackstone Mountain were about to merge with the Black Dragon Legion. Bolvar had no doubts about Scarlet's words, although he didn't know how the other party got the news. As Scarlet was the queen of the Kingdom of Arather, and he was also a paladin, the reliability of the news was close to 100%. After receiving this news, Bolvar did not dare to neglect. While telling Varian, he also discussed it with Scarlet. Molten Core and Blackwing Lair had a dispute at this moment. They did not see such a God-given opportunity. That would be so sorry for myself. The two mountain tyrants in Blackstone Mountain, both the Black Dragon Legion and the Elemental Servants, are a threat to mankind. The Black Dragon Legion adheres to the world-destroying attitude of Deathwing, although the Elemental Servants of the Balrog have been silent. Who knows where they will be? Time to break out? In fact, these two mountain tyrants, the Black Dragon Army and the Balrog's Elemental Servants, are not only a threat to mankind, but also a hidden danger to the entire world. If there is such a good opportunity to severely damage or even eliminate them, no one with a right mind will let it go. Varian, after hearing this, he immediately contacted Magni Bronzebeard of Ire Forge and the Dwarf Master Craftsman Mekatork, and even the King of the Stormwind Kingdom in the Temple of the Moon in Darnassus sent a message. There is a word called vigorous and resolute, and it is most suitable to apply it to Varian. As a warrior, Varian was impatient. The day after he got the news, he rushed over from Stormwind City and brought news that the Kingdom of Stormwind was about to dispatch more troops. Leo and Scarlet are of course happy about this. They can eliminate the threat without having to put in any extra effort. Anyone else would be happy. I didn't expect that we came at the right time. This time we have to destroy the Black Dragon and the group of elemental slaves. The way Varian clenched his fists and rubbed them dirty showed the king's warlike character. Bolvar, who was standing behind him, had no expression on his face, But Leo observed that the Grand Duke of the Kingdom of Stormwind was facing this kind of character of my own king is a headache. A warlike person leads to death. Bolvar may not have heard of this word, but he understands the truth. If a king is a war maniac, it can easily destroy the entire country. However, Varian is a strong king and Bolvar is a loyal noble. All he can do is try his best to help Varian arrange things properly. I can only sympathize with Bovaro. Fortunately, Scarlet is not of that temper. Otherwise he would feel sympathy for her. King Varian, please be patient. With our current strength alone, even the Black Dragon Legion and the Fire Demon's elemental servants cannot take advantage of them. Only by gathering more power can we severely injure them. Nodding, Varian admitted that what Leo said was correct. Their current strength was indeed insufficient. The king of the Kingdom of Stormwind expressed his analysis. I'm not sure about Darnassus. Few people can guess the attitude of the Night Elves accurately. But Magni and Mekatork will not refuse an Iron Forge. The Night Elves have always been reclusive. Unless a major crisis breaks out that threatens the world, it will be difficult to arouse their interest. Fortunately, this time the targets are the Black Dragon, who wants to destroy the world, and the elemental servants of the Balrog, who also want to destroy the world. This gave Varian some hope for the Night Elves to send troops. Ironforge is bound to have people coming. Not to mention that the princess of the Bronzebeard Dwarves will not ignore it just for the sake of the Kingdom Magni. The Searing Canyon controlled by the Dark Iron Dwarves is bordering the territory of the Bronzebeard Dwarves. Magni cannot help but don't be tempted. Able to expand the territory in the name of justice, so that the territory of the Dwarf Kingdom is no longer limited to Dunmorrow. Magni knows what to do even if his brain is pinched by a door. And the Bronzebeard Dwarves have sent troops to wear the same pants with them. Can the dwarf remain aloof? In addition, I also sent a message to Jaina in Theramore. If my prediction is correct, we will have an extra reinforcement. Leo raised his eyebrows. He had a hunch that the reinforcements from Theramore would definitely come, if for no other reason than the Black Dragon Legion was among those who wanted to plot. The reason why Leo is so sure is not that there is any deep hatred between Jaina and the Black Dragon Legion, but the Kirin-Tor Council, a force that stands behind Jaina. If others don't understand the relationship between Jaina and the Violet Castle, how can Leo understand it? When talking about Ronan of the Violet Castle, he has to mention one person. To be precise, a dragon. A red dragon named Krasus who holds the power of the Kirin-Tor Council. When Leo conquered Polishan before, he exchanged a piece of news for the Red Dragon's allegiance. That is, the news that the Red Dragon warrior Valestas hunted down Nefarian and was enslaved by the Black Dragon Prince. It was because of this the news made Polishan agree to become his pet at that time. Leo didn't know what the Red Dragon was planning, and he had been ignoring Valestas until now. But this opportunity came to his door. And in addition, the Blackstone Orc chief Blackhand Red had deliberately walked away, with the news of an underage Red Dragon as a mount. He didn't believe that Krasus and Alexstad would make any move. Unexpectedly, Theramore and Dalaran would be involved. And now things have become much more interesting. Rubbing his chin, Leo had an idea in his mind. Things would probably not go well this time if the Red Dragons were involved. Can the Blackwing Nest withstand the attack of the Red Dragons? If the Red Dragon really attacks the Blackwing Lair in a big way, which Leo wants, his gains will definitely not be small. And the Dracolic army will be able to expand again. It would be great if reinforcements came from Theramore. Every extra strength we can have to fight against evil is 1 point. Scarlet was the first to express her position. Even though there was trouble between the Kingdom of Aratha and Theramore due to the Kul Tiran naval army, cooperation was an inevitable choice when fighting against two powerful forces trying to destroy the world. Leo will not tear down Scarlet. Not to mention, he is eager for an additional force to disrupt the situation. Without the Red Dragon to muddy the water, how can he fish in troubled waters? Seeing that Leo and Scarlet did not object, Varian was relieved. If the Kingdom of Aratha is resistant to joining forces with Theramore, Varian will be in a real dilemma. Scarlet, this time, I want to thank you for the information you provided, so that I have a reason to ignore the orcs in Orgrimmar and want me to send troops to Silithus to deal with the beetle men of the Yakar Empire. Those orcs will show their sincerity first. Speaking of joining forces, Leo and Scarlet had good ideas because their conflict with Theramore had not intensified. But Varian did the same. He saw with his own eyes that his father's heart was dug out by the orc thief Corona. Not to mention, the orcs also destroyed his country and forced him to go into exile in the kingdom of Lordaeron and take refuge in Tyrannus. The hatred of the country and the family. One can imagine Varian's resistance to joining forces with the orcs. The Beale men in Silithus are in a fierce quarrel. Thrall has already extended an olive branch to the alliance and asked the two sides to join forces. If there is no good reason, Varian will naturally not be able to shirk it. After all, there is the Cenarian Circle in the middle. But look now. The Black Dragon Legion in Blackrock Mountain and the Balrog's elemental servants are about to merge. We have a big bargain to pick up. Let's put aside the issue of joining forces with the Horde for the time being. Leo guesses that this is why Varian is coming so soon. The reason for going to Blackstone Fortress. In terms of geographical location, the Alliance has an advantage when the beetle crisis breaks out in Silithus, because the place where the beetle appears is not adjacent to the Alliance. The Horde's territory will be the primary target of these bugs' attacks. Varian can take it easy. Sue's delaying time, but not Sal's. The Centaurs had originally held back the Towern of Thunder Bluff, reducing the number of available troops to the tribe out of thin air. Now that the Alliance has found another excuse to delay sending troops, Thrall must be extremely worried now. If there were other reasons, Thrall could still convey his protest through the Cenarian Council. But what the Alliance now has to deal with is the Black Dragon Legion and the Balrog's elemental servants, who also threaten the world. The threats from these two forces are no greater than those of the Beetle Men. Small. Varian could confidently ignore Thrall's protest. Unexpectedly, I helped Varian cheat Thrall. This life is indeed composed of countless accidents. Leo shrugged and looked a little depressed. Varian was also very thoughtful. Now he and Scarlet became a shield, which would definitely affect the tribe's view of the kingdom of Arathor. Is Varian trying to use this incident to remind us not to play both ends? As an important force in the human race, the kingdom of Arathor could have some ambiguity with the tribe from time to time. But it would not be okay if the ambiguity crossed the line. Leo and Scarlet exchanged glances with each other. They both knew Varian's purpose clearly. The king of the kingdom of Stormwind was also a scheming person. But don't be fooled by his hasty temper. When fighting against foreigners, we must first secure our own territory. With such a good opportunity appearing in Blackstone Mountain, we naturally have to deal with the threats of the Black Dragon Legion and the Balrog first. If we can't even protect our own territory, we will send troops across the endless sea to the continent of Kalandor. By supporting the orcs, can we live up to the trust that the people of the kingdom have in us? Anyway, things have been brought to this. So Leo followed Varian's wishes to show the attitude of the kingdom of Arathor. After all, Stromgarde is a human kingdom, and it will naturally stand with the human race at critical moments. Speaking from our standpoint, as for going to the continent of Kalandor to fight against the Karaji beetles, we can talk about it after the Battle of Blackrock Mountain. Chapter 610 Business comes to your door. Everyone will have their own position, just like everyone has their own principles of life. As a human being, as a member of the human race, it is inevitable to consider the interests of the human race. This approach has absolutely nothing to do with whether it is righteous or not. It is just because you are a human being. What I admire about Salrio, the chief of the tribe, is his wisdom. But this is just a personal feeling and cannot be used to determine the position of the kingdom of Arathor. As a human kingdom, Arathor must seek benefits for the human race. This is the most basic principle. The most core position is that any personal feelings must be abandoned in front of her. The reason why Jaina is criticized is because she helped the orcs cheat her father, Admiral Dalen Proudmoore of the Alliance. Even though she was thinking about the overall situation, even though she only released Thrall, Rexer and others from the encirclement of Dylene's army, it was precisely because she did this that the orcs had a chance to counterattack. And that was why Thrall turned against him, killed Dalen in one blow. In fact, this incident also showed the ruthless side of Thrall, the chief of the tribe. Dalen's daughter Jaina let him go, but he did not let go of Jaina's father Dalen. Making this powerful human paladin, eventually he died alone in a hut on the beach. To kill Delenthal was to do things from the standpoint of the orcs, because Delen is an extremely dangerous existence to the orcs. This human paladin is not only powerful personally, but also has high status and appeal. He is also a leader, an expert in military combat, and such a character held a hostile attitude towards the orcs. So Thrall would not let him live if he had the chance. But it was this incident that made Gianna wear a hat called Yaesel's her father. In the eyes of the orcs, Thrall's actions are understandable. He is a great hero who has eliminated a major threat to the survival of his race. However, from a human perspective, Thrall's actions are repaying kindness with hatred, and are extremely bastard. Different positions mean different feelings and perspectives on the same matter. Therefore, when it came to helping Varian inadvertently trick Thrall, although Leo and Scarlet did not applaud clearly, they showed a supportive attitude and supported Varian in solving the Blackstone first. The Black Dragon army of the mountain and the elemental servants of the Balrog will discuss and exchange Kalimdor's attitude. The crisis in my human territory has not been resolved yet. So why should I send troops across the endless sea to Silithus to join forces with your tribe? Could it be that the Black Dragon Legion and the Balrog were less of a threat than the Beetle Men of the Byakhee Empire? According to Varian, the king of the Kingdom of Stormwind has no interest in joining forces with the orcs. In the past, he would go to Theramore to sign a peace agreement with Thrall for the sake of the overall situation. But now this kind of thing is absolutely impossible to happen, if for no other reason than because he doesn't trust the tribe. Varian put aside his hatred and tried to force the two camps of the Alliance and the Horde to stop the war. Only few people knew his whereabouts. And logically speaking, there should be no accidents. But he happened to be attacked halfway, and anyone would be suspicious of this matter. He already had a grudge against the orcs for destroying his family and the country. And with this incident in mind, Varian did not send even a small team of troops to Xi'an, even with the approval of the Cenarian Circle. Lysis. I don't know if they had the same thoughts as Varian, but Magni of Ironforge and Mekatork, the dwarf master craftsman, also followed the example, and refused to immediately send them to Silithus on the grounds of attacking Blackrock Mountain. The army of dwarves and gnomes is constantly entering the burning plains through the teleportation array set up in the Blackstone Fortress. It's not that Magni and Mekatork don't care about the Cenarian Circle. It's just that this happened at the wrong time, just when the dwarves were preparing their strength to regain Gnomeregan. You asked him to send troops to a country that has nothing to do with you. Silithus. No one would be happy with it. Haha. Leo. We meet again. The dwarves were very enthusiastic about their friends. The dwarf army was led by Leo's acquaintance Sargas, the descendant of Andalmar, the king of the mountains. Heard his voice before he arrived. Along with Sargas came Bettina, a dwarf female warrior who led the dwarf army. Walking to Leo, Bettina had to look up at Leo because of her height. This feeling made the dwarf female warrior very unhappy. No one wanted to talk to others with their heads raised. She patted Leo's calf and complained, "Hey, you're so tall." Leo laughed and waved his hand as a few stools appeared. Because there were many subordinates in his private space, he had prepared a lot of things, and these stools were one of them. Sargas and Bettina gave him a thumbs up when they saw this. Due to different races, dwarves and dwarfs are different in height from humans, so it was a bit difficult for Sargas and Bettina to talk while standing. But sitting down is different. I'm glad we can join forces again. Sargas. Bettina. After sitting down, Leo chatted with Sargas and Bettina with a smile on his face, regarding the dwarfs and dwarves who came to the door after leaving Varian behind. He did not think that the other party's purpose was just to reminisce with him, and the relationship between the two parties was not yet complete. So good. However, Bettina and Sargas would not take the initiative to ask about Leo if they didn't tell him about it. If the other party wanted to be reserved, Leo would be reserved to them. Who wouldn't make small talk? Leo was not in a hurry, so he had a lot of patience. But Sargas and Bettina were different. They talked for a long time without getting to the point, and Bettina couldn't help it. Leo. The army of the Kingdom of Arathor is equipped with a large number of magic weapons. Could it be said that you have broken through that technical limit? Coming for magic weapons. This is the real purpose of Sargas and Bettina's trip. The hustle and bustle in the world is all for profit. And the hustle and bustle in the world is all for profit. Without enough attraction, how could they leave Varian and come to Leo first? Leo smiled secretly in his heart, but the expression on his face did not change at all. Only when a smile that could not be seen by outsiders flashed from his eyes did he reveal his true thoughts. Business was coming. There was no intention to hide it. So Leo admitted simply, yes. Arathor does have the ability to mass-produce magic weapons. It is as expected. Sargas and Bettina's eyes suddenly lit up after hearing what he said. Unlike humans and elves, dwarves do not have archers in their troops because they love to use firearms. In the dwarf army, you can see musketeers, artillerymen, and grenadiers, but you will never see organized archers. Occasionally, one or two dwarves who hold bows and arrows as weapons are weird in their tribe. The same existence. However, the lethality of firearms is limited, and the need to constantly replenish ammunition limits their continuous combat capabilities. Therefore, when the idea of magic weapons came out, the dwarves burst out with infinite enthusiasm for it. Unfortunately, they have never succeeded. Not to mention that the dwarves are such dwarfs. They have become one of the world's most powerful races with their excellent engineering capabilities. They have a more urgent need for magical weapons than the dwarves. As for the reason, Just think about the dwarfs, who are inversely proportional to their advanced intelligence. It is not difficult to understand a weak body. Although the potion provided by Leo when he cooperated with the dwarf solved the embarrassing situation of the dwarf clan without strong warriors. The potion is 3-point poisonous. Not every dwarf can withstand the transformation of the body by the potion and become a dwarf warrior. Only 20%. With his hands slightly pressed down, Leo stopped Bettina and Sargas, who were about to speak. The method of mass production of magic weapons has yet to be perfected. This batch of magic weapons are only experimental products, so their quantity is very small. They will be recast after this battle. It would be best if you two are interested in this kind of weapon. It's better to wait for a while. We are friends, and I will not harm you with inferior products. Leo did not mention how he enabled the mass production of magical weapons. Sargas and Bettina were also wise enough not to stir up this topic. No one in this world is stupider than anyone else. Both dwarves and dwarfs understand this method. It was impossible for Air, though, to tell others, because Leo made it clear that he wanted to do his own arms business. So how long do we have to wait for new magic weapons? This time it was Sargas who spoke. If the waiting time is too long, the dwarf general would not mind buying a batch of inferior products from Arather first. As Leo said, half a year at most. After all, I have to equip Arather's army with magic weapons. Leo paused for a moment. Of course, good weapons must be used by his own army first. Sargas and Bettina naturally don't. There may be objections. If Ironforge can provide Arather with enough iron ore, this time can be shortened to 2 months, because we have already completed the design of the weapon blueprints. And what is missing is enough steel. In terms of ore mining, Arather not as good as Ironforge. If you want to get the magic weapon quickly, then trade it for iron ore. Otherwise, just wait obediently. This is what Leo meant. Isn't it just iron ore? There may not be anything else in Ironforge, but there is not an ordinary amount of iron ore. Because Sargas can make a very proud decision, there is no problem with the iron ore. Ironforge can be responsible for the entire supply, but we in what proportion? The last question is the key point. Ironforge can supply the iron ore for Arather's weapons by paying in advance. But how much return can we get after providing the iron ore? Ironforge is neither a philanthropist nor an exploiter. Dwarves must be rewarded for their efforts. Leo was already prepared for Sargas's question. In fact, he revealed the magic weapon to the world just to attract others to buy it. What is the most profitable way in the world? Of course, it's a monopoly. What is the most profitable business in the world? Of course, it's the arms business. And doesn't the independent arms business have the above 2 points? With a smile on his face, Leo handed the 2 quotations that had been written long ago to Sargas and Bettina. If you two are satisfied, we can use this ratio to exchange. Chapter 611. It's done. There is a saying that some people are happy and some are sad. Leo has made a deal with Ironforge. His mood belongs to the former, while some people belong to the latter, such as the Black Dragon Prince Nefarian. Having the courage to obey the orders of the Black Dragon Queen Zinasaraya made Nefarian feel a little uneasy. He originally planned to let the Blackstone Orcs, as a vassal force, fight with the Dark Iron Dwarves of the Dark Abyss. At most, he would send some dragons. Even if Drakman participated, it would be over. Who would have thought that the elemental servants of the Molten Core would go crazy and actually go into battle in person? As if they were going to attack Blackwing Lair in a massive way. Things happened suddenly. The Blackstone Orcs who were fighting the Dark Iron Dwarves suffered heavy casualties when facing the Balrog's elemental servants. If Nefarian's reinforcements had not arrived in time, the other party would have already invaded the Blackstone Tower. I originally wanted to preserve my strength, but I didn't expect that I would still have to fight a fierce battle with these elemental slaves. What was the point of disobeying Shinasaraya's order? Nefarian was frantic. However, although the Black Dragon Prince was furious, his mind was not affected by his mood. Nefarian felt that this might be an opportunity to deal with the Molten Core. Normally, these elemental servants of the Balrog are a bunch of nerds. No matter how much Nefarian teases them, they just stay in the core of the Molten Fire. They are even more nerdy than the ladies who never leave the house. Due to the special nature of the Molten Core, Nefarian would not have the strength to destroy them even if he wanted to. But now that these elemental slaves have escaped from the Molten Core, aren't they looking for death? It was very difficult for the Black Dragon Legion to defeat these elemental servants in the Molten Core. But once they left the Molten Core, the situation was completely different. The opportunity to destroy their old rival and unify Blackstone Mountain was right in front of him. Nefarian admitted that he was excited. "You're here just in time. Let me take you on your way." Nefarian, who learned that the Molten Core army was invading, and brought the main force of the Black Dragon Legion out of the Blackwing lair. Said this after flying to the battlefield. Before he could finish his words, he was hit with hundreds of fire spells. The elemental servants of the Balrog welcomed the arrival of the Black Dragon Prince in their own way, using pyrotechnic balls, sacrificial fire, soul burning and many other spells to form fireworks. If you want to fight, fight. We are on the battlefield now. And we are all old enemies. You are flying on top of me and chirping non-stop. What else is it if you are not looking for a slap? How dare a bunch of uneducated slaves be so rude to me? The Black Dragon Prince, who was warmly welcomed by the elemental slaves, roared angrily. He opened his mouth, and a dark red flame annihilated all the incoming spells. This is Nefarian's Shadow Fire. A single shadow flame withstood the spell attacks of hundreds of elemental servants. Although the elemental servant's strength dropped greatly after leaving the molten core, the strength of the Black Dragon Prince, Nefarian, cannot be ignored. Black Dragon, you will pay the price for your arrogance. The servants of the Lord of Fire will burn your Black Dragon Legion to ashes. A fire demon 100 meters long holding a trident equal to his own height looked at Nefarian in the sky. This fire demon was the steward of the fire demon Ragnaros in the molten core, the leader of the fire demons. By Exodus. Behind Exodus stood two fire demons, one red and one blue. They were slightly smaller than Exodus. The blue fire demon was holding a staff inlaid with green magic gems. This guy, he is an alternative among the fire demons. Shaslar, who is proficient in arcane magic. Also holding a staff beside him is another strong fire demon, Gehenna's. From the top of the latter staff is inlaid a magic weapon full of dark power. The black magic gem shows that he also has deep knowledge of dark magic. If you want to defeat Tongji among the fire demons, in addition to your innate fire spells, you must also know one or two unique skills. Otherwise you will just be lost in the crowd. Nefarian heard Exodus' words as if he heard a funny joke, and the Black Dragon Prince's laughter echoed in Blackstone Mountain. Exodus waited quietly for his laughter to stop before speaking again. Nefarian, don't think that I don't know that I am stalling for time. All your men should be here. Nefarian's laughter ceased as Exodus revealed his intention. Due to the sudden incident, Nefarian only brought some of his subordinates who dared to come. So he provoked a conversation with the elemental slaves to delay the time. Otherwise, with the temperament of the Black Dragon Prince, he could just lead people to kill, which would be a waste of time. Drooling. As an enemy, Exodus saw Nefarian's intention but did not stop it. Instead, he actively cooperated. This approach was so weird that the Black Dragon Prince couldn't help but be suspicious. The Lord of Fire is older than this world, and the power of Ragnaros is beyond your imagination. Exodus raised his trident high and shouted piously. Ashes to ashes. Dust to dust. Restless. No. To be precise, it should be a riot. A riot of the fire element. Nefarian clearly felt that just as Exodus raised his trident and shouted, the fire elements in the entire molten core were rioting. The Blackstone Mountain, which was originally an active volcanic zone with active fire elements, turned into a complete melting pot. Countless magma flows spewed out. And then the ground fire jumped out and burned a raging sea of fire inside Blackstone Mountain. The blazing flames can sell financial iron. The Black Dragon's strong body has not been affected at all. Only a few weak dragons and dragon beasts were burned to death. But the Blackstone orcs and black iron dwarves were miserable. After the fire elemental riot, they could not survive. In half a minute, more than half of their number was reduced. Nefarian had a solemn look on his face. The riot of the fire element was a huge disaster to others. But to Exodus and the others, who were the slaves of the Balrog, they felt like a fish in water. Outsiders regarded the magma as a scourge. The flow and the sea of fire are about the same as taking a sauna to them. Careless. Still careless. Nefarian secretly regretted it. Only now did he realize that Blackstone Mountain was created by the Balrog. How could Ragnaros not leave behind a backup plan? He had actually attempted to occupy all of this place before, which probably made Exodus laugh. No wonder Molten Core had no response to his repeated provocations before. This was not because they were weak or lacked strength, but because they already have a plan in mind. And in their eyes, they are nothing more than a clown. Damn thing. It keeps treating me like a clown. Nefarian became extremely angry when he thought of this. As a Black Dragon Prince, how could he allow anyone to look at him like this with his pride? Especially a group of slaves. Nefarian's best choice is to avoid the edge for the time being. This move that triggers earth fire magma and turns Blackstone Mountain into a volcano that is about to erupt is unlikely to last long. even if Exodus dares to do this. Ragnar Rose also refused. Once Blackstone Mountain truly becomes an erupting volcano, the fire element in the mountain will be greatly weakened, and the molten core will definitely be affected. It would be strange if the clone left here, but the Balrog cannot stop it. However, anger can make people act irrationally. Nefarian did not choose the most advantageous approach at this time, but issued a battle order to the Black Dragon Legion. Naturally, the Black Dragons did not dare to disobey the prince's order. The roar of the dragons in Blackstone Mountain shook the sky for a while. Exodus did not show any weakness when faced with the Black Dragon army rushing out of the Blackwing lair and making such a movement. The Fire Demon has revealed his trump card. This time, the Fire Demon Steward is deliberately trying to push the Black Dragon Legion out of Blackstone Mountain. There is no room for two tigers in one mountain. Because the enemies of Lucifron's dead Blackwing lair and Molten Core began to have a real war. Due to the deep grudge between the two sides, no one came to sort out the fuse of this war. The merits of people's frame-up are fulfilled. Done! The two parties involved in the conflict did not know that their every move fell into the eyes of some interested people. When the two sides fought together, a certain human warlock in Blackstone Fortress showed a look of joy on his face. It's not that Nefarian and Exodus were careless, but they never thought that anyone would be hiding in the lava flow to peek. Others would have been too late to escape after being aroused by the earth fire magma in Black Rock Mountain. However, the Dragon Eagle Sacrificer Gailai, who was integrated with the Flame Stone Demon, was different. As an energetic flame creature, the earth fire magma wanted to escape. It really shouldn't be too difficult to hurt him. Kayali's presence in Blackstone Mountain is equivalent to Leo putting a pair of eyes there. Leo, who has the ability to share vision with his pet, can observe all movements in Blackstone Mountain through his eyes. What's wrong? Seeing the strange expression on Leo's face, Scarlet had a hunch, and she felt it must be related to Blackstone Mountain. Facts have proved that premonitions are sometimes very effective, especially women's premonitions. The elemental servants of the Balrog rushed out of the Molten Core and rushed towards the Blackstone Tower. The Black Dragon legions from the Blackwing lair came out in full force, and a fight broke out in the Blackstone Mountain. Leo's words made Scarlet's heart skip a beat. The two forces in Blackstone Mountain really started a war, although it was clear that this was framed by Leo. Conspiracy and trickery were not the methods that paladins should use. But after hearing this, Scarlet couldn't help but feel happy after the news. Amaran, gather the soldiers. Send 2 more people to inform Sargas and Bettina to invite them. Leo and I will wait for them at King Varian's place. As joy comes to joy, what needs to be done still needs to be done. Scarlet called Amaran over as soon as she got Leo's answer. As you command, Your Majesty. Scarlet gave simple instructions and left with Leo. Scarlet and Leo left in a hurry. Amaran knew that there would definitely be a big battle to be fought next. As a soldier, she naturally relied on war to show her talents. The battlefield is the place where the value of a soldier is shown. Amaran is infinitely welcome to the war. The snipe and the clam fight, and the fisherman wins. The Black Dragon Legion and the Balrog's elemental servants, who are having a lively fight in Blackstone Mountain, would not have thought that the group of ants that they had always regarded as weak creatures were plotting against them. Chapter 6:12 Don't Compete With Me. When Sargas and Bettina arrived at Varian's place, Leo and Scarlet were already waiting for them. The dwarfs didn't show up when they arrived. They found 2 stools and sat on them. Seeing the 2 people sitting down, Varian, as the master, spoke, Everyone. I believe everyone knows what happened. Yes, the Black Dragon Legion and the Balrog's men have started a war. The news of the conflagration between the 2 mountain tyrants in Blackstone Mountain was brought to him by Leo and Scarlet. So the targets of Varian's words were naturally Sargas and Bettina. Sargas and Bettina were not surprised when they heard what Varian said. Didn't they rush to Blackstone Fortress from Ironforge to deal with the Black Dragon Legion and the Balrog's elemental servants entrenched in Blackstone Mountain? The 2 of them already knew something was going on in Blackstone Mountain when Amaran sent someone to inform them. There is no clear answer from the Night Elves yet, but we can't wait any longer. I plan to gather the army and rush to Blackstone Mountain, and give the Black Dragon and Balrog's men a fatal blow at the right time. I hope you can cooperate with my plan. The 2 evil forces in Blackstone Mountain are merging. Judging from the comparison in strength between the 2 sides, it can be inferred that no matter which side wins, it will be difficult for them to win. If they join the battlefield when they are exhausted from fighting, even if they cannot wipe out the 2 major forces, they can still bring peace to the world. They hit hard, not to be missed. The Black Dragon Legion fire and the Balrog's elemental servants were not expected to have such an opportunity. Once missed, people would regret it. Missing the opportunity to wait for Darnassus's reply was extremely stupid. What's more, the delay in replying from the Night Elves is in line with Darnassus' usual style of behavior. The elves take an indifferent attitude toward wars most of the time, unless they are provoked or threatened. They generally don't get involved in the security of the entire world. Therefore, Varian did not expect to get help from the Night Elves. But sometimes things in the world are so wonderful. Flowers planted intentionally fail, and willows planted unintentionally create shade. When Varian had no intention of getting anything from the Night Elves, the envoy of Darnassus came to Blackstone Fortress and was discussing with everyone. When the details of the troop dispatch were announced, 2 elves appeared in the teleportation array of Blackstone Fortress. "It's so ugly here." Looking around, a green-haired elf expressed his feelings about the environment of the Blackstone Fortress. "It's so hot. Thetis doesn't like this place at all." The human soldiers guarding the teleportation array rolled their eyes when they heard this. The Blackstone Fortress was built by the Blackstone Orcs. How beautiful can you expect it to be? In front of the elves who love beauty and pay attention to art, the rough architectural style of the orcs can only be evaluated as shoddy. Moreover, Blackstone Fortress is very close to the giant active volcano Blackstone Mountain. You can still see the black stone when standing on the wall of Blackstone Fortress. How can a place like this be cool with lava flowing through the mountains? 2 elven ladies. Are you the envoys of Darnassus? Seeing the 2 elves appearing in the teleportation array, the human officer in charge hurried forward to ask. Thetis ignored the human officer. She was teasing Akumiel on the arrow. The latter's 3-headed head was drooping listlessly. As a water attribute beast and demigod, places like the burning plains made Akumiel. Feeling bad? Yes. We have brought the goodwill of the Moon Temple. Please take us to see King Varian. Thetis has the temper of a child, and can do whatever she wants. But Sylph who comes with her is not the same. The female thief of the night has a cold temper, but does not act casually. Ladies, please follow me. Upon hearing that the other party was the messenger of the Temple of the Moon, the human officer did not dare to neglect him. He quickly led Thetis and Sylph to see Varian. Leo stood up immediately when he saw Sylph and Thetis Leo. It was not that he became infatuated when he saw the elf beauty, but that he knew what would happen next. Brother Leo. A soft body fell on Leo and hung on it like a koala. Leo secretly thought, I knew he would do this, and raised his hand to ruffle Thetis' hair. King Varian. Queen Scarlet. Unlike Thetis, Sylph's performance as the true messenger of Darnassus was quite satisfactory. After she arrived, she first greeted everyone present. Everyone here was somewhat surprised by the arrival of Thetis and Sylph. Given the Night Elves' usual style of dealing with things, it is normal for them not to send anyone here. After receiving the news from King Varian, the Temple of the Moon decided to send Thetis and I here to see if we can help destroy the Black Dragon and the Balrog slaves. Sylph's words made Varian a little strange. The Night Elves only sent 2 female elves who were not very strong, which puzzled him. He could see through the strength of Thetis and Sylph at a glance. They both didn't step into the legendary realm. Powerful people in the legendary realm are very rare in the entire mortal world. By this standard, Thetis and Sylph are judged not because Varian has high standards, but because they represent the Temple of the Moon. As envoys of the Night Elves, they must let people take a high look at them. So the standard of measurement will naturally be raised a lot. Your joining has greatly enhanced our strength. This battle may really destroy the Black Dragon Legion and the Balrog's elemental servants. Varian didn't know the situation, but Leo and Scarlet were different. With the strength of Sylph and Thetis, they were indeed inconspicuous among the powerful people participating in this battle. But the existence of Akumiel made up for everything. A beast demigod. Even if the water beast demigod's combat effectiveness is somewhat reduced in a place like Blackstone Mountain, he is still a strong man in the demigod realm. A demigod who represents the pinnacle of power in the mortal world. With Akumiel here, although the number of people participating in this battle in Darnassus was small, they were very strong. At least they were not weaker than any force present. Leo. In a place like Blackstone Mountain, I can't show much of my strength. Akumiel's listless look told others not to have much hope in him. The 3-headed sea serpent lying on Thetis' shoulder opened his mouth, and Varian noticed this seemingly harmless little pet. At this glance, the kingdom of Stormwind became uneasy. He is actually a beast demigod. The Night Elves in Darnassus are really powerful. With a demigod, there is really no need to send more manpower, because there is no shortage of ordinary soldiers in Blackstone Fortress. If a demigod joins us, should we change our battle plan? Bettina and Sarga's eyesight is not bad either. Varian can tell that Akumiel is a beast demigod. Naturally, they can also discern other mysteries. The addition of the three-headed sea serpent makes them secretly praise the night elves. His strength is really bottomless. Who would have thought that the little pet on the shoulder of an elf girl is actually a strong man in the demigod realm? As our strength becomes stronger, of course our plans must be modified. Leo affirmed the proposal of the dwarves and dwarfs. They had previously discussed the plan of how to send troops to Blackstone Mountain, while the Black Dragon and the Balrog slaves were exhausted. It is no longer needed, because the existence of Akumiel gives them a powerful enough trump card. I have a proposal, Leo said, and cast an image magic. And the shadow of the entrance to the molten core appeared in front of everyone. The Black Dragon Legion and the Fire Demon slaves love fire, and let them fight until they have enough. We just wait here and act after they decide the winner. Waving his hand, Leo stopped Sargas, who wanted to ask questions. He pointed at the entrance to the molten core in the image magic and continued, "What you are seeing now is the entrance to the molten core. We can definitely wait until the victory between the Flame Demon Servants and the Black Dragon Legion is decided, and then enter here directly. Ha. Don't be doubtful. I have a way to do it." Leo smiled confidently. But Varian was a little hesitant. It wasn't that he didn't believe Leo, but that he thought it would be better to ask about this matter. "Leo, it's not that I don't believe you. But are you really sure you can teleport us all to the molten core?" "I dare to guarantee it with my personality." Seeing Leo's solemn look, Varian stopped asking any more questions. The king of the Stormwind Kingdom thought about it for a while, and nodded in agreement. The overall strength of the Black Dragon Legion and the Fire Demon Servants are not far apart. One of them wants to. It is not easy to completely eliminate the other side. The biggest possibility is that both sides will lose. We wait until they decide the winner, and directly attack the molten core. In this way, we only need to face one force of the Balrog servants, and we do not have to deal with both at the same time. If the major forces counterattack and destroy the molten core before turning around and attacking the Blackwing lair, their chances of winning are very high. Varian thought clearly. All they needed to do to act on Leo's proposal was to defeat them one by one. In this way, the resistance they face would be more than twice as small. If our side fights effectively, it is not impossible to take this opportunity to wipe out the two cancers entrenched in Black Rock Mountain in one fell swoop. It's easy, has low risk, and has a high success rate. Why not use this method? Since everyone has no objections, we can discuss the details of the attack on Blackstone Mountain. However, I want to say something up front. Gal and Gidden and Molten Core are my targets, and I also count on them to improve pets. Strength, Leo said, spreading his hands. So don't compete with me. Leo has a flame pet whose body is transformed into energy. Everyone here knows this. After all, the Dragon Eagle sacrifice Gale has appeared many times. Energy creatures can gain strength by devouring other individuals with similar attributes. No one thought much about Leo's request. In addition, I want to tell everyone that Luciferon is dead. I have his body disposed of. It is because of this that the servants of the Balrog will fight against the Black Dragon Legion. So if there is a chance to attack all the dragon eggs in Blackstone Tower and Blackwing Lair belong to the kingdom of Arather. Luciferon is dead? Except for Thetis, who was teasing Akumiel, and Scarlet, who had already known the situation. Everyone present was slightly shocked at first, and then showed a look of surprise. And their eyes on Leo became weird. No wonder there was a fight in Blackstone Mountain at this time. It turned out to be this kid's fault. Chapter 6:13 The Mantis Stalks the Cicada. In the Blackstone Mountains, the Black Dragon Legion led by Nefarian is fighting fiercely with the Balrog servants led by Exodus. The riding fire element has caused great trouble to the Black Dragon Legion. But at the same time, it has given the Balrog servants great convenience. It is these fire elements that make the entire Blackstone Mountain become like the molten core. A world of flames. It is extremely foolish to fight against the enemy in a field they're good at. Nefarian vented a lot of his anger after the fight, and the Black Dragon Prince gradually calmed down. At a glance, the Blackstone orcs under his command were already in decline. Fortunately, they also dragged many of their old enemies, the Dark Iron Dwarves, to die in the flames, so they made a sufficient contribution. However, the Blackstone orcs and the Dark Iron Dwarves are the lowest level cannon fodder for both warring parties and are not worth paying attention to. But dragons and dragon beasts are different. In Nefarian's eyes, these two are cannon fodder and high-level cannon fodder. Seeing them die in large numbers under the spewing lava and the earth fire that pops up from time to time, the Black Dragon Prince is heartbroken. What made Nefarian even more distressed was that he found that nearly 1/3 of his Black Dragon army had died. 1/3 of the deaths were not dragons, and dragons but real dragons. It would be too much of a loss to continue fighting like this. Even if Exodus's casualties were 3 times that of the Black Dragon Legion, the latter could slowly be replenished from Saffron Fortress. And where would Nefarian's Black Dragon Legion replenish its manpower? When the Black Dragon Prince saw that the battle was not going well for his side, he couldn't help but want to retreat. Nefarian knew that he had underestimated the group of Balrog slaves in the Molten Core, which was why he suffered such a defeat. However, this battle also woke him up. He would never underestimate the enemy again. Let alone this time I also know the opponent's trump card. So it's not too much of a disadvantage after all. With the green hills left and no need for firewood, Nefarian decided to make a tactical retreat first, and then seek revenge on Exodus after recuperating and regrouping. It should be noted that the battle took place in a hurry. Many of Nefarian's troops were dispersed to other places, and were unable to participate in the battle. However, the elemental servants led by Exodus concentrated most of their power. Under such a situation, the Black Dragon Legion naturally, "You will suffer, Fire Demon. Just wash your neck and wait," Nefarian roared. And the Black Dragon Legion, which received the order to retreat, quickly left the battlefield, leaving only some draconians and dragon beasts as cannon fodder. The Black Dragon can fly, but the servants of the Balrog cannot. Nefarian wants to leave, but Exodus cannot stop him. The Black Dragon Legion just gave up, and they gave in very wisely. This move was called temporarily avoiding the edge, taking advantage of their ability to fly. The main force of the Black Dragon Legion quickly withdrew. Exodus, and the others who couldn't fly, the slaves of the Fire Demon, could only cry out in vain. They had more than enough heart but not enough power, and could only watch the Black Dragon leave. They could only vent their sullenness on the Dragon Man and Dragon Beast, who were desperately trying to stop their pursuit. Normally, the battle would have come to an end when the battle reached this point. Exodus had won a battle, and would have just called it a day. But the leader of the Fire Demon did not want to let it go. Luciferon died. Well, he even revealed his trump card for this battle. How can he be satisfied with such a small result now? After killing all the Draconians that were left behind by the Black Dragon army, Exodus did not retreat. With a wave of the trident in his hand, he led the elemental slaves to attack the Blackstone Tower. The attack on Blackstone Tower is different from the previous battles. This is the place ruled by the Black Dragon Legion. Here, the Black Dragon Legion naturally has their advantages as a defensive side. When the Balrog slaves attacked here, the number of deaths suddenly increased. It is the best thing for the 2 major forces in Blackstone Mountain to fight against Leo and others who are determined to be fishermen. The harder Nefarian and Exodus fight, the greater the pressure will be when it is their turn to take action. Small. So there is a completely opposite atmosphere in Blackstone Mountain in Blackstone Fortress. The more fierce the fight there, the more Balrog slaves and Black Dragons are killed and injured, the more joyful the atmosphere in Blackstone Fortress will be. TSK. TSK. If they keep fighting like this, no one will be available for at least half a day. Leo shook his head slightly. He had used image magic to display everything Dialy saw, and he was paying attention to the battle situation in Blackstone Mountain with Varian and others. The poor Black Dragon Legion and the Fire Demon slaves who were fighting desperately did not know that every move they made fell into the eyes of a third party. And these people were waiting for them to take advantage after both sides were harmed. The snipe and the clam fight. And the fisherman benefits. The fisherman is relaxed and has a harvest, and naturally feels very happy. However, the symbolic snipe and clam are miserable. Not to mention the exhaustion. There is no benefit at all. Both sides are not good guys. The more fierce they fight, the better. The more people die, the easier it will be for us. Sargatha's eyes never left the magical image. The dwarf general had no good feelings towards the Black Dragon Legion and the Balrog servants. He wished that both sides would die. But what made him sad in the image was the Dark Iron Dwarves. These were originally members of his race. Although the War of Three Hammers caused hostility between the two sides, they were all born from the same roots. Now he saw them dying tragically in the lava. How could Sargas remain indifferent under the fire? Varian looked out the door from time to time. His actions showed that the King of Stormwind Kingdom was not focusing all his energy on the battle in Blackstone Mountain. It was clear from his appearance that he was expecting someone to arrive. Upon seeing this, Leo just thought about it for a moment, and guessed who Varian was waiting for. You must know that Theramore's army has not appeared yet. Who knows whether they can catch up with this battle? Even the most unlikely ones. The envoys from the Temple of the Moon arrived, but Jaina's Theramore army did not come. Which was really strange. Could it be that there were some changes that outsiders didn't know about? Leo now doubts his own judgment. He doesn't know if he really miscalculated this time. Could it be that the Red Dragon clan is not even interested in the news he released? Or maybe they actually wanted to come, but were stymied by other things? Or, the mantis stalks the cicada, but the oriole follows behind. For no reason. Leo suddenly felt a warning sign in his heart. He found that he had only been plotting against the Black Dragon Legion and the Fire Demon servants before. But he had forgotten one very important thing. He himself would also be plotted against by others. Letting others take the lead. And then come out to clean up the mess when the two sides of the battle are almost equal. Not only reaps benefits, but is also very easy. Isn't this approach what the dragons are good at? Leo didn't know about other things. But he knew very well about Xenosaria and Dragonakos. Wasn't this the way Krasis of the Red Dragon clan used to deal with the Black Dragon Queen and the Twilight Dragon Prince? Thinking of this, Leo's face became gloomy, and his change in the eyes of others made them extremely surprised. Now that the situation is developing as everyone expected. Why is Leo still like this? Did he find something wrong? The originally cheerful atmosphere became heavy as Leo's expression changed. Others hesitated to ask questions. But Scarlet did not. The female knight pulled Leo's sleeve and asked, "What happened?" Leo looked around and found that everyone else was looking at him nervously. So he waved his hand gently. "We seem to have forgotten one thing. The fire demon Ragnaros also left a clone in the molten core. Although it is only a clone. His ontological consciousness is Ragnaros after all. Even with Akamai, even if you join us, we may not be able to deal with him. Even if we win the battle with the Balrog's clone. Will we still have the strength to attack the Blackwing Lair?" These words made everyone look at each other. There is indeed a great god in the molten heart. And that is a clone of the fire demon Ragnaros. It is his existence that makes the Black Dragon Prince Nefarian always wary and ambitious to unify. The main reason why the Black Dragon Prince of Blackstone Mountain has never led the Black Dragon Legion to attack the molten core is because of him. Varian frowned. Leo's concerns were actually his concerns. Even if there was only a clone of the Balrog in the molten core, the consciousness of this clone came from Ragnaros after all. So it was not that easy to deal with. Then what do you think we should do? Bettina couldn't help but jump on the stool. But with the height of a dwarf, there seemed to be no difference between sitting and standing on the stool. According to me, if you don't want Nefarian's Black Dragon Legion to benefit from this, then we have to give up destroying the molten core. We will use the power used to deal with the Balrog clone to deal with the Black Dragon Legion after the war. We may not be able to use it. Nefarian was thrown off the Black Dragon throne. This is a question of either choice. Either fight to the death with the Balrog's clone and completely destroy the molten core, or save your strength to attack the Blackwing Lair and destroy Nefarian and his Black Dragon Legion. Destroyed? Blackwing Lair or molten core? This decision is not easy to make. Varian, Sargas, Bettina, and Sylph were silent, and they were constantly weighing the pros and cons. It would be great if the power in our hands could be improved a little bit more. But it's a pity that we missed such a good opportunity. Varian couldn't help but complain. And Jaina didn't know what happened. There was still no news from Theramore's army. If you don't want to express your opinion first, then it's up to me. I chose to attack the Blackwing Lair because I'm not sure I can defeat the Balrog's clone in a place like the molten core. Leo's attitude was equal to Scarlet's. And they occupied 2 seats among the 7 people present. Okay. Let's go to Blackwing Lair. I want to catch a black dragon. Thetis was afraid that the world would be in chaos. And the little girl didn't have any opinions. She just agreed with Leo and said, "That's it." In this way, Leo's side has a lot of weight. Because Thetis is Akumel's master. And the little girl's support for Leo means that Akumel is on Leo's side. Sargas and Bettina discussed quietly for a few words before making a decision. We agree to attack the Blackwing Lair. At this point, what else could Varian do besides agree? Chapter 614 Any Door. It is a good thing for alliances to have a unified understanding. But it would not be so wonderful if this unification of understanding is not led by oneself. Varian noticed that the wind direction had changed, and that the direction of the entire alliance had changed. Before his disappearance, the direction of the alliance was controlled by the Kingdom of Stormwind. But now the control of this direction is gradually shifting to the Kingdom of Aratha. It can be seen from this vote on Operation Blackstone Mountain that Aratha is taking the initiative. Leo spoke out his suggestion, and the Night Elf envoy clearly expressed his support. Even though Thetis was a child, she represented the Moon Temple after all, and there was Sylph standing next to her. Although the latter didn't speak, wasn't her attitude acquiescence? Although Sargas and Bettina of Ironforge discussed it for a few words, they finally agreed. They sided with Arather before the king of the Kingdom of Stormwind expressed his position. Doesn't this imply that there is a conflict between the dwarves and the gnomes? Do they already prefer the former between Stormwind City and Stromgarde? It was precisely after realizing this that Varian felt very unhappy. He was a powerful king in the Kingdom of Stormwind. In the Alliance camp, due to the reclusive attitude of the Night Elves, the Kingdom of Stormwind had always occupied a dominant position. But now this dominance, his status was being taken away by the emerging Arather. And Varian naturally felt uncomfortable. It wasn't that Varian wanted power, but that in his heart. Scarlet and Leo were both juniors. As an elder, he couldn't accept the fact that he was the front wave pushed down on the beach by the back wave. Leo has no time to pay attention to Varian's mood now. In fact, even if he knew about Leo's temper, he wouldn't care. Arather is gradually replacing the Kingdom of Stormwind's dominant position in the Alliance. He has accumulated it bit by bit. His efforts paid off. I have worked hard. And now I am getting rewards. Isn't this normal? Is it necessary to work hard without getting rewards? The boring waiting will make people feel that time passes very slowly. But if you can watch a war drama between the Black Dragon Legion and the Balrog servants while waiting, you won't have such a feeling. Much as expected, the battle at Blackstone Mountain came to an end half a day later. Even though Exodus triggered a riot of fire elements throughout Blackstone Mountain, he still failed to capture Blackwing Lair. With the right location, the Black Dragon Legion withstood the attack of the Balrog servants. Although they lost control of the lower levels of Blackstone Tower, being able to defend the Blackstone Tower is a victory for Nefarian. Although the main force of the Black Dragon Legion suffered heavy casualties, with the dragon's recovery power, it won't take long for them to regain their strength as long as they are not dead. Knowing the situation of Exodus's trump card, Nefarian is sure to win the next war. Exodus was very reluctant. But even if he was unwilling, so what? The battle to attack Blackrock Tower had too many casualties. Now that the battle has started, he knows that his goal of driving the Black Dragon Legion out of Blackrock Mountain in one go is simply impossible. Plus the fire elemental riot in Blackstone Mountain has reached its limit. If it continues, this active volcano will really erupt. Once such a thing happens, Exodus cannot afford to suffer. The servants of the Balrog have withdrawn. The atmosphere in Blackstone Fortress became solemn at the moment Exodus stopped attacking and gradually retreated towards the molten core with his sparse men. It's time to take action. Leo stood up slowly. Varian and others looked at him. Leo had said before that he could teleport the troops of Blackstone Fortress to molten core. Now it was time for him to fulfill his promise. The sky over the Blackstone Fortress turned completely dark. Hundreds of dragon liches completely blocked the sky. When you looked up, you could only see a metal skeleton reflecting the sunlight. What is Leo going to do? Does he want to use these dragon-shaped mechanical puppets to carry us to the molten core? But this was too late to stop the elemental servants led by Exodus. Varian and others had questions in their minds. If this was Leo's method, everyone would have to ask him for an explanation. Polishan and Ektas showed their green dragon true forms and flew in front of Leo. The two Dracolics said to Leo respectfully, "Master, the gate is ready according to your instructions." Any door is one of the advanced innate abilities of the Dracolic. Only Dracolics with a certain level of strength can activate this innate ability, and Polishan and Ektaros can do so. You can guess its function just by looking at the name of any door. This talent is equivalent to a temporary teleportation array. But this teleportation array is not as troublesome as a magic teleportation array. It does not require another magic circle to respond to the teleportation destination. As long as you have been in, if you leave a teleport mark somewhere, you can go directly there. After killing Lucifron in the molten core, Leo used the Dragon Lich's portal to escape with Scarlet. And now, he wants to use any portal to send the Blackstone Fortress army to the entrance of the molten core, to intercept Exodus. With the strength of Polishan and Ektaros, there is no problem in opening any door and teleporting 30 or 50 people. It is simply impossible to teleport tens of thousands of troops from Blackstone Fortress. Fortunately, they are not the only two Dragon Liches under Leo. With the support of the mana of hundreds of Dragon Lich armies, Polishan and Ektas, any door can last for a full half an hour. As long as the army seizes the time, this impossible task can be accomplished. Everyone, let's go! Standing in front of any door, Leo waved to the others and stepped into any door. This is the first time that the Eniman sect has appeared in front of outsiders. Sargas and others can't help but marvel. All the smart people here understand the strategic value of the Eniman sect. With the existence of this thing, Arathar's army can get unexpected results from the enemy. If you fight out of a place where you are an enemy of strong guard, you have to be on guard day and night. It is conceivable that such a life will never be easy. Arriving at the entrance of the molten core unnoticed through any door, Leo immediately summoned an army of skeleton machines. The organic skeleton tank set up a steel-cast artillery position, and there was a buzzing roar. The skeleton fighter plane is hovering above it, and the war fortress has released all the mechanical army in its body. This guy is worth an army by himself. Varian and others had to admire Leo's mechanical army when they came out of any door. Not to mention Leo and his group of strong men. The mechanical army he created alone was enough to impress people, saying that he is worthy of a legion. This legion is not an ordinary legion, but is measured by the combat power of the ace legions of major forces. The reason why the kingdom of Arathar was able to attract the attention of major forces so quickly was because of the power possessed by Leo. Without Leo, Arathar can only be considered a second-rate force, and there is still a long way to go before becoming a first-rate force. For one person to determine the status and ranking of a country, Leo has already been labeled as a monster in the minds of others. Although the Dracolic army can keep any gate alive for half an hour, the time it takes for Exodus to break away from the entanglement with the Black Dragon army in the Blackstone Tower will definitely exceed this number. The Alliance's army does not need to. They were worried about encountering Exodus troops prematurely. But the elemental slaves left behind in the molten core would not let them spend this time comfortably. Less than 5 minutes after any door was opened, the molten core defenders composed of hundreds of Balrog slaves such as Molten Giant, Flame King, Lava Dog, and Lava Runner came over. They wanted to attack Shang. Alliance troops teleporting. Leo had already expected this situation. As soon as he left any door, he released all the mechanical army in order to deal with the defenders of the molten core. Boom boom boom. The barrel of the skeleton tank roared, and the crimson color that dominated the molten core was instantly replaced by the light of magic bullets. Tens of thousands of basketball-sized magic bullets bombarded the hundreds of molten core defenders with overwhelming force. Its ferocious momentum completely submerged these defenders. In the molten heart, the Balrog slaves are indeed very strong. Strong enough to challenge adult dragons. But faced with the bombardment of tens of thousands of magic bullets, these Balrog slaves still suffered a lot of casualties. At the front were 20 or so lava dogs. It was these vicious dogs that discovered the teleporting Alliance army with their keen sense of smell. Based on the idea that the early bird has the chance to catch it, the lava dogs ran at the end. At the front. It's a pity that dogs are dogs after all. With their weak intelligence, they only know how to bite people when they see them. They don't understand that they must have enough strength to be a bird that eats insects. So they fell into lava under the first round of SH. Ling from the skeleton tanks. The vicious dogs have become the worms that are eaten by the birds. The so-called early worms are eaten by the birds. Tragedy. Complete tragedy. One round of bombardment only killed about 20 lava dogs. The result of tens of thousands of magic bullets was only this. It took thousands of magic bullets to kill one lava dog. This record obviously did not satisfy Leo. The molten core created by Ragnaros has a terrible effect on the strength of his elemental servants. Seeing that the bombardment of tens of thousands of skeleton tanks only achieved little success, Varian couldn't help but frown. This scene made him more determined to intercept and kill Exodus and the Balrog slaves he led. Determination? It's easier to manipulate a tiger than to capture it. It's so easy to get this opportunity to allow Exodus and other Balrog slaves to leave the molten core. How can we not seize the opportunity to kill them? Just as thoughts kept flashing in Varian's mind, the roaring sound of SH. Ling sounded again, and Leo's skeleton tank launched a second salvo. The attack of tens of thousands of magic bullets is no joke. The lava runners following closely behind the lava dogs were unlucky. These rock giants with charging skills were blasted into piles of rubble. Under the powerful firepower of the skeleton tanks, all the lava runners fell on the charging road. The defenders of the molten core were once again reduced by 1/5. Counting the previously killed lava dogs. After 2 rounds of SH. Ling by Leo's skeleton tank, only the Balrog slaves left to guard the molten core were left. About 50. Ignore these elemental slaves and let the soldiers line up. Our target is Exodus. Chapter 6:15, doesn't it look familiar? Exodus was a little frustrated. He showed his trump card but failed to capture the Blackwing lair. Although the main force of the Black Dragon Legion suffered heavy casualties, he also suffered a lot of damage. It was hard for him to accept the result of so much effort. The only solution for now is to return to the molten core to recuperate. and wait for the reinforcements from Saffron Fortress to arrive before settling the score with Nefarian. It was obvious that Exodus was unwilling to give up. The leader of the fire demon was not the kind of person who would give up when he encountered setbacks. Others would not look back until they hit the wall. But he would not look back even if he hit the wall. No! He will not give up on driving the Black Dragon Legion out of Blackstone Mountain. But soon Exodus stopped thinking about Nefarian and his Black Dragon Legion, because the scene in front of him attracted his attention more. Looking at the entrance to the molten core that had been tightly blocked by an army, Exodus couldn't believe his eyes at all. What did I see? An army composed of humans, dwarves, and gnomes has blocked the gate to the molten core. I'm not dazzled. Right? Exodus' eyes turned black as if he had been hit with a slap in the face. And his head was buzzing. It's not that his mental endurance is weak, but that the current situation is very strange. Why did this army appear at the entrance to the molten core? When did they come? Why don't you know? What about the guards, who stayed behind in the molten core? A series of questions emerged from Exodus' mind. The leader of the fire demon thought this was very strange. How could he have just finished a battle with the Black Dragon Legion and an alliance? The army just blocked the door of his lair. And he would not believe it if there was no conspiracy to kill Exodus. Blessings are unparalleled and misfortunes never come alone. If something is unusual, it is a monster. After the shock, Exodus hurriedly thought of a countermeasure. Normally, he would have waved his trident and rushed forward with his younger brother to kill these weak creatures in his eyes. But now, after a battle with the Black Dragon Legion, now on the battlefield, now with his men suffering heavy casualties, now with his own strength greatly damaged, can Exodus ignore the opponent, who is obviously well prepared as usual? Exodus was having a headache on how to break through the Alliance army's interception and fight back to the molten core, when a human with black hair and black eyes entered his field of vision. Why does this human look so familiar? Exodus stared at Leo for a while. Although the elemental slaves of Molten Core did not intercept Leo at first, they also saw the latter's appearance clearly. These elemental slaves asked Lu Shi at Exodus during the incident at Furlong. He used magic to display the appearance of Leo and his party. No wonder the leader of the fire demon felt that Leo looked familiar, seeing that Exodus's eyes were always on him. Leo took out a spear-like weapon tens of meters long and shook it, then put it away, and raised his eyebrows at Exodus with a smile on his face. Tusi asked, "Does it look familiar?" "Look familiar?" "It's more than just familiar." Exodus's eyes widened, and the veins on his arms bulged. The spear-like weapon was clearly Luciferon's weapon. This human laughed so hard that he deserved a beating. He finally understood why he looked familiar when he looked at Leo. Wasn't this black-haired, black-eyed human being one of the 4 humans who came to the molten core and cooperated with a black dragon to kill Luciferon? At this moment, Exodus understood a lot of things. Why the Alliance's army appeared at this time. Because all this was a trick that had been arranged long ago. What happened to the black dragon that killed Luciferon? Could it be that the Alliance and the Black Dragon Legion were working together to set up a trap for him to exploit? Exodus didn't understand this question. How could it be possible for the Alliance and the Black Dragon Legion to join forces? Besides, the Black Dragon Legion suffered heavy losses under its own attack. If the two sides formed an alliance, why not join forces with the Black Dragon Legion to attack themselves? Thinking of this, Exodus felt that there were only 2 possibilities. First, the Black Dragon Legion teamed up with the Alliance to deal with him. But the cunning Alliance betrayed their trust, and they did not appear when the Black Dragon Legion fought against him as agreed. Second, all of this was a conspiracy in itself, and both himself and Nefarian fell into the Alliance's trap. Exodus felt that the key to the matter lay in the Black Dragon that killed Luciferon. As long as he knew the identity of the Black Dragon, everything would be explained clearly. Exodus wanted to find out the matter, but unfortunately no one would give him such a chance. Boom boom boom. Leo deployed an artillery array composed of 30,000 skeleton tanks with all his strength, which kicked off the battle. 60,000 magic bullets shone with dazzling brilliance and attacked Exodus and his men like a raging wave. There are still 3 pounds of nails in the ruined ship. If you want to take advantage of it, do you have the ability? Seeing that the Alliance's army had launched an attack, Exodus waved his trident forward, and the Balrog slaves immediately rushed forward. For the Alliance, the skeleton tank's bombardment looked very powerful, but the actual killing effect was very limited. In one round of bombardment, it only killed less than 40 Balrog slaves, and there were still 2,000 to 3,000 in Exodus' hands. In terms of troops, it was nothing at all. From the previous battle against the Molten Core defenders, everyone already knew that this would happen. So when Exitus commanded the Balrog slaves to rush forward, a group of Alliance soldiers, a counterattack was launched under the leadership of military officers. The sound of Qian's magic hand cannon was followed by banging gunfire. Arathar's soldiers holding magic weapons stood next to the skeleton chariot when the allies rushed forward. They were used as a long-range attack unit in this battle. In use, Varian felt helpless about this. Leo was clearly determined to use his Stormwind Kingdom soldiers as human shields. But what could he do? The kingdom of Arathar came to the Burning Plains and participated in the Battle of Blackstone Mountain at his request. And it was Leo who started the war between the Balrog servants and the Black Dragon Legion. If you really want to argue, Arathar has already helped. Being busy, Varian had no position to accuse them of conserving their strength. For the honor of the king, when it comes to leading troops to kill the enemy, King Varian is definitely a good example of leading by example. He was the first to charge in the entire Alliance army. Bolvar was well prepared for this. The paladin raised his sword and shield and shouted loudly. The warriors leading the Stormwind Kingdom followed closely behind Varian. Seeing the Stormwind Kingdom's allies facing them head-on, Sargas and Bettina naturally would not do nothing. After handing over the long-range troops to Amryn of Arathar for unified command, the dwarves and gnomes led their warriors as human allies. The two-winged troops also joined in the fight with the Balrog slaves. Weak human being. Giolegman, can trample you into a pulp with just one kick. A humanoid rock creature that was much taller than the other molten giants, with hot lava flowing all over its body and a dark red color all over its body, approached Varian. It was the leader of the molten giants, Giolegman the Incinerator. In terms of height, Giolegman is 2 heads taller than Leo's war fortress. With such a large size and an angular rock body, one can tell at a glance that this is a monster with terrifying power. Vari can defeat him? Facing Giolegman Varian, there was no fear at all. The king of Stormwind Kingdom showed an excited look on his face. After avoiding Giolegman's stampede, he slashed Salamini's swords into dozens of sword shadows. The gravel flew and one of Giolegman's toes was completely broken off. Varian answered other people's questions with actions. He had the strength to deal with Giolegman the Incinerator. Seeing that Giolegman suffered a loss in the fight, Sapphiron Harbinger led several fire demon subordinates to go to support, hoping to use the numerical advantage to deal with Varian. But with Bolvar in his abacus, he was destined to be unable to defeat him. Ring. Several golden sledgehammers fell down, and Bolvar's leader Sanction smashed the fire demon who wanted to besiege Varian until stars appeared in his eyes. Fire demon, your opponent is me. As he shouted, the land within a 50-meter radius under Bolvar's feet turned into gold. The power of the holy light helped the paladin burn all evil creatures. The fire demon was one of the evil creatures. Damn paladin. The feeling of the holy light burning the body was not pleasant. Several fire demons, including Sapphiron Herald, immediately fought back. Although there were many of them, Bolvar was proficient in combat skills. The shield in his hand was like a steel wall that blocked all attacks. He blocked them all. While using the long sword in his other hand, he kept finding opportunities to counterattack. The 2 strong men of the Storm Kingdom were greeted by their companions. Shaslar thought he had an opportunity. The fire demon who was proficient in arcane magic used teleportation to appear from the army of the Storm Kingdom. His 80 to 90 meter long body swung. Magic energy surged all over his body. And with a loud bang, Shaslar's magic explosion killed all the human soldiers within a few dozen radius. I have never seen such a shameless person. As a strong fire demon, Shaslar came to bully the soldiers. The strong men in the Alliance army couldn't stand it. Fire demon, accept the sanction of the holy light. Scarlet made a confession that made Shaslar stay in place for a while. The female knight took advantage of this time to kill the blue fire demon. The sword of Ashkandi cut through the scales of the fire demon and struck Shasra. A wound half a meter deep appeared on your body. A golden light exploded in Shaslar's body. After Ashkandi's sword penetrated the blue fire demon's body, Scarlet detonated a holy storm. The power of the holy light tore Shaslar's body. His body opened a large gash 1 meter deep and 2 meters wide. After suffering such a big loss, Shaslar immediately gave up the idea of killing the soldiers. He first fired a spell counterattack to prevent Scarlet from casting spells. Then he waved his staff and put a curse on the female knight to weaken her against magic attacks. Her resistance caused her to be more seriously injured when she was attacked by magic. After doing all this in 1 second, Shaslar used the magic explosion again. Pound. The magic energy exploded, and Scarlet's figure disappeared. Just as Shaslar was about to laugh at the female knight's overestimation, a strong wind struck above her head, and the sword's head, burning with golden holy light, struck down. What happened? How did she fly above me? Shaslar was horrified. He looked up and saw the female knight with the wind element surrounding her body coming towards her with a sword. The Templar's Judgment. Chapter 616. Peel off the skin before eating. Storm crows. It was their existence that allowed Scarlet to avoid Shathra's magic explosion and fly to the head of the fire demon. The surrounding wind can not only be used to defend the enemy, but also be used to assist one's own in battle. With the momentum of her fall, Scarlet struck out the Templar's Judgment with more force and cruelty. In a hurry, Shaslar only had time to raise the staff to his head, trying to block this vicious blow. As one of the strong men guarding the molten core, Shaslar's staff is extraordinary. Ordinary weapons would not even leave a mark on it. However, the sword in Scarlet's hand is Ashkandi's. The sword of Ashkandi, which can ignore the extremely sharp defense, can be blocked by Shaslar's staff? Base. In Shaslar's horrified eyes, Ashkandi's sword cut his staff into 2 pieces, and the sword body, burning with golden light, continued to chop downwards, directly taking the head of the blue fire demon. However, with the staff's resistance, the slashing force of the sword was slowed down, which gave Shaslar time to get rid of Scarlet's blow. Although the staff of Heartache was destroyed, Shaslar was more heartbroken about his own life. The blue fire demon did not dare to resist after seeing the power of Ashkandi's sword. He used teleportation to run away. Another aspect of the battlefield. The location where Shaslar teleported was still in the army formation of the Kingdom of Stormwind. The blue fire demon was unwilling to suffer a loss from Scarlet. He raised his hand and killed nearly 100 human soldiers with a magic explosion. To vent the anger in your chest. That female paladin is not easy to deal with. So why not bully you little soldiers? Shaslar thought well. But how could Scarlet let him go? A golden sledgehammer hit Shaslar on the head with a bang. And the blue fire demon was hit so hard that stars popped out. It turned out that when she saw him slaughtering the soldiers again, Scarlet immediately gave him a hammer of punishment. How can you bear being hit on the head with a sledgehammer? Before Shaslar could get rid of the influence of the hammer of punishment, he felt a sharp pain in his body. This was the female paladin, who came over and gave him another sword. However, this sword was different from the previous one. Scarlet had deliberate intentions. He wanted to teach Shaslar a lesson. So this sword attacked the fire demon's tail. The sword of Ashkandi slashed through it, and a blue tail separated from Shaslar's body. The fire demon's tail was a sensitive area, and the pain after being cut off was several times stronger than having several big holes opened in the body. Doesn't this human female paladin know how to be merciful and merciful? I've given up and run away. What else are you going to do? Where is the paladin's tolerance? Have you talked about the 8 honors and 8 shames? Being able to occupy a place in the fire demon army. Shaslar also has the pride of a strong man. He avoided Scarlet before because he felt that fighting against the female paladin with the Ashkandi sword was not small. Now his tail, he was extremely angry after being cut off by the opponent. How could he care about anything anymore? It was just a broken sword. Let me kill you. A female paladin, who doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth. Determined, Shaslar turned around and started fighting with Scarlet. He wanted to first deal with the female paladin, who had cut off his tail. Keep an eye on this for me. Leo gave an order to the storm crows hovering in the sky. These 5 crows did nothing but use the surrounding wind to help Scarlet avoid Shathra's magic explosion. They assisted Scarlet in the battle. That's the storm crow's only responsibility in this battle. After giving orders to the storm crow, Leo summoned Korok again. He whispered a few instructions in the ear of the Orc Death Knight, and then turned his attention to other parts of the battlefield. With 5 storm crows and Korok, the battle between Scarlet and Shathral will not be a problem for the time being under double insurance. This time, in addition to helping Scarlet find the source of Order Code, Leo also has another purpose in coming to Blackstone Mountain, which is the imprisonment emblem of the Wind Chaser. However, they must not be impatient to achieve this purpose. Otherwise they will definitely be spotted by the target. Sayatsi ran away. Magmadar is a giant lava hound, twice the size of other lava dogs. It is the pet dog of Ragnaros, the fire demon, the king of all lava dogs in Molten Heart. Legend has it that Ragnaros was exiled. While on the elemental plane, Magamanda was fed the corpses of captured enemies. The giant lava hound is also a type of dog. Since it is a dog, of course, it has the characteristics of a dog. It is very loyal to its owner Magamanda. The fire demon and fire elements may have other thoughts, but Magamanda definitely does not. There will be as the king of all the lava dogs in the molten core, and also one of the 10 strongest men sent by the Balrog to guard the molten core. There is no doubt about Magamanda's power. But now this dog king is in big trouble. He is being besieged by a group of men led by Faltola. In its heyday, Magamanda could kill Faltola's ghouls simply by spraying lava. However, in the previous war with the Black Dragon Legion, Magamanda fought too hard and encountered the same Cro-Magus. The two-headed giant dog had already ejected all the lava in his stomach in order to deal with this powerful enemy Magamanda. So now, he cannot eject lava at all. Spraying lava is Magamanda's only method of group attack. There is no lava to spray. Now he has to deal with Faltola's ghoul army with great difficulty. Not to mention that there is a powerful gargoyle in the sky that is constantly circling and trying to looking for an opportunity to give him a hard blow. Magamanda had to allocate part of her energy to guard against it. What made Magamanda feel even more strenuous was Faltola wandering around the periphery, and the ghoul beside him. Faltola gave Magamanda a sense of danger. Magamanda relied on animal intuition. Manda knew that Faltola had the ability to threaten his life. The same is true for the ghoul next to the Blood Elf Death Knight. Although the latter's appearance is not much different from the ghoul that besieged him, its strength is completely different. The army of ghouls besieged them head-on, with gargoyles watching eagerly in the sky. Faltola and the most powerful ghoul rushed up from time to fight for a while. Faced with such an enemy, Magamanda was determined to kill the enemy. But it had no power to hurt the enemy. Faltoredo's multi-pronged attacks left him with two heads unable to take care of him. It didn't take long for the dog king of the molten core to have dozens more wounds on his already injured body. There are scars. Being in such an embarrassing situation is not because Magamanda is too weak. It can only be that Faltola got a big advantage. The reason why I say this is still related to the previous conflict between the Black Dragon Legion and the Balrog servants. It is said that one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. Could it be that one black stone mountain could accommodate two powerful dog kings? When Magamanda encountered Cro-Magus, it would be strange if these two giant lava hounds didn't fight to the death. It was precisely because of the fight with Cro-Magus that Magamanda was only as strong as in its prime. 50%. That's why he was so embarrassed when facing Faltola. Her strength was severely damaged. There was no lava to spray, and she could not attack in groups. And her only group control skill was a fear-like intimidation that had no effect on undead creatures. Magamanda could not think of anything other than relying on her body to bite, scratch and tear. Faltola beat Magamanda to a pulp. Leo looked on and nodded repeatedly. The strategy of using the Death Knight to deal with Magamanda was indeed correct. However, a small Magamanda is not Leo's purpose. Exodus naturally could not sit idly by when Magamanda was trapped. The leader of the fire demons knew the status of this giant lava hound in Ragnaros's heart. At his signal, a group of fire demons hurriedly joined the battlefield, trying to help Magamanda deal with Faltola. Seeing that Exodus wanted to intervene in the battle between Faltola and Magamanda, Leo also reacted. The Crypt Demon Commander Anubrican, the Swamp Crocodile King Terraclamp, the Poisonous Flower Vine, and Loatheb were sent out. The abilities of the four of them were completely sufficient to intercept these fire demons. This alliance army is well prepared, and they have too many strong men. Seeing that the other camp had killed 3 more powerful men with legendary level combat power and a pseudo-legendary beast, Exodus had a bad feeling in his heart. If it weren't for the Poisonous Flower Vine, Loatheb and Terraclamp was obviously not adapted to the environment here, which led to a severe decline in strength. Exodus even shouted that he couldn't fight this battle. Looking around the battlefield, the leader of the fire element, Baron Gadon, was constantly fighting and entangled with a large humanoid bird in the form of flames. The leader of the stone element, Gar, was struggling to resist the attacks of a humanoid mechanical puppet and a bearman with his 8 stone element guards, and another fire demon strongman under his command. Gehennas was stared at by the black-haired and black-eyed human. The two were competing with each other using Shadow Shock, Shadow Arrow Rain and other spells. Exodus, who was observing the battlefield, suddenly felt 2 murderous auras approaching, and he found that he was being stared at by 2 green-haired youths. He recognized these 2 green-haired youths. They were among the 4 humans who besieged and killed Luciferon. No, they shouldn't be said to be humans. Can humans turn their hands into dragon claws? With no strong men left under his command, Exodus had no choice but to lead a group of guards and rush forward to meet the enemy. Fire Demon, your companions are waiting for you. Polition, who was at the head of the battle, revealed his true form with a hideous smile. A green dragon with a body of 500 to 600 meters appeared. With a swish of its tail, Exodus's guards were swept aside. Be careful. Polition. The fire demon's meat is very delicious. Don't spoil my food. Exodus was very dissatisfied with the rude behavior of his companion. But this was not the same thing at all in Exodus' ears. Damn dragon. What did you do to Luciferon? Exodus anticipated the answer. But he still had to ask. How's it going? Of course I ate it. Ektorah's questioning expression made the leader of the fire demon so angry that one Buddha was born and 2 Buddhas ascended to heaven. Don't talk nonsense with this guy. Kill him quickly so we can enjoy a good meal. Polition timely expressed his dissatisfaction with his companion's nonsense with Exodus. Hearing this, Exodus reluctantly transformed into his true form as a dragon. Muttering to himself, this time I will definitely do it. You have to peel it off before eating it. Chapter 617, just a few words. Furious. Furious. These are not enough to describe Exodus' mood. Polition and Exodus were talking about how to eat him in front of him as if nothing had happened. As the butler of Ragnaros, the leader of the fire demons, in the molten core, Exodus had never thought that someone would dare to be so arrogant in front of me. What did these 2 damn green dragons think of me? They even said in front of me that they wanted to skin me and eat my flesh. This was not a provocation. They simply looked down on me. Anger can make people lose their minds. Although Exodus knew that these words were probably meant by the other party to provoke him deliberately, he couldn't help the anger in his chest. Come on, both of them, and kill these 2 green dragons. I want to see who skinned whom. Wielding the trident, he angrily roared at the men who were guarding him. Exodus was not calm at all. In the molten core, Exodus's fire demon guards can still hinder Polition and Ektos. But now they are outside the molten core, and the fire demon guards cannot enjoy the special environment there. With their blessing, the 2 Dracolics really didn't take them seriously with their little strength. Under the command of Exodus, there were many fire demon guards who killed Polition and Exodus, but their help to Exodus was extremely limited. The 2 green dragons flicked their tails. A flap of their wings can turn them into gourds rolling on the ground. Weak. Too weak. Polition and Exodus were attacking Exodus while laughing loudly at their opponent. The leader of the fire demon was so angry that his chest almost exploded. However, his subordinates were not the enemies of these 2 guys and could not refute. Words. You inferior creature. A heavily armored figure rushed towards Exodus with a fierce momentum like a tank. The figure held a blood-red sword in its hand, which was as big as a door panel, although it was not as big as Exodus. With a body of over 100 meters, he looks very small compared to a figure that is only 5 meters tall. But in terms of aura, his strength is no worse than that of the leader of the fire demon, a demon guard who has stepped into the legendary realm. Exodus was shocked and angry. The fire demon guard around him was weak. He had already been able to hold on a little under the attacks of the 2 green dragons. Now, another demon guard with similar strength to himself was killed. This was not going to cost him his life. When the fire demon guard saw the demon guard charging towards him, he was full of murderous intent and hurriedly detached some of his men to intercept it. Seeing this, the demon guard turned his sword and his whole body spun like a top. A copycat version of Blade Storm was fired. Blood red, the whirlwind of sword shadows blew by, and all the fire demon guards who tried to intercept the demon guards were cut into several pieces, and they were too dead to die. The master asked me to tell you, don't forget the agreement between us and the red dragon. Only this fire demon can awaken Ragnaros' sleeping clone. Kill him quickly. After the demon guard rushed over, he said something muffled. This sentence could not be heard clearly in the battlefield where the sound of killing was so far away. But it didn't matter if Polition and Ektos were not far from him. Don't worry. The 2 green dragons can't hear you. We don't need you to teach us how to do things. Talagaman. Polition turned his head and yelled at Talagaman in dissatisfaction. The 2 dragons and the demon made a brief eye contact from an angle that the leader of the fire demon could not see. It turns out that the red dragon was behind it. The black dragon that killed Luciferon was probably disguised by the red dragon with magic. Since the red dragon wants to provoke a war between us and the black dragon army, it must be the strongest among the dragons. Or, it is reasonable that those elemental slaves failed to see through the other party's magic, following someone's instructions. His pet just said a few words and took Exodus's thoughts elsewhere, and the leader of the fire demon made up the whole thing according to his understanding based on these words. Complete. Therefore, brain supplementation is very powerful. After understanding the other party's so-called conspiracy, Exodus was unwilling to fight to the death here. because based on the information in the other party's words, he speculated that the Red Dragon Legion would soon come to Blackstone Mountain. And now his vitality was severely damaged. The only way for the Molten Core to fight against the Red Dragon is to awaken the clone of Ragnaros left here. Only I can awaken the Master's clone. The main target that the other party wants to intercept is me. Exodus realized that he was already in danger, since the other party had set him as the target to kill. It was impossible for him to not make arrangements. The 2 green dragons and a demon guard that he was fighting with had already left him in a state of embarrassment. If anything happened again, can he survive the conspiracy trap? No. I must return to the Molten Core as soon as possible. Exodus made a decision. He would break through the opponent's interception and rush into the Molten Core in the shortest possible time. In the mind of the leader of the Fire Demon, as long as he awakens the clone of the Balrog, his safety will be guaranteed, and the other party's conspiracy will not be realized. Thinking of this, Exodus made a strange tone from his mouth, and the penetrating bell of the death knell was eclipsed in front of it. Gehennas, who was having a great time exchanging spells with Leo, gave up on his opponent, when a group of Fire Demon boys rushed towards Leo without fear of death to block the opponent's attack. The powerful Fire Demon, the attacker, turned around and rushed towards the direction of Exodus. Leo was surprised when his opponent suddenly left. However, facing the impact of dozens of Fire Demon guards, he had to pour out his spells on them. However, whether this scene was an accident or not, the strange arc at the corner of Leo's mouth had already made the best annotation. No matter how fast Gehennas rushed to rescue Exodus, he could not beat Shaslar. The blue Fire Demon who could teleport magic came to Exodus almost as soon as he heard the order. His appearance relieved a lot of pressure on Exodus. Compared to the first 2 of their kind, the Saffron Heralds, who faced off against Archduke Bolvar, were not so lucky. Want to use his subordinates to hold back the Grand Duke of Stormwind Kingdom? If it doesn't work, Bolvar's leader sanctions are enough to deal with this situation. Turn around and run regardless? Bolvar waved the shield in his hand, and the Avenger shield was launched. The restraint of the Holy Light made it impossible for the Saffron Herald to move quickly, coupled with the righteous pursuit of the Paladin. The Saffron Herald faced no teleportation spell. Bolvar, who is proficient in Paladin combat skills, is like a piece of candy that cannot be shaken off. He is completely unable to escape from the entanglement with his opponent and run to support Exodus. As for the Dog King Magamanda, if he dares to turn around during the battle because he is too busy taking care of himself, Valtolla's rune sword will kill him. As for Gulegman the Incinerator, I'm sorry, but the leader of the Molten Giants doesn't have the ability to support Exodus, because Varian Salamini's swords have completely severed his right ankle. He is just a one-legged giant now, and it is already very good to be able to stand without falling. It is more practical to expect him to save Exodus than to expect the leader of the Fire Demon to save him. The arrival of Gehennas and Shaslar made Exodus' life much easier. The 3 strong Fire Demons, together with a group of soy-making Fire Demon guards, were able to compete with their opponents, but they were only far away from each other. There is still a long way to go to intercept and fight back to the Molten Core. Now the only ones Exodus can count on are Gadon, the leader of the Fire Element, and Guard, the leader of the Stone Element. Bang 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 bang. Crisp explosions sounded one after another, as if someone had lit a string of firecrackers on the battlefield. Nerlac and the War Fortress were blown back continuously. They were fighting against Gar. They didn't expect that the 8 guards of the Stone Elemental leader actually started to self-destruct. The shock waves generated by the 8 self-destructions pushed them far away. When they regained their footing, by that time, Gar had already left the battlefield, naturally unwilling to see their opponents running away from Narlarak and War Fortress in this way. The Ursine roared and chased after the latter. Unfortunately, a group of stone elements who had received Gar's orders blocked their way, making it impossible for them to escape. Gar, the leader of the stone element, successfully escaped from the battle. But what happened to Geduin, the leader of the fire element? Although the battle between Geduin and Dragon Eagle's sacrifice Gailai was fierce, in fact the battle between the two had no effect at all. They were both creatures whose bodies were energized by flames. It would be difficult for their fire spells to be used due to their similar strength. What impact did it have on the other party? So that after fighting for so long, the energy in both of them was not weakened at all. Of course, Geduin will definitely suffer if it continues to fight for a long time. Before encountering Gailai, the leader of the fire element of the Molten Core had participated in the battle with the Black Dragon Legion, and his strength had already been depleted. After hearing Exodus's call for help, and knowing that the other party could not do anything to him in a short time, Gadon immediately turned around without thinking, and put his back in front of Gale. Anyway, Gaelai's flame bomb's flame breath could not cause any damage to him, and Gadon didn't bother to pay attention, and just followed Exitus's wishes to get rid of this opponent. How dare you look down on me? After all, Gaelai is also a strong man who has entered the legendary realm. What Gadon did was completely humiliating him. The Dragon Eagle Priest went crazy and chased Gadon and beat him up. Unfortunately, just as the latter expected, Gaelai caused the damage is really limited. Seeing that Gar and Gadon were quickly coming to support him, Exitus felt a big stone fall in his heart. The situation was changing in the direction he expected. The leader of the fire demon had already seen the hope of returning to the molten core. When Gal and Gadon come over, the five of us can gather enough strength to break through the obstruction of the two green dragons and the demon guards. As long as we get rid of the interception of these strong men, the blockade composed of Alliance soldiers will not pose a threat to us at all. Exitus kept thinking in his mind. Once he returned to the molten core, he would immediately wake up Ragnaros' clone. By then, the conspiracy of the Red Dragon and the Alliance would not be able to succeed. The leader of the fire demon is very satisfied with the development of the current situation. But he doesn't know that there is one person who is even more satisfied than him. Waves of shadow arrows continue to shoot out from his hands, killing the fire demon guards, who were left behind by Gehennas one by one. Leo, who knew the situation on the entire battlefield, snapped his fingers. Wind Chaser is mine. Chapter 618, The Imprisonment Emblem of the Wind Chaser. The Stone Elemental Guard and the Fire Elemental Gadon rushed towards the direction of Exitus, in order to avoid the battlefield between Varian and Gillegman, Bolvar and the Saffron Herald. The two molten the strong men in the Heart of Fire had to take a detour, and there was a lava flow on this road. Except for fire elemental creatures, it is difficult for other creatures to survive in the hot lava flow. If it were at the beginning of the battle, Gal and Gadon might be more careful. But now that the battle has been going on for a long time, even if there are enemies in this lava flow, the ambush would have been burned to death by the high temperature, unless he was a creature like the fire demon. But was that possible? Therefore, when passing by the lava flow, Gal and Gadon were very reassured. Changes often happen in unexpected places. When the two elemental masters from the molten core came to the edge of the magma flow, a sudden change occurred. Roar! Oh! With a deafening roar, a 1,000-meter-long purple dragon suddenly burst out of the lava flow. With one huge dragon claw, the stone elemental lord Gal was knocked to the ground. And then a small mountain like the dragon head swallowed hard, and the sharp dragon teeth emitted a cold light. Click! The bite of the giant purple dragon was extremely powerful. He bit down with all his strength regardless of the damage, and instantly bit Gar, who was unable to defend himself, to pieces. The host kills Gal. What a great notification sound. It would be perfect if there were additional features such as equipment or skills to obtain. Unfortunately, no. Yes. No. Like when killing Luciferon, Leo gained nothing except upgraded energy. Of course. Except for the corpse of Luciferon. It was the corpse of this powerful fire demon that gave Dragonakos, who devoured him, the ability to hide in the magma for a long time. The elbows and armpits were transformed, and the incident happened so suddenly that Gadon, the leader of the fire element with Gal, had no time to react. By the time he recovered from the shock, Gal had been killed by the Twilight Dragon Prince Dragonakos. After killing Gal, Dragonakos rummaged through the body of the stone elemental leader and found a ball of cyan material. From a distance, this ball of cyan material looked like half a head. Seeing this cyan material that looked like half of his head, Gadon was shocked, and he understood what the other party's true intention was. Exitus was not their target at all. This alliance army that cooperated with the dragon was actually aimed at him. Gadon and Gar. The news about Sunderland, the Prince of Winds, actually leaked out. How did they know about it? Gadon was angry and shocked. Only the fire demon Ragnaros himself and Gar knew about that matter. How could such a confidential matter be spread out? Gadon was very puzzled by this, but he didn't have time to think about it immediately. At the same time the Dragonakos attacked Gar, two inconspicuous soldiers in the human army suddenly appeared. A bald man brandished a double-headed war spear and rushed towards Gadon quickly. Before anyone could reach the spear, the sound of breaking through the air came. The sharp sound of breaking through the air alerted Gadon. The aura emitted by the bald man who stabbed him with the spear was far beyond the limit that he could handle. This is an opponent who can kill him on the spot. Gadon was horrified, facing the impossible enemy, the leader of the fire element. He made a very wise decision. That is, to escape. If you can't fight, run away. This is the best way to save your life. Don't you think that running away is the best strategy among the 36 strategies? But if you want to escape, you must be able to escape the other party's pursuit. Just as Gadon turned around to flee, the spear thrust by the bald man suddenly grew longer and larger. The speed was faster than a balloon blown up by a hair dryer. As soon as Gadon turned around, the tip of the bald man's spear was already stabbed. The tip of the blood-red war spear penetrated Gadon's vest silently, and the rapidly growing war spear was about to burst Gadon's entire body. Being able to become a leader of many fire elements in the Molten Heart, Gadon still has some abilities. Although his strength is far inferior to that of the bald man, the opponent cannot kill him with one blow even if he is on guard. This situation is different from the stone elemental leader Gar is different. Dragonako's overwhelming advantage in instantly killing Gar is also an important factor in its success. Manaroth thrust out a spear with all his strength, but failed to kill the fire elemental. Manaroth was very upset, because he knew that if the blow failed to kill Gidon, he would have no chance to strike again. The decline in strength really made him depressed. A huge black dragon's claw was grabbed quickly. Manaroth's attack failed, and Zenitharea, who rushed with him, immediately took action. The Black Dragon Queen's attack speed was not very fast, but this attack happened to let Gedon couldn't avoid it. Boom! The ground of the entire battlefield shook a bit, and the small flame of Gadon was violently extinguished by the Black Dragon Queen's claw. The host kills Gadon. Hearing this voice in his head, Leo felt a stone fall in his heart. The goal of coming to the Molten Core has been accomplished, and whatever he can get next can be regarded as an extra gain. Since it is an extra gain, don't worry too much about it. Just like after killing Gadon, you can still only get upgrade energy but no equipment or skills. By the way, Leo feels that Goldfinger is becoming more and more stingy. After all, Lucifron, Gar, and Gedon are all powerful men who can be sent by the fire demon Ragnaros to guard the Molten Core. Their strength, it wouldn't be too bad no matter what. If it weren't for the fact that they had a fight with the Black Dragon Legion, it would be really difficult to win over them. But for such an enemy, Goldfinger didn't even give Leo even a tiny bit of extra reward. This can no longer be called stingy. It is completely stingy. Unlike searching for items in Gal's corpse, the ground was very clean after Gaduin, who was a fire element, was killed by Zenitharea. There was not even a trace of corpse residue left at all. If there were any, it would be half a corpse. A cyan skull-like object. Exodus was horrified to see Gal and Gidon being killed. The other party actually hid 3 powerful men. The leader of the fire demon was frightened to death. He just wanted to escape from this place quickly. Only by returning to the Molten Core and awakening the fragment of his master Ragnaros left in this plane can he save his life. Terrified and having completely lost his fighting spirit, Exodus immediately put his idea into practice. The leader of the fire demon abandoned his subordinates, who were helping him to resist the powerful enemy, turned around and quickly killed towards the Molten Core. Shaslar and Jahinas did not expect Exodus to give up on them so decisively, and the 2 strong fire demons, who were trying their best to block the attacks of the Green Dragon and the demon guard for him, felt endless anger in their hearts. Exodus, you soulless soul. Jahinas was so angry that he tried his best to get a good look from Pelagian, but a shadow shock hit the latter and made Exodus tremble violently. At that time, if Jahinas had dared to do such a sinful act, he would have been torn into pieces by Exodus. But now that he had to escape for his life, the leader of the fire demon had no time to pay attention to this cannon fodder that he had given up. I am your boss, the manager of the Molten Core. My life is much more precious than yours. Jahinas, just block them for me, and I won't care about you. Exodus was still showing his tolerance and generosity while running. This scene made Leo, who was watching with cold eyes, praise, what a shameless person. His face is thick-hearted and dark, and he looks like a leader. No wonder the manager of Molten Core is Exodus, and not other powerful fire demons. It's really shameless to use us as cannon fodder, and then brazenly say that they don't care about us. Not only was Giknas angry, Shaslar was also angry. Fortunately, the latter studied arcane magic, and was quite knowledgeable about escaping. Teleport. Hey, why doesn't it work? Shaslar, who realized that the situation was not good, and was about to use teleportation to escape, was stunned. The moment he was about to use teleportation, the connection between him and the magical element was forcibly cut off. How can you let the meat in your mouth escape? Leo smiled coldly. It was the strangulation he had just made that prevented Chaslar from using the teleportation technique. Master, this is what you want. Sinisaria presented to Leo the 2 trophies obtained from killing Gal and Gaduin. Leo quickly put away the 2 cyan skull-shaped objects. The Wind Chaser's emblem of imprisonment. Sunderland's eternal prison. And now they belong to me. After helping Scarlet find the codex of the source of order. And now having 2 Windchaser imprisonment emblem in his bag. This trip to Blackstone Mountain was perfect for Leo. Of course, he doesn't mind getting more gains to make the results more perfect. Fire Demon. Don't even think about escaping. Seeing that Exodus was about to run away, Scarlet gave up participating in the siege of Giknas and Chaslar. Just as the female paladin was about to stop Exodus, a strong force suddenly pulled her away. Leo, you? Scarlet's face was full of confusion. Leo didn't need to pull her away with a death grip. She was sure to intercept Exodus. To put it more seriously, Leo's behavior was clearly intended to indulge Exodus. If it had been anyone else, Scarlet would have slashed him with a sword. Leo stopped Scarlet before she could get angry. He said to the female knight seriously, Exodus is also the butler of the Balrog in the Molten Core. He may have a killer move. I don't want anything to happen to you. Before Leo finished speaking, Scarlet saw Exodus waving the trident, and an obscure mana wave came out of the trident. The Alliance soldiers and Leo's skeleton tanks that blocked his path all fell from their original places. The ground disappeared, and the location where they reappeared was above a magma flow. With a thought, Leo quickly collected all the skeleton tanks before they fell into the lava. The skeleton tank was collected by Leo, but those Alliance soldiers did not. They fell into the lava flow that can burn gold and molten iron, and they died before they could even cry out. Force group teleportation. Scarlet was suddenly startled. Sure enough, as Leo said, Exodus had a killing move. This move might not be easy to use on Polition and others who were in the legendary realm with him, but it was still useful against him. Scarlet, who has not entered the legendary realm, has a success rate of over 90%. If Leo hadn't fallen into the lava flow at this moment, he would have been there. Thinking of this, Scarlet broke into a cold sweat, and the female knight secretly exclaimed, "What a danger!" Sensing the tremor in Scarlet's heart, Leo patted her hand and said softly, "I'm here. Don't be afraid." A wisp of red clouds flew up to Scarlet's face. Fortunately, the visor blocked it, and outsiders couldn't see it. However, the shy female paladin didn't notice Leo's eyes when he saw Exodus successfully escaping into the Molten Core. That flash of depth. Chapter 619 Yellow Bird. Blackstone Fortress. After Leo's Dracolic opened any gate to teleport away the army in the fortress that was originally crowded with hundreds of thousands of Alliance troops became empty. If Varian hadn't stayed here, after landing the 3,000 defenders, Blackstone Fortress was completely deserted. More than half an hour has passed since the any gate was closed. The 3,000 defenders who stayed behind at Blackstone Fortress knew that their comrades were fighting in Blackstone Mountain. They were very envious of their comrades being able to participate in this battle, and felt very sorry that they stayed behind at Blackstone Fortress. However, the soldiers did not slack off. The light of the teleportation array lit up, and groups of human soldiers stepped out of the teleportation array. The soldiers of the Storm Kingdom guarding the Blackstone Fortress responded immediately, and an officer led people to greet them. The officers of the Stormwind Kingdom breathed a sigh of relief when they saw clearly the robes worn by these human soldiers. They were Theramore's army. The Alliance's army is engaged in a fierce battle with the Balrog slaves led by Exodus and Blackstone Mountain. And Theramore's army is belatedly arriving. I'm Mills from Theramore. I'm sorry we're late. Before the officer from the Kingdom of Stormwind could speak, an officer walked out of Theramore's army. Judging by his military rank, the man named Mills was a major. The officer left behind in Stormwind City returned the salute and said to Mills with a regretful look on his face, "Major Mills, if you had come half an hour earlier, it would have been better. Now His Majesty has led people into Blackstone Mountain. That's a shame. But we should be able to catch up with them if we march quickly." Mills frowned. It wouldn't be a problem if the army he led marched fast enough to catch up with Varian in half an hour. But what if the army led by Varian was also marching quickly? It's too late. The left-behind officer shook his head and sighed, and told the whole story. Marshal Leo of the Arathor Kingdom opened a large portal, and sent the army directly into the Black Rock Mountain. Mills' face froze. As far as he knew, there were more than 100,000 Alliance troops assembled in Blackstone Fortress. How could Leo from the Kingdom of Arathor be able to build a portal of this size? In the past, I only listened to others saying how brilliant his record was, and how powerful he was. I didn't believe it at the time. I thought that some people were advocating for what a young man could do. Now it seems that this idea is completely wrong. Leo, the newly rising star of the human race, is actually so terrifyingly powerful. The remaining officer of the Kingdom of Stormwind did not notice that when he said that Leo opened a large portal to send the Alliance army of Blackstone Fortress directly into the interior of Blackstone Mountain. There were several soldiers in Theramore's army, all of whom were dressed slightly. After a tremor, these people began to communicate secretly. Mills opened his mouth, and when he was about to say something, his face suddenly changed. He swallowed the words that had reached his throat, and spoke another sentence, without further delay. I will immediately lead the army to Black Rock Mountain. The Allied forces were eager to rush to Blackstone Mountain to support the Stormwind Kingdom officers, who stayed behind at Blackstone Fortress. Of course, they would not stop them. After a few businesslike words with Mills, the remaining officers watched Theramore's army leave. Whether it was Theramore's army rushing to Blackstone Mountain or the Stormwind Kingdom defenders staying at Blackstone Fortress, neither side realized that their every move had fallen into the eyes of a bug hiding in the dark. Just before Theramore's army after leaving Blackstone Fortress, the insect hiding underground also disappeared without a trace. The one who wants to be an Oriole is here. Leo snorted secretly in his heart. He had expected this. Otherwise, he would not have sent a Nubarak to hide in the Blackstone Fortress to monitor the situation there. Leaving the Crypt Lord in the Blackstone Fortress left Leo with one less powerful combat force available. But there was nothing he could do about it. In addition to a Nubarak, Leo's other subordinates such as a Nubrakan, Poisonous Flower Vine, and Lucibu and his ilk are not strong enough to avoid the other party's perception. Fortunately, Leo had many strong men, and he was teaming up with Varian Bolvar and others. The absence of a Nubarak did not hinder the battle to intercept the Balrog slaves. Leo, what happened? Scarlet didn't fight again after being pulled back by Leo with the death grip. It wasn't the female paladin avoiding the fight, but Leo holding her and not letting go. It's just that it was easy for Scarlet to stay by Leo's side. Notice the change in him. There is news from Blackstone Fortress that 5,000 troops from Theramore have arrived. But they are led by a major named Mills. Jaina didn't come? Scarlet was a little puzzled. Logically speaking, it was impossible for Jaina not to come in person for such a big thing. Judging from the relationship between Theramore and the Kingdom of Stormwind and Varian's personal relationship with Jaina, Gianna, who is known as the first mage in the human race, Anna should come in person. The situation is very unusual. Could something else have happened? Seeing Scarlet immersed in thinking, Leo simply pointed out the matter. Jaina is already here. But she didn't reveal her identity. One of the two forces entrenched in Blackstone Mountain is the Black Dragon Legion. And it is impossible for the Red Dragon not to react. You mean Crassus has intervened? What does he want to do? Who doesn't know about the relationship between Jaina and Dalaran? Scarlet figured out the whole story after Leo spoke so little. What do the Red Dragons want to do? Leo sneered. What do you think they would do to hide their tracks? It's just that they want to reap benefits without using any force, and encourage various races to act according to their wishes behind the scenes. This is not is this what dragons always do? Scarlet wanted to refute, because except for the Black Dragon, the other four-color dragons always appeared to protect the world. But when she thought about it carefully, it was really the case. Whenever something big happened, the dragons always let other races take the lead. Then how are we going to respond and stick to the original plan? Frowning, Scarlet asked Leo, who nodded affirmatively. Of course, you have to pretend to be unaware and act according to the original plan. Otherwise, how can you attract fish to take the bait? Looking at the molten core Leo, a mysterious smile appeared on his face. How easy is it to pick up my bargain? It's not that easy to be an Oriole. With your help, Red Dragon. What is he planning? Scarlet, who was staying next to Leo, looked at him, and a thought suddenly came to her mind. The female knight lifted her visor and couldn't help but exclaimed, Exitus. Leo, do you want to? A finger gently pressed on Scarlet's lips, stopping what the female paladin wanted to say. Leo winked at her. It would be bad to say it. You are playing with fire by doing this. If the Red Dragon finds out, the consequences will be disastrous. Scarlet became worried. But if it succeeded, it would be able to solve a big threat to the world. As long as she and Leo kept secret, outsiders would not know. Thinking of this, Scarlet's worries were relieved. At this time, Leo pointed toward the battlefield and motioned for Scarlet to look over. 100-meter-long blood-colored double-headed war spear thrust out like lightning, piercing Gehenna's with a pop. The fire demon's vitality was also strong, and his whole body was about to be cut in half. He could still struggle, but this struggle was meaningless in front of his opponent. The bald man Manolos flicked his wrist and swung the bloody spear tip of the double-headed war spear fiercely. Gehenna's, who was strung on the war spear, was thrown into the air. Before Gehenna's could react, a bloody spear shadow swept across. However, Gehenna's head and body became separated. After fighting with Gehenna's for a long time, seeing that the fire demon could no longer hold on, Manaroth snatched the prey that he had grabbed. Polishin glared at the former with dissatisfaction, while Manaroth didn't show any concern. He laughed unconsciously. Don't you even have the ability to fight on your own? Talagamon was also dissatisfied with Manaroth's behavior of stealing monsters, and Gehenna's was also his favorite prey. Whoever kills is his. Why don't you allow me to help you if you can't kill yourself? Huh? What a joke. Finally killing an opponent to vent his frustration at being robbed by Caesarea. Manolos restored the blood-colored double-headed war spear to 5 meters in length, then raised it to his shoulder, and picked up Gehenna's spell. The staff swaggered away from the battlefield and walked towards Leo's direction. Except for Leo and Caesarea, whose strength is similar to him now. Even Dragonakos, the destroyer, will not buy it until his strength is not comparable to his. The strong do not need to consider the feelings of the weak when acting, and there is no need to explain to the weak. This is Manaroth's code of conduct, and it is also the universal view of the world of Anelin, which is full of killing and destruction. What's the big deal? Sooner or later I will be better than you. Polishin and Talagamon roared angrily and turned their heads to cooperate with Ektaz in besieging Shaslar. Leo had a panoramic view of this scene, but he did not say anything. It is a good thing for subordinates to compete appropriately in terms of strength. This can stimulate their ambition and make them stronger. There is no additional reward for killing Gehenna's. So stingy. Leo sighed silently and took the staff presented by Manaroth. The shadow crystal on the top of the staff surprised him, because the energy contained in the shadow crystal can actually be absorbed to improve one's own strength. The crystal on the staff of Gehenna's is like this, so the staff in Shaslar's hand should also have the same effect. Is there anything more enjoyable than using the enemy's things to enhance your own strength? Kill that blue fire demon and grab the staff from him. It is normal to kill the enemy and seize the treasure. There is no psychological burden at all to snatch the good things from the enemy's hands. Leo immediately gave orders to Polishin and other 3 subordinates who were besieging Shaslar. The host kills Magmanda, successfully extracts magic equipment, obtains Escadar's right claw. Faltola killed Magamanda. Leo turned his gaze and saw the Blood Elf Death Knight pulling out the rune sword from Magamanda's head. After all, the Dog King of Molten Core could not escape this disaster. Chapter 628 out of 10. Magamanda's is dead too. Saffron Harbinger and Shathril were both shocked and angry, surprised that the enemy was so powerful, and angry that Exodus had escaped from the battle. If you don't escape, you will be dead. You can imagine the anxiety in the hearts of the 2 strong fire demons when they see the strong men of the Alliance approaching them. Under the siege of 2 Dracolics and a demon guard, Shaslar has been scarred. No matter which one of his 3 opponents has the strength to kill him. Now these 3 opponents join forces to besiege Shasril, and they cannot resist it. Live. The blue fire demon knew that he had to run quickly. Otherwise, he would be the next Gehenna's. After struggling to add a few more wounds to his body, Shaslar used teleportation to escape from the battlefield. Just as he was rushing towards the Molten Core, he was secretly glad to have escaped the siege of his opponent, when a red sword broke through the air attack. At this point, the wide sword blade ignored the hard scales on Shaslar's body, and with a muffled sound of the sharp blade piercing his body, it completely disappeared into his vest, leaving only the hilt exposed. Shathril staggered from the blow and almost fell to the ground. He was hit hard again by Talagamon the Hungry's blade throw. Now is a critical moment. An escape is the most important thing. Shaslar barely stabilized his body and continued to rush towards the Molten Core. His current state is no longer suitable for fighting. If the opponent catches up, he has no ability to resist. The only long-range attack method failed to kill Shaslar. Talagamon's face was full of regrets. He knew that the blue fire demon had nothing to do with him, taking out all his strength and running towards the Molten Core. Shaslar knew that as long as he rushed in to find a lava flow, his life would probably be saved. Unfortunately, the figures of 2 green dragons suddenly stood between him and the Molten Core. Between the hearts of fire. Teleport? Huh? Do you think you're the only one who can do it? facing the horrified Shaslar. Parisian and Ectors had cat-and-mouse expressions on their faces. They had already discovered the weakness of the blue fire demon's teleportation technique. Shaslar was not like the Dracolic. Like any door in the world, he can come anywhere he wants within sight. There must be someone, or life, near the destination he teleports to. But now there are only Pollution and Ector between Shaslar and the molten core. Now, even if this blue fire demon wants to use teleportation to escape, he is unable to do so. Do not waste time. The two Dracolics prepared to play with Shothrall for a while. Leo's order came through at this time, and they discovered that Varian had killed Gulegman the Incinerator. The king of the Kingdom of Stormwind was heading towards Bolvar, and the Saffron Herald rushed to the battlefield. No more fun. Although Pollution and Ectos had some regrets in their hearts, they did not dare to disobey Leo's order. The eyes of the two dragon liches flashed red, and Shasla suddenly felt that their bodies were out of control and could not move at all, immobilizing Shaslar with a paralyzing gaze. Pollution and Ectos opened their mouths wide and fiercely devoured them under the horrified eyes of the blue fire demon. Poor Shaslar was just like this. The dragon lich was torn into several pieces, becoming the most tragic death among the powerful fire demons. The host killed Shaslar, failed to extract magic equipment, succeeded in absorbing skills, and obtained the transferable ability, Shasral's Gate. Do you want to absorb it? I don't know if the mysterious attribute of character explosion was activated when killing Magamanda. After obtaining Escadar's right claw from Magamanda, Leo obtained it from Shaslar. A skill, Gate of Shothrall, instantly teleports the caster to a visible enemy. This skill is Shaslar's teleportation technique. It is the best skill of this powerful fire demon. It can be used in sneak attacks to make people unable to guard against it. Used in strong attacks, it can defeat the opponent with no way to the sky or the ground. The blue fire among the demon's abilities. Leo was most optimistic about this skill. Unexpectedly, Goldfinger actually pulled it out. It seems that Goldfinger is not very stingy. He still gave me really good things. After getting a very practical skill, Leo's face lit up with joy. As he became stronger and stronger, the enemies he encountered became more and more powerful. He could no longer rely on long-range attacks with spells that didn't have much potential. The shortcomings in close combat must be remedied. Fortunately, he has digested Varian's martial arts and combat experience very smoothly. He has also received training in melee combat. With some powerful skills, close combat is not bad. But because his subordinates are too powerful, no enemy can. He will be forced to show his strength in this area. Once Shothrall died, the only strong man on the side of the Balrog slaves in the field was the Saffron Herald. It was already very difficult to deal with the Bolvar Saffron Herald. But now Varian came to kill him again. The strong fire demon could not hold on for long before he was killed by Shalamini's two swords, following in the footsteps of Shaslar and others. Speaking of which, Saffron Pioneer was also extremely depressed when he met Bolvar, an opponent who was proficient in paladin combat skills. He and his men joined forces to defeat the opponent, but they couldn't even escape. Bolvar, holding a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, gave full play to the paladin's ability to resist wear and tear, and stood firm like a rock under the impact of the waves under the siege of many fire monsters. The waves could not break down the rocks themselves, but smashed them into pieces. This is a true portrayal of the fire demon who fought against Bolvar. Facing Bolvar, an invincible opponent who could not be defeated and killed, the Saffron Heralds were feeling very troubled. The situation of the battle changed. Starting from the fall of Gidon and Gar, the situation of the battle took a turn for the worse. The man was used as cannon fodder to block the enemy. The Saffron Herald was frightened when he saw it, knowing that the situation was not good. He did not think of running away, but Bolvar clung to him tightly. Hammer of Punishment, Repentance, and Avengers. The shield combined with skills such as Justice Pursuit prevented Saffron Harbinger from escaping until Varian arrived and killed him with the sword. The battle came to an end as soon as Saffron Pioneer died. The Balrog slaves without strong men were immediately killed and routed. It only took less than a quarter of an hour for the Alliance army to clear the battlefield. 8/10 of the 10 strongest guardians of the Molten Core have been eliminated, except for the clone of the fire demon Ragnaros and the escaped Axidus. They have all been killed by us. Most of the threats to the Molten Core have been eliminated. Sargas and Bettina were very satisfied with the outcome of this battle. Although they lost one Exodus, the Molten Core was already severely weakened. The Dark Iron Dwarves under the control of the Balrog had lost their support and suffered another loss. It was extremely disastrous. How long could the searing gorge on the border with Dunmoro survive the attacks of dwarves and gnomes without its backup? Sargas and Matina were so excited that they wanted to laugh loudly when they thought about the rich mineral resources in Searing Gorge. This time, they really came to the right place. It's too early to be happy. Varian and Bolvar walked over with solemn expressions, and it was obvious that they were not in a happy mood. Compared with the dwarves and dwarfs, the human kingdom is not so optimistic. Because Axidus ran away, the clone of Ragnaros the Balrog in the Molten Core will most likely be awakened by him. And after the Balrog awakens, could they have invaded Blackwing Lair before, and solved the threat of the Black Dragon Legion? Without solving the threat of the Black Dragon Legion, it would be impossible to carry out large-scale occupation of the burning plains bordering the Kingdom of Stormwind. Humanity would gain far less benefit from this war than its allies. I put in the most effort but get very little. And no one would be happy if I changed it. Although the occupation of the burning plains by divination has nothing to do with the Kingdom of Arather, it is naturally impossible for Scarlet and Leo to show their indifference to the matter, as they are both human beings. Seeing that Varian looked bad, Leo spoke up and said, "King Varian, as far as I know, it was not as easy as imagined for Exitus to wake up the Balrog clone. From the time he rushed to where the Balrog clone was to the time he actually awakened the Balrog clone, it didn't take 4 or 5 seconds. It's impossible to do it in an hour. We can attack Blackstone Tower, and then attack Blackwing Lair during this time." Varian's face relaxed a lot when he heard this. Although the time is tight to complete the goal of capturing Blackwing Lair in 4 to 5 hours, it is not impossible. If he can reach Blackstone directly from the entrance of Molten Core, the tower can save more than half an hour. And I don't know if Leo's Dracula can open a large portal. Thinking of this, Varian looked at Leo with questioning eyes. Knowing what the King of Stormwind Kingdom was thinking, Leo nodded in the affirmative without waiting for him to ask. If that's the case, I'll be relieved. Varian felt relieved after getting the answer he wanted. I can let my subordinates open any door again. But if they teleport the army twice in such a short period of time, they will enter a weak state. The battle to attack Blackstone Tower can only rely on everyone present. Leo said and made a gesture, and hundreds of Dracolics appeared again. They cooperated with Polition and Ektos to open the arbitrary door again. Varian, Sargas and others did not dare to delay when they saw this. Under their orders, the Alliance army that had just defeated the Balrog slaves did not even have time to clean the battlefield before embarking on the journey to attack Blackstone Tower. 2 consecutive battles require very high-quality soldiers. Fortunately, in addition to the soldiers from the Kingdom of Arather, the soldiers who can come this time are all elites of the 3 races, especially the Stormwind Kingdom troops, who are personally commanded by Varian and Bolvar. In order to initiate the Battle of Blackstone Mountain, they not only mobilized the elite guards of Shichuen Fortress, but also mobilized many palace guards from Stormwind Fortress. As for the Arather soldiers, who are the weakest in the Alliance army, they have magical weapons in their hands and are used as long-range troops. They did not consume much strength in the battle with the Balrog slaves, so there is no need to worry about these recruits being affected. No! After the arbitrary door opened again, Varian and Bolvar did not let Leo take the lead again. These 2 strong human beings rushed in first, followed closely by the army of Stormwind Kingdom commanded by Windsor, followed by Sargas and Betty. Not followed them after gathering her troops. Watching the allied troops pouring in, Leo first put away his mechanical army, and then took Scarlet's hand and walked into any door with the female paladin. Behind them, Dragonakos was standing there, with a satisfied face. He stuffed the corpses of the 3 powerful fire demons, Jehinus Shoslar and Saffron Pioneer, into his mouth. His eyes were still staring at the corpse of Magamanda, the title of Devourer of all things. No insult to him. This Twilight Dragon is a big foodie.